have no idea. I know there's magma under there, some water and some material, soil, but that's about it. And I don't know any more than that. How would I
So
know?
at that point in your theoretical worldview, the everything just ends.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's not my position at all. Ladies and gentlemen, my position is I do not know what's underneath this earth properly. I haven't been down there to examine and investigate. What I've investigated is the surface of the earth where I have access to that and it's not curving. Okay. So it's not an oblate spheroid. That's it. How deep the earth is, what's under there doesn't prove the shape of the earth.
Man,
Magma.
I think you're too passionate at this point. I'm not debating your point. I don't care if you believe the Earth
Well,
is
it's the
flat
way
or
you're
not.
coming across,
I
though.
see the
It's the way you're
horizon, and
putting it
that's
across.
all the proof I need.
You're
I don't
putting
think
it
I
across.
would
You've got
kill
no proof
myself
of
on
the
that
globe.
hill.
Yeah, it's the way you're putting it across. That's all. You're putting it
Yeah, I
in
mean, I
across.
don't care. I don't
We
care.
are.
I just want to.
You're
I want
putting
to
it.
ask you
Well, I'm
questions
trying
on
to
your
explain.
theoretical worldview.
I'm trying to explain. Yeah, that you put it across in such a way that we're failing in some way. We've made no claims, but the Earth is not an oblate spheroid due to the lack of curvature. That's what we've said. That's it. Don't see how you get all this. We don't know our world, and it ends. It ends underneath. We don't know what's going on under there. To be quite honest. Okay. And
I think
knowing
you
what's
guys need to
underneath.
figure it out, man. I think like if you cannot substantiate
Unfortunately,
your
I don't
Earth
have the
claims,
material.
how
I don't have the
would you want me to
technology
believe
to
it?
know. I don't have that technology to know that. I would need a lot of technologies to go down there to examine. Okay,
Well,
and
you're
the
one of the
drill.
greatest scientists
Hang
ever,
on a
and
second. Let me explain a little bit
you
more.
debunked every hypothesis we had about the world ever.
Yes, the point is this: when we look at when they drilled in Russia, the Kola super borehole, it's called. Okay, it took them 20 years to drill 7.6 miles. Now they made some predictions as to what they were going to encounter during the drilling process, and they were wrong every
It took
step
them
of the
7
way.
years to drill 7 miles.
20 years to drill
20 years to
seven.
drill 7 miles. Those guys
If I can,
fucking
if
suck.
look, if you can do me a favor, you've interrupted me 4 times. Yeah, I haven't interrupted you once, so allow me to say what I'm saying. Okay, and it's this: it took them 20 years to drill 7.6 miles, and during that drilling process, they made predictions as to what they were going to encounter in the way of soil and material, and they were wrong every step of the way. Okay, there we are. So
Those guys,
clearly, they don't. Nobody
those
knows.
guys fucking suck. That's not even a mile a year. What the fuck were they digging with?
They had the best technology at the time, Russia, and they only got as far as
And what year was this?
1972, around about that time.
Dude, we
No,
had
Jin,
fucking
it was
we had
1979.
plows plowing more than a mile
1979. Thank
a
you.
year, bro.
Yeah, 1979. Sorry.
79. That's fucking
Mm.
bad. Russians were far
Not
behind.
really. No, it's not bad at all. I mean, I don't know why you would say it's bad. Do
That's
you have?
horrible.
Hang on. Do you have better technology yourself?
I got an
No, you don't.
excavator, bro. My excavator could probably dig more than
Nah,
that.
not 7 miles. Not 7.6 miles. It can't. No way.
Bro, I could dig 7 miles. 7 miles
No.
isn't like. Do you know how long a mile is?
7.6 miles straight down. I don't think you could do that.
Straight
Sorry.
down, bro. Straight down. Well, it's gonna have
You,
to be like for OSHA safety. I would have to put shoring in it, so I would have to,
nah,
make
you
it
wouldn't be
like
able
a.
to do it.
I would have to make it
You
like a
would not
step
be able
down. You know
to
what I
dig.
mean?
You would not be able to dig 7.6 miles with your excavator.
I
Sorry.
100% would, man. 100%.
Nah, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Honestly.
You wouldn't. I'm sure I would, bro. I promise.
Nah, you wouldn't be able to do that. Just wouldn't.
I think because you would. You think no? Well, listen.
No,
Back to
I'm
your
looking.
theoretical worldview,
I'm
right? Let
looking
me
at
ask
the
you a question.
instrument. I'm
Let
looking
me
at
ask you a question. Back to your
your vehicle.
theoretical worldview, right? If the Earth is flat, right, and are all other planets flat? Like, are we observing these planets wrong?
Basically, what those planets are have no relationship to the Earth that I live on. Well, I don't know what those objects are. Let me finish. Whatever I've been told, I do not accept. I can't validate anything they've said. When I look through the telescopes, I see objects and lights in the sky. They do not make up the Earth. The Earth is completely separate and different from what I see. Okay? That's it. That's my position.
So no matter what reality your eyes see, you perceive the Earth as a different thing, a different
Well, it
entity from
measures
the rest of
different.
the universe.
Yes, it measures different. There's air. air pressure, sea weather, snow, sleet, animals, pistachio nuts, broccoli, cauliflower, onions. I mean,
But
come on,
like
man.
Venus has endless rain of Mercury.
I cannot validate that for 1 second, and I do not
I can
accept that.
I, I can validate the claim. Do you want me to send it
Yeah,
to you in the chat?
no. The only way that I would accept that it rains there is if I go there to check it, not
All
here
right.
on
So
Earth.
if I buy you a plane ticket, right, and me and you, we go
Yeah,
to
can we
like
put
the
this guy on
largest
mute now? I think.
telescope in the
Can we
in the
put
world.
this guy on mute because clearly he's not hearing good faith. He's asking for tickets now that he's going to buy
What do you
us to
mean?
go.
I am. You said you cannot believe in anything that you don't see with your own eyes. Like, what are
Yeah.
you
I
talking about?
don't
That's not
accept.
good
I
faith at
didn't
all.
use the word believe. Yeah, I said I do not accept. Please use the right words. I did
Yeah,
not. I
exactly,
do not.
exactly. You do
Yeah, I
not
do not
accept it,
accept.
right? So, like,
Right, of course not.
if I cannot physically prove it to you, then what do you
Right.
mean? I'm confused.
The only way you're going to be able to prove that is to go there and confirm that that is so. Go to Venus. You
No,
can't
no.
do
What
that.
I'm saying is like, is there no other ways? Like my point
There's no
was
other
with the
way.
telescope.
There is
My
no
point with
other way.
the
No.
tickets, like if I show you a telescope that and we can see the Mercury rain on Venus, would that not make you
Uh,
switch your position or no?
no, I would want to go there to confirm it. Sorry, that's what it has to be. I have to be on that planet, looking and feeling that rain. Then I'd know.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's the
yeah, Jim.
only
Yeah,
way
yeah,
you'll
yeah. Hold
know
on, hold
if
on.
you're on that
Dan,
That's
Dan,
the
planet.
only
Dan.
way
Unless you're
scientists
on
know.
that
Hold on,
surface
2
of the planet,
seconds.
you don't
Sorry
know.
to interrupt. This is getting slow. That's the only way scientists know, right? They send remote control cars to Mars because looking at it isn't good enough. Jin's position is perfectly normal for anybody, right? We can look
No,
at
it's
things
not.
in the
It's not
night
normal.
sky,
No, no.
let's say Mars or
You don't need to
Jupiter
look
or the
at everything
sun.
you can substantiate.
But all right. Sorry to interrupt. Fucking wankers around there.
Yeah, Dan. Yeah,
Yes.
Dan. You need to go there and video document the actual claim that you're saying. Do you
Yeah.
understand? To back up your claim, video evidence documented, well
Yeah.
documented.
No,
Yeah.
That's the
you
point.
don't need to you don't need to see everything
No,
you can
you do. You do.
substantiate.
You do.
None of us
Sorry.
seen the Holocaust, right? But all of us know the Holocaust happened.
Well, this
We
is a
can't be
different
talking
argument,
about that
dude.
on this server, thanks.
And then
What do
I'm
you
going to
mean?
get
Like, I can
pissed off
show
if
you
anybody
video
else interrupts me
evidence. I
again.
can show you video evidence of rain of Mercury on Venus, right? And I can
Give
show
it.
you video evidence of
Give
the
it.
Holocaust.
Give
Both
it.
of
Give
your
it.
positions are
Give it.
completely retarded.
Give it.
That's the best way to describe it.
Give the video evidence, dude.
Okay, okay, I will. Give me 5 seconds.
Thank you. And we don't need the Holocaust one, by the way. Fuck
I, I
me.
w- do you not want me to link the Holocaust as well?
No, I'm not interested in the Holocaust. This isn't a fucking Jew channel or World War II memorabilia. It's flat Earth, dude. Keep to the times. And then I'm going to ask you if videos are going to be manipulated or can be. Then I'm going to ask you how you confirm the video to be true. That's all that's going to happen, Sunshine.
The videos like them gassing 6 million extremely fast, like the Nazis are just running as
All right,
fast as
dude.
they
Can you
can.
fuck off
No,
now?
I'm gonna
Thanks.
send you like actual
No,
video
bye.
evidence of these things.
Bye. It was nice
Give
knowing
me
you.
1 second. I already have the video of like
No, it
Mercury
was
being on
already
Venus.
nice knowing you.
I'm just trying to look at the way I can like get the how do I flip this?
I don't know, dude, but your time's very short, Dan. I'm
My
already
time is
typing in a
short. Oh wow,
command to
please
ban
don't.
you, Dan. Just a few more commands and you'll be gone, Dan.
Yeah, you got to be
Bye, Dan.
careful, Dan. Keep it on topic. Right?
All right, that's just one video. I'm gonna send you more. This is gonna be a
Videos can
package.
be manipulated, can't they, Dan?
Huh? What did you say one more time, buddy?
Videos can be manipulated, can't they, Dan? This is fucking
These
BBC.
videos
Bloody hell.
can be manipulated. I can manipulate videos of anything with AI today.
Okay, cool.
Does that
Awesome. Thank you.
mean like
Thank
I
you.
can manipulate videos of
Okay, thank you. This doesn't need to be a week-long conversation. How did you confirm if this video had or hadn't been manipulated?
Well, so I looked through a telescope, right? And I used my eye and I
No,
seen that there were
the
clouds
video,
on
please.
Venus and they were producing a liquid that did not look like water.
You saw rain with a telescope on Venus.
Yeah, I seen that the clouds.
With your own telescope.
No, it was not mine. No,
Okay, whose was it?
it was the largest telescope in the world. It only cost about
Was that
$20.
Lucy?
I'm literally surrounded by idiots. I've got to go do something else with my life. Fuck me.
You can use your own. I mean, you can't use your own telescope, but you can use your own money to go and look at the largest
You didn't
telescope.
use the telescope, did you?
Yes, I did use the telescope. Yes,
So where was it?
the telescope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's too long of a fucking wait to get that answer, dude. Fuck off.
It was in Spain.
Lying to me,
What are you
dude.
talking about? It was in Spain.
Where's the telescope?
It was in Spain.
How long did that take you to answer the first time, dude? What's the
What
name
do
of
you
the
mean?
telescope?
What was the name? It's pretty long, bro. It's the Gran Telescopius. I don't really speak Spanish, but it's called the GTC.
Is it an optical or radio telescope? Before I
I
Google
don't
it.
know. I don't know that much about
You're going
telescopes.
to
I'm
want to
not
know
a
this answer, dude.
astrophysicist.
You're going to want to know this answer. If you
Why?
looked through it, is it an optical telescope or a radio telescope? The fact that you said that
I
you
have
don't
no
know
idea.
makes me scream liar.
Why? Because
I
I
don't know
just
if it
know
was
that.
an optical or radio telescope, Jedi, that I looked through. Are you dumb?
What do you mean?
What type of telescope do you look through? Are they optical or are they radio ones, mate?
No, you look through the optical ones, not the radio ones.
Oh, good. So which one did you look through? Was it an optical or radio telescope? Please remember your first answer was, hey, bro, I don't know.
Well, you can't look through a radio telescope.
Yeah, but remembering your first answer was, hey, bro, I don't know. But you said that you
Yeah, I
looked
don't
through
know.
it and you can only look through optical telescopes. So we're going to presume that it's not a radio telescope then. You understand the line of conversation, sir? You've probably sat in a fucking police room before being interrogated, right?
No, I've never sat in a police room. I don't do crimes.
Okay, cool. But you fucking lie through your teeth, though, don't you?
I don't lie, man. I have no reason to lie to you, buddy. You're a random
You've
dude
lied
that
3
believes the Earth
times in
is
the
flat.
last 5 minutes, dude. 3 times in 5 minutes. Come on.
No, man, you lied about your position. You said
So
that
what?
if you
Sorry,
cannot look, if you cannot see it, you don't believe it.
what?
You lied about your
What
position.
lie did I say? What?
If you cannot see it, you do not believe it. That's a lie.
That's Jin. That was somebody else you were talking to.
No,
Fuck
that was
me,
you.
dude. Do
You
you
have
know
the
where you
same British
are?
accent. All you British people sound the same.
Oh,
Oh
really?
my God. Even though it's the area in the
Yeah.
world with the most accents, we all now sound the same. You
No, yeah,
guys
you guys all
contradict
sound the
yourself
same.
every
All
time
of your accent
you
is the
blink,
same.
don't you?
I don't think any of your accents are different.
Even the Scottish ones.
Like
You're a
British
fucking
people only.
idiot.
Like Europeans, you can tell like if they're Scottish, if they're Swedish.
Dan, stop. Please, you're embarrassing yourself.
Oh, you're embarrassing England.
Dude, quit being a rat, okay? Come on.
You're embarrassing the
Keep it
Queen.
going.
You
Keep
believe
it
the
going.
Earth is flat
Homie, keep it going,
with
dude.
no substantial
Okay?
evidence.
Come on.
Dan, you keep lying, dude. Stop it.
Yeah.
So listen, back to the theoretical worldview of the Earth being flat, right?
It's not a theory. It's a
Yeah.
measurement.
No.
Is
You
your
have no
height a
way. You have
theory?
no way
Dan,
to prove
fucking
it.
hell, child. Is your height a theory?
It's my what?
Your height, how tall you
My
are.
height?
A
Well, I
theory.
mean, it's just perception. It's how you perceive me. I
No,
might be taller
it's how
than
you
someone else.
measure your fucking self, you bloody idiot.
So it's not.
Yeah.
Length of
Measurements are different
your
around the world.
table. Is that theory? The length of your table? Or is it just the way it's fucking measured, sir?
Well, the table is a theory because what is the
He's going to
table?
do it.
Prove
He's
to me
going to
that
be a
that
slimy
table is
little
real.
cunt. He's going to try and wriggle. He's going to try and maneuver. He's not going to answer a straight question because if he answers a straight question, he'll compromise himself, and he can't do that now, can he?
Of course
The
not.
table is a theory, he said. Wow.
Yeah.
What?
You prove to me the table is real. Why? How is this
No,
table?
not proving the
What is
table
the
is
table?
real. The dimensions of the table, you fucking penis.
But prove to me that the dimensions of the table are real. What is
Yeah,
real?
well,
Prove
I
to me
would
that any
measure
of
them,
this.
wouldn't I?
Prove to me this conversation is real.
Dickhead. You can't have this conversation if you don't think you're real.
Well, prove it.
Bye.
Does he have hands? That'll be the next one. Can't prove they've got hands now.
We're dealing with brains in jars, and they like to think that they're a brain, but they're not. They're the fucking jar, and the fucking jar is empty. I'm sorry, Dan, but for fuck's sake, dude, go read a book.
Man, this level of retardation this early in the morning. Like, come on, man. I'm only on coffee number 2.
Oh. Straw man and misrepresentation. That's all that went on there.
Hey, bro. Do you still believe the ocean is flat?
It is not a belief.
Okay, so you don't believe the ocean is flat. What is
Yeah,
flat
we
then?
know, we know,
If not
we
the
know,
ocean.
we know it's flat. We know. It's not a belief.
You know it's flat, but you don't even believe that yourself, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, knowing and belief are two different things. Do you believe your height, or do you know your? Do you believe the color of your hair, or do you know the color?
Both.
Oh my God, both at the same time. Fuck! How do these people live in the world? I believe and know at the same time about my hair. No, it's knowledge. You've just got bad English when you say believe. Belief is acceptance without evidence. When you know something, you have empirical evidence, like the reflection of your hair in the mirror, an empirical observation, unless you're colorblind. Right? So you no longer have to believe the color of your hair because you've never had access to a mirror before. You can know the color of your hair by looking at its reflection in the mirror. Do you understand the difference between knowledge and belief? Please don't have both at the same
You
time.
just defined belief. Can you also define knowledge?
Fuck me.
No, thank you. So, Mr. Jin, the ocean isn't
Yeah.
flat, right?
Sorry?
The ocean is not flat, right?
The ocean lies level, although from time to time when it's in motion, it moves in waves, but it's flat and level as far as I'm concerned.
It's always
It is
in
not
motion,
curved.
right? It never
It
stops.
is not, hang on, I'm talking. It is not curving at the rate it should to make the radius of 3,901 miles, then to go on to make 24,901 miles. So 3,959 miles would be the radius, and that radius will go on to make a circumference of 24,901 miles. Okay, the oceans are not curving at that rate. Do you get it?
Are you saying the ocean is curving, but not at that rate,
I'm
right? But
saying
it's
the ocean
curving.
is not curving at the rate
Not
it
curving at
should
all.
be. It's not curving at all to make the radius of 3,959 miles. It's not curving there. Okay.
But how is the water flat, man? There are waves
Well,
everywhere.
why don't
I've
you
never seen like a completely
why
flat
don't you pour
water
some
surface.
water? Why don't you pour some water in the cup and tell me if you see any curvature on the surface of that water?
Oh yeah, but
See if
it's
it,
relativizing your position as a flat earther, right? You're saying the Earth is flat in respect to the
I'm not
water
gonna
in my
ask
cup.
I'm not gonna answer any more questions related to the
You're not
ocean.
going to
The
talk to
ocean
me.
isn't curving. You know my
Why
position
are you
clearly.
saying this is a waste of time?
It is because I've
Yeah,
answered
I'm
your
trying to
question.
understand your
I've
position,
answered your question
bro. Why are
with
you
more
getting like
information than you need, and you're
aggravated?
still talking whilst I'm talking. I've answered your question concisely and precisely,
I
properly,
think you're losing your
correctly,
mind, man. But
and you're
why?
still asking the same question. Silly. Carry on, and don't assume,
Yeah,
please.
because you're saying the ocean is like flat and not flat at the same time. I cannot process that.
Well, it's level
Just
if you take
sorry,
the mean
I
average
can't. It's a
because water
contradiction.
rises and lowers with tides and waves, for example. But if you take the mean average, when contained and at rest, being the key word, the water is obviously horizontal. But we have energy like winds and tides, so the water isn't perfectly flat. Do you understand now? Can we fucking move on?
Okay, so to clarify your position, you're saying the Earth is flat on average, but not actually flat, right?
It's called mean sea level. That will be the average, for example, between high
that's an
tide
abstract thing.
and low tide, right?
Yeah, the mean is an abstract idea. That's not like an actual thing.
Yeah. That will be the abstract
Like the
idea of
average.
which level being a straight horizontal line. So we're just discussing
that's
how
not what the water
horizontal
is, man.
the level of the water is. Is it a high horizontal or a low horizontal? We'll get the mean. This is so hard
How
today.
can there be high and low horizontal? Horizontal is a defined term, and how can it have waves? You know, it wouldn't be horizontal then.
Sorry. High tide and low
Yeah,
tide.
no problem. Take your time. Yeah.
No, dude, I'm gonna take my fucking time.
Yeah, the earth is still
Just
flat.
trying to help you understand what low and high tide are.
Are
It's
you
like me
saying the
having
ocean is
it's like
flat or
me
not? I'm
having a
still not
bottle of
getting it.
water. Like, for fuck's sake, I can't do with cunts today, especially ones who
Can you be a
interrupt
little bit
asking
more
questions.
succinct? The only question is the water flat or not? And I'm still not getting it because you wiggle
unless
around like an
acted
eel.
upon by a force such as wind.
And is the water always acted upon by a force?
Sorry, excuse me 2 seconds. Why is there a pig in here shoveling food up his fucking snout? Can you mute yourself, please, you fucking animal? Thanks. I don't want to be your father and teach you manners, but for fuck's sake, you're disgusting.
Yeah, they're trolling us heavy now.
Yo, Jin, please tell me, just once I will accept whatever you say. Is the ocean flat or not?
I'm not going to repeat myself. Thank you very much. You got the answer.
Yes, I'll say it for you, Jin. Yes, the oceans and waters are flat
Have you
unless
ever seen
acted
the
upon by
ocean?
another
That's not
force
what
like wind.
flat looks like.
A straight line from left to right,
Yeah,
perpendicular
because
to
There
there
is
is
no
vertical.
straight line on
there
the
is
ocean, man.
forces
There are
that can
waves
change.
everywhere.
Hold on,
I'm
Manchester.
dealing with 2 cunts now. Fucking hell.
Manchester. No, there is forces that can change the shape of water. That's obvious. It's like if you put water in a basin and then shake it, the water's
Yep.
going to go in different ways, right?
That's how our
It's like-
reality works, right? But you're saying you live in a reality where water is like perfectly level, yeah?
No, dickhead, you would go outside and see waves.
Water is horizontal when it
Yes,
is
there are
completely
always
flat.
waves
Yeah, good.
in the
Right,
water.
don't need other people jumping in. So that's the reality. Water has waves. We're
Actually,
explaining
the other guy
to
was
you
making
how
more sense,
waves are
Jedi.
caused. It's like Manchester, for fuck's sake, dude.
Yes. Are you actually saying the water is perfectly level? Because that's factually not true. That's just
Exactly.
not true, man. There is nothing to discuss here.
That's why I said when contained and at rest.
Yeah, like in reality always, right?
Well, I don't know. I can go to a large lake on a nice calm day, and the water will just be described
Will not be
as
perfectly
flat.
level, man. I promise you, it will not be perfectly level. It will always
It
have
will
like
be.
some forms of waves, and waves are a form of curvature.
Dude, I said lake.
Yeah.
He's in the
Hey, don't
category
blame
error
me for
regarding
your
his claim of
reasoning, man.
curvature
It's not
too.
my argument.
Yeah, you're in the category error
Manchester,
claiming
you're not here
curvature
to
with
learn,
waves.
dude.
It's not the curvature we're talking about. So get with the program, man.
Yeah. I did say
The
to them
waves are
the radius.
curvature, man. Have you ever
I did
seen a
say the
wave?
radius. I gave them all the numbers and everything,
Manchester,
and they still don't get it. Yeah.
a wave's equidistant from a radius, forming the Earth to be a sphere.
Well, you don't even have evidence
No,
for
I'll tell you
anything
what,
that's
you're only
flat,
going to
right?
be here if you answer questions. So are
If I
waves
ask questions,
equidistant from a
wait, why
radius,
do you
making the
get
Earth
to
a sphere?
ask questions, but I don't? Hold
No,
on, man. That doesn't
you
work.
need to answer the questions,
It
dude.
sounds
Then you
unfair.
will
You
learn.
don't want to be called like an unfair person.
No, Manchester, I'm asking you Socratic questions. Walk down a logical path and reach a logical conclusion. You're stopping that process by not answering the questions.
You're giving me contradictory answers every time I ask, man. It's hard. Try to be in my position, right? It's hard to to process what you're saying.
Okay, so I'll ask the question again. Is a wave equidistant from the Earth's radius, making the Earth a sphere?
Making it weird. Why would I say that? That's not my point.
Well, because every single
don't even
time
know.
we're bringing up the Earth being flat, you keep bringing up the curvature of a fucking wave. And the only curvature we're interested in is the curvature of the Earth at 8 inches squared. You know, the curvature that is equidistant from the center of the Earth, that being the middle, the core.
Yeah.
That's what we're interested in. Every single time you fucking open your mouth, shit comes out and we get devolved into a random conversation. It's got fuck all to do with anything we're talking
Because
about.
I asked you,
So
what do
you,
you mean by
sir,
flat
are
Earth,
the
right?
bad person in
You
this
said the water
conversation.
is flat.
Sorry.
Wow. Yeah, I just asked for like evidence for any flat surface that's like completely flat, you know, and you're not
Okay,
able
like a
to give me
mirror.
one.
Like a mirror.
Kansas State flatter
Mirror
than
is
a
not
base.
perfectly flat, man. That's not true.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so we understand perfectly flat because the mirror might have dents in it, microscopic dents that when we zoom
That's just
in,
reality. They all have that. Yeah.
yeah, good. Well, we finally fucking got there. But we understand the difference between a straight line and a curved line, don't we?
Well, you said flat. You said the surface was
Now,
flat
listen
earlier.
to the geometric terms I'm using. You understand the difference between a straight line and a curved line, don't you?
There can be a straight line on a curved line.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
this is the thing that fucks me off.
Moreover, in higher
No, shut the
mathematics, there's
fuck
no
up. This is
difference
the thing
between
that
the
fucks me
two.
off. I asked you a simple question. Do you understand the difference between a straight line and a curved line? And then you give me that fucking answer. The fuck are you doing, mate?
Yeah, I don't agree with you. Yeah.
So
Okay,
you do
fine.
understand the difference between a straight line and a curved line, right?
Yeah, you can have straight lines on a wall. That would work.
Yeah, good. And you understand this, that if the surface of the Earth was curved, measure curvature from a straight line between point A and point B, right?
Yeah, like
Are
on
you
water,
fucking
if you include the
retarded?
waves, you will have exactly that.
Yeah, but we don't when we measure across the surface of water. We measure the surface of water to be horizontal, where it needs to be curved. And we're not talking about waves,
But
dude.
it's not
We're talking about
horizontal, man.
over
That's
miles
not the
and miles
surface
and
of
miles
water.
over the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but the water is not horizontal. What are you on about, man? What
Oh, no,
what
water
body of
is used as a
water are you talking
horizontal
about?
leveling tool. Have you never
But
constructed
it's not
before?
horizontal.
It's not
What water?
horizontal.
Like the River
All
Thames?
horizontal lines are now not parallel to the plane of the horizon, according to this man.
Bro, if you believe water is perfectly flat,
No,
you're
we
you're a
use
candidate, man.
water as a
We use it to
I
horizontal
don't
control.
believe it.
reference
I
datum.
will never accept that water is perfectly flat.
No,
No,
you need to
Okay,
no.
listen,
bye-bye.
dude. You need to listen. We use water as a horizontal reference datum. It's practically used as horizontal. It's where we get horizontal from. To
But
be
it's not
level
horizontal,
with the
right?
world, shut up. To be level with the world, that's a straight line from left to right. It means to be
Or
parallel
it's
with
like
the
make
plane of the
believe it's
horizon.
horizontal. Why would
The
I even listen to this
horizon
make believe stuff?
is the surface of water, the earth that we can see at distance. So to be parallel with the earth means to be parallel with the surface of the earth's water. It's quite simple to
What
understand,
do you mean by surface?
unless.
You're talking about the waves? What part of the water?
Bye,
Bro, come
Manchester.
on, this is
Bye,
like
Manchester.
101.
Say goodbye to everybody.
Some
Say bye.
areas
Bye-bye.
in
Bye-bye.
the world are like have more water in them than other places, right? Like if there's lots of polar ice caps melting in the like Antarctic Ocean, right? It would fill it with water really quickly because all that water that was melting, would be going into the water and it would take time to dissipate across the earth, right? So there would be more water in other places of the world's oceans than what there is in other places in the world's oceans, right?
Theoretically, hasn't been proven, but theoretically, yeah.
Yeah. So that could, that could disprove the fact
But
that water is
the
perfectly
point
level
is,
across
the
the whole
surface
earth.
of the water is still going to be level, unfortunately, and that's what I'm posting. If you look in the side chat,
Well,
please look
not
at these
necessarily if
people.
that fact's
Hang
true,
on a
Jim.
second, because you're interrupting me, and I'm trying to direct your attention.
I was saying something before you even spoke, buddy.
But then you could hear me speaking, and I'm trying to say to you, please look in the side chat, and you will see images that you can find on Earth, that location everywhere. Look at it, and look at how beautiful and level that water is, and look at the image of that water, and the image in the water as the reflection. It's beautiful, isn't it? Isn't it not? There you are. So you're fighting against natural laws and natural observations.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's got little ripples in it, I can see.
Oh, come on. Now we're being
So
pedantic.
it's not perfectly level, is it? Right?
All right, dude, do you
It's level.
understand that water should be curving over distance of miles? Every single waves, it's like, oh my, about being intellectually honest. They're going to point at waves and We're living on a sphere because of waves.
I would say that
What's
if
going
that is a
on?
small,
Are you
hold on.
stupid?
If that is a small lake, I would say that that water is not curving and it is perfectly level with the area in which it's contained.
Okay, how much curvature should there be on the surface of the Earth?
Oh, it's what's the number again? I can't remember.
8 inches per mile squared. Please say
Yeah,
you
right.
remember
You know
that.
it. Yeah. Mm.
Right, all right, good. So if we've got a lake that's 10 miles across, it's not going to be what you just said, then, is it? Try harder.
Well, sorry, what did you say? Say that again. It broke up.
Sea lining.
Yeah, I didn't even hear you, Jedi. Good argument, though, buddy. Very
Yeah,
smart.
we are giving you the best information which you can get, and you can't refute it. That's the problem. Remember, you haven't made the effort yourselves to actually put your boots on the ground and go and measure the surface of the Earth to know that it's actually curving. So you can't make the statement that the Earth is a globe, and you know that. You can't. You just cannot. You haven't proven that. Just a wild, emotional outburst it would be. That's all that would be, sir. Okay? That's the integrity of your situation and your position as I put it to you correctly. So says Jin CBR1. Prove me wrong, please.
Sorry, I wasn't even listening to that thing that you said. Would you
Oh,
mind
I'm
repeating
sure.
yourself?
I'm sure. I said the integrity
No,
of your
don't do it,
position
Jim.
is. Yeah, okay. All right. All right. Nice.
We'll have the conversation with you, mate, but that's like the third time you've done that now. I mean, if you're not going to listen to people, what's the fucking point of you being on Discord? I've got to ask. Or do you just want to listen to your own voice?
Yeah. He thinks it's
Try
funny to
something like
troll flat earthers. So,
Yeah.
don't take the bait, move on.
That's what I like about Jedi. He's there, and Yoda as well. Look at that. See?
These
They're
guys are
running you
complete
off.
dolts. I mean, they don't want to have the conversation regarding the definition of sea level
Yeah.
as the reference.
Yeah. That's right. They have no integrity. That's what you're telling me. Thank you. They're running you off, man. You're being ran off because you ain't got any integrity. You don't have it. You're not here in good faith, even though we give you good faith information, irrefutable, impeccable, reliable, dependable information, provable, repeatable, dependable, audibles. There you go. See, we are owning the chat yet again. God, I love this. We own the chat. We're controlling the chat and everything. They're hemorrhaging blood out in the chat at the moment. Yes, nosebleeds everywhere. So yeah, that's how silly it gets sometimes. You know, they don't know they've got hands. They don't recognize the difference between a straight line and a curved line. Yeah, yeah. You're showing them perfectly level lakes, and oh, well, there's a ripple there. Oh, really? Yeah, well done, guys. But they do keep us on our toes anyway when they come in like that. It's nice. Yeah, stir the pot a bit. Yeah, slap the honeybees. Yeah, give them a sting or two. Yeah. I was just thinking Jedi hasn't been in for a while and he's here today. Great. Good. Still alive.
Nice, yeah, I've just had a busy... Yeah, I popped in for like 10 minutes last night. I've been around, just had a really, really busy bank holiday weekend, mate, that's all.
Yeah, I'm just finishing our bank holiday, if you will. It's called the Golden Week. Today's I've got one more day off and then we're back to work. Good.
Well, enjoy your time off, mate. You deserve it.
Oh, cheers, man. Yeah. What was I going to say? Did you know? Do you know Marcus Allen? You know the moon landing hoax exposer. Yeah, he died this year. You know, he died this year, January 11th. He
I
passed
didn't know
away.
that. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you know what? I thought they kept it quiet, didn't they? For some reason,
I didn't
because
know.
you know, January he passed away. January 11th, Marcus
I
Allen.
didn't know. Wow.
Yeah. I think he was 62 or 63. He died in his sleep, they said.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming he didn't die in any pain then, so fair enough.
That's right. Yeah, hopefully, yeah. He died in his sleep. That's what was said. I'm going to check into it a little bit more. I only found out today because I was watching one of the Apollo detectives' latest updates on the Artemis expose, and they happened to mention, you know, that he'd passed away and that. And I thought, oh, right. That's why I hadn't seen him on the show then. Well, okay. Oh, shame. Nice guy. A bit early as well. 62, 63. Bit early. I must admit, though, he was looking a bit haggard. Funny enough, I thought he was older than that, actually. Yeah, I thought he was in his 70s. But he was actually in his early 60s. Yeah, he was looking a bit tired. I'll say that much. But, you know, he was always on the point, though, on board. But he's gone now. Marcus Allen, gone. January 11th. I'm coming up to be 65. I could be going anytime soon. I better be careful.
Don't go to bed, Jin.
Yeah. Get my feet up and that, yeah. Get my meds, get my medicines. I'm glad I haven't taken any medicine in the last 45 years. Good.
Jin, forgive me for being rude. Obviously, you're quite an elderly gentleman now. Are you going to be retiring in Japan? Are you going to stay there? When do you retire? Is that something that's happening?
I'm not going to retire
year?
anytime soon, that's for sure. Even though I am approaching retirement age, we're still paying the loan off for the house, you know, kids in school and that. So I'm just going to keep going till I drop, basically. What, does that sound like sense?
It's unfortunate that you have to go until you drop, dude. Let's be fair.
Yeah, but that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah,
that's what I want to do anyway.
Oh no, that's different then. If that's what you want to do, then you do it, man.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. Yeah, you know, I don't mind having retirement, but when I've seen people who've retired, they seem to be bored. So I'll keep going as far as I can go. Yeah, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and they've got money.
Yeah,
they've got money and they're bored. I don't understand that. So, and then the ones that I've seen working, they don't have any money, but they're working and they're happy with it. You know, and, you know, they're into their 70s, they're in their 80s, still working because they want to do that. So I'm just going to do that. I'm going to do it that way. That's the way I want to do it, really.
Fair play.
Remember, they've deceived us on everything about life. So now I have to create. I don't have to follow the template they put down that you acquire this at this age. You've got to be at this age. I'm not following that model anymore. Do you see what I mean now? I have to do it my way. Do you get me?
Yeah. No, I completely understand, mate. You live your life how you feel fit.
That's it. That's exactly what I've got to do. Yeah, and that's what I feel like doing. So I'm lucky.
My situation's a little bit reverse.
Yeah, go on. What's your situation?
It's best I don't work to survive and make sure that I get to 60 and 70 and 80. So I've had to.
I totally understand that.
I've had to take early retirement, dude.
Yeah. I know you've got an ailment or two that I'm aware of. Won't say any more than that. Plus, I always say that the money that you will be getting, you get it rather than it going on weapons of mass destruction and stupid things like that, right? Plus, your mum and dad would have put a lot into that pot and never got it back anyway. You see what I
I
mean?
put a lot into it myself.
Well, there you are.
To be
Well, there you
honest.
are. Then you see. Yeah. Right. So by rights they owe you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I juggle it round in my head, man. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
fine,
correct. That's exactly how you should be juggling it. Sorry, make back what they given you. Giving it to them, they've used it for their ends. Now it's your turn. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Probably shouldn't come in here and shout as much and lose my fucking temper. That's not good for my health. But apart from that,
I don't know. No. From what I've heard, shouting and that is good exercise, actually, for the lungs and the circulation of the blood and the heart. It's good. It's another form of exercise, actually. Yeah. It's not going to harm you. Oh, well, maybe in your condition, maybe. But yeah, because you have a
yeah,
world.
in my condition, yeah, it does.
Yeah, I forgot about that, didn't I? But yeah,
Sometimes you won't see me for another
I always
24
forget
hours.
about that because you don't sound like you got anything wrong with you. That's the thing.
I know, it's great.
Excuse me, gentlemen, a quick question. Hello.
Dave Hinkle, how you doing, my man?
I just tuned in. All I heard was he died. I didn't hear a name. Who died?
I said, hello, Dave. How you doing?
What's
Yeah,
up,
he's asking who
GCVR?
died, dude.
I heard y'all kept saying he died. I'm sorry he died, but I never heard his
Oh, I'm
name. Who
sorry. Yeah,
was
that was Marcus Allen. Marcus Allen from the Apollo Detectives. You know, he exposed the moon landing hoax back in the day.
it? Okay. Fair
Yeah.
enough. Okay.
Yeah, very unfortunate. As far as I'm concerned, he passed away a little bit too early there. 62, 63 is a bit early to be passing on. You know, still a lot to give. Real shame.
Well, bless his soul, and his experience here on the flat earth is over. He's on to bigger and better things, probably. Back to
Yeah,
you guys.
yeah. Do you know, I was hoping that one day I would go to Bromley and actually knock on his door where his magazine is, Nexus magazine, and remind him who I am and show him the email and say, right, I'd like to continue now from where we left off here. Why is it that you are saying there's no evidence of flat Earth? That was what I was going to ask him about that. I really was, because I know where he is in Bromley.
So he's one of those strange mindsets that deny the moon landings but won't look at flat Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it won't cross the road exactly. And when I emailed him, oh blimey, maybe in 2017, somewhere there, I emailed him to say, why doesn't he talk about flat Earth in his Nexus magazine? He replied to me stating that he hadn't seen any evidence to talk about flat Earth as such. You know, he hadn't seen anything that was worthy of printing in his magazine. So then I respond. I said, well, I'm quite perplexed because, you know, they never went to the moon. You clearly documented that and you've had lots of interviews. So clearly, if they hadn't gone to the moon, they couldn't have made any photographic images of Earth being a ball. Okay, and we're measuring it flat. So, and if we follow the Sherlock Holmes method, whereby we remove all the impossibilities, whatever's left, no matter how improbable it may seem to be, has to be the truth. I said, but you can hold that position. That's your freedom to do that. But let me send you some material. And I tsunamied him with all the material we had in 2017. You know, he got a lot. There was no escaping. And the best one, Zetetic Cosmogony, Earth Not a Globe, because that's right down his alley, that would be. Right? Sent him a lot of stuff. And then I sent him a picture of me and my son, so he knew that we were real people and not a troll or anything. And then I left it at that. And I said, I'll get back to you when I get back to England. That's what I said. But I never got a chance.
Wow. Isn't it amazing, Jen, that people say they haven't seen any evidence when all they got to do is simply just go out to a body of water and that's all the evidence they need, you know? It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's crazy. It is. And for him, he's living in Bromley, so he doesn't have to go too far to get to the coast from Bromley. Do you know what I mean? Jedi, you know where Bromley is, don't you? Southeast London.
Yeah, man. I used to play football. I used to play football against Bromley.
Well, there you are then. So, yeah. So they're just down. So if he goes further down the road, he'll be at the coast.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jedi was a football player. I got to ask: goalkeeper, defender, or scorer?
yeah. What
You
position
Me?
were
there,
you at?
Jedi?
Oh, you're gonna
Yeah.
love this. I was a goalkeeper.
All right.
Oh, bloody hell, diving and ducking and a diving.
My
Yeah.
nickname was the Animal.
Yeah, I can imagine. The animal.
How many times did you fuck up and do an own goal, accidentally knock it in your own net? At least a couple times, right?
I did youth football, mate. I was playing from 8 years old, so I've made thousands of mistakes growing up, mate, for sure.
Yeah.
You always do. But being as we're talking about it, I did represent my county and district schools and local teams. So for youth football, I was relatively good. I
Yeah,
wanted
brilliant.
to progress to professional football, but life takes on, doesn't it? Really. So that wasn't a
Yeah.
fulfilled dream.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to play left back, right back, and then sometimes midfields. But yeah, I love the game. Yeah, I love football. I played here in Japan, scored many a goal, won many a game. And then just before I came to Japan, the youth club where I worked at for 12 and a half years, we won it. That would be in 1999, 1998, 1999, sorry. We won the Inner London five-a-side football tournament, right? And the winning team gets to meet Beckham at West Ham. And
Wow.
that day I was going to Japan. So I couldn't go to meet Beckham, but we'd won the trophy for that year.
Well done, mate.
Yeah, five-a-side. But I was the coach. So it was a youth club, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, man. Well done.
Yeah, man.
So I see that you know, we got flat earthers here.
Mm-hmm.
I got a couple of questions.
Okay, welcome.
Go ahead.
How do you explain gravity?
You don't. What do you mean by gravity?
How do you explain gravity? You know, we got a magnetic field around Earth that is proven. I can prove that with a mathematical equation too, if you want to.
That's magnetism. We're talking about gravity. What's gravity?
Yeah, my guy. Oh my god. What did? Oh my god. Yeah, okay. I'm not even gonna debate you, man.
Okay, the reason why I ask is there's two
Wrap it
types.
up. No.
there's two types.
Jedi, wrap it up,
Please,
bro.
I'll get annoyed.
No, wrap it up, bro.
No.
Define gravity.
I asked you to define which gravity you're talking about. Mass attracting mass, Newtonian physics, or Einsteinian physics, the bending of in a space-time. There's many different types of gravity. When you ask me if I believe in it, it's poignant for me to ask which one you're fucking talking about.
Nigga, we're not gonna talk about some fucking Albert
See,
Einsteinian
it
fucking
doesn't
shit,
take
bro.
long
Are
for
you
these people
retarded,
to
man?
get upset
We're gonna
now, does
speak,
it?
of course, about Newtonian if we're talking about flat Earth, my guy. Are you retarded?
Why? Why?
Because what the fuck?
Right, you need to calm down. Right, you
No,
need to calm
you
down.
just said
Right,
space,
you see,
my
hold
guy.
on, please. Let's have a conversation, but don't talk through me. Please calm down. You seem to have come in
Okay, of course
already
it's
with
gonna
some
be the Newtonian
dude,
gravity
please.
because we're talking about
Dude.
the Earth.
Right, I'm going to have to mute you if this is the way the conversation is going to go. I'm trying to address you
define
directly.
gravity now. Yes, please define gravity now. Newtonian.
The rate of acceleration of a solid object, when I pick my phone up, it will fall down. Now I can describe the acceleration.
Yeah, no.
Now, do you want me to give you a cause?
That's not gravity, though.
Do you want me to give you a cause?
That's still not gravity, though, okay?
I'm asking you. Do you want me to give you the cause?
No, I want the definition of gravity.
See,
gravity?
this will be the fucking definition, dude.
No.
Yes.
No.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
No.
Yes, I mean, yes.
No.
You're asking us to explain gravity. That will be the causal mechanism as to why my fucking phone dropped. So, yes.
This is unbelievable, this one.
Yeah, we're talking about the Newtonian gravity.
Okay, so that would be mass attracting mass, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay, can I ask you a question? How does mass attract mass?
How does mass attract mass? With magnetism.
Yeah.
With magnetism.
No, not with magnetism, you fucking dickhead. It's mass. The amount of substance in a space that has a resistance to inertia. So I'll make it really simple for you. How does a lot of stuff that's hard to move make a lot of stuff that's hard to move?
Because they're, hard to move both. They're like big both. Just
tell me how mass attracts mass. Come on.
You want me to tell you the mathematical equation?
No, I don't want the mathematical equation. Fucking idiot. I want the science.
Mass.
Science, dude. I want you to tell me the mechanism. How does mass attract mass?
Acceleration.
No, that would be the phenomena, dickhead. I want what causes the acceleration.
Vacuum.
Vacuum?
Yes.
Did you seem to be very confused, sir? The definition of mass is the amount of substance in a space. That's not a fucking vacuum.
That was not the question, though.
Okay, so how does mass attract mass?
Because of vacuum.
Because of a vacuum?
Yes, of course.
Okay, how?
Fuck you mean how? Mass?
All of a sudden we've got... Hold on, we've got two masses in a vacuum now. Okay, how do the two masses in a vacuum now attract? How?
Because they pull each other automatically.
How do they pull each other?
Automatically.
How?
Yeah, Newton, my guy
No,
said,
not
okay,
Newton,
yeah,
who
you got
stepped
one
away
mass,
from this
you got
idea.
second
It's
mass,
ridiculous, magic at a distance.
Yeah, if like distance grows, of course, force is not going to be that high.
I'm still asking you how. The force, dude. Does the mass reach out and grab on another mass with gravitons or something? Is there a physical mechanism that takes place? Come on, dude. You seem to know all about gravity.
Oh, that's
but fumbling at this
now
very
I
simple
understand the
fucking
question. Yeah,
How?
no. Now I okay.
How?
Chill.
How?
Stop screaming.
How?
If you say one more time, I'm
Answer
not
the
gonna
question then.
Okay, I'm not gonna answer now.
No, you can't answer, can you? Because there isn't one. Because we had to move away from that idea, this stupid, ridiculous magic at a distance, I quote from Newton himself, to Einstein's idea, right? Where we have a causal mechanism, space-time fabric, right? The displacement of mass within that space-time fabric distorts that space-time fabric, so things that are traveling in a straight path, when reach that curved area of space, curve, don't they? Don't come here asking us about gravity if we fucking believe it, if you don't know what the fuck it is.
You know, Jedi, this young man did not end. He was only conceived by people in their minds justify living on an impossible spinning ball with water. Go ahead.
Okay, Jedi, let's take it so we educate those who are listening as well. So, Jedi, what was Sir Isaac Newton's position on the mass attracting mass theory?
Please don't ascribe such a hypothesis to me. This idea, and I'm loosely quoting, of an instantaneous magic at a distance. That's why we asked the question, how? Because no one knows how, right? It's just a phenomena that is said to be observed. Einstein will tell you how.
Right. So Isaac Newton totally disagreed with the theory. He thought it was absurd. He didn't prove it. He didn't want anything to do with it. Okay, thank you for that. Now, does that mean when I drop my pencil on the floor, it has nothing to do with mass attracting mass? Is that right?
You can say it, but you can't prove it.
Okay. Now, what about the scientific community? From what I hear, they say that gravity is not a force. Is that true?
Well, Einstein's mathematics described gravity as not a force. It's no longer mass attracting mass. It says the distortion, that's the bending and curvature of the space-time fabric, the four-dimensional sheet that people put bowling balls on, right? That is the reason why things go round and round and fall to the center of mass, because the mass distorts the four-dimensional fabric in the mathematical reification, that is.
Okay. Oh, in the maths. So in actuality, when I drop my pencil on the floor again, keep dropping my pencil here, I'm not bending space-time.
No, it's just a really convenient way to explain the phenomena.
All right. And it doesn't make any sense at all that I would be bending space time. So this theory also not proven by Einstein.
What, the hypothesis validated for experimentation? No.
Right. There we are. So you see, ladies and gentlemen, we have two proponents: Newtonian mass attracting mass, which has now been superseded by the Einsteinian, the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric, as Jedi just said, and that they both haven't been proven. So the answer then is, who knows what gravity is then? Does anybody know? Nobody knows. There we are. Thank you very
It's
much,
a
Jedi.
story they
Excellent.
made up to justify living on a ball, Jim. That's all it is. It's a story that men made up. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you very much, Dave. Yeah, that's it. So it's a story made up to keep everybody on a spinning ball, because if you didn't have that gravity, then we would all be flying off, you see. So obviously that, but we're not really living on a spinning ball because we're not measuring any curvature. We're standing on the surface of a flat Earth. We don't need any gravity there. Aha. Now it all makes sense. A little bit of trickery they do. Yes. Thank you very much. So the young man that came in hot with gravity, do you understand? Even the scientific community say mass attracting mass is not the way. Gravity is not a force. It's the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric, which hasn't been proven. There you are. And thanks, Jedi. Always makes it crystal clear. And Dave, of course. My man, Dave Hinkle. He's been around a long time. OG.
Well, don't you remember how they proved Einstein's? All you need is like a fabric sheet and some bowling balls and roll them around, and there you go. Okay.
Yeah, but it's funny how they always roll to the middle. They don't stay in the same place orbiting. They move into the middle. So it just looks so stupid, silly. They're holding this black lycra kind of sheet thing, and then they got a ball in the middle, and then which is supposed to be the sun, and then they orbit these other balls, and they go around, but they collide into the sun. Well, that's not what we observe. It's just absolute silly. And the kids think they've done something good. I'm laughing when I see that, and then at the same time thinking, what a shame. What a shame.
Yeah, you guys did a good job of explaining so-called gravity, because to sum it up, there's never been a scientific natural science experiment to prove gravity of any kind, and there's like 80 different theories. Go ahead.
That's right. 80 different theories. Yeah, that's right, Jedi. Yeah, he couldn't get hold of it. Get cotton onto the idea that it had been did. He didn't know anything. Just came in shouting.
Is
That
that
was all.
young man still here? Did he leave already? Looks like
I'm
he's gone.
hoping he is. If he's gone, then that would be a shame, because really he's not giving us a chance to help him out. We'd like to help him, you see.
Okay, anybody else with questions? Anybody think they live on a spinning ball in a vacuum?
If you do, what's your best proof for that position? Go ahead. don't hesitate. We're here to help you out. So please go ahead with your questions. Yeah, there's 20 of us in the room here. Some of you are Globers. Let's see what you got. Come on. We are here to answer all your queries, no matter how strange you might think they are. Every one of us will learn from everything that's asked. So go ahead, please. Start asking your questions. We are here.
Yeah, Jen, it seems since everybody knows they live on a spinning ball, there should be lots of proof. They should be in here giving it to us, right? Come on, man.
Yeah.
All right. So where's the guy without table manners, and how quickly do you think I can ban him from the channel? All right, dude. I mean, for fuck's sake, that was pretty cool.
Somebody stone cold munching there, aren't they? Sounds good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think that's the type of trolling we're going to get now, being as I completely lost my shit with the last dinner like a pig. So I think that's what we're going to get now. That's my fault.
That's all right. Nah, it's okay. They've been coming in like that for the last hour, haven't they, really? So it's cool. I think they come in as a gang. They could all be related there because it's quite weird, one after the other. But like I said, I like that anyway. It doesn't matter. You know, it keeps us on our toes, shows the psychology of the Globers and how silly they become when they can't prove anything. They try to embarrass us, but they end up embarrassing themselves because we do know what we're talking about, and we express and conduct ourselves in an orderly fashion.
Yeah, that last guy was just a typical example of the Glober coming in here, thinks he's got a gotcha question, but has no idea what he's asking and doesn't even know what the answer is going to be or anything. Has no clue. Anyway, go ahead, Jedi.
I guess I missed out on a clown hopping in here.
You missed out on a bunch of clowns, actually. A whole bunch of them.
Thank God.
Yeah.
I hope all's well with everybody. Stay blessed.
Yes, thank you very much. And the same with you. I hope everything's all right with your side.
Yeah, man.
Same old. Gravity. Which one you're talking about? Time zones, et cetera. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. That kind of stuff.
Disappearing bottom up, but not understanding how light works.
Yep. We had that one with the crepuscular rays coming from upside down under the cloud. So how does that prove a shape? How does that prove the shape?
Only one we haven't heard so far. Sorry, the only one we haven't heard so far this morning is if I walk in a straight line and come back to the same spot, how's the Earth flat? Explain that, Flurper.
Yeah, that hasn't come up yet. No, but we did have an argument with one where he thought if you're heading south in any direction, that proves a circle. And Matrix said, "Okay, hang on a second. Grab yourself a sheet of paper. It's rectangular. You put a dot in the middle. That's the North Pole. You go in all directions south, but the paper's rectangle, so it cannot be. It doesn't have to be a circle, does it? So we don't know if it's a circle or not." He's saying that was funny. That was. Because the guy wouldn't shut up. He goes, "What? I'm going to zip you," and he zipped him up with the mute button. It was good.
It's always with the color shapes and sounds. They're always triggered by color shapes and sounds.
Yeah. Then we had a few discussions on aluminium not being the right material to take to space if we could go there, because radiation passing through intensifies on the inside where the astronauts are living. So as the radiation plate passes through the aluminium, it gets a boost on the inside. It's not good. All will not be well in that office. But they seem to be listening to Chat GPT and AI and its explanation that aluminium is okay, nothing wrong with it, etc., etc. But I gave them all the material they need. My sources, and newspaper articles and videos to watch. So, there you go. Aluminium is not good for space. Definitely not. It's been proven. And I gave them the charts. Okay, we gave them a lot of it. We drowned them. Right. They could not get up from the load we gave them. Yes.
Was Jed dealing with that guy thinks he's the brain in the jar, but it's just a jar and he's empty. I was cracking up.
Right, guys, I'm going to go get myself some dinner. Catch you up later on. Keep it flat, and well done. Bye for now.
Stay blessed, man, and watch out for zombies.
Yep. Zombies.
Is there a reason why we're hanging out over in the side chat?
I'm not sure.
Oh well, whatever.
It's because Lobo's not miking up, I think. Lobo, are you there? Can you mic up at all? Much
Yeah, I mean,
easier
it's
to
a
have
little
a
faster to talk.
much easier.
Can't mic up now.
Fair enough. Maybe you can mic up later.
Yeah, it's fine, man.
I don't really want to read all this. Can someone just like quickly summarize it for me?
Yeah, basically nothing moves unless some sort of outside force displaces it, right? Like, as an
Okay.
example, a rock sitting on the ground will just stay there forever unless in one way or another some energy is exchanged to displace that rock.
Yeah.
And then once that rock's displaced, it's going to re-seek equilibrium, essentially, right? So it's going to go down or up depending on the surrounding medium, right? So let's say I come along and I exchange some of my energy to displace the rock, and then
Yeah.
I decide to let go of the rock.
Yeah.
It's going to sink through the air because the air is extremely light, a light medium, and it doesn't have any way of supporting the dense rock. So the rock's going to sink through the air until it reaches an equilibrium point, which would be a point of equal density to the rock in relation to like what could support the rock. So the ground, for example.
Right.
And if we
Why does
changed
it
the
have to be?
medium, then the rock could behave differently.
All right.
Right, like if we changed the medium of air to a different medium that was more dense than the rock, then when I released the rock would go upward.
Right. Okay.
And yeah, we can use that mechanism to explain why things will go down or up after they're initially displaced in the first instance.
But so it's not like an equilibrium of density, right? It's kind of more like equilibrium of forces.
Well, it's more, yeah, it's more about.
It can like land on a piece of foam, which is definitely less dense than the rock, but the rock would sit on top of the foam. Right.
Right, but they're both solids, so it doesn't have its density is enough to prevent the, with the rock's density and volume, it's enough to stop it continuing. So that would be the point of, enough density to stop it, if you know what I mean. Kind of like if you get some, like if you get a fish tank and you put some really dense water in the bottom, right? Some like sugar water or something, and then you could float a boat in this, halfway down in the fish tank. It's just, even though the whatever the boat's made out of is more dense, but it's just the point of where it's going to stop. Equilibrium. You could call it equilibrium point.
Well, I think it would be more like a equilibrium of forces, because then if you drop the rock and it's like styrofoam, the structural integrity of the styrofoam exerts a force on the rock. The rock's not like the weight of the rock, like the force from the weight of the rock is not able to like break apart the styrofoam. Then the force of the styrofoam being held together will like balance back and like hold the rock up. And then you also have things like
that's fine. I'm
you
not
have
married to the
things
way
like
I'm not married to my terminology, so it's fine.
Yeah, with like a heavy liquid, then you also have like the buoyant force, and it's what's there. Makes sense. So what is he arguing for?
I'm not sure. I think he's just wrapping his head around it. He probably never thought about it, and he's just wrapping his head around it. That's all.
Oh, okay. The quietest species ever.
It is right now. Sometimes it's too hectic, and then sometimes it's too quiet.
I know, right?
So I think Ash is trying to go with the logic that because you can wet a tennis ball, and the tennis ball has some water on the outside of it, if you were to scale that up to the size of the Earth, it would explain how we can have oceans that are 7 miles deep sticking to the outside of the ball, Earth. And I think that logic's a bit flawed, unfortunately, Ash. That's not how it would work.
Why is it flawed? Why is it flawed?
Okay, because right, let's do a test. Okay, so say you've got a tiny little bit of surface tension on the outside of a ball. Right? If you just make that ball 10
That's
times
not surface
bigger.
tension that's holding the oceans down. It's gravity.
So why are you giving a tennis ball? So it's surface tension that's holding the wetness on the outside of a tennis ball.
Yeah, okay.
Not
If
gravity.
you replace that tennis ball with a cue ball, that's a magnetic cue ball, and you dipped it in some ferrofluid. You know what ferrofluid is, right? It's like
Yeah, but we're talking about water and
oil with
magnetism
iron
and
suspended.
gravity.
Hold on.
Right.
It's
It's a false
oil with
analogy.
iron suspended in it. The ferrofluid
No,
will stick
dude.
around it.
No. Gravity has nothing to do with magnetism. You need to listen to what
Yeah,
BJ's
they're
telling
both
you, man.
forces. They're both forces.
No,
So
they're
you're
not. Gravity's a
saying water
pseudo-force.
can't stick to a cue
You
ball.
really have no idea what you're talking
You
about.
haven't gone past elementary school physics and science class, and you think water needs a container or whatever.
You're comparing gravity.
I'm telling you,
You're
you
comparing
can dip,
gravity with
you can dip a ball
with
in
magnetism
ferrofluid,
and
and
metal.
the ferrofluid will stick around it.
Yeah, cool story. Right, it's not the same
What do
thing.
you
It's
mean
a
cool
false
story?
analogy.
Just fucking
It's
do
a
the
false
experiment yourself.
analogy. It's
Why
a
is
false
it a false analogy? Why is it a false analogy?
Because gravity and magnetism are completely different things. Okay, and your analogy was surface tension.
Water can't stick to a surface without a container or
Okay,
whatever.
so this is what
giving
you
an
said.
example of water.
No, you gave an
liquid
example.
sticking
So do you
to
agree,
a surface without a container?
dude? Do you agree that your tennis ball example was ridiculous then?
No, it wasn't ridiculous.
Okay,
You're
so
saying
does it
water
apply?
can't stick.
So,
Water can't
yeah,
stick
so why,
to a ball.
what's the
I'm
reason
telling you, you can wet a tennis ball.
Okay, so how is it analogous to the Earth?
Because
Why is the water
if the
sticking to
Earth
the outside
was
of the
the
tennis
size,
ball? Why is the water sticking to
gravity
the
is
outside of the
pulling
tennis ball?
water and the oceans to the Earth, among other forces, mainly gravity.
No, it's surface tension. That's all it is.
What do you mean it's surface tension? It's gravity.
So do you think the tennis ball is pulling the water in like a magnet, and that's the reason why it's sticking to the outside of it?
But you're asking for example of a ball that has water sticking around it. I gave you an example.
Right. So if we change that ball to a cue ball, the water's not going to stick to it anymore. Why is that?
It would stick.
Even though it's more dense than a tennis ball.
Gravity.
A cue ball's much more dense than a
if it was a magnetic
tennis
cue ball, if it was a magnetic cue ball, would ferrofluid stick around it?
Well, water's still not going to stick to it, is it?
No, it is. It is. Well, ferrofluid is going to stick around it, which is liquid.
But we're talking about water right now.
Well, okay, you're just begging the question. What's the difference between water? You're asking about a liquid. A liquid can't stick to a ball without a container. I'm giving you examples of that, and you're just
container. A container is a physical object, right? That you would need to hold upright and put water in.
You don't need that because
you do need that to have a body of water. You need to have a container.
No, you don't.
To have a
What
really?
about ferrofluid? When you dip a magnet, hold on. When you
we're
dip
talking
a magnet
about water.
and ferrofluid,
we're talking about water here. We're not talking
it's
about
a liquid.
something
They're
that's
both
not
liquids.
analogous.
It doesn't matter. They're both liquids.
Magnetism and gravity are not the same thing. So you can't demonstrate it with water, can you?
That doesn't matter. They're both forces.
He's stuck on his red herring. Complete non sequitur all day.
What do you mean
You
complete
wanna
non-sequitur?
insult our intelligence, right? Where you have one of the
Yeah, you
dumbest
haven't
arguments
gone
that
past
we've
fucking
had in
elementary
here
school
today.
physics. Which is why you do this water needs a container bullshit.
Okay, show me a body of water that doesn't have a container.
A magnetic ball that you dip in ferrofluid.
That's not water. What was
That's
my
not water, it's a
question?
liquid.
Show me a body of
Okay, then a
water
tennis
that
ball.
doesn't require a container.
A tennis ball dipped in water.
Okay, and what's holding the water to the tennis ball?
It's being held in by many forces.
Gravity? Is gravity holding it to the tennis
static,
ball, dude? Is this a
Is that
scaled
like when I wet
demonstration
my
or not?
t-shirt?
Okay.
When I wet my t-shirt, is that
Yeah, but
gravity
you,
making the
so
t-shirt
that's
stay wet?
what are you asking for? What are you asking for, little boy? Now, I'm giving you
Just
examples of exactly what you're asking for, and you just
No, you're not.
what are you
You're
asking?
providing very non-analogous examples
What do you mean? Why is it non-analogous?
because it's not
You're
scaled.
saying
It's not a
liquids.
scaled
You're saying
representation of the
liquids need a
claim.
container. You're
Because
saying
it's not a
liquids need a
scaled
container. What
it's
about
not
a
a scaled
magnet? What about a
representation
magnet?
because it's not a scaled
What
representation of
about?
the claim. It's not a scaled
Okay,
representation. We're asking for a scaled
what do you mean
demonstration.
it's not a scaled representation?
Yeah, you
Do
can't
you
do a
want me to
scaled
create an
demonstration,
Earth in
can
front
you?
of you and do
Yeah,
a little
blah
experiment
blah
on it?
blah 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 blah. See, I can talk through you too.
You're the one yapping.
Yeah,
You're the one
You're
yapping.
not providing a scaled demonstration.
What do you? Yeah, you want me to create a fucking Earth with my own hands
Or you
and
can just
demonstrate
admit
to
you
you
can't
like
do it,
basic
which is the
physics,
whole point
little
of this
boy?
transaction, right? We're trying to get you to be honest.
You want
Admit
me
that
to
you
be
can't
God? You
do it.
want me to be God and create Earth in
No,
front of me,
exactly.
in front
Yeah,
of
I
you,
want you to admit that you're not God and you
little
can't
boy?
provide a scaled demonstration of the claim. It's that easy.
Okay, so you can't pass middle school physics, so you won't believe in it
No,
unless
you
I
can't
become a
provide a
God
middle
and
school
create the
physics
Earth, the scale
demonstration
in front
at
of you.
scale. You can't provide a middle school demonstration of this physical claim
What do
at
you mean?
scale, can
I'm
you?
giving you middle school experiments.
No, you're not. It's not a
Actually,
scaled
elementary
so
school
look,
demonstration, bro.
experiments.
this is hold on a second. This is what I'm gonna read this out. All right. So unfortunately, now my Google AI thinks I'm completely retarded because this is what I had to ask it. Okay. All right. So
Because you
does
are.
gravity
Because
hold
you are.
water to a Does gravity hold water to a tennis ball when I wet the tennis ball? Okay.
No,
Now it thinks I'm
no.
retarded, right? So now it has to say
You are retarded, though.
when you when you wet a tennis ball, right? Gravity does not hold the water to the tennis ball. It's a combination of other forces that keep the water on the ball. Right? So surface tension, adhesion and surface tension, water sticks to the tennis ball primarily due to
Okay, you weren't
adhesion.
asking
Water
about that. You were
sticking to
asking
another
me. You were
surface.
asking me to provide an example of water sticking around a ball that is spinning. I gave you an example. That's what you asked for.
You don't have the
That's
ability
literally
to
what you
listen,
asked
do
for.
you? You're completely incapable.
No, you just yap. You just yap.
You're not able to.
I gave you exactly what you asked for, and you just yap.
No. I
No,
mean,
you're
do you
the
really think
cappuccino
that
machine here.
Do you think you're doing well in this conversation? Honestly.
Yes, I am. Because you're getting mad.
That's Dunning-Kruger, right there. Look it up.
Dunning-Kruger.
Dunning-Kruger, yeah. The Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you haven't passed middle school physics, little boy. Look in the mirror before you speak.
Immature, trollish trash talk is not really going to help your silly argument here. I mean, I don't.
You're really doing.
Middle school physics.
You may as well have a cat profile picture at this stage.
What?
He's basically just projecting his own inadequacies. I mean, carry on. We're recording. I love this. It's great. Keep on, Ash. Keep on.
These clips go all over the internet, by the way. Right? This will be
me humiliating you is
this
gonna
will be
get all over
something
the
that will give
internet.
a lot of people. Yeah. So once these get clipped, they go on TikTok
it's gonna give
and Facebook,
to people
and they get
who
hundreds
have
of
an
thousands
IQ
of
above
views.
18 and know the Earth is not flat and it can be.
Yo, have I ever been clipped? I want to
Sorry?
see my video. Have I ever been clipped? I
I
want to see my video.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I
Hmm.
don't think so. A lot of people like clip it that we don't even know about. So we'll be scrolling through Instagram or something, and all of a sudden our conversations will pop up. So it just depends.
Okay. Well, if
And
you
you're
ever
gonna see me humiliating you.
let me know.
Okay. Right. So Ash, do you think you know for a fact that the Earth is a globe, or is it just something that you believe because that's what you were taught growing up?
What do you mean there's no? I know it's true.
Oh, you know for a fact?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth through your own eyes with your own perspective?
I don't
in
need to
reality.
see it to know it's true. I know Trump
Okay, so
exists, even though I haven't personally seen him ever.
okay, so, right. So that would the answer would be no, you haven't.
Okay, do you know
Right?
Donald Trump exists? Do you know Donald Trump exists? Well, you might think he's like a lizard,
Yeah,
a
we're not
Jewish
talking about
lizard or
that though.
something.
All right. So the answer
Whatever.
was no, you
So
haven't
you
seen the
can know
curvature of the
things.
Earth.
You can know things without seeing them with your own
All
eyes.
right. So let's go
Do
through
you
the
understand
logic
that?
here first. Right. So you've agreed that you don't see any curvature. Right. So therefore,
What do you mean?
you experience the Earth as flat. Right. From your
What do you mean you
perspective.
experience the Earth as flat? No, I don't experience the Earth as flat.
Okay, so you see curvature. So you did see curvature, but you just said that you don't see curvature.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Not how it
Okay, so
works.
when you go to a lake, right, and there's no wind, or you go to the ocean on a nice calm day, you see a flat horizon, right?
Yeah,
You don't
and
see
if
it
I look at a
curving.
boat, that's going the other direction, it's gonna disappear over time, bottom up. Why does
That's
it disappear
actually
bottom up? Because the Earth
that's
is curved.
actually well, that's actually incorrect. That doesn't happen very
What do you
often. It
mean?
does happen
It does.
sometimes.
It does happen.
Yeah, it
No,
doesn't
it does happen.
happen very. Okay, I don't know if you've tested this, but I grew up on the east
Mm.
coast of Australia at a cruise ship hub. Okay, and
Okay, you
watching
zoom
cruise
in.
ships
You
go
zoom
out.
into a boat. No, you zoom into the boat, and it goes back into frame.
Dude, you
And
can't let him
when you
talk,
keep
man.
zoomed
So
in,
I'm
if you keep
interrupting you
zoomed
because
in,
you keep
it's gonna
interrupting him. Holy
disappear
shit.
bottom up, as the
Okay,
globe
so
says.
if a boat sails away from you, right? Let's say we have a big boat and it's close to you, and we see it sailing off into the distance. Are you going to
It's
see
gonna
it
disappear bottom
disappear?
up.
It's going to disappear bottom up. What if it doesn't? What if it just gets smaller until you can't see it anymore? Does that ever
No, it
happen?
just disappears bottom up.
Okay, right. So how about I just show you a video now where that exact thing that I just mentioned happens, and
Well,
then we
you're
can
just
go
lying.
over.
You're just gonna be lying.
Okay, all right. So I'll back myself up with a bunch of videos. Okay, so
Okay, random video made by an anonymous retard on the internet.
all right.
That's
Well,
gonna
if
disprove all
okay,
of
so if
science
you wanna
that you're
say
taught in
that
middle
the no,
school,
it doesn't.
which you haven't passed.
Bro, why you keep talking shit? Just like let him show you the evidence, and if you don't like
I'm
it,
not
then
talking shit.
reply after.
Right. So
I'm not talking
so you
shit.
just said that it can't happen. Okay, so here's one of many videos that I have of it happening. Okay, so here's a video.
Random
Right.
video
So
by
let's
an
reverse
anonymous
engineer this
retard
video.
on the internet versus all of science.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's say that there was a disabled person, right, that was filming this. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. All right. Can you reverse engineer this? Okay. Let's say that
What do you mean can you reverse engineering?
he didn't have
What are
that
you
zoom
talking about?
camera. He didn't have the zoom camera, and the boat was close to him. Okay. If that boat were to sail out, do you think the boat would get smaller and smaller until he can't see the boat anymore? Or do you think it would start to disappear over the curvature of the Earth?
Boats disappear bottom up as they go in the opposite direction. If you're on a beach and you see them, a boat going the other direction, it's gonna start disappearing bottom up. If it was foggy, if it wasn't clear, it might fade away over time because it's fucking
Okay.
foggy.
So
Same reason
all
you
right.
can't
So
see your friend
okay. So
over a street if
once
it's
the boat
foggy outside.
right. So
So
what's
yeah, both
happening in
can
the video
happen.
that I
But
just
if
showed you?
in a clear day, the boat is always gonna disappear bottom up.
Have you
Okay.
ever
So
seen
why
it
didn't it
disappear bottom up?
happen? Why didn't it happen in the video that I just posted? Yeah, we can get into the why
Assuming
it
the video
happens
is real,
sometimes.
which probably isn't,
Uh-huh.
it could be
Oh, okay.
fog. Could be fog. Like
How
you can't see
would
your
this
friend.
video be
You can't
fake?
see
Do you
your
think this
friend.
would be
You can't see your
CGI?
friend over the length of a street. Over the length of a street, if it's really foggy outside.
So is that your rebuttal that the video's fake?
What do you mean this real?
The video's fake? Is that your rebuttal to the video?
Yeah,
Did he
no.
watch it
Even if
yet?
it's not fake,
Did he watch it at
it
all?
doesn't say anything. You
You didn't
can't see
watch
your
it yet?
friend
Then
if
he
your
called it
friend was
fake?
going the opposite
All right, so
direction
let's
over a
present another.
street.
So okay, so you say the first one's
In a
fake.
foggy
All right,
day, you're not gonna see your fucking friend
right, but it's not a
by the
foggy
time he
day in the
reaches the
Yeah,
end of
video.
that street.
you can see
There's
it's
no
not
fog
foggy.
blocking the boat. Yeah, he's just zooming in, and you can see that there's no fog. and you don't see
What do you mean
any
you see
obstruction
that
of the
there's no
boat.
fog? There's atmosphere.
You can
There's
see the water going
yeah.
beyond
You
the
don't.
boat. So you want
It
another one?
doesn't
Here's
have.
another one.
It
Okay, so
doesn't
the
have to
first
be
one's
smoke. It
fake,
doesn't.
right? So this guy thinks that video is fake. Somehow flat earthers
What do you
have
mean?
amazing CGI, right? What about this
No,
one?
you're just retarded. You're just retarded. So,
Oh,
like
that's an amazing rebuttal.
atmospheric conditions, fog, they reduce visibility over time, and it's really hard to notice it. Sometimes it's hard to notice it. Doesn't have to be clear. Doesn't have to be obvious.
It doesn't have to be clear. It is clear though.
What do you mean you're using it?
Would you? How
So,
many of
yeah,
these videos would you have to
conditions.
see?
Atmospheric conditions affect visibility over distance.
Oh,
So if it was
okay,
foggy, if it was foggy,
right.
you won't see your friend if he goes over the length of a street.
But it's not foggy though. You can see in the video.
What
It's
do you
not
mean
foggy.
it's not foggy?
Look at the
There's still
video.
atmospheric fog that you can't see with your eyes.
Okay, well if you can't
Fog
see
that
the
you can't
fog,
see
then
with
the
your
fog's
eyes.
not. Yeah, then it's not blocking your vision of the boat. You can see the
What?
boat.
Do you seriously not get this? Are you this retarded?
Oh, I guess we must be, buddy.
So fog that you
Okay,
can't
so
see.
for example, if you reduce the opacity of an image by 1%, are you gonna notice that? You know what an opacity is, right?
Yeah, we know
If
what
you use
opacity
Photoshop
is.
to reduce the opacity of an image by 1%, you're
Right.
not gonna notice it. By 3%, you're not gonna notice it.
When you reduce the
10%, you're not gonna
opacity,
notice it.
do you see through?
And when you get to 1%,
Can you
the
see
image
through
will
fog?
essentially disappear.
Can you see through fog if
But
you
you,
reduce the opacity?
what?
Can you see through fog if you reduce the opacity in an image?
What do you mean? Can you see through fog if you reduce the opacity of an image? What are you talking about?
You're the one saying that there's fog in front of the boat.
Yeah, I'm giving you an example. If you reduce the opacity of an image by 1%, you're not gonna fucking notice it. By 2%, you're not
But
gonna notice it either.
we're not talking about a
10%, you're
cartoon
probably not gonna
or
notice it.
an overlay
When
on
you
the
get to
image using
1%,
CGI. We're talking about
you're not gonna
reality.
see the image.
This guy's
Why can we see
crazy,
the
man.
ship so clearly? When we zoom in, how come we can see the ship clearly? And when he zooms out, you can't
What do
see
you
the ship at all.
mean? What do you
Right, here's a good example.
Yeah,
Here's
it
another good example.
disappears
So this
because
is
of
the third
atmospheric fog.
example that I've showed you. So do you agree that before he zooms the camera in, you can't see the ship? And then when he zooms in, you can see the whole ship.
Because it's really fucking far away. It's fucking far away.
I don't think
Yeah,
he's
Yeah,
looking at the
its
chat.
angular
yeah, it's
size
far
is
away.
pretty fucking small.
Exactly. Right, it's far
But
away. So how come
if
it's
you
not
stay zoomed
disappearing from
in,
the bottom
if you
down,
stay zoomed in,
bottom up?
it's gonna disappear bottom up. Unless atmospheric conditions reduce visibility.
Okay.
But
Okay,
why
so
isn't the
now
bottom
you're
gone already?
contradicting yourself. So now you're contradicting yourself.
Who am
So
I
I asked you
contradicting
if you're
yourself?
standing at the
How am I
beach
contradicting
and you
myself?
watch your ship sail out, is it going to disappear bottom up or is it going to get too small to see? Right? So when
Okay,
this person is zoomed out,
atmospheric conditions can make the ship disappear before it goes all over the curvature of the Earth. Atmospheric
okay,
conditions
so
can
what type of
reduce
atmospheric
visibility.
conditions? What type of atmospheric conditions? Fog.
Fog.
Okay, so how come he can see it and there's no fog when
What do
he
you mean? How
zooms
come
in?
you can fucking see? Do you seriously not
Yeah,
get this?
Yeah, so if it's physically obstructed by the fog, right? How come he can see the ship fogless when he zooms in? There's no fog when he zooms in. Cameras
Are you
remove fog, do
retarded?
they?
Are you retarded?
It's a fog removal
Do you
device.
seriously not understand the opacity example? So
Are you not
if you
looking at the
reduce an
chat?
image's opacity by 1%, you're not gonna notice it. It's not gonna notice it. If your friend is in front of you in really foggy conditions, in a room filled with smoke, you're not gonna see him. If your friend was walking the length of a street, going the opposite direction over the length of a street
Where do
in
you see
slightly
a
foggy
smoky
conditions,
room,
you're not gonna
dude?
fucking see him. You're not gonna fucking see him. Do you not understand
Right.
this?
So you think
Do you not
that
understand
you
this?
could
Do you
but if you
understand this or
zoomed
no?
in,
Just
if you
answer the
zoomed,
question. Do you not
yeah,
understand this?
fog can block things. Yeah,
Atmospheric conditions can reduce visibility.
that's correct.
Are you talking about
Right?
CGI? Sorry, go ahead. Did you go?
No, he's talking about fog. He's talking about fog.
Yeah. You can
Right.
see
So
the
he
boat.
thinks that fog
atmospheric
can block
conditions.
things which we can see, right? But we don't have any fog in the videos that I posted.
Yeah,
But
if there was fog,
yeah,
then there'll be a problem, but
atmospheric
there's no
conditions.
fog.
So do you seriously not understand this? Are you this retarded?
Well,
Did
you're
your mom
embarrassing the
drop
other.
it in your
You're
head
even
as well?
embarrassing the other globe earthers in the chat right now, right? I could just
No,
get
you're
the
still
other
not
globe
embarrassed.
earthers to debate you on
No,
this.
I know
We
what
don't
you're
even
talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about.
because
So yeah, even if it looked clear outside, but atmospheric conditions reduce visibility in a manner that's not clearly obvious to the naked eye. Things will still disappear over a long distance before the curvature of the Earth sets in, which is how my example
okay,
with Atlantic City.
right. So how far away do you think the horizon should be if someone's standing at the beach, approximately?
How far away?
Right.
I don't know the
Yeah,
exact
like
number.
say there's
I'm assuming you know
6
the
foot
exact
tall.
number because you do
Yeah,
this
of
instead of
course.
getting a job.
No. I have a business, a job. So this is something else. Okay. Now
You sell
the
lemonade on the
horizon
street, little boy.
should be 3 miles
Made.
away, right? So 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer. So if I could see a boat that was, say, 15 miles away, unobstructed, would that be a problem?
What do you mean? Yeah, there's also what was it called again? Refraction. There's also refraction, which is why you retards
Yeah.
only do your observations of stuff supposedly beyond the horizon over large bodies of water. You can't do it over a mountain and over land.
Yeah, we have high
Refraction is
altitude.
a factor.
We have we have high altitude observations that even destroy the globe by even more. Right?
Yeah,
The
you just
reason
lie
that it's
about the
good to do
numbers. You
them.
can't do math. We
No,
can't do
we can show
math.
you the
You lie
numbers.
about the numbers,
You can
or either
No,
you
I
do
can
it
do the
on
math.
large bodies of water and you don't take in refraction, or you just
I'm not
lie
even
about the numbers.
Look, I'm not even good at math, but I
Because that's the
guarantee I'm a
best you
lot
can
better
do.
at it than you are.
What's the equation for
But
refraction?
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know.
what's what is it?
Yeah, I
What's
haven't none of that.
refraction? Do you know what refraction is? Like how does
Mm,
refraction work?
Yeah, it's
Uh-oh.
fucking light
It's
being
middle school
reflected
physics, Ash.
off
You
of
should be on
bodies
your
of water.
ball with this. Why are you failing so bad?
What do you mean my feeling is so bad? You're
Yeah,
failing.
you're bringing up refraction. You don't even know what it is, and it's like middle school
What do you mean I
physics,
don't
right?
even know what it is?
Yeah, you were saying this is just middle school physics.
Whatever, little boy. Whatever, little boy.
You were saying it's middle school physics.
Whatever,
You don't know what refraction is. I mean, I find that kind of funny. I think the audience thinks you're retarded, Ash.
No, they
True.
think you're retarded.
True.
Anyone with an IQ over 60 thinks you're retarded and laughs
We've
and
got
stuff.
high altitude infrared imagery of mountain ranges that should be 180,000 feet below the
Of
curvature of the
course you
Earth.
do, little
Ash.
boy. Yeah, you do, little boy. Yeah, you do. But yeah, since you're gonna be asking me.
All right, I'm bored. Anybody else?
Boring.
Like, it wasn't
They'll
even a
accuse us
fun
of
troll.
Yeah, they'll accuse us of picking on retards if we keep talking to that guy. So we better
Yeah, it's not fair
keep
to
him on
them.
mute.
Is he part of the same group that was here earlier saying, well, the ocean has a wave, therefore Earth is a globe?
Someone said that.
Yeah, like for an hour and a half, and like Jedi was in here fending them off with his lightsabers.
Who's that?
Oh, we got to
Ash.
quit
Ashy.
rejoiner.
Oh yeah, all right. Well, he's gonna have to.
What a sorry mop.
All right. See you later, Ash. Thanks for the clip. Thank you for the content. I will be sure to personally clip that one myself.
Not gonna lie, that's a first for me. I never heard of if I shoot a video and it's foggy, if I just reduce the opacity, I can see through the fog. That's brand new, man. Even by 1%, if I just reduce it 1%, do you not understand?
I mean, it's just as bad. His original argument was that um, because you can wet a tennis ball, it explains how we can have oceans stuck to the outside of the globe. That was his original argument, and then when he realized the tennis ball was a bad example, he changed it to some magnetic ball that you could stick some sort of magnetic fluid to the outside of, and that proves that the Earth's a globe. You could tell even with the AI, they still don't really stand a chance, right? Some of these people, the AI wasn't even helping him. He was trying to use the AI to help him, but it's not going to. In fact, we had a great long conversation on our live stream in the home server with Claude AI the other day, where we went over observations step by step, and Claude AI was it basically completely conceded that the current radius value can't possibly be correct, right? And that refraction is absolutely impossible to explain these observations, to the point where it completely gave up. It said, "Look, I'm not even going to bother trying to use that as an scapegoat. There's no way that you can have observations this clear," because it was able to analyze the images we were giving it as well. And yeah, we were just stacking observation after observation, and it basically came to the conclusion that it doesn't prove that the Earth's flat, because maybe it's a sphere that has a radius of so big that it makes it appear right flat, and we can't detect any curvature, just because it could technically be a giant sphere, so therefore it doesn't prove that it's flat. That was all it could cope with, really.
You know, it's funny. When I was in school, right, when I was in junior high taking geometry, why in the world do I need to know the equation c equals 2 pi r? Well, I don't know, in case you want to measure the circumference of the Earth. They literally put it right in front of you, and then most people don't even care, like, to ever use that equation in reality.
And now it's quiet again.
Well, I could leave my mic open and y'all can listen to me do bench press.
No, it's okay.
Or you could ask questions.
Sure. I mean, I can ask a question. So many years ago, there was like a flat Earth idea that the flat Earth is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared.
No,
So that exactly
no,
equals.
no
Is
one
that what?
here claims that at all.
Yeah. I'm not saying anyone here claims that. I said many years ago was this.
Just to let you know.
Yeah. So why do you guys not claim this? Because I feel like that.
No
Like
one ever claimed that, even many years ago. That was done by a glober from the Flat Earth Society. How's that? That's a fake website.
Oh, was it not a real thing? I kind of like that explanation because it well, I mean, okay, so I think it's like a polyhedron. With like
No, it
flat
gives
Earth on
you
one side, so it
space, and
actually doesn't
space
work
is
there.
fake. So we're not going to let you have that because space is fake. So it's not moving around in some magical place that doesn't exist.
The Earth is
Yeah,
not a
but
pizza planet, space frisbee.
piece of planet space. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like a polyhedron with many flat sides, and the flat Earth is on one side. So this wouldn't work in like my model, but if it was just the flat Earth model without like anything, then if it was accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared, that would explain all the coincidences, with like
Yeah,
people
but
saying with
there's no
gravity and everything.
measurable motion.
Well, no, that's the thing, right? Like,
No. If it's
the
accelerating, there would be measurable motion.
well, there is. So that like
There's not.
the
Okay, go ahead and prove it then.
right. So like the downness, or like people say gravity, 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration, and that acceleration
That's
is
not the
exactly
motion of Earth.
identical. It's identical. There's no difference.
That's not the motion of the Earth. If you attach
Sure.
an
So
You're
object
telling
to
me
the
you see an
Earth,
object move down, you think all of Earth is moving up because you saw something move down?
no, like I said, I don't. My Earth model doesn't work with that because it's like a polyhedron, and it's. But if you just only have a flat plane, then that model does work with this.
Nobody here is claiming that either. So why are you talking about it? If it's not your claim and nobody here is claiming it, why are we talking about it?
Okay, well, I mean, someone said to ask a question. I asked a question. You don't want me to ask a question. It's fine. You can just
Fair
be
enough.
silent.
Can I ask a question?
yeah, but I'm going to respond to that real quick and then I'll let you ask the question. So if we give you an answer and that's not satisfactory, we're not going to change our answer to make it more satisfactory. Go ahead and ask your question.
Do flat earthers believe in other planets?
Haven't you been in the FE community for like 7 years or something?
Yeah.
Why are you asking that? What do you think?
Well, I'm just trying to get a conversation going.
Well, I mean, yeah, we see what people call planets up in the sky. But that doesn't mean that we agree that the heliocentric explanation for exactly what they are and what they're doing is correct. But
Well, you
if you
can see
want to,
Venus at daytime. You know that contradicts the whole solar system.
I think that you see it very low in the sky, and it does match up with their model. I think their model's internally consistent for stuff like that. They've spent hundreds of years working it out, so. But the curvature, right? That's a big problem. Not having any curvature on the Earth and then thinking that it's a globe. That's where the problem comes into it. That's where the AIs will get wrecked every single time. Even the AIs, right? That's the point that you can go over step by step with the AIs, and they'll say, "Yep, this is a huge problem for the globe."
It isn't a model.
What's that?
It's a model, though. It's what we have for now.
Yeah. The globe is it's like a theoretical mathematical concept, or you could call it a model if
No,
you
it's
want
not a
to.
model because to model something, you'd have to measure the first thing and then scale it up or down or make it directly the same size to create that model. We don't have a model of Earth to measure to make a model of, so it's really not a model of anything but your imagination.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
like a
disagree with you.
conceptual, imaginary model, like a if you have like a little Wookiee toy or something like that, right? It's not. It's just like a little imaginary. It's like a toy, imaginary concept. You get a little
It's
model
a.
of this imaginary thing. It's like a
I see.
little unicorn toy that or something like that. Doesn't match reality or anything like that.
It's a working model. It's continuing being built on for the rest of our time.
Right, but it doesn't actually match reality. So it has certain things that you can use it for that are probably useful, right? Because the celestial sphere that it was built from is useful, right? Celestial coordinate system useful for all sorts of different things. So yeah, maybe the spherical coordinate system has applications in reality that's useful, but mistaking that coordinate system for the territory, right, being a ball, that's where it doesn't match, right? It doesn't. The prediction doesn't match reality, right? If it predicts that you have to have approximately 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, and it's not there, and it's never, it's just not there, right? That's a problem for the model. It means that the model, while the model may have some useful aspects, right, it doesn't match reality.
Okay, but even though it's not a perfect model, it's just what we got. Well, Globers have for now. I don't want to say we because still want to be vague.
Yeah, if you want to believe the Ursa globe, that's the best model to go along with that belief. I agree.
Yep.
I feel like if you believe in just a flat plane, nothing but a plane, the accelerating upwards in 9.8 makes the most sense.
Well,
Anything.
the thing is,
Well,
look,
Yeah,
I mean, it would.
don't force that in this room because I know have to make you look sad.
Also, anything that measures acceleration measures that we're moving upwards at 9.8.
Wrong.
Do you have something? Well, your phone has something to measure acceleration. It has an accelerometer. You can download an app to measure the acceleration. So you can move your phone around and you can see the numbers for acceleration. Now, if you leave your phone up and you look at the number and say it's accelerating upwards at 9.8, now you don't have to use your phone. You can buy like a professional accelerometer and say the same
so
thing.
if I lay the accelerometer down on the ground, then it's going to say it's accelerating 9.8 meters
Upwards, yeah.
per second squared.
Yep.
You're a liar. Go
No,
get
that's
one
true.
and do it.
So, yeah, like your phone has a like an app, right, for acceleration. Well, I mean, you can download an app. I don't know if you like Google Play Store or the Apple Store. You can download apps for kind of getting the raw numbers of your phone's accelerometer. Try it out. You'll see it's accelerating upwards. 1.8.
think we can agree that if you drop something in a vacuum, it falls at approximately that rate, right? Not exactly, but it's an agreed upon average.
Yeah, it's like 9.81 something something. And
Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't happen like that consistently. That's just a number they agreed on. And like a whole
True.
bunch of people got together and they're like, okay, we got all these different recordings. Let's agree on something we can use in our math. And that was that value. What's causing that, right? The cause of the effect. That's what nobody is able to validate. There's certain theories, right? There's like 80 different theories of gravity and all of that kind of thing, right? But nobody knows like what is gravity, why is down down, why is up up, right? We can explain a whole bunch of things, but yeah, like what is it? They don't even know. They don't even claim to know what is gravity. They have no idea. And to say that the Earth should be up, accelerating upward, there's no evidence of that at all.
Well, anything that measures acceleration does measure it be doing that.
Mass attracting mass would make more sense than the upward moving Earth anyway, right? Where you would have a giant Earth with equal mass. Like you could still have mass attracting mass technically in certain scenarios on a flat Earth. It wouldn't have to be a globe to have that.
Burr, 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 burr.
Can I get rid of this guy? Okay. So
What an idiot.
the theory of gravity isn't like just like mass attracting mass, right? It's the kind of like the warping of space time. So space time is being pulled through something that has like a large mass. So it's when you're accelerating, you are accelerating through this like coordinate system, which is space time. Space time is not like about like the
Where's
vacuum of space
space time? Where's space time come from?
So space time, the meaning of space time is just saying it's like a coordinate. It's essentially saying 3D space. It's like 3D space and time. It's not about
No,
like
but
the
they say
vacuum of
it's
space.
physical. They say it's physical.
Guys, I'm watching the stream. Can I get some clout? Can I shout myself out?
So it's just like you're accelerating through this like coordinate system, right? And so the warping of space time is essentially the coordinate system being pulled through you. So because like when you accelerate through something, like you are moving through this this coordinate system, and if you're somewhere where there's high
What's
gravity,
it made out of?
coordinate
What's it
system
made
is
out
pulling
of,
through
though?
you. Well, the point I'm trying to
What's
get
space time?
again, it's just a
You're
coordinate
just
system.
making up imaginary.
Give me a shout out, bro, please. I need some shout out.
Right, so it's just a coordinate, and so let me just
No.
get
They
to the
say it's
point.
physical, right? They say space time. It's considered like a fundamental physical entity or structure.
Yeah,
It's not just
like
an
a
abstract
it's like
mathematical tool. They say it's some real stuff.
yeah, because it can be warped, so it's probably something that's why it can be warped.
Okay, so
And
what is it? It's just it sounds imaginary.
Right, you
it
would
sounds
shout
like
me
yeah,
out,
I
then
mean,
give me some clout on your end.
I don't know what's wrong with like this guy. So essentially, like because both acceleration and gravity is like moving through this coordinate system, that's why they are identical. There's like there's no different. There's no measuring device that can measure the difference between like gravity pulling you versus acceleration, because they are the same thing.
Does it require the Earth to be a globe?
No, it doesn't require the Earth to be a globe. It just requires that like the warping of space time.
Okay, and you don't have any evidence of the existence of this physical entity called space-time fabric or whatever.
I think this is a pretty.
It's just so basically, look, we could probably agree on this. It's like a mathematical concept to try to explain the model, and even that was off, right? That the math
I'm a
was
flat
off.
earther and I'm retarded.
Wow.
So there is like this like big coincidence though, right? Because why is acceleration and like the pulling force of like gravity exactly the same? So similar that there is no
Same as
measurement
what?
device that can like acceleration. Even the units are the same, right?
Yeah, but
9
it's not.
meters per
It's
second
not.
squared,
It's
because acceleration is also measured by
no.
meters per
It's
second squared.
inconsistent. No, it's completely inconsistent. It's not
What do you mean?
consistent.
I mean, you don't have to accelerate at a
Things
consistent
things
speed.
don't fall at that exact rate.
Yeah, but you don't have to
Yeah, so it's
accelerate at that exact
inconsistent,
speed.
but
consider.
Right. So just making up, some conceptual mathematics to try to explain the effect that
No,
we
it's
observe.
it's not about the
Right.
mathematics.
That
It is that you cannot make any device that can distinguish between the pull of gravity and acceleration because they are fundamentally the same. Maybe they're
But
not.
what's
But
gravity?
no one's ever
Yeah, but you're
shown
saying
anything to be able
there's a
to
pull
prove the
of
difference.
gravity.
Yeah, just like things falling.
Yeah,
Things
but
falling down.
nobody's ever. You don't even know what gravity is.
Well, I mean, you can just
at
define
all
it
in the
as things.
first place.
You can say it's just things falling down. So if you were on a if
Yeah, but that's not
Earth
the
was
cause of the
accelerating up,
effect.
if the Earth was accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared, things that are more dense would go downwards, right? And that pull is the exact same as what we feel right now because acceleration and gravity are exactly identical.
Yeah, but that's just making up a cause of the effect that doesn't have any evidence.
Yeah,
Just
maybe it's
like
completely
your cause of
coincidence.
the effect also doesn't have any empirical evidence whatsoever.
Yeah, so it could be completely coincidence that why like things falling down and acceleration is exactly identical. But I feel like that's I feel
Yeah,
like
so there could be
it's
all
like
of these
that could be
different
coincidence.
causes.
Yeah.
Look, this is how it is, right? There could be all of these different causes to the effect, right? And we don't know what it is, okay? And we have concepts of it that people make up that don't have any empirical evidence, okay? And that's just kind of like the way it is. At the end of the day, we don't know what gravity is. But what happens is when we measure the surface of the Earth, we consistently find zero curvature, right? So whatever's happening, it can't be a globe, right? But it's still interesting and something that needs to be looked into more. And maybe one day people will be able to work it out.
Yeah, I feel the gravity and the acceleration thing like that makes me believe gravity probably exists.
Yeah, but if you just mean gravity probably exists, as in things fall at approximately 9.81 meters per second squared in a vacuum, we agree with you on that.
No, I'm saying like the warping of space-time concept. So that makes sense. That
yeah, but
explains the phenomenon.
right, but
They're the same.
yeah, but different. You can explain it with all sorts of different. There's different things that would be able to explain it. Okay, but explanations aren't proof of anything. It's just an explanation. So if you don't have empirical evidence for it, and if you're claiming it to be a scientific fact, right, that would to be a textbook definition pseudoscience claim.
Well, I'm
Now,
not saying
maybe
like
you're
a
right,
scientific
right?
fact or anything. I'm not
Let's say you were right, but that would
physicist.
nobody knows if you're right or wrong because it's a concept. It's a mathematical concept.
Yeah, so I'm not a physicist, so I can't say it's like 100% this is what it is. But no one's been able to show that that's not what it is. There is no other explanation that explains like why acceleration is exactly equal to gravity. Like acceleration and gravity is indistinguishable. And
Well, there are 80 different theories of gravity that are all completely different. So, I mean, there are other explanations. I mean, there are flat earthers that do claim the upward lifting Earth as well, right? They can't back their claim up either. But at least they can back their claim up that there's not curvature, at least. But I mean, there are other flat earthers out there that speculate, complete speculation, that you could have that like a mass attracting mass situation on a flat plane as well.
But we've got some
But
demonstrations
look,
of
we
anomalies,
don't know.
DJ.
And
Like the Bremen drop tower showing different elemental blocks falling at different rates. Right? So it really isn't as uniform as people say it is based off of these results.
also here, look, I just downloaded like a accelerometer app to show you.
Yeah, did you hear what I just said though?
Sorry,
So
what did you say?
there's a university drop tower in Bremen, Germany. It's like 300 feet
Yeah.
tall. It's a vacuum
Yeah.
inside. They loaded up a tray with the camera attached to the tray. The tray had labeled, identified different elements like lithium, iron, copper, some other things, lead.
Yeah.
They dropped the tray with the camera recording, and the different elements all lifted up at different times at different heights during the fall, and then the whole thing crashed at the bottom.
Right.
So it wasn't 9.8 meters a second squared for
Well,
everything
no,
uniformly.
The
They
point
fell at
isn't that
different rates.
it's not all 9.8 for everything uniform. That's not the point. The point is that
Well, the point is if Earth is
acceleration
flying
and the
upwards,
gravity
dude, then it should
is
all fall at the
identical.
same rate, right?
No, I mean like it would. There's no difference.
But there was a difference.
Well,
You can
there's a
see
difference
it.
in those like different objects falling.
Yeah, they fell at different rates. So
Okay.
is
Yeah,
the
you
Earth
have a you
rising
have
up
a
at
I don't
different
see what
rates,
that
or
has
is
to
it
do with
rising
it.
up at the same rate? You got to pick one.
No, what
you have a
does this have to do with
singular
things falling
acceleration
at a different
upward.
rate?
You have a singular acceleration upward. Think about it.
Rayleigh Criterion posted a GIF from the study. The reason why those objects are lifting up is because the camera and the tray are attached to each other and the whole thing is dropping.
Okay.
Yeah, that's weird, right?
I mean, it's not that weird.
Well, I mean, it kind
Really?
of rules out that the Earth itself is moving up because then you don't have uniform motion here.
Here's something even weirder. A tray is falling faster than the objects inside of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see why that's weird.
That's a funny point. I like it. I really like it. The tray's the fastest one of all.
Yeah, anyways, so this is the accelerate. You see how it's always accelerating downwards.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, there's nothing that ever tells a difference between acceleration and gravity.
Well, there's a difference here.
No, there's no difference.
Yeah, there's a difference. You got the tray falling faster than all the elements, and the elements falling at different rates.
Okay, so how does that show that acceleration and gravity are different?
Well, it's just showing you that it's not.
Mine's your famous live streamers, bro. Give me my shout out. Give me some clout.
It's showing these things have a different effect from the like acceleration or gravity, but it doesn't say that gravity and acceleration are different here, right? And the question at hand is gravity and acceleration different? And there
Well,
is
we're
nothing that
calling
shows that it's
this
ever different.
phenomenon gravity. Okay, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so look, we already agreed on that. We already agreed that it's an observed effect. Now, the cause of the effect. Okay, what is gravity? And when you ask the physicists that you're appealing to, they say we have no idea. We don't know. Nobody knows that.
Well, I think this like curvature of space-time, warping of space-time, I think that makes sense. If you're saying like anything like more fundamental, then I don't think
something that you
I don't
have
think
no
that really
empirical
exists.
evidence of doesn't make sense. Bending
Well,
space-time fabric doesn't make any
yeah,
sense. I don't know how they've managed to replace your common sense with nonsense.
what do you mean? It's not nonsense at all. Everything fits together.
Okay, so how can you have space-time fabric? What's that?
Well, they just call it fabric. It's not a fabric. It's like it's just basically a coordinate system.
Okay, so what is it? What is it? No, it's not a coordinate. A coordinate system's not physical. A coordinate system's not physical. Right, I'll type this straight into Google, right? Is space-time physical? Space-time is generally considered a fundamental physical entity or structure rather than a mathematical tool.
Right, exactly. So because it can
So
be
what
warped
is it then? So you're comparing it to a coordinate system. A coordinate system's not something physical.
So it's essentially like I explained earlier.
Hey DJ,
like a
we
coordinate
have
system.
Matthew here. He can probably confirm all that.
You can't confirm any of that. What's up, Matthew?
Yeah, I can't confirm any of that.
Well, it's not physical, right? Coordinate systems aren't physical.
I think they're a description, not. They don't have a reality like physical matter.
Is the that's look? So Matthew, basically, so we're saying the fabric of space-time or whatever, right? That's meant to be physical, but he's saying that it's a coordinate system. It's not physical. but
I
the
didn't say it's
mainstream
not
says it
physical.
is
I said it's
physical,
obviously
like a
physical because
structure.
it can be warped. If it can be warped, then it's a thing that can be warped, right?
Okay, so when I ask what is it, you probably the best answer would just be I have no idea, right?
That's my answer.
Unless you want to give me an answer and tell me like,
Well, it's
yeah,
a
I
thing
think
that ties
that's
together
you know
acceleration and
most
gravity
people's answer.
together, and
Maybe,
no one can tell
maybe
the
the
difference
reason
between
why
gravity and acceleration.
maybe the reason why he doesn't want to say he has no idea is because then he can't prove that the Earth is a globe.
Earth isn't a globe. I don't know why you keep saying Earth is a globe.
So why do they call it space-time?
Because it is the 3 dimensions of space and time.
So it's made of space and time?
No. It's like I said, it's like a coordinate system. It's the 3 dimensions of space, so like x, y, z, and also time. So if you like plot something in
But those
x, y,
aren't
z
okay.
coordinate
So
space,
none of those
and
are
then
physical.
you can have it like in a
Right,
different
none of
time.
those things are physical though.
But this is like a physical version
Yeah,
because
but
it
none
can
of
also
those
be
things are
warped by
physical.
mass. You can warp this space-time by mass.
How could you turn non-physical concepts into physical objects?
No, it's like a description of the physical object. The
So
description of it is it's like a
okay,
coordinate
what's
system.
space? What's
Like just empty
space
space?
though?
Are you
What's
talking about empty
space?
space or are you talking about like 3-dimensional space?
Yeah. Yeah, well
I,
the
I don't know
ingredient in the space-time fabric, what's
which
the
one.
space part of it made out of?
Yeah,
The
so the
space
space
part,
part,
right? Space
it,
time.
yeah, it's just talking about 3-dimensional space. So like as opposed to like 2D, like a 2D plane, it's talking about like 3-dimensional space
So
and
is
time.
space physical? Is space physical?
Is space physical? Yeah, it's physical.
What's it made out of? What's it made out of?
It's not really like made out of anything. It's just like it's just like it's like a coordinate system, bro. I don't know how to explain this
Is a
better.
coordinate system physical?
Yeah, this is like a physical coordinate system that can be warped.
A physical coordinate system. What's a physical coordinate system look like?
Like gravity
Give
and
me an example
acceleration.
of a physical coordinate
Also,
system.
you can also do things like time dilation and stuff. But
Sure about that?
yeah, but I'm not like I'm not as certain as with like time dilation, but the acceleration and gravity thing is pretty obvious. They say they've
The
also done
acceleration
experiments and
thing we already
there's
agreed
time
on.
dilation.
Look, we already agreed if you like drop something, it's gonna fall. Like if you drop something in a
Well,
vacuum, it's
it's
we
not
agreed
just
on the
about
9.81 meters per second squared thing
yeah.
as an
It's
average.
not just about how fast things fall. It's that there is no difference to acceleration and like the pull of gravity.
But that is the pull of gravity, though. It's the same thing, right? That you're talking about.
Yeah, acceleration and pull of gravity exactly the same. Exactly, they're identical.
Right, but you're saying that the cause of that is something that you don't have any evidence of, other than mathematical formulas that didn't work until
Well,
additional,
it is
more
every
unknown
single
variables
physical
were added.
measurement device shows that these things are identical.
Do you think dark matter is also real?
I'm not sure. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know about dark matter.
All right, man. I got a bunch of work to do, so I'm going
Alright.
to go on mute.
Okay.
Yo, Mia, did you go to sleep in here yesterday or what?
Sorry, what? Did
Did
I
you go to
what?
sleep in here?
Like in
Like
the
you were in here last night,
cabin?
yeah. I was just
No,
curious if you like passed
no.
out or what.
I just came. I just like joined like maybe like an hour ago.
Oh, fair enough.
Hmm.
Well, there are a bunch of Globers in here. If anybody has any questions about the topic, you guys are more than welcome to ask. You know what? Maybe not. I think my Discord's lagging or something. I just want to meet people that are not in the room in the room.
Okay.
Yeah, by the way, did any of you guys sign up to go do that debate with Sal on his server?
Which server?
I don't know. It's just this guy named South. He came into our main 24/7 Discord server. I was asking for participants in a flat Earth debate.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was seeing if anybody in here actually signed up or gave him my time or whatever. I told him I wanted to, but I can't because the times I get on are so sporadic.
Not as sporadic as mine.
Yeah. There's some random flat Earth boys here.
You get my DM?
Oh, well, let me see. Holy. Wow. Nice, dude. Strong boy.
It was shaky, but
Hey,
that
man, you
last
did
one,
it,
man, I
though.
was like, I don't even know if I'm going to do the fifth rep, and I just stayed with it, man. It took me like a good 10 seconds to get it all the way up.
Yeah, I feel that. That was for my last squat yesterday. Today's chest, though. I'll go give that a shot, too. I doubt I can get 4, but we'll see.
Let's see what you could do, man. Maybe you can get like 15 or 20 on the 185.
Yeah.
Just
I'll give
go
it a
for it,
shot.
man. Like, instead of doing like sets of like 10, you might as well just go for max rest whenever you can. Obviously, when you do failure, you want somebody there to help you in case something happens.
Oh,
Definitely
yeah,
go
for
for
sure.
more.
I work at a rec center, though, so everybody in here is, like, older. It's not really... I mean, nothing against these older folks, but I don't trust them to pick up, like, 185 or 225 off of me. Oh, snap. We got Professor Phil in the chat. What's up, dude? It's everybody's favorite.
Just listening.
Oh, fair enough. Welcome. I haven't seen you in a while.
Just past midnight now, and I can't sleep, so look, I'll just listen.
Oh, you're good. There's not really any active convos going on right now. Just waiting for somebody else to ask something if they have any questions or statements or call us dumb or something, you know. Something.
Why don't you adopt the superior polyhedral flat Earth over the standard 2D
Because
plane
then
flat Earth?
then you would have to go on and prove the other side's your polyhedron.
You would have, wouldn't you have like crazy drastic curvature points where it would just be a huge hump all of a sudden between
Yeah,
points?
but that's
I don't
like
have any.
outside of the flat Earth. That's like further out. Well, I
Oh, did you
mean,
ever
Put
see
the
his
flat
video,
Earth on
DJ?
one side.
Yeah, like
yeah.
so. There's like like how many sides? Like 20 sides or something.
No. Well, I don't really know how many sides, but it's just the AI image I made had about 20 sides, but there's no like I don't know how many sides there are because I've never been
Okay.
there.
Well, look, this is the thing, right? So we're not making a model claim or a shape claim,
Yeah.
right? You would be making a pretty specific claim in which you wouldn't have any empirical evidence for whatsoever.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
because
not
if you
saying
were to
like there is like a particular shape, but I don't know how many like what shape that each panel is and like how many panels there are or how big the panels are. But I think like it should be there's many flat sides
Like
and
a
it forms kind of like
disco ball Earth.
yeah,
yeah,
like a
that's what
disco
he was
ball, and then
suggesting. Yeah.
yeah, and then one of the surfaces is like the flat Earth. And then you can have things like the vacuum of space, like gravity and all that. Um, I think it just makes sense better. And like you know how like I think it was like the ancient Greeks or yeah, I think it's the Greeks that they thought like geometry was like like sacred and there's like things going on with that, and I think that's pretty cool and probably true. Also, you know how like you can see like the moon and like if you have like stronger telescopes, you can see like Saturn and Jupiter and stuff, and those look kind of like ball shaped. I mean, it could just be like a flat disk, or it just could be like a circular light. But it like changes a bit over time, as if it was like spinning. If it was spinning, it would also change shape. So if it was spinning, then it would be a ball. But so it could also be like another polyhedron with many flat sides, and it has like a bit of an atmosphere and it's so far away, so it's kind of hazy, and so that's why it looks like a ball. But actually, it's a ball with many flat sides, just like us.
Right. So you would be on board with all of the footage from NASA and SpaceX and all these agencies being
No, like
fabricated.
well, I mean, yeah, those they're probably fabricated, yeah. Oh, not true.
I mean, for the whole outer space thing, it doesn't matter what shape you claim, you still can't have outer space. And if whatever shape you are claiming, you'd have to prove that it is that specific shape. Because if we were to press you on it, you couldn't give us any evidence that it is a polyhedron to begin with.
I mean, it might not be a polyhedron. Maybe it's like a dome on the other side or something. Or maybe something weird. But I think polyhedron just seems most symmetric, makes the most sense, and like sacred geometry and all that. And it's kind of cool.
Yeah, you
I
could
mean,
think that, yeah,
it could
that's
be some other.
okay.
It could be some other weird shape.
Yeah, if you want to believe it there,
So if
that's
you
fine.
were sailing over the ocean, you would come to like a point
corner.
where you just go over like an
Yeah,
edge
like
or
Like
a corner.
corner.
a sharp
Yeah,
point, yeah.
yeah, like a corner. But we haven't really been out there. Right? Well, I mean, I shouldn't say we. Like
How does
maybe
the
some of us.
water? How does the water manage to do that? So the surface
Well,
of water would do that.
I don't.
You would.
No, I don't know if like an ocean even exists on that corner. Maybe it's land on that corner. I don't know. Like
No. But I mean, yeah. But
have
we
the
know that
governments
like the
told us?
Pacific, like the ocean's freaking huge, right? Like I mean,
Yeah, the oceans are
so
pretty big. Yeah, sure.
yeah. So you would have these points where you would have to go
Well,
over a
oh,
ridge. Where are you saying that the water is also like
here,
making
let
an
me show you.
angle
Let me show
towards
you
each
that.
other, and you have
Let me just show you in the side chat what I'm talking about. Yeah, but I
Yeah, he's
posted. Let
gonna
me show
post it
you.
up.
Yeah. So if you look at it, you see how like the flat Earth is one of the sides. And yeah, like I mean, if you go past like the Antarctic like ice wall or whatever, like then you'll be on like another panel, and like, there'll be a corner there probably. But I haven't been out there. I don't think most people have. I think like probably only like secret governments have been up there, or maybe they're not even able to reach it. Who knows? They're not telling us. So
all right. So would you agree that the known area of the Earth right? That we're able to validate ourselves would just
Yeah,
be
just flat.
a flat plane.
Yeah,
And
that's
we don't know the entirety of the
yeah, we don't know.
yeah, okay, there we go. Right, so you agree with us on a bunch of stuff, but you're like adding like some extra speculation into it.
I guess maybe because I mean, like I think gravity exists. I think space exists, and this model kind of explains all that as well. Like it's possible to have space. Like it's like a ball floating in space, and other planets are like balls floating in space, and there's gravity that keeps everything together, and like it fits pretty well. Like I don't think you know how like probably like NASA's probably lying to us, and there's like some other big organizations that are lying to us, but there are a lot of like kind of just like everyday people, everyday like scientists that are like conducting studies, trying to measure things, and they're not really like in on the whole like
Yeah, they're just lying to themselves.
conspiracy. Well, they're not in on the whole conspiracy, and like if it's something really obvious that they can find out, then I mean that's not going to work. So I feel like space probably exists and gravity exists because of
You sound
like
very hopeful of that.
maybe. But then like how you guys showing like if it was a globe, then the water would actually it should curve, but I mean it seems like it doesn't curve. So I mean I still think it should be like ball-ish, but then it's like obviously it's flat, so it's a ball with a flat surface. So why would it just be a ball with a flat surface? Probably there's many flat surfaces, and we're on one of the flat surfaces, so you get the polyhedron.
Wow.
Yep. Isn't it beautiful? I think it's beautiful.
We do have
Prefer
photos of
triangles.
the Earth from space.
I would prefer triangles than polyhedrons. Just saying.
Well, I mean, a polyhedron is just kind of like a kind of like a ball with many flat sides. Those flat sides could be triangles. How many times bigger than the globe is this, or are we tiny? I mean, like, I don't know how big the whole thing is, right? Like I said, I don't know how big the whole thing is. I don't know how many panels there are. I just believe that like on one of the panels that is a flat Earth, and it's probably like polyhedron shape. But how many panels and how big the panels are, no idea.
So
Maybe
according
it's
to
like 1,000,000. Maybe it's like 5. I don't know.
so according to you, a cube is a ball.
I mean, okay, I guess it could be a cube, but I don't think a cube is
No, and
possible.
that's what I'm asking. I'm saying according to you, a cube is a ball with flat sides.
Oh,
I
it's a
just want to
cube
see
with
how
all
lost
flat
you
sides.
are.
Yeah, you're
No,
calling this a sphere.
I think cube because the cube has its own name. I would just call it a cube. I think you need like a couple more flat sides for it to be more like a ball.
But you
I
said
just
you
feel like
didn't know how many flat sides. You said 5.
yeah.
That's less than a cube.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, it could be like a cube shape, but I kind of feel like it's probably not like a cube shape.
I'm asking you, according to you, is a cube a ball?
Right, like I said, I wouldn't call the cube a ball because a cube has a name, cube.
But you said something with flat sides that had 5 sides is a ball with flat sides.
Sure, I mean, like it could be that, but it
Never mind.
probably isn't.
No, I understand what Abram is saying. Like, technically, a cube is a ball based on.
No, you guys have completely lost your minds.
Well, like,
a cube is technically a ball with flat sides.
Because
Wow.
it's got length, width, and height. A ball is more infinity, right?
It's too late. It's too late. You're lost.
A ball has more infinity to it than the polygonal round objects.
It's either curving or it's not curving, man.
Right. Well, like you can curve around that polyhedron Earth.
You can curve around straight lines.
Yeah, I mean, you can curve around a cube. You can apply curves to 4 angles. You can make a circle around a square. So like, and like, so that's why I mean, what's his face saying that like, oh, is a cube a ball? Like, When you put it like that, yeah, I mean, it's technically true.
Okay, you've lost your mind.
Because you can do a curve over a straight line. And
just because you
turn
can
it.
roll a die, just because you can roll the dice doesn't mean they're balls.
Yeah, there you go. That's yeah, they don't roll very
Okay,
far.
so they're not balls.
Because they have flat sides, 90-degree angles.
Okay, well, tell the other guy that.
Well, I am. We're talking about it.
You were agreeing with him, and now you're disagreeing with him. So
I was agreeing with you.
catch him up to date. Okay.
Cubes are balls.
No,
There's
you
not
observe
much
balls.
Cube is ball and not. It's just semantics, man. It's not important.
We're just playing with words.
Well, yeah, words do have meaning. No, he was the one playing the semantics game.
Yeah, it depends on how strict you want to
Okay, thank you. Not me.
Because the Naya, the picture that Naya put up is exactly what I've been trying to show Lats when it comes to the Great Trig Survey. That's kind of what the Earth would look like if we thought the Great Trig Survey was literal. But there are
You do
curves.
see the whole. You do see the whole flat Earth like on one panel, right?
Right. Yeah, no, I see that. I see that part. But like, let's assume that like the Earth was just shaped like that. And it wasn't just the one panel. It was the whole Earth was like that.
Oh. No, you would see like edges and corners. So that'd be kind of weird.
Yeah, we would see the edges and corners. That's why we know it's curved and not a polygon.
Bro.
Well, I don't know if it's curved, but
Like if you were on one of those really fast speedboats, you're just flying along and then you just do this giant jump.
You're just
All
going
these
off,
little
going
sections.
off ramps of water. And yes, Tyler, I know that you measured flat surfaces on the Earth. Then you have to correct them and
Measuring
bend
flat
those
surfaces doesn't
surfaces.
mean anything.
Yeah, of course not. For your mind,
a
it doesn't. I know.
A length isn't an angle, Lats. Like it's getting kind of frustrating with you that you're literally not understanding the difference between a length of line and a fucking angle. Angles are not flat, dude. Do you think a 90-degree angle is flat, Lats, because it's got two lines on it? That's what you sound like, Lats, when you say that lines measure flat. Is a 90-degree angle flat, Lats? It measures flat. 90-degree angle measures flat. It's got flat lines. Is it flat? 90-degree angle, Lats? You shouldn't be saying Earth measures flat when a 90-degree angle is not flat.
So the Earth is in angles. That's your claim, then. If you're going with that
you can
argument.
take the angle measurements of a curve, because that's how you measure curves. Is you take angle measurements. You don't measure flat angles.
And yet there is no curve to be measured, bro. There is no curve to be measured. What Lats is saying is more than correct. You're just ignorant, and you're just being a
Try to white knight it, but you got to answer my question: is a 90-degree angle flat?
You
Yes
can't
or
have a
no?
flat 90-degree angle.
The answer is no. It's not flat. Even though there's two flat lines on a 90-degree angle. Does a 90-degree angle measure flat if it's got straight lines on it? No. That's why I'm blowing up Lats's little like Earth measures flat. Like no, 90-degree angles don't measure flat.
You can measure a flat 90-degree angle.
How do you measure a flat 90-degree angle?
So you know what a right angle ruler is? So you take a right angle ruler and you lay it flat on the table, and now it's flat.
No,
Get it?
really,
The
angle
Got a
is
phone
not.
call.
All right, so yeah, that's going to be a conundrum for Lat.
All right, Naya cooked Talon's argument. Broken logic in one sentence. Destroyed by Naya.
You know that line that they're measuring above a curve. They're not measuring the deviation from the ground through that line, right?
How do you measure a 90-degree curve, Lats?
I'm saying if you have like a laser, for example, over a curving surface, you can tell that the ground is curving underneath that line if you're measuring the deviation incrementally.
But does that answer my question about whether or not a 90-degree angle is flat? Does a 90-degree angle measure flat? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
A 90-degree angle measures flat?
Yeah.
So like so then
That's what it an angle consists of, Talon.
Of being, you think all angles are flat?
No, the lines of that make up the angle are
Yeah, we
straight
know.
lines.
Well, what does that have
Okay.
to do with the
Well,
fucking
there you go.
90-degree angle?
Well, because both the lines are flat, ding
Nobody asked.
dong.
Yeah, but we're measuring the space
So
between
what's
the
the angle? A
lines.
square?
So infuriating, dude. You
Yeah, like
guys
if you
know
It's
have
so
like
the angle is not the
infuriating.
line.
So
The angle isn't the line.
infuriating. Dude, when you've seen it when people draw a 90-degree angle, it's depicted with a square in the corner of the angle. That's what lets you know it's a 90-degree angle, right?
Because it's not flat.
No, I'm asking you.
oh my goodness. Yo, Talon, if you have a square, dude, and there's like 490-degree angles inside of that square, all those sides are gonna be flat. Yes.
Yeah, what are you trying to
Yeah, but
say?
are
That
the
an
angle?
angle's a
We're not
square?
talking about the height. Like Jesus Christ, lads, we're talking about the space.
Jesus Christ isn't going to help you,
line.
Talon.
What do you think makes a square?
But bro, it's the same for triangles or any polygons. All
You
those
have to.
angles,
What's the angle?
all the
of
sides are
the
gonna be
triangle?
flat.
What are the angles between the lines, lads? How do you figure that out?
You can measure them. They're arbitrary.
Man,
You're gonna make
people
them yourself.
conflating things.
It's painful, dude.
People
Like a
conflating
triangle doesn't measure flat.
lines and angles
You
and
think
trying to
angles
argue
measure
that
flat?
lines aren't flat because you have angles is the most dumbest shit ever. You have no argument. What are you trying to say with that? That the angles are squares, that the angles are actually spherical?
No,
Spherical? What are you
Talon,
trying to say, bro?
Talon is saying
Does
that
it
he's
change the fact
measuring
if you have a
curves with the
45-degree
angle.
angle, a 90-degree angle, a 95-degree angle? Does it change the fact that the lines are level? No, it doesn't.
Well, no,
You're either really, really dumb or you're just being
directly up.
freaking dumb, man.
It goes directly vertical, so that's not level.
Is that line
Wow.
coming from the angle directly up level, or is it curved, or is it squared, bro?
It can be whatever it wants to be.
What is it?
It can be anything.
Okay, so now you're deflecting from the answer. You don't want to answer because you know it's fucking level.
No.
Dumb
You're
bloopers, man. You guys
He's
can't
lost
be
his
honest for
mind.
1 second in your lives.
We're focusing on the space between the lines. You're not focused on the right thing, Lats.
That's what I was saying. The deviation between the line and the ground.
Is what angle?
No, that's not an angle.
No, how do you measure that angle? Lats, you have to measure
Oh,
that
you could
angle.
just take, okay, dude, if you're sending a laser horizontally across the surface of a frozen lake, for example, you could just drag a meter stick
Okay. So what?
and you can see where the laser is touching the stick and just measure the distance to the ground where it's touching the ice, for example. That's
Okay.
measuring a physical deviation.
So what?
If you can see if it increases in accordance with the globe of the size of the target, you can see if it's turning or not.
Did you correct for refraction?
Are you saying that the lasers are going to be bending and flaccid in the
I'm
air?
asking you, is your measurement accurate? It doesn't sound like you have an
Yeah,
accurate
as far as I know, the laser is not going to be
don't sound
bending downward.
It's
So
not
if you're going to say that the laser is bending downward, can you show me an example of a laser over miles bending downward, please?
Yeah, you measure the. If you measure refraction, you can see the it's bending.
Show me a laser bending. Let's see it.
Yeah, show us who did that. Show us
No,
who
you're just trying to
measured
reverse
the.
the burden of proof, dude. Like we're just having like it's. I can't show you
You
an
just
angle.
made a
If you don't
claim.
understand that an angle between the lines is not flat. It's like trying to show It's like trying to show a cat 2 + 2 =
You need
4.
two straight lines to form an angle. Two straight
Travel in a
lines
straight
to
line
form the
though.
90-degree angle.
Light never bends.
Light refraction exists. Light can deviate, right? But you guys can't. If light always is bending downward as the normal, right? Then show us a laser bending downward because we can show you countless examples of them going straight or bending upward over large bodies of water. But there's not a
All it's
single
just correct.
example of
I
one
can take
bending
your
downward
laser.
in an analogous situation.
You guys,
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
And I agree that it could happen. It could happen, but it's certainly not the normal. I mean, if you have a thermal
basically the same
inversion,
thing. Deny all the reality. Say you have a laser test that proves you right, and then just bully everybody.
no,
until...
but I can back up my claims, but you can't back up your claims. That's
No,
the difference.
did you correct for refraction? Yes or no?
No. This is okay. So this is what this was my claim, right? That we have huge amounts of laser tests that have been done over large bodies of water
So do
in
I.
completely different weather conditions, different distances, different locations all over the Earth. Okay. In all of those laser tests, we either see the laser going straight, or occasionally we can see the laser bending upward. Okay, the normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler as you go up, right? Temperature is what controls the optical density, the refractive index, right? So that's why we're seeing that happen all the time. If you want to claim that downward bending of light is common in the lower troposphere, then you should be able to show me the lasers bending downward, or measurements that were taken showing, or measurements that were taken of the dry term and the wet term over a body of water or any body, right, showing that downward refraction is the normal, right? Because the tests don't show that that's the normal.
Yeah, no, your tests aren't correct. They're not accurate.
Okay, so what? So you're saying that the laser's bending downward, but we don't ever see it bending downward.
No, it is bending downward. You're not accounting
Okay.
for it.
Do you have any evidence that lasers bend downward? Because we can take side views of these laser tests.
You're over a body of water.
Okay, so what evidence do you have of a laser bending downward? So I'll back myself up and I'll show you lasers bending upward or going straight, like I claimed. Okay,
So
Dr. John D, who's a PhD, right, in spectrophotometry. Okay, he's a smart guy. He's done years.
He doesn't have it.
So it's just
Okay,
He's
cool
never gonna have that
story. Yeah, well, really? Do you have proof that he doesn't?
Correct for refraction. Have correct measurements.
Okay, so he's done years worth of practical demonstrations using different spectrums of laser, all over different altitudes, different times of the year. He said that he's never seen a laser bending downward in all of that time over all of these tests, and he has the footage to prove it. Okay, you guys don't have any evidence to back your claim up. It is the normal lapse rate that temperature gets cooler as you go up.
All I have to do is correct your measurements, and I can show you that your lasers are bending over the body of water because there's evaporation.
Okay, so but I can show you the actual laser, right, going straight or going up. We also have side views of the lasers. Quite often we have side views showing that it's not bending downward either. Okay, so you don't have any evidence of a laser bending down. A side view, you know what a side view is? Right, if there's a laser going from point A to point B, and then you've got someone taking a side view of the transit of the laser over, say, 6 miles or something like that. Okay, so let's say the laser's 3 foot in the air, and the target's 3 foot in the air. The target's picking up the laser. Now we have a third position on the side of the laser tests using a rectilinear lens, right, an 8K quality image, right, where we've purposely placed the laser above the center of the frame, right, so you can't say it's barrel distortion or anything like that. And this is one of the best quality rectilinear lenses that you can use, right, that doesn't distort straight lines, right, to the best of lenses abilities. Okay, and when you compress the image, it's actually ever so slightly bending upward, which the weather station data would predict, right? But the laser's hitting the target. Okay, so if you've got upward refraction and the laser's hitting the target over 6 miles from 3 foot height to 3 foot height, and you don't have downward refraction, that would be completely impossible on a globe, right? But the thing is, right, you don't have any laser tests to present. Yeah, upward refraction. Yeah, it's.
How do you know there's upward refraction? If you didn't
according
calculate
to
for
the
it.
main. He did calculate for it. He took the vertical temperature, humidity, and pressure measurements at point A and point B, and at point C.
Okay.
All right, so he measured the vertical refractive index covering not only the dry term, which is the dry air, and he also was taking measurements of the humidity as well, moisture in the air.
That's that's what's making the laser bend.
No. The humidity reduces refraction, right? Wet air is like 40+% less dense than dry air, right? The nitrogen and oxygen is the primary controller of the refraction, and then the temperature is what's going to control the density of that. Unless you're talking about a large scale, right? A huge
like
scale.
20 miles.
Where you have a decrease in. Yeah, but if you're looking
The
right, let's
longer
say
you
you're
go,
looking
the
through a
higher the
band
scale.
that's 2 meters high.
Yeah, but it just
No,
goes
no, no.
up
I'm
the further
talking
out you
about
go.
a vertical scale. I'm talking about a vertical scale where it's 14.7 psi at sea level, and then as you go up, it reduces. Right? We're not looking through that giant
Right. Well,
band. We're
that's
looking
the
through,
Earth
say,
is
a
the
1 or
independent
2 meter
variable.
band.
Yeah, that makes
Huh?
Earth the independent variable because the higher
So
up
you
you
don't
go.
think that you can have upward refraction is just when you have warmer air down lower and then cooler air up higher, and the light will deviate upward towards the cooler air. I don't know if you've
No,
heard of
cool air is
inferior
more dense.
mirage. They're super
Cool air is
common.
more dense. Or wait, cool air is
Cool air is more dense. So exactly. So cooler air is more dense, right? So the normal lapse rate is that the air gets cooler as you go up.
no, it's thinner. Thins
Only
out.
if you have a thermal inversion. Only if you have a thermal inversion, then you will have an inverted temperature gradient.
But when you go up in elevation, that's because there's less gravity. It's thinner.
Yeah, but we're not looking through a huge band, right? We're looking through a small area, right? So let's say I'm shooting a laser over a lake, right, from 5-foot height to 5-foot height. The natural change in the atmospheric pressure is basically nothing over that 1 meter height that we're looking through horizontally. The primary controller of the refractive index is going to be the temperature. Okay, that's going to control the optical density of the air, and that's
Right.
going
That's
to
how you correct for refraction.
Right. So he's done that, okay, and he calculated that you should have a little bit of upward bending light, okay, but the laser's hitting the target from 3 foot to 3 foot.
The Earth
Over
is a
that distance,
triangle.
Yeah, because it bends over the curve. Because it's not that
no,
much.
because okay, so he took a side view showing that it's not bending at all. Actually, in fact, it's bending upward a little bit.
Oh, that's just
I have the raw image. I have the raw image from the test. I have the full documentary.
Again, this is just an appeal to authority.
No,
Just
it's my
prove it.
friend that did it. Lanolin, what do you mean it's appeal to
Well, I mean,
authority?
that's
He's not an
fine that you're saying
authority.
he did stuff, but he
He's
did
just a
correct
guy
for
that
refraction.
put $40,000 of his own money into doing a test for the curvature, and the curvature failed the
Maybe
test.
like the circumference of the Earth is actually false and it's actually bigger.
Yeah, that's what AI came to the conclusion. It couldn't compensate for these observations by refraction, so it said the only other possibility other than it being flat would be if it was a bigger globe, right? And the globe would have to be so big to explain some of these observations that it would span further than what the moon is, right? It's like that.
So our
How
math
big it
is
would
wrong.
have to be. Well,
The
the
whole
whole
story's
model would be
wrong.
completely.
Yeah, and in
the
that
whole
case,
model.
everything from
Go ahead, Mo.
yeah, the whole model will go into trash. That's what I wanted to say. Like everything from measuring gravity and what gravity is to the distance of stars, planets, and everything else would be absolutely completely wrong, and would
That would explain quite a lot, though,
you'd
wouldn't
have
it?
to admit then that you've been basing your life off of a lie. The actual variation if the Earth was bigger and not flat. Either way, even ChatGPT tells you it's either flat or the Earth is a lot bigger. Which either way, everything you believe in gets thrown into the water.
It would explain a lot as well if everything was just wrong. Think about all the
Yeah,
complications
if
of
everything was
space
just make
travel.
believe.
You know, I mean, look at all the space rockets that crash. Like, look at all those failed attempts at making reusable rockets. Maybe it's because our whole model is wrong.
I think our model's fine.
Or they could just suck at
It's
making
really well. It's
rockets.
very accurate. It's been measured and corrected and calculated very precisely. You guys know what precision means?
Yeah, cool story. You don't have any evidence to back up
Yeah.
that
Well, I have
claim.
tons of
what I'm-
evidence, but it has to get through the skull to really like have an
Yeah,
effect.
but okay? Well, okay. Present something. Go ahead. Let's see if it can get through the skull.
No. You guys
Maybe
already,
it's
you
a-
already know. I've done that already. Like I am known.
Maybe
for
maybe
you see
they're
that
doing this intentionally, bro. Maybe they're hiding the actual models that would work.
like when people bring my evidence, when other people bring my evidence up, they think that's me that's causing it. So that's like they're like asking me to bring up evidence means just like you have
Dude,
bet
all you're
your
doing right now all you're doing right now is saying that you have evidence, but you refuse to present any. It's not really
No,
an
the Great
honest
Trig Survey
tactic.
is my evidence. Everybody knows what my evidence is already. So
All right,
Yeah,
all
Tyler,
right.
you're
Let's
getting
go
worse
over
at
it.
that over the
let's
years.
try and catch up.
Yeah,
When
look
was
at
the
look at
Great Trig
area.
Survey done?
Look at Area 52, bro. They got like gravitational flying. Like, look at all that advanced technology that's there. Like, maybe our model is wrong and it's intentional to hide. Like, advanced technology would be able to develop the other model that they're hiding.
Bro,
No,
what
we
the
got
hell
like
is
really good, accurate.
anti-gravity flying?
Gravitational manipulation devices. That's what they've got in Area 52.
What are you manipulating exactly?
I have no idea. I'd have to look up the schematics, which they won't
You
give.
do that, please.
They only give like outlines. They don't give like the actual math. You can find this on.
They don't have to give you the map. They can tell you what they're doing still, right? They should tell you what they're doing, right? Or else they can't patent it. So they would still have to tell you we are currently changing, modifying, or tampering with XYZ thing. Let it be gravity, let it be electricity, magnetism, air, pressure, whatever. They'd still have to tell you. So if you can find that like anti-gravity thing that you claim they have in Area 52, it should have something that tells you at least what is the object or thing that is being manipulated in order for the flying anti-gravity plane to even do what it's supposed to do. Otherwise, it's like me telling you, they tell us that they use I love using this, but rainbow unicorn farts as fuel for jets, fighter jets.
Yeah, I see your
I
point.
can't prove it to you because they won't tell you that, right? But you have to believe me because that's what they're doing. You see how dumb that sounds?
We just gotta look at all the evidence for like these flying saucers. They're clearly defying gravity.
Again, you're basing a claim because you have something that does something that you perceive it to be. Couldn't it be that the quote unquote UFOs or spacecrafts are using an inverse of magnetism or electromagnetism? And I'm not saying that's the case, right? I'm just giving you an example. You
That's
already
one of the
have the
theories.
Blackbird, if I remember correctly, the Blackbird or the SR-71 fighter jet. I think that's the name of it. It's been a while.
Correct. That's correct.
It goes exclusively like it propels itself as well as flies using electrostatics. So what if these UFOs are actually doing that, and you're just putting a bias of gravity on top of it instead of admitting that?
So it's one of the theories being electromagnetism, and the other one being gravity manipulation. It's one or the other at the end of the day.
Well, here's the thing: electromagnetism you can actually prove right now, right? Gravity you still can't prove. Firstly, because you don't know what gravity is. Even scientists, the quote unquote smartest men that we have in these fields, they can't agree what gravity is. You still have people saying that it's mass and a whole bunch of other ones in between. So if you can't define it, it's probably not real. That only leaves one actual verifiable option: electromagnetism.
How are they getting the power,
Which,
the
again,
resources to
within the
be able to?
heliocentric model,
Where are they getting the power?
if you do
Where are they
come to
getting the
that conclusion,
batteries from? You know the resources you would need to generate
one more
that
time.
level. Yeah.
You realize that every magnet has an electromagnetic field in its own right. That's why magnets, quote unquote, attract or go to null point and repel from each other. You don't need energy to create that. Every magnet already has that. Right?
Yeah.
Firstly,
You
right?
have
I'm
to create
secondly
a very big
not the one
magnet.
claiming that I know how to build an anti-gravity machine, right? Firstly, I'm not claiming that, so these questions are irrelevant. Secondly, you have to first question the heliocentric model if that is the case, because a torus field and electromagnetism doesn't function on a globe model. It just doesn't, because it defies most properties that every electromagnetic field has. So again, you need to do a lot more research, right? A lot more research, and not just say, "Oh, it's probably this," because that's what I believe in. Basically, that's what you're telling us, right? I
I'm
don't know what
saying
I'm
what I
just.
see with my eyes. Like it's close. I mean, you just look at it. It's
You
like,
no, you
yeah,
see
yeah,
something flying in the air without using jets or propellers, right? And you make the
yeah.
assumption that it's an anti-gravity machine because they tell you, even though they don't have any way of proving it to you.
They're not willing to
Right?
prove
That's
it
what
to
you're
us. They're
doing.
hiding it from us. That's the whole reason they got Area 52.
Again, you already have other objects, right? Other things in reality that military or commercial or whatever, right, that is being used, for example, the SR-71, which functions on one thing exclusively. So maybe you should go do some research on that one thing exclusively, and then maybe you realize that, wait a second, maybe anti-gravity is just that, right? And when you admit that, then you can go further. And I'm not saying this to be the truth, but since you brought up anti-gravity, and there's basically two options, right? Something that we still don't know what it exactly is, and something that we know what it is. You got to be
And they're
honest with
hiding
yourself,
it.
man. Like I'm telling you this, man to man, friend to friend, right? Human to human. You got to be honest with yourself.
I'm saying you can't rule out the possibility.
After a certain point, if you have substantial information and knowledge and an understanding of what can work and how things do and don't work, you can rule out things. You can rule out anything that you couldn't possibly confirm in any single way, shape, or form, while you cannot rule out things that you can confirm. And then you go down the list. Like I swear I'm talking to a 3-year-old. Like explain him basic principles of like how plants grow.
You're talking about the exclusion rule, which doesn't apply here because it's not impossible for an anti-gravity machine to exist.
Why is it not possible? Please tell me why.
No, I'm saying it's not impossible for an anti-gravity machine
Yeah,
to
why is
exist.
it not impossible? Yeah, sorry. That's
It's a
what I meant. Why is
possibility.
it not
Yeah, you
impossible?
can't
Why?
prove that you can't prove that it's impossible.
Why? You can't say it's a possibility. That's begging the question. You're reaffirming what you just said as the reason why it's not impossible to happen.
You
Again,
can't
fallacious
prove
mannering. Why is it not impossible?
you can't prove that it's impossible
What you can't prove.
Hold
because
on.
I'm
Hey,
making the
Muhammad, what gravity are these machines defying?
well, I had to say it probably the gravitational field of the Earth.
So what's that? Where do we see this?
I don't know, bro.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just saying like they're
Okay.
doing that. Yeah.
Oh, they're doing that.
Okay. So then you have to be honest. That's a belief because you don't know. You're making a claim without actually having any
I'm saying
verifiable
it's possible.
sources for it.
I'm not saying it's certain.
Well, listen, just because someone has built something that can float doesn't mean they're defying gravity.
I'm not
Hot
saying
air
it's
balloons float.
guaranteed.
Well,
Wait,
you
hot
just
air
kept saying
balloons float in the air. They
anti-gravitational
defy
device,
gravity.
anti-gravitational
Yeah.
device,
Yeah.
anti-gravitational
Gravity
device.
is
That was you.
flow.
And you keep saying it's like I'm saying it's certain they're using an anti-gravitational device. I said it's a possibility.
What gravity? Where is this gravity?
Keeping your ass in that chair.
I'm not in a chair right now.
Keeping those
That's
feet on
not
the
the
ground.
way that works.
Your feet are on the ground, right?
Yeah,
Okay, why is that?
because I'm standing.
Yeah, why are you not
Because
floating
I'm
away?
not sitting.
Why aren't you floating away?
Because I'm denser than the air.
Yeah, but why? Why does that keep
Because
you on the ground?
I have bones and I'm strong.
Yeah, but what does that
No,
do?
I'm
Why
not
does
like
that keep
you.
you
I'm
on?
not a little snowflake floating around.
So
Listen, I know
airplanes, what
this
do you mean
triggers
airplanes
you.
fly?
I know
Airplanes
this
float.
triggers you. I know this triggers you when gravity is pointed out not to exist. But relax, Space Cadet. Why aren't you sitting?
Airplanes
Why
weigh
aren't you
tons.
standing? Just shut
Airplanes
up.
weigh tons and they fly. How come you're not flying?
Oh, dude.
Yo, if I may quickly, old house.
Now hold on.
can
He
I quickly
says
say
the airplanes
something to like try
weigh
to?
tons,
Yeah, go
so
ahead.
therefore I should be flying.
Well, you're the one who's like not figuring out gravity, even though
No,
you're asking.
dude. I was the one. No, you missed what happened. I asked him what gravity, and he said he didn't know. He goes, "I guess the gravitational field of the Earth
Yeah, that's the thing that's holding you against the ground. That's why you're not flying
holding
away.
me." No,
Okay,
I'm not being held against the ground, dude. I'm standing. Remember?
No, that's not anything.
It's something. It's better than being held against the ground.
No, how are you?
When's the
But
last
how are
time you
you?
saw
Why are you
someone?
standing? How
No,
come you're
dude.
standing
When
and
is
not
the last
flying
time
away?
you saw someone pinned against the ground?
So if you jump up, what do you think's going to happen?
Dude, you're an idiot.
You're gonna go down, yeah.
I bet you $100 that you'll come back down.
No wagering.
What? You don't? Well,
Wait,
you're not,
wait,
so you
wait,
sure?
no
So
wagering.
you do know what gravity is because you wouldn't take that bet. What
No,
if you
dude,
fly
that's
away?
not what
$100?
gravity is. You're
All you
telling
gotta
me
do
that
is
space time.
tell me that
So
you don't
space
fall back
time
to the
brings
ground.
me back down. Space time brings me back down to the ground.
It's called it's called what comes up must come down.
Get a life.
Why is that?
What's going to happen, Tyler? Let me quickly ask you that. Does that always happen?
I mean, if a black hole can manipulate gravity, why can't we?
No, wait, 1 second, Talon. So if you throw something in the air, is it going to fall down?
Yep.
What if that thing has a negative charge? What happens then?
Yeah. What, like an electric ball?
You like a hot air balloon connected to a Van de Graaff generator.
You're negatively charged.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? You have negative
Sorry, I meant
charge.
to say positively charged. My bad. Positively. Vice versa. What happens with a positive charge thing? What happens if you connect a aluminum triangle to a Van de Graaff generator? What happens? And you put a positive charge.
Defy gravity? I'm assuming you defy
What?
gravity.
You defy gravity, and yet, wait. What is stronger? Let me ask you this first: is gravity stronger or is electrostatic stronger?
Probably electrostatic.
Wait, when it comes to Earth,
gravity is consistent, not strong.
what did you say?
Gravity is
Yeah,
consistent.
you said what goes up comes down. That was you.
Wait, so there was a yes or no. It's a simple question. Is gravity stronger or is electrostatic stronger? Because electrostatics also has consistency. Just so like we're clear, it's also consistent.
Okay. So what?
So you saying that gravity is consistent, not strong, doesn't really answer my question. Is it stronger or weaker than electrostatics? That's my question.
I said it's weaker.
It's weaker. So how can you, by putting a positive charge into, for example, a hot air balloon, defy something that firstly has nothing to do with electrostatics, but not defy the thing that you are doing, electrostatics?
Well, it's hot.
How can you say that that's defying gravity when it's defying electrostatics?
Well, a hot air balloon is defying gravity through temperature.
You sound crazy, dude.
What's so hard about understanding how a balloon works? You know how a balloon works.
Well, scratch just balloon. What happens if you put a positive charge through a balloon?
Flat earthers don't believe in gravity.
Colin, what happens when you put a positive charge into a balloon? Just a normal balloon filled with oxygen, not a helium balloon, just a normal balloon. What happens?
Okay. What? I don't know. What?
It goes up. What happens when you put a negative charge in that same balloon? It goes down. Is that defying gravity or electrostatics now?
Yeah, that's defying gravity.
I swear this is a joke. This has to be. This has to be.
Normal balloon.
No, he loves conspiracy.
What do you
This
think
is some kind of positive TV show, I swear.
I'm answering your
What
question,
about
bro.
what about black holes though? Do they not manipulate gravity?
Black holes? Well, black holes are massive amounts of mass. They definitely manipulate gravity.
So we could easily, if black holes can do that, then why can't we? That's my argument.
Are you a black hole? You're a
I'm a flat earther.
Maybe there's some way to.
Wait. Let me put this out there right now for everybody. So a black hole has so much mass, right? That's what he says, that it pulls everything inside. So, are you defining gravity as mass attracting mass?
No, that's what it looks like.
Listen to the
Well,
double speak. It's sick. This is
I'm
the
not
same
saying
guy.
all that.
He said I should be floating because I'm not as big as an airplane. Now he's not really being consistent now with the black holes.
Well, you're not floating because you're not an airplane.
You sound airplanes fly.
Right? You defy gravity.
I have one more question for Talon for the YouTube audience.
Moron,
Let's
Talon.
just
Oh,
see
you
how
guys
far
need
this
to just
goes.
mute this guy. Get rid of
No,
Please,
him.
I'll stop. I'll stop.
this is
I know
perfect timing, man.
It's not going to be able to handle talking to me.
What happens when a lightning hits or a thunderbolt hits, right, on the ground? Do you know what happens to all the objects in the vicinity of that lightning
They
strike?
get repelled. They get repelled.
Yeah, so they go up into the atmosphere, right, into the air, and they kind of levitate and then fall back down. Would that be defying electrostatics or gravity?
It can be both, can it?
I want him to answer. Please answer, man.
It's both.
Okay, why is it both?
Because they both are exerting forces on the object. But one of them
Okay,
is
what
stronger than the
forces
other,
are being
therefore it
exerted
defies gravity.
precisely? Oh, you said there are both forces. What are those two forces?
One's the electrostatic force, and one is the force of gravity.
Okay, what is gravity?
Gravity is the bending and warping of space-time by mass.
Okay, there we go. Just so you know, black holes, by the way, are a lot of bullshit because a whole bunch of mass can't bend any gravity. Gravity is the bending of space-time. Now we got
Wow,
something confirmed.
he
Did
thinks
you
he's
think
better
you're
than
leading? Did you think
Einstein.
you were like leading the question to something like some kind of gotcha? Because what I'm saying is still factual.
He thinks he's better than Einstein. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, you proven Einstein wrong. Let's see your proof. Can you prove that space-time isn't bending and warping from mass?
That's not my
bring us the
claim, man.
space-time
First
and
and
then we'll
foremost.
examine it. Yeah, Talon, bring us a sample of the
Sure.
space-time so we can examine it.
It's right in front of you, dude. You're going
Yeah,
through
please
it.
do that.
Yeah, I'm not talking about my chalkboard and my. Yeah, I'm not talking about my whole Einstein equation I've written out on my chalkboard I have at home.
Oh, so
No,
now
what-
you care about visible evidence, right? No, when I was talking about it, when I was like, oh, you can clearly see they're manipulating gravity, you were like, well, visible
Muhammad,
evidence doesn't count.
Muhammad.
Now it counts, yeah.
Hey, ding dong! If it's on a chalkboard, it's not in reality. It's just it's someone's brain fabrication.
Brain application.
You're not following along, Muhammad.
I think
Smart ass.
It's the same dogmatic belief as somebody who says that their cult teacher wrote down on a book, right, that the comet that they saw wasn't a comet, it was actually some type of super demon, right, that is here to help them. And because his math and what he wrote down, it's there and it works, like it's a functioning formula, it must be true. That's what you're telling us, bro.
Well,
It's a dogmatic belief.
Yeah,
the funny part
That's
is
exactly what he's telling us. Because when you
the funny
listen,
part was the Quran says that the Earth is a globe, and it said that thousands of years ago. So, like, what's your point? See, it's the Bible that says the Earth is flat.
Go to the Quran channel.
We don't talk about religions in the VC because it's about factual evidence you can actually verify, right?
Hold on, this is ridiculous that we even have. This is a ridiculous conversation to have with what's his name, Talon. Talon's telling me I'm standing on the ground because of gravity. And then when someone presses him, well, is that mass attracting mass? Silence. And he goes, well, that's what it looks like. That's what it seems to be. And now he's hyping space time. So why not tell? Yeah, that is accurate of your bullshit double speak. So why not when I'm standing on the ground, why don't you just tell me that and I jump that I'm witnessing space time? Because you say, well, it seems to be mass attracting mass. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Do you fly off of Earth?
The
or do you fall
effect
back
of
to Earth?
space time.
Dude.
The effect of mass effect. in space-time is that mass attracts mass. They're both intrinsically linked.
So you want to have your cake and eat it too, huh, Phil?
Well, no, the
Why don't
mass
you
attracts
why don't
mass.
you
You know
send me a
what, man?
picture of a cruise liner in my DMs, you weirdo?
It's the appearance of mass attracting
I
mass,
just
but
realized,
technically,
I just
there's a
come to
technical way of
understanding that
explaining it.
gravity
You
is
can have the conversation
everything
without
and
getting upset.
anything in reality. That's what gravity
And
is, people.
as
Now we
I
have
say,
a clear
like,
answer.
what
Gravity is
what
everything and
percentage
anything in reality that helps the globe model.
what percentage of flat earthers are
Well,
Protestant?
gravity is
That's
a
the
thing.
definition of gravity.
Very few.
Say
The Earth
I'd
has
say
a
a
gravitational
lot.
field.
Yes, that's right, Lats. Mountains are defying gravity when they get lifted up. Just like how we defy gravity when we lift up a bag off the floor.
Things don't
Well,
defy
then get
gravity. What
lifted
happens
up.
is that
You sound
there are
nuts.
forces that are greater than gravity.
I swear I think Lats is a closet glober, and he's just teeing me up for a really awesome
Well,
W.
you sound like a closet flat earther saying that a weightlifting competition is a space-time defying
Yeah, that's exactly
demonstration.
what it is. Yeah, that's
Yeah, you
exactly what
sound
that
like a
is.
nut.
Notice how the heavier, more mass there is, the harder it is to lift the mass.
Well, you
Yeah,
never
no
answered the
space-time,
question, dude.
no
Why is that?
space-time there.
Yeah, why is that? Yeah, why are we going through
Yeah,
space
why
and
is that,
time
bro?
and having to lift up what mass in order to
Yo,
get to where
Talon,
I'm
you never
going?
answered the question, dude. Why did the town or why did the
I said
mountains not
yes.
go inward towards the
When
earth?
you say mountains defying gravity, and I'm saying yes, that's me answering you, Lats. So I have to explain how answers to questions work.
Aren't solids supposed to adhere and move inward towards the center of the earth?
Also, we know time
They do.
dilation
That's
exists in
exactly what
black
they do.
holes.
Yeah, that's what happens, Lats.
They're telling me that the two slabs will go inward to the earth and create a big dip like the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, like how did water carve out the Grand Canyon over millions of years?
I didn't even know that it did that.
Because there was a river at the bottom of the canyon, and it's a canyon. And you can see the layers of rock eroded by water, because we know what erosion is. Do I have to explain fucking erosion now? Apparently I do.
Does it have
Erosion
anything
is
to do with space-time?
the water is slightly acidic, and so that means it causes erosion, and over millions of years the water can carve something like the Grand Canyon through erosion. Can everyone say erosion?
Erosion.
Yeah, Peebo. I'm talking about glove time, glove time, glove time, glove time. Let's smoke a bowl. Nice curved bowl.
Talon, you sound desperate at this point. A
Oh my
nice
god,
curved
yes,
ball.
that is not what desperation sounds like.
Yeah, dude, it does.
That's what you
You're
think desperation
snapping
sounds
your
like?
fingers and repeating yourself. And you just said a nice curved ball. You sound desperate.
Bowls are curved. Do you think a square bowl is a flat?
That's what your argument was an hour ago. Remember?
Wait, you guys are the Earth. You guys are the lines measure
No,
flat.
Talon. You do have the memory of it like a gnat, don't you? You don't
No,
even
I can
remember
remember.
what you say.
I can remember. I can remember longer than that.
Okay, so that's what you were arguing. That the ball was basically could be a cube.
I mean, I
Okay,
agree that the
a
Earth
nice
could probably
curved ball.
Where's my fucking
the
theme
Earth could
song,
be
Capo?
bigger.
We need my entrance music.
You like
I
the
think
agony of defeat?
No, it's not T-Dub. It's the other one. Who's the one that yells all the time?
I gotta go. See you guys later.
Bye, Pop.
Good night.
I mean, instead of doing flat Earth, just say the Earth is bigger. That would be easier to get people behind, you know?
No, who
Look,
cares?
man,
People, no, who cares what people quote unquote get behind? You know, people are going to rationalize it as they must, like Talon.
it's just so easy.
And then if you say it's bigger, they're going to say how big.
Well, you have to have the measurements. You don't have the correct measurements.
what they're holding on to, Muhammad, is the idea that Earth. Well, you too. I think it was you. Is that the Earth is in space? That's what's more important to these
I mean,
people.
I agree. I 100% believe that the Earth is a globe, but I don't believe it's the size that they're telling us it
Yeah, I
is.
agree, Muhammad. You have to believe it. That's all you have. It can only be a belief.
Well, it is all we have because there's only
Shut
one
up.
shape.
That's all you have too, Talon, is a belief.
That's all I need.
That's obvious. You chant it daily.
Oh,
I believe in air, and air exists. You know, I
So
believe in it.
yeah, thank you for highlighting your naivety, Talon.
Globe.
That's all I need. That's all I need is belief.
Globe.
Yeah, it's a religion to you.
No, it's not a religion. There's no like.
Oh yes, it is. It's your belief system.
Unless I get to call myself Globe Jesus.
Call yourself whatever you want.
I'm gonna Globe Jesus. I'm Globe Jesus.
Yeah, desperation.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, go read your
hell
Bible that
yeah.
says the Earth is flat, bro. That's your belief. It's the ultimate copium.
The Earth says the Earth is flat. Silly.
Now the Bible says the Earth is flat. A
Well,
bunch of
that
times.
too, but also the Earth. It isn't one or the other, dude.
That's where this whole movement came from, bro. It was literally one Protestant.
That's not true at all. Why were the Chinese flat earthers into the 20th century? And it's
Talking
the
about,
Christians,
like, where did it originally come from?
the Jesuits, that made them leave that belief.
Okay, where did it come from originally? It was Protestants, bro. Let's be real.
Jesus, in China?
Way before that.
In China?
Way before China.
China, dude. China were flat earthers for
way before
4,000 years
China.
at least.
Way before China.
Yeah.
Talking about the time of Jesus here, bro.
China's been around for 8,000 years that we know of. What are you talking about?
To simply call you guys all retarded. Bye.
Who's the most retarded
Takes
in
one to
here?
know one.
Rejection's real.
So are you gonna keep saying Jesus was alive before China existed?
What the
يس
fuck?
اختك يا ابن شرموطة.
You want to say that again, bro?
So you're saying that
Yeah.
Jesus was alive before China existed?
Do you think that Jesus came after China?
Yes.
Okay, I'm done. That's all I need to hear.
Okay, why don't you Google when China was formed, when the first emperor of China existed?
No, use ChatGPT. It's better.
I don't care what you use.
You're saying that China, right? China that
You're
we
gonna
have
get
right
banned.
now.
Stop trolling, loser.
China existed for thousands of years.
That's dumb American, bro. He doesn't know about dynasties. He said China. I think that's what you meant. You meant the older dynasties that existed, not China. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt here.
Yeah, it was called China then too.
Okay, I'm done.
What was it called before the current name? Why? I can look up a case right now. It's called United States versus Kim Wong Ark. It's from 1870s. It says the man is a subject of the Emperor of China.
Of what?
This is like poor American education right here.
Yeah, tell me where I'm wrong. You're just gaslighting. It ain't gonna work, Mohammed. You're the dumbest person in here right now.
China was in a name for a long, bro. Like China was around for a long time before it was called China.
Yeah, he's playing games with the word China. He's talking about like the country or whatever.
You guys are just fighting semantics. It's kind of bullshit.
Yeah,
not semantics.
No, I know you guys know this guy just fumbled. Let's be real. Don't
Yeah,
chase it.
yeah. Fake it till you make it isn't gonna work either.
Even Globe Jesus is on the flat earther side with this one. Like, that's just facts. Like, Jesus Christ.
The
Muhammad's
Shang
God.
Dynasty was created in
There we go. There we go. You looked that
China
up.
existed during the Neolithic period, 8500 BC.
Look up origin of word China.
Yeah,
You'll
he's just
embarrass
he's
yourself.
playing games with China, Indy. I understand what you're saying. He's saying that the dynasties weren't China. Just because
Yeah,
they were.
then why were they referred to as China in legal
They
documents?
didn't call themselves China, my
No,
man.
it's one of those. Yeah, it's
They
he's
called
playing
themselves
games.
subjects of the Emperor of China. They probably didn't say it in English. They probably said it in Chinese.
Yeah, he's just playing games with you because you know how like
The
America's
Qin were
250 years
called
old, but like the
China.
governments of China, like the Chinese governments have changed like 20 times over the last 1,000 years. Like it's he's playing games and talking about like the current regime of China is China, and then like the dynasties weren't China, they were Middle Land. Like because I think they call themselves the center of the planet. Like they call themselves
The Qin
Midland.
Dynasty, man.
Like most Chinese people consider like they don't even say China. Like China is an English word used to define those people from that area, but Chinese people call them like the word like when they use the word like for homeland, they're saying Middle Land because it's like they think they're fucking Middle Earth. Like no joke.
The racist statement made from Americans just be
They
like,
think they're supremacists. But, like they don't even have China as a word in
That's okay.
Chinese. Literally like Midland, or like Middle Land, and like that's what like whatever Hongshu or what. Like I don't know what the Chinese.
So I just
Yeah,
posted in the chat a direct quote from U.S. versus Kim Wong Ark, decided by the United States Supreme Court in 1897. What does that say? Emperor of what?
China.
talk about the 1800s, my man.
Hey, do you think the Byzantines called themselves
Bye, dude. You're
Byzantines?
just getting banned. So
Yeah,
see
what
you
did
the
they
fuck
call
later, dude.
The Roman Empire.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You guys never heard of Marco
Anyway,
Polo?
let's
Jesus
move on.
Christ,
Let's
dude.
move on from this asinine game over fucking what it means to say China.
No, look, dude, this is what happens with you guys. Because most of y'all believe in the globe because of mass formation psychosis. You guys just keep going deeper into absurdity to protect an absurd claim. He said flat earth is based upon the Bible and came from the Protestants, which was an absurd claim. He stacked that to protect that absurd claim. He said that Jesus came before China when I brought up that that's not true because the Chinese are not Christians and they were flat earthers into the 20th century. So then he had to say something absurd that China didn't exist before Jesus.
So no, I totally agree with all of that. As a Globe Jesus, myself, I disavow any kind of religious texts as evidence for our Lord the Globe. And so from there,
Oh,
the only
bullshit,
thing I would
dude. The globe
challenge
is a religious
is
text,
that
dude. What are you
the
talking
Chinese
about?
people were famously astronomers, and so they never thought the Earth was flat. I don't.
Let me ask this. Let me ask it. No, they did think the Earth was flat. That's
Well,
bullshit.
I would like to see proof of that because I don't think you have it. But that's beside the point. We could put a pin
The
in that.
Chinese emperor was in power. There's my proof of it.
Yeah, no, that
What
I
was
agree. As
his?
far as
What
like
was?
the
What was
historical,
his authority? Where does authority come from?
yeah, his empire.
Where did his authority come from?
From God Himself, right?
No, they didn't. They didn't have a deity. Where did his authority come from?
Oh, tell me.
You know the answer. You said they didn't believe it.
No, I'm saying, no, I don't know I don't understand. I want you to tell me.
Yeah, because the entire look, their cosmogony was that heaven, that the emperor had a heavenly mandate, and that the earth was flat within that cosmology. So to deny that the earth was flat is to deny the emperor's heavenly mandate.
You keep making that claim, but like, do you have like an evidence? Like, when did you say that?
It's public record, dude.
Well, you made the claim, man. I see it.
It's public record, dude.
I'm skeptical.
Then go look. Stop being lazy.
No,
and
no.
go find out.
There's public record saying that he said it's round. You got to find it. It's public record.
No, where's that? You're a liar.
You gotta find it,
Stop
bro.
lying,
You gotta
Passport.
find
You're
it.
gonna get banned if you lie again.
Yeah.
Shut
Go
up.
find it,
Shut
bro.
up. Shut up. You're
Yeah,
gonna
don't tell
get
me. Don't
banned
be a
again,
stupid.
Passport, bro, if you lie again.
I'm gonna get
I'm
banned if you
sorry.
prove me wrong again.
Prove what wrong?
Glovers are
Claims
kind.
are not evidence, and what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. There's nothing to prove wrong. You haven't presented any evidence that you're right.
Either of you.
Dude.
Dude.
God
Dude.
damn it.
Dude, where's my car?
Dude,
Where's
what's
your
mine
ban?
say?
Where's your ban?
Zoltan.
Homie don't play games here, dude.
Homie, don't play that.
So one down, you want to be next? You troll here, you get banned. You lie here, you get banned. It's very fucking simple. You don't follow those two simple civil rules, you get banned.
Boo.
I agree. As
I feel like no one's allowed to even.
I don't care
talk
about
to
your
them.
feelings, dude. I told you what the rules are. Obey or get the fuck out.
Exactly.
You can. There's a whole bunch of other chats you can go in and troll in. But they'll just kick you out too, don't you know?
Bitches.
Now, if you Google, what it'll say is, the peasantry thought the earth was flat, but the astronomers knew the earth was round. Right? Is that what you Googled?
Interesting. Oh, astronomers, because they
So
lied.
what happened in the late 1800s, the Chinese let the Jesuits in. The Jesuits are like a Catholic cult. And they somehow weaseled their way into the imperial court and taught, quote unquote, taught the modern European ideas of cosmology. Okay? That ended up being very bad for the Emperor of China because he was very young. I think he was like 8 years old or something. And he grew up with this. And those people betrayed him, the Jesuits, and they fomented a revolution. And now there's no Emperor of China anymore. But the Chinese, as a society, were flat earthers into the 20th century because the Chinese Revolution was in the 20th century.
I'm guessing most of this information came from textbooks, right?
What? was that?
Why is this information from textbooks taking at face value?
How much do you learn about China in textbooks?
I'm just saying, where are you sourcing this information, and why are we taking it at face value?
It's historical information that you can look up.
From the same people who are saying the Earth is round?
That's an all or nothing fallacy.
I'm just saying we shouldn't be.
That's an all or nothing fallacy.
Information from
historical information is not the same as a claim about the shape of the Earth, dude.
We're using.
They're
words
not
like
even
historical
analogous.
information, it's
And historians, and look, bro, you can get the newspapers, dude. They still exist. It's a historical record, dude. There was a revolution in China. It was printed in the fucking papers in the beginning of the 1900s. It's historical record. It's not
I don't
in
want to get
dispute.
caught up on this, but you could go look at the pictures from NASA too, right? It's the same idea.
This
Go look
no,
at the
this is no,
at the
no.
newspapers.
Okay, they can't
So-
look, bro.
I don't want
can't.
to derail this though.
No, you're a troll, dude. Okay, that's a false equivalence, J-Dog, and you know it. I can look at pictures of Santa Claus.
I'm just saying we can't be a person who doubts this information from the same types of sources that we accept.
The same types of sources. What does that mean? Yeah, we can. It isn't all or nothing. Give me one reason that's go, hey, dude, everything in this newspaper is true, and everything it ever published is true, or it's all false.
I don't
You know how
wanna-
stupid
I
that
don't wanna
is?
elaborate on all
How
this because
stupid
it's
is that,
derailing the
J-Dog?
conversation.
J-Dog,
I
how
think it's
stupid is that? Tell me how
I think
stupid
it's
that is.
unfair.
Tell me how stupid that is.
I'm just saying we should be careful when we're cherry picking information.
And
just
now
taking it at face
it's
value.
not cherry picking. It's called discernment.
Right, I can discern that information from 150 years ago.
Okay,
is
tell me how
accurate
you
because-
evaluated that the pictures that NASA puts out are authentic. Tell me what your evaluation process was.
I don't like I said, I don't want to
Tell me what your evaluation process was.
But once again, Anyone could easily fake
deflect.
PDFs of fake
This is
newspaper
you said you
articles,
have
whatever else people
discernment.
have historical
This is how you would
archives. These are
discern.
easily faked, buddy. Like
Okay,
everything else.
J
I'm
Dog,
just saying.
J Dog,
I
tell
don't
me
want to
what
derail the conversation. Go talk to your friend.
J Dog. You said you could discern, so now I want to know what your evaluation process was on how you discerned they're authentic.
Because it's from the government, from trusted sources. So
Because
how do you discern?
so your evaluation process was, is this from the government? Check yes, it's real.
Okay, so I'm an idiot. So now, how do you discern whether or not historical documents and newspapers and stuff are accurate?
The events happened. There's still people alive that went through
What do
it,
you mean
dude.
events happened? How do you know these events
There's
happened? You were there for
still
them?
people alive now that witnessed it.
You talk to these people.
I could, my friend.
Just like the
my
people who
friends.
witnessed
Hold on,
the
I could.
ISS.
Well,
I'm just saying.
I could, J Dog, because my friend's wife
Right.
was 5 years old in China at that time.
I'm sorry
I
to do
could
this
go
to you, but,
talk
like,
to
I
her.
could say the same about the people who went to the moon, right? There's plenty of people like that. I could talk
No,
to the
this is
4 astronauts
another
recently.
false equivalence, dude.
How is that a false equivalency? You're saying you're going to talk to people who witnessed something. I'm going to do the same. You're ridiculous, India. You
Because
gotta relax
there's
on this. I don't want
because
to be
this
realistic from you.
there's
I'm just saying.
look
let's not be
because your
selective.
information on whether they witnessed something comes from them, whereas this information is public knowledge. It comes from the historical record where there's fucking 500 million witnesses to the event.
What do you mean? What makes something public knowledge?
500 million.
So
How
you're
many
saying the
people are in
amount of people
China?
matters to you now. So the amount of
And
people
we have
matters.
look. There's 500 million
And
people
how
in
many
China
people
at that
are living
time.
in China from 150 years ago?
Tell me one thing I said, J Dog.
How many people are living in China today from 150 years ago?
I don't know. It's irrelevant.
I'm sure it's 0. I mean, that is if we trust what the scientists say about how long people live. I don't want to derail this conversation, though. I'm just saying.
If we trust what
cherry-picking how
scientists
we
say
accept
about
information.
where, look, I'm just pointing out that your test of whether NASA photos are real is that whether it came from the government. That is not a test of the authenticity of a photo. That's an appeal to authority. That's an appeal to authority. The authority tells you nothing about the truth of the claim. Nothing.
Using logical fallacy terms does nothing for your argument. Just tell me
Okay,
why something
well,
is wrong, why you disagree.
Okay, listen, properties or characteristics of a person making a claim does not tell you anything about the truth of the claim. Nothing.
I'm just saying.
So your
I cannot find
evaluation
today.
was just bootlicking.
I cannot find anyone today that can confirm information that happened like 120 years ago plus, right? And even then, for those people that are still living from like that are 110, like I'm sure they're not really that.
Okay, if you want to play games, so the legal standard would be within the living memory of any person, right? So it's called custom in English common law. So it'd be like anybody that remembers anybody that was alive during the time is all you need to do is to prove the custom, right? So there are people alive that remember people that went through it. That's the standard.
I'm just saying, and you use this kind of whole of knowledge too, when you think that no one has like the awareness to figure out that what they may be doing in a job that is in regard to the Earth being round, they just have too little.
They don't
knowledge
know,
to comprehend
and neither
that.
do you.
Exactly, and that's kind of what I'm saying here is that you just think all those other people just kind of are out of the equation for you, and that
They don't know.
to figure out that they're being lied to.
Okay, give me the J Dog. This is a specious argument, and you know it. Okay, so give me the list of people that know 100% from experience their own and have primary knowledge that the Earth is a globe.
So first off, I'm trying to prove a negative that you just gave me. Second off, you're asking me to prove that these people don't know something. So you're already making a claim that these people don't know.
No, that's not what I asked you. Don't straw man me, J Dog. You're gonna get banned.
I'm still mad at you. You were saying these
no,
people
you're
don't have
not.
knowledge
What
of
I
what
said
they're
was,
experiencing in their
give me
house.
the list of dude. I said, give me the list of people that know from their primary knowledge that the Earth is a globe.
You're effectively.
How is that a
asking me to
negative? How
prove
is that demanding a negative?
You're taking the second step to make me prove the negative. You're already
No.
making. Can I just?
No, I want the
complete my statement?
affirmative information.
You are already making the claim, and I think it's a much bolder claim than I am, that these people are clueless in their jobs and not aware that they're being
Well,
fed
then
this
you can
wrong
list
information.
them.
No one's
Then you
figured
should
it
have
out.
no
Like, in all
problem
these
listing
different little
them.
jobs.
Then you should have no problem listing them.
You should have no. What do you mean? What do you need to have
The
listen
people
exactly?
that
A person
know
that, like a seismologist who's claiming that the Earth is round because of how like waves propagate through the
you
planet.
just made that up, dude.
But for example,
You
is that
just
something you want me
J-Dog,
to provide?
you just made that up. Remember what I said about banning for lying?
What am
So
I making
the
up
way a
exactly there?
seismologist calculates where a wave comes from uses the hyperbolic wave equation. So
Yeah,
what
there's
you just
S&P
is
waves.
the Earth a
We don't need to go through
is
this.
the Earth a
The point,
hyperboloid? Is the Earth a hyperboloid, J-Dog?
the point being is that
Yeah,
there are
you made
many,
that
if
up.
not
You
the
made
majority of
that
them, that
up,
believe.
J-Dog. You made that up. You have no idea what seismologists do. Not a fucking clue. You made that shit up.
Do you understand what I was? You don't even know what I was about to say, right? Because you
Dude,
weren't answering to what I was
you
about to
said
say. Well, okay,
seismologists
yeah.
use the globe. They don't.
I didn't
You
say
made that up.
I did not say that, and I'm willing to actually go back on the stream and see exactly what I said. What I
You
was
don't
going to
know?
say, if you let me
He
complete my
said
statement,
that seismologists believe that it's the globe.
They can
that's
believe
a
it's a
more fair
fucking globe
statement.
all they want.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I believe that the majority of
I believe.
seismologists probably believe that the Earth is round because of their job
Probably.
and how they understand these waves propagating to Earth. And I'm saying now that you think that these people are wrong in some of these.
No.
What you believe probably are assumptions.
I didn't say that.
So you basically think these people don't know enough to figure out that the Earth is actually flat and they're being lied to in their own. That's what you're saying, correct?
No.
They're not.
It's not what
Exactly.
So
exactly.
how many
And
times did
that's
you
a
say,
pretty sweeping.
J-Dog, how many
Right.
times did you say, so you're saying?
Because it's hard to get information out of
Oh,
the media.
because
Kind of
it's hard
lie and
to
tiptoe
actually
around
address
stuff,
your
and you also
argument, so
talk
I
over
have
me
to
like this.
straw man it.
You also talk over me a lot, India.
Yeah, so look, you're just straw manning, dude. And it's saying
I'm
bullshit.
trying to get to the bottom of the conversation so that I can understand.
The bottom of the
your side, India,
conversation is
and then
this.
there you go, again, buddy.
Do geographers or geologists, do they have any primary information the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
I mean, this is a separate conversation.
Yeah, that's right. It is the point.
I don't know enough about their job, but what I do know is that these people believe the Earth is a globe based off
Who
of how
cares?
they experience their own field. Right?
That doesn't matter what they think, dude.
Well, the point being is that now and I know I've brought this up before, we have people at LIGO now who are being lied to, apparently, and they are not clever enough to figure out that, like, the gravity from what they're doing is just wrong. There's something completely wrong with it, and
Okay, you just made
like, what's
you're
going
dish
on with, like, all
galloping,
this shit
and
going
you
on
just
with
made a big mistake. J-Dog, you just made a big mistake.
Tell me what my mistake was.
Okay, because before they got their gravitational wave detection, they inserted fake gravitational waves, and they didn't know.
Oh, and that means what?
Yeah, as a test, they inserted 800 fake trials. Actually, now I think about it, it was actually 300,000,
and
they didn't know. So yeah, they were being lied to.
Like they are.
No, they were being lied to. So they were being lied to. You made a big boo boo. See, you're just a blind believer bootlicker.
So can you just? I can find it on the stream too. But what was that again? Just to verify it.
LIGO, before they got their detection, they did a test in which they injected. So how does LIGO work, dude?
I can't tell you how LIGO works, but I'm sure you.
So now I can't even explain to you what they did because you won't understand it.
I'm just asking you, do you understand what I asked you to repeat what you said rather than explain everything out? Like, just repeat what you said. I'm trying to verify it. They injected what?
So what they're trying to do, because they have a lot of noise, they're using an interferometer and they're trying to detect a waveform, right? Certain waveforms will match one of their templates of what they think a gravitational wave would look like, okay? So they inserted hundreds of thousands of fake waveforms to test to see if their staff would recognize one of these as one of the waveforms. It was a test.
How does that prove that they don't know what they're doing? I'm confused.
Dude, shut the fuck up, dude.
Hold on.
That's the last straw man. What was my argument? What was my argument?
It seems like they were.
What was my argument? What was my argument, J-Dog?
You said that they.
What was my argument, J-Dog?
They would test.
What was my argument,
J-Dog?
J-Dog?
Am I wrong?
No, that's not it. What was my argument?
You literally said that they were testing the people there. They were giving them these negatives.
You said, okay, these
Blind
people couldn't be
injections? Is that what
fooled,
you're talking
and I
about?
said they were fooled.
Right. So they were fooled by the false ones, correct?
That's right.
But it
You
sounds
said,
like this was
you
a
think all
controlled
these
experiment.
guys are being fooled?
It sounds like
Yeah, they were fooled.
Indio, this still doesn't make sense to the core of the question, because I'm just
It still
asking how
doesn't
do you
make
know
sense
that
to
these
me
people,
because I'm a
these
midwit.
people are these people. This was in a test, a controlled experiment with these people. It's not like LIGO as a
Dude,
whole was
they turn
unaware
it
that
on
these
and
were
they just
fakes.
monitor the waveform constantly, dude.
But
You're
the
a
point being,
retard. You don't know how it works. Shut up, dude.
Hold on, you made it sound like 100% of the people were fooled by something. That wasn't the case whatsoever. It sounds like
They're
there were
trying to
executives higher
identify
up
whether the
that were trying
waveform
to
that they're
train
currently seeing on their fucking screen is a
completely
gravitational wave.
This was a controlled environment, not something where everyone at LIGO was fooled. Hold on, you just completely misrepresented what you just said. That's ridiculous. Come on, India, you can't do that.
Dude, you're too dumb. You don't understand what they're doing. You're just dumb.
Sure, I don't
okay?
understand what they're doing, but you misrepresented what they did.
No, I
You
did
said
not.
that- You
I
said
did not
that they were
misrepresent
fooled by
anything.
something.
You don't
You made it
understand
sound
it.
like, but you made it sound like all of LIGO, everyone there was fooled, when that's not the case.
Well, the
whatsoever. They were
administrators
aware
weren't
of what
fooled
they were
because they're the ones that did it.
There were smaller people that were working there that were fooled. Sure, I'm sure that was the case. I haven't looked into this.
Everyone was fooled. They have a team. So they have a detection. Look, bro. They have a detection team. So there's a whole bunch of people doing a lot of different jobs. One of the jobs is there's a team. Shut up. There's a team dedicated to analyzing the waveforms and saying this is a detection or not a detection. Those are the only people that look at it. Once they say, hey, there's a detection, they have another oversight team which goes back over what they came up with. Okay? So they injected hundreds of thousands of things which they should have detected as gravitational waves that they didn't see.
This sounds like a company being transparent about their training protocols.
Go on fucking mute, bro. You're not going to address what's said. Shut the fuck up. Amazing that you just can't address what's said, ever. Dude, I already won by default, J-Dog. You didn't address what was said. You abandoned the issue. Debate. We're not having a debate. You're fucking just talking about nothing. Probably couldn't tell me a single fucking thing I said. You know why? Because you don't listen. I answer everything you say. I listen to every word you say. But you can't tell me a single fucking thing I said.
Hey,
Why is that?
Shut up.
What? Wise guy? Oh, you motherfucker. Where's 20 cups? I'm mute, bitch. I killed the chat. I did not kill the chat. Loser. So you guys just can't, like, it's very simple. Why can't you just stay? Do you have ADHD? Do you have a mental disorder? Why can't you actually just, like, address the shit at hand?
Well, I mean, the very way that we got to this point in the conversation shows that it just shifts from one thing to another. It went from the Grand Canyon to Jesus to China.
Yeah, to space pictures, to I trust the government, to all or nothing fallacies that I got to believe everything from the newspaper or nothing, too. Nobody remembers whether fucking the goddamn emperor of China was overthrown in the beginning of the 20th century. Yeah, dude. And equating that event, dude, equating the event of the change in the national structure of a country after 6,000 years to fucking 27 dudes saying they went to the moon. As if that's somehow fucking equivalent, when the entire source of that information comes from them 27 dudes. Yeah, I went from the moon. The people that are in China at that time, they don't have a fucking... What do you think? All 5 million people are lying? 500 million, whatever it was in China? They're all lying. All the countries surrounding them are lying. When they changed the letterhead, when they took property and all those things, that was just fiction. When they changed their flag, yep, that was fiction too. Fucking how dare you equate a known historical event that affected millions of fucking people with fucking some bullshit NASA thing that is going to be just a fucking fantasy cooked up in someone's head and fed to you. Hey, J-Dog, how many people watched the moon landing live on TV?
Trillions, he says.
Hey, trillions. You're unmuted. I want you to speak. I want you to say it out loud.
There's 8 trillion people in 1969 watched it on television.
Really?
All
on
8
TV?
trillion people. Yeah.
Trillion?
Come on, bro.
No, I want a real number. How many people saw it live on TV?
I don't know this fact off the top of my head, but I can.
Well, take a guess.
My
Is it more
guess
than
would
one?
be-
Well, how about, is it more than one?
More than absolutely.
Nope, nobody saw it. That should go.
On
That should
TV?
tell you something.
Come
It was not broadcast live on
That's
TV.
a good one.
It was not. Want to bet? Want to bet?
Oh,
How
no,
much
no,
money
I'm
you
not- I'm
make
not
this
doubting
week?
that.
I'll
I
bet
don't
your.
know the-
I'll bet your whole check.
Indio, listen to me.
I'll
I'm not
bet your
doubting you on
whole
that.
check, dude.
I don't know the full details of that. I'm just.
Oh, I know you don't. I know you don't. But the point is that when they talk about Apollo, they'll show Neil Armstrong launched all step for man, and then they'll show like the next scene will be a bunch of people surrounded by a TV as if they saw it live. So that idea came into your head from propaganda. The only thing that was broadcast live was the radio.
Was it like minutes?
The
from being
radio.
live?
Did you see it live on the radio?
I'm saying how long before was that footage actually shot? Then allegedly, what they told the public.
Later that night or something.
Okay, so like there's a couple hours gap between when they actually shot the footage, what they tell the public at least, and when the footage.
I don't know
was
the
actually
exact
aired on television.
timeline, but nobody saw it live.
Because I thought it was like maybe not necessarily live, but like within a few minutes. Is that what they?
No, there wasn't like a few minute delay. No, they didn't show any of that crap. And then what was shown on TV was supposedly came down to a phosphorus screen somehow at 5 frames per second, because that's all the camera could do. Scan line interleave, and then they took that signal, recorded it into another recorder, and then sent that signal to Houston, who broadcast it onto a projection screen, and then the TV stations film that screen. But you knew all this, right? Because it came from the government. But you don't even know what the government story even is.
You're saying there's an.
You don't even know what the government story even is. You don't know what they said, what they didn't say. You're just a blind believer. You want to believe people went to the moon. That's why you believe it. There's no other reason. It's just pure desire.
I mean, it sounds like I don't think that those couple-hour gaps that you were saying is actually accurate from what the government would
I
say.
didn't say couple-hour gaps. You did.
I was just asking what you wanted the estimate to be.
It wasn't seen live on TV. That's what I said.
You were saying it seems like
I only said you. Nope. Look,
Well,
I only
point being
said
is
you
that
can't see it
I
live
was
on
asking
TV.
what the government's
Don't
stance
try,
was on this,
dude.
and
Didn't
you
I
were
tell you not
explaining
to straw man? Why are you doing it again?
All right, tell me what's up.
You have a bad habit. Bad. It's
Tell me
horrible.
what's up.
I told you nobody saw it live on TV. How many times do I gotta say it?
But you're saying that based off of your own
I'm not.
information.
I'm
right?
saying that because I know that no one saw it live on fucking TV.
I'm just curious because
It
the
wasn't
internet,
broadcast on live
I'm
television.
assuming this is the position held by the U.S. government is that it was basically live. I mean, whether or not it was like a
That is not the
camera on
position of the United
camera.
States government.
So what
How do
is
you
their
know what?
position?
Let me ask you this, J Dog. How do you know what the position
So
of the
then
United
the
States?
position of all the
Stop
internet is that
talking.
it was.
Stop talking. How do you know what the position of the United States government even is?
The position that they present to the public. Do you want me to reword this for you? Like that is what they present to the public as their position. There you go.
Okay. Well, there's things. So if Donald Trump gets up on the podium, right? Just any podium and starts talking and says things, is that the position of the United States government?
I'm gonna get into the nuances of the
No, we got to
stand
get
versus
into the nuance
president
because
and
this
stuff
is
like that.
important. Because
The point
the only thing
being-
that is the position of the United States government is the shit that comes out of the United States State Department. Everything else is just talk.
Made it sound like the
Okay, and this is
publicly held
perfectly
position
illustrated
in the United
by the pandemic because the National Institutes of Health and CDC said a whole bunch of shit. And then when they got sued later on, their defense was these are not official statements of the government. You can't have it both ways.
So it seems like you were saying that even the public
Seems like I was saying, here we go. Here goes the straw man.
Then what
Hey, you need an extra straw?
I'm asking for you to clarify what the publicly held position was among the United States of America of what
I don't
happened.
know.
With
I
the
don't think
broadcast.
they
Was it live? So now you don't know. Because
They didn't.
before,
They
it
didn't
sounded
take a
like you were saying that
position.
it wasn't live, and you
They
said
didn't take
that
a
because
position.
hold on. Could I just
Whether it was live
clarify?
or not
Because
is a historical
you said
fact.
it
I
was
don't need the
because
United
of a
States
matter of
government to take
fact
a
because of the
position.
equipment they used. And now
Bro.
I'm seeing online at least that the position held is that it was live. Maybe there was a couple seconds delay. I don't know, 10, 30. Who fucking knows? But the
I'm
point
seeing
was that
online
it
meaning I
was live.
googled it and Reddit said it. What network
our
broadcast it
states?
live? What network broadcasted the moon landing live?
I don't know.
There was only 3 networks. It should be easy. Did you know
born
you
in
can go on YouTube and watch Apollo 11 as it happened? You know what they show? An animation. A little cutout animation. Yeah, they landed on the moon. I don't know why you're asking what the official position of the United States. The United States government doesn't take official positions about every event that fucking happens. Okay? What's their official position on whether I stubbed my toe last week? The only official position, okay, that the United States government comes out of the United States State Department. Okay? That's it. Okay? And they will recognize positions of the states under the precept of judicial comity. Comedy as in C-O-M-I-T-Y. So people, they like to project their own feelings on the United States government or what the TV said they interpret as the official position of the United States government or what some person that happens to work in government says, even though it's not even the official government position. So like when Trump goes on his little Truth Social and flaps something, that's not the official position of the United States government. He's giving his personal opinion under free speech. He can say whatever the fuck he wants. So you guys can't you guys have problems just distinguishing any type of nuance. And it's because you're fucking lazy. You're mentally and intellectually lazy.
I think it's fair to
J-Dog,
point this out.
J-Dog, why does it even
Hold on.
matter? Why does it even matter if it was live? Because your live is delayed even.
Because we
What
shouldn't
is
be
it?
sharing false information here. It's to
What does it mean?
establish that we're sourcing information. Some of us are just not as good as finding accurate information.
Okay, let me ask you this, J-Dog. This is just ridiculous. Let me ask you a quick question. You guys can get back to
have
your live
something
goal.
really
You guys, hold on, dude, for 10 seconds. Was what was presented that occurred on 9/11 2001? Was that shown live on TV?
Was that shown live on TV? In some
Yes.
instances, yes. By what people
the beginning
as
of
live.
it. The beginning of it, was it live?
The beginning of it, I'm guessing probably not. No.
Okay, yeah, that
I
wasn't
said
even
the
live.
moon. Yeah, I said the moon landing. Landing. I didn't say none of it was broadcast live.
Okay, sure. All right. Fine. The moon landing was
Yeah,
not
the landing.
live. What
Yeah,
do you
the
think
landing.
people? Okay, so what do you think people think when they hear the moon landing?
Have you ever seen? So look, bro, I got
Hold on.
screenshots. I got screenshots of Apollo 11. Listen. I got screenshots from Apollo 11. You should interest you. You think it's real, okay? Taken at Honeysuckle Creek with a 45mm camera when it happened.
So when people say they saw the moon landing on television, they're just talking about literally when the equipment, the vehicle lands on the surface. They're not talking about anything else when they're talking about the moon landing that they saw.
Nobody saw
That's just
anybody
ridiculous.
land on the moon, dude.
The point being is that when people talk about the moon landing, they're talking about the whole thing, buddy, not just literally when the vehicle lands on the surface. That's ridiculous that you. And so the Reddit thing you brought up, you were saying no when you first saw the Reddit. First off, I think it's ridiculous that you just trust something from Reddit. Second of all,
I don't
and
trust
this
something.
person
Why are
also
you
pointed
straw
out-
manning again?
We could go back to the live stream.
I was
You brought
ridiculing
up
you
this
about
Reddit
Reddit.
article.
That's what
literally
you're going to
found-
search and find.
I found the same Reddit article that you were just talking about. We could go back to the live stream, and it says,
What are you
no,
talking
the moon landing
about?
footage was most certainly not live, broadcast live. The landing
Dude, crackhead.
that
Crackhead.
landing
I was not talking about any. Dude, crackhead, shut up.
That was the footage.
Yeah,
that
you,
was
dude, you're gonna
televised
get banned for
live,
lying
and
if you
that
keep it
footage
up.
was shot being the Westinghouse
Okay.
black.
Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. Now you're on mute. I did not say I read it on Reddit. I said you're gonna Google and you're gonna read something off of Reddit, which you did. Isn't that what you did? You Googled and read it off of Reddit. That's what I said you do, and you did that because you guys are all the same. You're like fucking clones, dude. NPC fucking clones. Good try, though, and putting me in your position. How does it feel to be dishonest as fuck, J-Dog? You talking in your DMs again?
What? I just posted it.
Maybe one of your bros can help you more.
I actually just posted the side chat. Let's see if you want to see for yourself.
Yeah. How does it feel to be dishonest?
What is this, opposite day?
What'd I say about Reddit?
Or I guess
What'd I say about Reddit?
India, you understand that I brought that point up because you were the one that took a lot of value in the fact that Reddit said that there was no live footage.
No, I didn't. It was the exact opposite, you dumb fuck.
Right.
It was the exact opposite. I was ridiculing you for
live
going on Google and fucking looking at Reddit. It was ridicule. Your sarcasm detector's broken. I don't fucking read Reddit. Reddit is trash. Relying on Reddit. Over my fucking cold dead body. Oh, yeah, definitely. Professor Phil in your DMs, J-Dog? I didn't realize he was around. Yeah, Professor, you know who I'm talking about. Professor Phil, who's there? He was just in here. I looked on the live stream and the stream got delayed, and I see Professor Phil's name popped up. What he does, it's We know he goes in people's
India?
DMs
India?
because they've
I'm gonna
told
be
us
honest.
and they've taken screenshots. Is he in your DMs?
I have no idea who Professor Phil is.
Yeah, sure.
So he
Yeah.
popped up in the live stream.
Cover up.
Professor Phil.
This explains why you're gish galloping because that's what he does. Yeah, he was
I just
in
think it's funny
here.
now that you think I'm linked to this guy.
He was in here. Let me see how many minutes ago it
Why
was.
would you have to explain it to me if I already know, though?
42 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, I already know that, though, right? I mean, you think I already know it.
Oh, you know that. So you know who I'm talking
I've
about. You
been
just
well
said you
aware of
didn't.
this. Me and Professor Phil have been talking about this for years about you guys in this channel.
You just said you
Do you
didn't
hear
know who that
yourself?
was.
Is this how? Like, this is not how
You
people
just said you don't know who
I'm
that
trying to be
was,
respectful, too.
J-Dog. You said I don't know that person. Yeah, you did. You said that when I first brought him up.
Okay.
He's spiraling. I knew
Just
this was
fucking
coming.
shut up, dude. Go to hell, dude. Loser. Phil, you're a loser too. I knew there's no way these answers are coming from him. The funny thing is Phil couldn't even give him the answer about LIGO because Phil doesn't know how it fucking works.
Instead of listening to you, he was waiting for Professor Phil's next text message telling him what to say.
Yeah, I know. And like that's why like when I unmuted him, I asked him that question and I didn't get an answer. It's because he was talking to him. It's like that, like if you mute them and then you unmute almost every time, if they're not like paying attention, what do you think they're doing? They're in a text somewhere. Maybe they got up to the bathroom, who knows, but most of the time they're in a DM with somebody. Nah, there's no assumption, dude. You can't gaslight us, dude. You're literally regurgitating his bullshit, bro. You don't know anything. You don't know anything about anything. He barely does. So, J-Dog, let's have some fun. So, as I was saying, Honeysuckle Creek is a giant antenna in Australia. And sure Professor Phil rubbed against it sometime in the past. They supposedly picked up a transmission from the moon. That was the video, which was 10 frames per second scan line interleave, which is effectively 5 half frames per second. Okay, so somebody that was there, they took photographs with a film camera of their screen, of the screen that they had a monitor, right? That monitored the transmission before it got sent off to Houston. So this person took photographs. So I'm going to show you some of these photographs.
Are you naked in them? Just kidding. Sorry.
You naughty boy.
Look at this photograph. I'm all fucking naked
How do you
and
think
shit.
this is going to end?
Never.
No, I said how.
Oh,
How do you think that your trolling is going to end?
well, I think that actually, you know those.
Oh, I don't care what you think. I just remembered that. Oh, yes. Honeysuckle Creek. Honeysuckle Creek. Some of these are pretty funny. My Honeysuckle Creek photos, man. Here we go. I hope.
They got the picture of the Coca-Cola bottle on the moon.
Mm-hmm. What's that in the newspaper in Australia? Here we go. Yeehaw. Yeah. Here's one. This one's great. Yeah, you think the quality got better or worse when they rebroadcast it? How come it was better on TV than it was in Australia? Kind of weird. I got a nice one. Here we go. So I'm going to do what J-Dog wouldn't do and evaluate these photos. So you're going to love this one. So J-Dog, you still there?
Well, sorry, I was tabbed out for
how go, look at this picture I just posted.
playing Age of Empires
Now
2.
this
What's
is
up?
yeah. How come I can see the horizon through his leg?
Holy cow. Hold on, I gotta text someone about this first.
What? He's probably just going to swear because he don't have an answer for this either. He'll freak out.
I feel like I've already sworn in here. But I'm just waiting for my Professor Phil response so that I know what to say about this.
There's nothing to say.
Professor Phil is telling me to trust the top one, but that the bottom one is fake.
The bottom one is fake.
Yeah,
That's great.
I don't know. Yeah, that's just what the
Okay,
professor told me.
let's find my source for the bottom one. Comes right from honeysucklecreek.net, which is the website for the antenna. Here's the video that screenshot is taken from. Notice what the URL is.
It's .net and not .gov.
Yeah, so what?
Told me to take a look at the URL.
Yeah.
The first
Honeysuckle Creek. There's no doubt that that's where it was taken from. These are the people that did it.
The URL says honeysuckle.
You think it was the Australian government?
My question is, back to being serious. You think that
are you
because
denying
it says,
this is what was broadcast?
I'm asking, you are saying that because it says honeysucklecreek.net at the top for this footage, that's the location where this footage was shot at? That's your claim?
What are you talking about? It's
What
the
is your
source
claim
of the
about
video.
Right. So what are you
What does it
saying
say
about
this video is? Can you read the URL?
Tilt corrected.
A11, which is Apollo 11.
Yes.
Tilt corrected MP4.
Okay.
These are the people that received the transmission from the moon.
Okay.
Do you think that they faked it?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I do too.
What's wrong with the URL then? I'm just trying to see
Jesus
what
fucking
connection you're
Christ.
trying to draw here.
There's nothing wrong with the URL. The URL
Do I
is the
think
proof
they
of the
faked?
provenance of this, that it just doesn't come from La La Land.
I think they did go to the moon, if that's what you're asking.
I know you do, because you're gullible. And you
I'm
did
just
no
curious
analysis. You said, did the government say it? That was your
You understand?
analysis. You already admitted it.
I said
Did the
that
government
because
say it?
I hope you understand. I said that because I wanted to hear what your response was.
Okay, then
Because
what
I
was
think
your
I think
evaluation
I
if that
agree
was
with
fake?
you
If that was not your
because
actual thought, what was your evaluation?
simply saying that some type of source comes from the government is ridiculous to die on that hill. I agree with you. I just
So how
wanted
did
to
you
hear what
evaluate
you
it?
say. But so how do I evaluate this video?
How did you evaluate whether any of NASA's videos are authentic? That they represent reality?
With my eyes, with the knowledge I
With my
have.
eyes.
Hold on. Do you understand that?
Okay, wait,
So
okay, so no, that's good. That's good. So
So
as
do you,
far as pictures of the
India,
Earth
just
go, to evaluate them with your eyes, what was the reference you compared them to?
India, just a word of advice. So usually when someone's talking and they're listing things off, usually list implies more than one thing. So I
Yeah,
couldn't
that's
tell
called
before
gish
just
gal. We can just go one
eyes
thing at a
there.
time. We got plenty of
Gish
time.
galloping.
Yeah,
So
we're not going to
let me
gish
ask you,
gallop,
India,
dude.
do you not use visual data to determine things as well in your life?
That's right, when I have a referent.
So you do use visual data sometimes.
Yeah, when
so
I
you
have a
simply saying
reference.
my eyes and then
What
continuing
does that
for more
mean when I
data
have a
is
reference?
not. Are you gonna let me finish, India?
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think we can have a
you asked
conversation
me a
with
question,
and
J-Dog.
there you
You
go.
asked
There
me a
you
question,
go.
I
Go
fucking
talk to
answered
someone
it.
else, India.
J-Dog, shut up. You asked me a question, and I answered
Gladly.
it. You tried to answer your own question. I'm not going to let you, okay? You said, do you use your eyes? I responded, if I have a referent. What does that mean? It means that when I look at something, to know if it's real or not real, I need a reference, some exemplar, which I do know is real, which I can compare that visual information to, such as my mother. Okay? I know what my mother looks like. So if I see a lady way out there that looks similar to my mother, say her same hair color, same height, same build, I can go up to her, and then when I look at her with my eyes, I can tell whether that is my mother or not visually, because I'm referring it to actual memories of my actual mother. See how that works? It's really simple. You have to have a referent. So I asked you, what's your referent for evaluating it with your eyes? Oh, you don't have one. And you know you don't have one. And I know you don't have one. It's trust and believe. I believe. Now, what was the second one? Prove you weren't trying to gish gallop and you actually had a point. What was the second one? You said, I use my eyes and then ... Like, what's the rest? You didn't use any of those things. You used your emotions, J-Dog. Why don't you just be honest with yourself? Be honest. Look inside. Okay? The only thing you used were emotions. If I don't believe this, there'll be consequences. How does that make me feel about the world? How does that make me feel about myself if this is not true? I have to keep believing it so that I have a stable frame of mind, because it causes me mental anguish to believe that the moon landing is fucking fake. That's what it is. We all of us in this chat that are flat earthers know that's exactly what it is. You made no type of objective evaluation of any NASA image ever. None of you guys do. You just auto believe it because you want to. Purely fucking emotionally driven. See what it says what I posted? It says the American standard of 525 lines and 30 frames per second using specially built scan converters. The conversion was done on site. Okay. Well, if the camera is doing 10 frames per second interleaved, so that's actually 5 half frames per second, odd lines, even lines. Okay. Where did the missing information to fill in 25 frames come from? Because if they just repeat the frame, right? You have your 10 frames. Well, you have your 5 half frames or 10 frames. Let's just say it's 10 full frames. Play pretend as if that it would actually, as if the fucking SLI wouldn't make a difference. It would. We'll just pretend it wouldn't. So let's just pretend it's 10 frames. Well, you got frame 1. Well, you have to duplicate that for frame 2 and frame 3. And then frame 2, duplicate that for frame 5 and 6. What is that going to look like? Wow. It's going to look like it's slowed down because you have all these extra dead frames that take up time in that 30 frames per second. So it's going to look like it's in slow motion. Right? Regular can back me up on this. What happens when you just say I'm in some software and I take a 10-second video clip and stretch it to 30 seconds? What happens? What's that look like?
It becomes slow-mo slideshow.
Exactly. I like that part that you posted. They tried to say that the long persistence phosphorus screen acted as a frame buffer. It's almost comedic, the shit they'll say.
Well, with NASA's $25 billion budget for Apollo, they didn't have any money for analog conversion systems.
I know they're really broke, man. They were so broke, man. They had to write over they had to erase the tapes.
Yeah.
And write over them with more important data. We don't know what that data was that they overwrote that was more important.
Yeah, Landsat data.
Oh, is that what they said? It was Landsat data?
Birthday party. They recorded
Yeah.
birthday parties over them.
They reported birthday. The Super Bowl. They recorded. Well, the entire Apollo program adjusted for inflation. Well, when I checked like 6 years ago, it's probably a lot higher now. Adjusted for inflation was like 140 billion in today's dollars.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Doesn't include the Gemini and Mercury stuff. How ridiculous is it to go, I'm going to spend $140 billion for a photo op? Or I can spend $1 million, build a studio, and pocket the rest.
You don't actually need to build the studio. You just use 2 airplane hangars and fill them up with dry concrete and sweep that stuff around.
You know what I always thought? Well, not always, recently. What if they just used asbestos? That was just like asbestos everywhere. It just blew asbestos all over the place and then like made all those hills and valleys.
What up? What up?
Earth's a globe.
Would you agree that the globe is just a bunch of like pieces put together to make a globe?
Pieces of shit.
All curves are just infinite angle, a series of infinite angles. Slope.
No, like I was just talking to another glober, a different universe, and they were like, "Yeah, we don't have actually like one specific thing where we can say it's a globe, but if we put all these separate things together, then we can make it a globe."
Oh, they're wrong. We
Oh,
do
okay.
have one.
I should have had you versus that guy.
We have plenty of individual pieces of evidence that prove the Earth is a globe in one specific thing.
Okay, well, what if you took one of those away? Would it not be a globe?
No, it would still be a globe. Even if you took all the evidence, all the measurements and like evidence away, it would still be a globe.
Let's just
Hold
clip
on,
that
Neil.
part
Hold on,
and
Neil.
send you back to the insane asylum.
Before you guys get at it, Neil, check it out. I'm 2-0 on TikTok, dude. I got booted from another one.
Nice. I got booted today once, and then I had a 2-hour conversation. I just got off of. It was pretty good. It had like 3 people in the lobby at the start, and then when I left, I had 130.
Nice. Yeah, they like, ugh, it was horrible. Dog pile as usual. I only asked him one question. Like he was like, "We can't see the bottom of the lighthouse. That proves the Earth's a globe." I'm like, "Well, I don't agree with that." He's like, "Well, it's impossible on a flat Earth." I'm like, "Okay, is there any way we can test that?" And then they wouldn't let me go through it. I mean, it was just, you know how it is. Just fucking shit show, muting,
Yeah.
over
Answer shit.
talking, interrupting, all that crap.
So the lighthouse guy, that might have been the same as I went through. Was it the one in like
Maybe.
Cape Town?
I don't know, but he kept trying to. He wasn't. I don't know if he was. Did he have an accent? Because this dude didn't have an accent. I could tell.
No, he didn't have an accent, but he's like, "This is the measurement in Cape Town," and I don't know, it was somewhere, and he's like, "I got the exact." He showed like the picture on the beach. He showed what he used. He had like everything. He had like the weather app. He had like,
It
was
was
it that
probably
guy
the
or no?
same. Yeah, it was probably the same.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, "Why can't I see the bottom?"
Yeah, that was that guy. Yeah, the lighthouse is 168 feet tall, and it's the curvature is blocking it by the exact rate of the globe claims. It's like, bro.
Yeah, that's nonsense. Okay, because he doesn't know what the horizon distance is. But what I was gonna bring up, what I tried to bring up, I was like, "Well, you're saying that's impossible on a flat Earth. It is." I'm like, "It's not because we can replicate that where we know curvature isn't a factor." No, you can't. Like, yeah, we can. We've done it a bunch of times, and just like he was, and I was like, uh, we've done it on like like you take 1,000 foot. Like, so I kept trying. They kept interrupting me. I kept trying to lay out the scenario, right? Lay out the experiment, because the dude went and rattled on for like 3.5 minutes when I first got in there, and I didn't interrupt. And I'm like, that's a great hypothesis. Can we test it? Can we test your hypothesis to see if that's true, that would only happen on a curved surface? And then the more they heard of it, the more they started spurging out. They didn't want it to be testable. And yeah, it must have been the same guy though. They didn't just kick me out of the chat, they freaking muted me in the chat too. They were mad at me. But they'll get over it. They better get
That
used to
universe
it,
is
man.
fun.
They better get used
I
to it,
will.
because I'm not stopping. I got to start recording it though, because I haven't seen, like, did they save the lives?
Sometimes, if they choose to, they can. Like, I totally messed up and forgot to record on them. I was like an hour and a half in. I'm like, shit, I should have recorded off, like, screen recorded my phone. But
I was thinking that. Does it work? Does screen record work for TikTok
yep,
on iPhone?
yep. I'm not sure Apple, but I'm assuming like it just picks up
Yeah.
everything. I've done that before with like
Apple's a cunt, so who knows if
you
it works.
have to pay for it probably.
You surpassed 1 minute of recording. Please insert credit card.
Please use other charging port that's brand new, but we got rid of, but we reinvented again.
My mistake was someone gave me an iPhone, and I couldn't, because it was a gift, I couldn't not use it. And then all my stuff was in that format. So then when that phone eventually broke, so I'm not big into phones. I'm not really, it's not my thing really. A phone is for making telephone calls. That's the way I kind of look at it. But goddamn. Anyway, so when I eventually got a new iPhone, I just got a new iPhone because it's easier to transfer my data. But Apple is like being in computer prison. That's what it's like. It's like computer prison. Tweak your apologetics. I can only imagine what that entails.
Is that fun? Just you're LARPing as George Floyd? I mean, I guess suburban white kids got to do something, right?
My God, dude, shut up, dude. Go. What?
Who's
Raider,
George
I want to know
Floyd?
what motivates you to behave like this. Why do you behave like this? Do you think it's like edgy or clever, or do you get some rush out of it? I don't get it. Yeah. Do you think it's edgy to act like a fucking fool? Jesus Christ, dude. You know what an edgelord is? And then turning everything into a perversion. Fuck, dude, shut up. Dude, it's
Didn't know that
someone
was
that's literally someone that grew up on Pornhub. Their parents weren't around and they were just fucking smashing on Pornhub. Cuffing their fucking care all day long for half a decade.
They actually watch Modern Warfare 2 videos on Pornhub instead of actual porn.
He thought, I'm not even gonna get into it, dude. The only the only way he's ever heard the term edge as slang was in a pornographic way. He didn't even understand what like edgelord was. That dude's been locked into Pornhub. Fucking sad. Now, but that answers my question though, on why he acts that way. Because his brain is just fried. Anyway, Talon X, there's no proof of the globe. Okay? You can't even form a logical syllogism to support the globe claim in the first place. You know why? We can, but you can't. Because you have no qualia. You'll eventually, all you can do is go, first you go, well, first we assume a globe. Okay, so if you do that, it's not proof. Because you start with an assumption. Or you'll say, these other people did something. Well, that's not proof. Because that's a third party you're trusting in and you have no knowledge. Their knowledge is not your knowledge. She's just saying nonsense. You think that like confidence and foolishness is some sort of argument.
I can respond if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we have multiple premises. The first premise is that we can measure curvature. That's what Eratosthenes did. That's premise one.
Oh, wrong.
Because like that's just a small scale. When you go bigger
Did
and bigger scale.
Eratosthenes have assumptions?
What? No.
Did Eratosthenes have assumptions?
He had measurements.
Did he have assumptions?
Well, everybody has assumptions. What does that matter?
Okay, his experiment, does it assume anything is true to reach the conclusion that Earth is a globe?
No. It has measurements.
No. So he doesn't assume that the rays of light are parallel.
Well, the rays of light are parallel.
How do you know that?
Because they're going straight.
Can you show me the measurements of the parallelism of sun rays?
Because they're
Can you show me the measurements of the parallelism of sun rays?
What's that? What do you need to know?
The parallelism of sun rays. You said the rays of light from the sun are parallel. So for Eratosthenes not to assume that, he must have measured it, right?
Right, because that's what it was doing.
He doesn't
measure. He didn't measure it specifically, but he
how
knew
does
the
he know
light,
it's doing
the
that?
way it was coming from the sun. It was parallel.
How does he know they're in parallel?
Because he's not a fucking moron and just does.
That's not an argument. I'm not a fucking moron, therefore I know something.
Yeah, that's actually is what.
He also assumed that the Earth is a globe.
When you know something,
that,
you're
right?
less moronic.
He also assumed in the first place the thing I said. I said, first you assume the Earth is a globe, and that's exactly what he did.
No.
And he didn't measure curvature. He measured the length of a shadow. So you're wrong in three different ways, dude.
But he didn't assume anything about the globe. He assumed what the parallel light beams. That's not.
He assumed it was striking.
He didn't
a curved surface.
He assumed, even if you want to call those educated assumptions an assumption, you would call the you would know that the light
Educated
are
assumptions. They're not
parallel.
educated assumptions.
The
You
light,
can't polish
he's
that
not
fucking
assuming
turd, dude.
light. He's not
You're trying to
assuming that
polish
there's
a
light.
turd.
Do you not understand how an assumption works?
Yeah, you said
I
educated
don't think you do.
assumption. What was he educated on?
On light existing?
On light existing. Yeah,
Yep.
babies know that. Babies know that as soon as their eyes fucking work.
Right. So you can make measurements off straight light.
Yeah, listen, you have no way to know whether the rays of light from the sun are parallel.
Even a baby knows that you can figure out an angle from a straight light because its light is straight. It's just flying right at us.
How do you know the look, bro? If the light
we're
was,
fucking
what do you
babies.
mean
Even a baby
the
knows
light
that
is
it's light.
straight? What does that mean?
Why? Because it's just light.
You're a fucking moron.
What do you think light? What do you think light's doing?
Dude, listen to you fucking flop around mentally. It's hilarious.
The more you cackle, the more I'm right.
Yeah, no, yeah, okay, yeah, nice cope.
When you're
Anyway,
cackling, you have no response. That means you're just
dude,
conceding.
everything you're saying is ridiculous. I don't have to respond to it. It's ridiculous. It's
To
absurd on
you.
its face.
Everything's ridiculous to you.
No, you're ridiculous to me.
Your own arguments are ridiculous.
Okay, you just said measuring the length of a shadow was a measurement of curvature.
Measuring curvature with lengths of light is possible.
With lengths of light? How long is
So
light?
that's the first premise. So when
How
you're
long is
taking
light?
syllogism to prove the
How
Earth
long
is
is
a
light?
globe,
How long is light?
how long is light? It's a speed.
You just said he measured lengths of light.
Right. It's a length of time.
No, he measured the length of a shadow.
Right. With
Okay?
light.
He didn't measure curvature.
Yeah, he did.
He calculated curvature based upon two assumptions.
No, he measured curvature with two poles.
He did not measure curvature.
He used monoliths.
He
Those are
did
not.
not
You didn't
measure
assume. You
curvature.
didn't assume the monoliths.
What
dude.
units of curvature did he measure? What did he measure it in? What units?
Angles, angular.
Angles. So curvature is an angle.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
90-degree
So
curve.
how much curvature is
80-degree
1
curve.
degree?
1 degree curve. It's very tiny.
No. How much is it, dude?
How
You're such
much?
a
1
clown,
degree.
dude.
What the fuck are you? Like you
Just
said
keep
it.
digging,
1
dude.
degree curvature.
Keep digging. The more you talk, the like, you know
The
that
more
people
the more
listen to this shit,
Anthem and
and
Romantic
you're
is
the
on
people that turns people into flat earthers. People like you. It's
Like you're not.
hilarious.
More people are not turning into flat earthers. In fact, people come to me because I'm Globe Jesus, so they say like, you need to come argue with the flat earthers because we know that you'll win.
Dude, if you were Globe Jesus, you'd be turning them to Globe Satanists. Okay,
Dude, what do you think I'm
that's
doing?
how
What do you think
pathetic you
we're
are.
doing? We're a 24/7 Globe server in the Democrat stronghold.
So it's very funny that you think the measuring the length of a shadow is equivalent to measuring curvature.
Measuring
So I
angles.
took my tape measure and I said, look, this shadow's 10 inches long. I measured curvature.
Well, when you
That's
actually understand how-
retarded.
Well, you
That's
gotta calculate it.
retarded, Talon X.
When you measure
Retarded.
and calculate, yeah, you take the calculation.
No, he
yeah, even
calculated
third
the
grader-
angle. He didn't
even
measure
third
the
graders
angle.
know that.
He calculated it. He didn't
Yeah.
measure the angle. They didn't have angles. They didn't have degrees at the time of the Greeks of Eratosthenes.
It's like you have.
They
you have
only
multiple
look, bro.
brains.
They only subdivided circles into 12. Degrees weren't introduced to Greece for another 300 years. So he didn't measure the angle. He
You're getting
calculated
angry. You
it.
can tell you're getting angry.
Yeah, dude,
getting mad.
you're misinformed. Now, so now I
The more
become the
anger,
topic
the more right I am.
because I'm cornered. So I'll make India the topic to deflect.
No, we're just looking.
I've
at
never
your position.
seen this
You're
before.
getting angry over.
Now we're talking
Simple
about
curve being
Indio.
measured and then
Now we're
calculated.
talking about Indio because I don't
talking about
actually can't
curve.
refute anything Indio said. So now I'll talk about his emotional state. I'll talk about anything but the topic. He didn't measure curvature. Okay? Not
Yeah, he
in
did.
any world did he measure curvature.
But you just
He didn't
said
have
that
the
he took
tools to
angles
measure
of light
curvature. He didn't have the
and
units to
shadows.
measure curvature. He didn't have the evidence to measure curvature. He didn't have it.
So if he took
Everything
90
you said is
degrees
horseshit.
and he measured the length of the shadow, the length of the shadow
So
and then
length,
the
curvature is
length
length.
of the pole is, and then and you take 90 degrees, you can get an angle. Like that's
He
this
didn't
is
have
this
90
is kindergarten
degrees,
shit.
dude. He didn't
This
know
is
what
first
90
grade
degrees
geometry.
was.
Yes, he
It
did.
didn't exist.
He invented it.
He invented 300 years after his death?
No, he invented this shit, dude. He did the
He didn't
survey.
invent degrees 300 years after his death. That was brought from Babylon by another Greek dude.
You're acting like people didn't have circles back then. You have no
They
fucking
did
idea
have
what you're
circles, but the Greeks would only subdivide them into units of 12 after the zodiac. At that time. The point is,
Still had
measuring the
geometry.
length of a shadow and even calculating its angle is not a measurement of curvature. Measurements are not calculations. Measurements are what you put into the variables to get a calculation. Now, there's variables in his calculation which he doesn't know and have to assume them to be the case. Namely, that the distance between Cyrene and Alexandria, not only are they north-south, but they're also an arc length, as opposed to just a straight line distance. Because Talon, the Chinese did the same thing in the same time frame.
Degrees were invented in 500 BC, and Eratosthenes was in 276 BC. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about with degrees not being around with.
Yeah, did Google tell you that?
After.
It's not correct.
It's
the Earth is a
Babylonians
spheroid.
figured
We
out
can keep
360
coping.
degrees in 1800 BC, dude. Sorry, you're wrong.
No, the Greeks, dude. Not whether when angles. Not when. Look, I said the Greeks.
They
when they were
formalized
introduced
it.
into Greece.
Formalizing it.
Dude, when they were not when they were in Babylon, when they were introduced to the Greeks. Good try though with your bullshit smoke and mirrors.
They used 60 decimals, dude. What do you think 36 out of
Sexagesimal, dude. It's sexagesimal. It's base 60.
Yeah. 60,
So anyway, the world is a round spheroid.
Degrees,
you can keep coping.
Yeah, so how do you know that, dude?
That's 360.
Oh, yeah, run away. That's how he knows it, by running away.
Adds up to 360.
Look, I'm well aware of how sexagesimal works, okay? Well aware. I'm well aware what angles are, well aware where they're derived from. I'm not confused about this. I told you, the Greeks did not measure angles in 360 degrees. They did not subdivide circles into those segments. They subdivided them into 12 for the zodiac. They didn't have angles as you know it. Okay?
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did, because I said so. Because I said so on the internet. Eratosthenes measured 7.2 degrees.
Well, you're just wrong on the facts. So it's how do you have a discussion with somebody who's just wrong?
Yeah, I'm not wrong.
But you are. We had degrees 500 years before, like 300 years before.
In Greece? In Greece?
Who gives a fuck about Greece? It was in Babylon.
Look, yeah. Do you think Eratosthenes has ESP and he can read the minds of the Babylonians?
They just talked to him. They were before.
Oh, they just talked to him. How?
Babylonians were before Eratosthenes.
Okay. How do you think books existed, dude? How do you think communication worked in the fucking BCs?
When did the Babylonians exist?
What? Well, it depends on how far back you go to the Chaldeans, 2000 BC.
Okay, 2000 BC. When did the Eratosthenes exist?
Like I don't know, 300 BC.
Right, when did the Greeks exist?
Probably Alexander. Probably like 600 to. I mean, they still exist now.
Or Eratosthenes.
Yeah, that's fine, but they did not look. China had shit too for hundreds of years. The Greeks didn't have that. Why didn't they have the Chinese stuff?
Because there wasn't international.
Oh, because they weren't communicating with them. The same reason, dude. They did not communicate that particular system to the Greeks till 300 years after Eratosthenes was dead.
Incorrect.
Yeah. No.
They invented degrees 300 years before Eratosthenes was born, dude. So they had it.
Yeah, but that idea, that concept was not communicated and could not have been communicated to the Greeks.
Yeah, it was.
How?
They fucking traveled, but it took them 500.
They fucking traveled, dude.
2,000 years, dude.
They just fucking traveled, dude.
Look, This is probably the
Look, I
worst.
know the
This is
prime.
literally the
Look, just
dumbest.
know.
Like, as
Look,
far
you
as like
don't know.
counters, like
I've
you should get
read.
rid of this counter,
I
man.
read the literature on this from Pliny the Elder, who cites
Terrifying.
Cleomenes, who cites Eratosthenes. Never mind the fact there's no primary information. There's not even secondary information. Pliny the
idea that you
Elder,
can
what
make
he
that,
wrote as a
like
third source, as the tertiary source of the information. Okay, he doesn't say anything about angles either.
Jesus Christ, dude.
And this is the original work.
Like,
In fact, historians don't even think this guy existed.
nuh-uh. That's all you've been saying the
No,
whole time.
historians. I didn't say me.
Nuh-uh.
Historians.
Nuh-uh.
No. Yeah,
Nuh-uh.
okay. I'll read the text to you. I'll read the text, dude.
Nuh-uh. Aristophanes didn't have degrees. Are you fucking crazy, dude? Like that's
No,
literally
he didn't.
like,
They
worst
weren't
thing
introduced into Greece yet.
They weren't introduced. Yes,
Nope, they were not introduced into Greek mathematics yet. You know, things like mathematics, they actually developed separately in different parts of the world.
I'm so sorry. I feel so sorry for you that you didn't know that. That you're this off.
Good try. Fake it till you
you're
make
off
it
by
won't work. You should know that, dude.
You're off by
Your little
literal
fake it till you make it shtick is not going to work, bro.
Off by centuries.
No. In
Yeah.
Greece.
You're off.
You're
by
trying
centuries.
to straw man. I did not say that degrees were not invented yet. I said the Greeks did not use them yet. I shouldn't make you read this out loud. What does that say? It says over 2,000 years ago, Eratosthenes coupled logical thought with crude measurements to estimate the circumference of the Earth, what could be considered to be an amazing accuracy.
Amazing accuracy.
Oh, hold on. What could be considered? However, you hear that? However, his observations would have led him to very different conclusions if he had used another set of presuppositions.
Which he didn't,
in
because he's not a
interpreting
fucking
his
retard.
observations. Did I write this, or did the Elihu Mitchell Scientific Society write this?
Yeah, show the next paragraph. After that,
scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses.
Yeah, but a flat one isn't a viable hypothesis. That's why he didn't use it, because it's fucking retarded.
Because you're just getting banned.
Because the Earth's not flat, dude.
Yeah. Cry about it. It is.
He saw the curvature. He could see.
Cry about it. It is.
So I always just mute him instantly and disconnect him. So I was just surprised you put up with him.
No, I wanted to flog him like a piñata.
That's because you guys are Satans.
A what? Dude, how many drive-bys has there been? Okay, and so because I gotta back shit up, I don't care if he's gone or not.
Come on, Indio. You know, nobody saw the Earth from a high altitude until 1931, but these ancient Greeks saw the curve.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he was saying that they knew it was curved. They saw the curve. How?
Now I'm going to read this for the audience, whoever's out there. This is from a book called Eratosthenes' Geographa, right? It's a contemporary book written about the history of this man. Like the globe thing isn't the only thing he did. So part of it is the book is about a bunch of stuff he did. Anyway, I conclude with a remark on a method for measuring large distance, which is often recalled in the context of Eratosthenes' measurement. In most of the popular accounts, we read that the distance between Alexandria and Cyrene was reported to Eratosthenes by a biametist, a man trained to keep a regular pace while marching and to record the number of steps between places. The use of biametist is often presented as the usual method for measuring large distances in the Greek world. But a search of the Thesaurus Lingua of Graeca has yielded the result that the word biametist is attested only once in the entire corpus of Greek literature in a passage concerning the method used for measuring the distance traveled by the army during the campaign of Alexander the Great, circumstances in which usual surveying were hardly practicable.
And how do they compensate for topography?
That's the problem. They don't even know the distance of a star, dude. That's a whole nother. I'll post that too, but let's fucking keep going. Bringing up fucking Eratosthenes, dude. How dare he? That's almost an insult. It is an insult.
You know, when they bring up Eratosthenes, you should always bring up who is Cleomades. I have no clue who that is.
Oh, no clue at all. They don't know who Pliny the Elder is. He's another one of these like Roman historians that witnessed everything in the world. He just happens to be in the right place at the right time all the time. I actually posted that in the original in the wrong chat, dude. I posted it over in English Hub.
Yeah, I was just curious what the basic disagreement was there. Was it that if we were to do the same experiment that Eratosthenes did then, that we would get different results now? Or I'm just not sure why what.
Who walked that straight line, and what was their reference? That's what I thought.
Yeah, I think the main issue is that he made a bunch of assumptions. That's the main issue. And then he did math based off those assumptions. And secondly, I mean, everyone, if people want to cite someone, right, if they want to talk about Eratosthenes, there's no evidence that he even existed in the sense that we're taught. That goes with a lot of these characters, these mythological characters from ancient Greece. Apparently, the ancient Greeks like to make up these characters, right? Like Pythagoras, for example. They didn't write anything down that survived, and it's just stories, and there's really like no evidence that Pythagoras said any of the things that he's attributed with.
Right, I get that.
And these are like the the original people that came up with the globe, according that's what they're teaching the kids. There's a guy, a mathematical historian from Cambridge called Pierce Bursill Hall, and he has a video where he explains how everything that we get taught about Pythagoras is just complete nonsense, and that maybe, just maybe, there might have been some guy named Bob Pythagoras, he jokes, right, that lives somewhere in Greece at some stage, but there really isn't any evidence of this mythical character, Pythagoras.
Right,
Wait,
yeah, I get.
Wait, Mr. DJ.
Yo.
Are you flat Earth? I want to ask you
Uh-huh.
something.
Flat Earth, yeah.
What's your like goal in life?
To be happy and to try to help other people as best I can.
Would you say would you say if knowing flat Earth makes you happy, would you say it doesn't really matter?
Yeah, I think it's pretty important, and it definitely it keeps me extremely amused, and I think it leads to other trains of thought as well.
Let's say if
But
you
you
had
could probably like let me put it
Uh-huh.
this way as well. You could probably live your whole life just blindly believing that the Earth's a globe and live a great life and never have any issues. But maybe life could be different overall if
I got
if there wasn't as much deception in the world.
I got two questions for you. Let's say if you had all the money in the world that you're happy with, obviously not billions, but money that you're happy with, you had a wife and kids. Would that be enough for you, DJ? Would that be enough for you? Or would you say you need
I
to
think a
know
lot
the
of
Earth is
people have
flat?
those
Or
things. I think a lot of people that have the things that you mentioned can be extremely depressed and hate their life. It really depends on
But
the
I'm saying for
specific
you,
situation. For me,
yeah, what's like very important?
oh, I don't know. I'm already extremely happy. So
Okay. What would change your life if I'm not going against your thing, but I'm just saying from my experience. What would go against your life if it was round or if it was flat Earth? What would go against your life? What would change personally? Not in a global way, but what would change?
yeah, it would just my perspective, the way that I spend my time researching and that kind of thing. A whole bunch of things would change, but I everybody already just experiences and you know the Earth is flat and stationary anyway. So I mean, just because some people believe it's a globe because that's what they got taught growing up, it doesn't change the fact that we already are experiencing Earth as flat and stationary in the first place anyway. So not that much would change in regards to that kind of thing.
So right now, if the Earth was, let's just say you were completely 100% right. You know, I don't even know. I'm not going against your thing, but let's say right now it was taught tomorrow that the Earth was flat and everyone believe it. What would change in your life? Honestly, what would change? Would anything change?
What if everybody woke up to the Earth being flat?
Yep. What would change? Because I don't know
Oh
much
yeah,
about
dude, it would be chaotic. I think it would be chaotic. Yeah,
in
it
what
would be
ways? I
like
want
the
to know.
entire
I want to know.
education system would. All right, so people already don't trust the governments in general, right? And now everyone finds out that they've been bullshitting them about space travel. The entire education system would have to be completely revamped, right? People would realize so many things, right? If everybody, like, people passionately believe in the globe, right? It's like deeply ingrained into people's brains, right? As this like worldview, and they get highly emotional about it. We see that on a daily basis. Yeah, I think it would change. I don't know what would happen. I'd have no way to predict exactly what would happen, but it would be crazy. Yeah, it would be a huge world changing event if that happened. I think personally.
Let me ask you this. So a globus, believes in space, right? And you don't, correct?
The current story of space that we get taught in the heliocentric model, that's what I don't believe. Yeah.
Yeah. There's like right now, in this day and age, it could change in 100 years. It could change in 500 years, 200 years, 100 years. There's really nothing out there. Like, yeah, maybe there's aliens. What would honestly like for me to believe in, the Earth is round and a globe? There's nothing out there for me to be like, oh, I can expand on my horizons. There's nothing
Well, the
like,
question
oh
is,
my.
how did you get down here?
I don't. Listen. I don't. I have a very short time on Earth, less than 100 years. What the fuck does it matter? And what does it matter to DJ to believe? Like
There's
you
all
could
sorts of
live.
ancient reasons why people
Yeah, no,
claim you should care, but if you
then
don't, the idea would be you just come back here and till you figure it out.
yeah, but the main thing of life is caring about family, friends,
You
providing
you
for
s-
them,
you
having
say that,
fun, going for
but
drinks.
your actual existence was contingent, obviously, on prior things. To be born and not care about all of that. Throughout history, they called people in Egypt Geb souls, if not helix. Basically, people who just want to live in the earthly conception of humanity, live and die. That's a group of people.
I
But
think
that's
that's
it.
most
You're just a
people
group of people.
in every
Yeah.
existence is live and
Yeah, all
die.
throughout human history, the majority of people have been that way. Yep.
So what would change? I'm asking you, what would change besides that?
Your perception is the first thing that does, and if that isn't of value to you, since that's the only thing you see the world through, you don't see the
Perception doesn't
value in it.
change if you live or die, bro. You gotta die anyway. Like, don't.
You live life through your perception. So if you change it ever so slightly, the way you live life changes. So that's the reason why people put effort into what their perceptions are at higher levels.
The only thing that really matters in life in the terms of perception is morals. If you
You're
go
doing the
fucking
healing.
stab
You're
someone in the
repeating
throat.
yourself, though.
No, if you
But do you
stab
see?
someone in
Okay,
the throat for no reason, or if you go do something
I'm
really
aware of these
bad.
kind of lifestyles. I own an HK. It's sitting right next
So
to me. Yeah.
besides all of that, what will change morally and perception wise? What would change
What
morally?
an intelligent man does is he sits down, he asks himself the question first, and then he tries to come up with best answers, right? Knowing that he could fail in some way, and then he pursues it to see what happens. So then this is why the average person, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, they've always been like more than 60% of the human population has always just been, I guess I'm supposed to live, get resources, have family, have fun with a woman, have kids, yay, my progenitors die. Yeah,
Let me ask you
that's
something.
easy work. It's easy work.
Would you say you're an intelligent man? I'm not dissing you. I'm actually asking you a question. Would you say you're an intelligent man?
I've always wanted a higher perception, so I would say
Okay.
I've worked for it, and like if you're not getting it, you're retarded. See what I'm saying? If you're actually working for that thing.
What I actually believe in is that an intelligent man, quote unquote man, would live this very short life, as in have family, have kids.
I understand you.
And that's all.
You don't
And that's all that matters. And if you care about anything else besides
saying it so
family,
passionately,
friends,
too.
and having fun, that means, you know, if you as a individual
almost like a
can't change
confession,
that,
dude.
no, if you as
It
an
is.
individual can't change that, then you're a dumb person. Now let's say you're right, but you say you cannot change
Wait,
that.
now you're
You
twisting.
are-
So let me pause you right there. What I said is if you work for something, like if I say I'm actually working on a higher perspective for how to live life as a human being, and I've been working on it for more than a year, and the results are horrible, if not negative, or like you're an idiot at that point because you're not getting anything you're working for. That goes for anything. So then when you speak of this lifestyle that easily is afforded to the senses of like get married, have kids, sure, but that's what people do because it's just the baseline. If you want to do anything above that, it's like you have to work for it. That
do
requires
whatever,
time, attention, detail, perception changes.
mate.
Yeah.
Do whatever makes you feel happy. Do whatever makes you smile.
We're
do
going in a
whatever...
loop. So wait, let's break the loop. Yep.
I'm breaking
Yeah,
the
let's
loop,
break the
bro.
loop. All right,
Yeah,
did you
'cause-
ask? Hold on, I want to make sure what we're talking about here. Did you ask why would flat Earth matter?
Yes, I did. I did ask that. Yes.
Literally, someone asked this yesterday. Every day we hear this. Why would flat Earth matter?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Newt has his opinion. I'll tell you why it would matter. Because it defines your existential reality, where you are. Now, the gold paradigm has certain logical consequences if you believe that, and flat Earth has certain logical consequences if you believe that, right? They're different. One is a Big Bang universe, something from nothing, random physical processes happen that made men and, you know, beasts and all that stuff. And, you know, in 4.5 billion years, the sun's going to blow up and it's all for naught, right? That's one worldview based upon the idea you're on a globe Earth that's an infinite speck of dust and just one of many billions of planets out there in this giant, nearly infinite void. Now, that worldview has certain logical consequences, and you have them. I can see your mentality. You already have them because you think that pleasure is the only thing that matters.
Not pleasure, no. Happiness.
Pleasure. You're like, oh, just go out, have fun.
Yep. You
Yeah,
as an
it's
individual
pleasure.
can't change
You
anything.
have no
big
meaning.
dog. You
Yeah,
can't change
it's literally
anything. You have
rubbing
no
your
meaning.
rubbing your genitals against something, dude. Like, just do that.
What have you dedicated your life to? Let me ask you that.
I have children.
Okay. What do you tell them?
I have adult children.
Dedicated your life to?
Well, no. This is the thing. What have you? Wait. I want to talk to this guy solely.
That's
what
weird.
have you said to your children?
About what?
I'm just life in general, because obviously you're mentoring them, you're teaching them how to live it. You're teaching them
Some of my
experiences,
children
you
are
teach them-
adults. There's only one that's still a child. He's 14.
Okay, so you're adult.
What do you want me to do? Like,
Child.
what is it?
You're
What
adult.
did I do during the fucking 20 years I
What
raised
does your
children?
adult?
That's
What
what you're
does your
asking me?
adult? What does your adult think? Someone
About
you've
what?
procreated. Just in life. Does he have the same opinion as you?
I would say his world. I mean, no.
Okay,
That
and
doesn't
then
mean my
he's
son
valid for
like
that.
me.
No, I'm not asking if he likes you. I'm asking what does he think of
About
life?
what, dude? You're being
As
very
life.
non-specific.
No, as life. What does he think is life? What does he want to do as life as you as a father? What does he want to do? Does he have the same exact opinion as you, or does he have a different opinion?
No, he's a different
opinion?
person.
Do you?
He's a different person. I don't want a little
Yeah.
clone.
Okay.
You don't raise clones, dude.
Do you validate his opinion?
What do you mean validate his
I'm
opinion? If he says
assuming
something
that he
stupid,
believes
I
in the globe.
contradict it, and
Oh,
if
I
he
tell
doesn't say
my
something
son
stupid, I
he's full
don't.
of shit. I tell my son he's full of shit half the time when he's full of shit.
No, I'm asking him. Your
I just-
son, I'm assuming that he believes in the globe. What do you say to him when he?
I don't know
says
what
that?
he believes. We never had that discussion.
Okay,
Well, one of them.
he's living his life. He's chilling out. He's fucking living his life to the fullest.
And he's
I'm
fucking
assuming.
miserable.
What, does he have
But
kids?
that's for other reasons. That has nothing to do with that.
What I'm saying to you is that you have very little on this earth. So what any of you are saying doesn't actually matter if you believe in a god, if you believe in flat earth, if you believe in a globe. Do what makes you happy, and that's what matters.
Yeah,
You
like I
cannot
said,
change
instant
that.
gratification to rub your fucking nuts against the pole, dude.
Let's say, no, I'm
Just
trying
do
to
what makes you happy.
I'm believing in what you say. I'm not believing, but I'm like
Happiness is
hearing
not the
your
goal of
opinions.
life, dude.
It is. It fucking is,
No,
God,
it
because
isn't.
then you die.
There's no
Mean is
way.
the goal of life.
The whole goal of
Mean.
life is to be happy.
Yes,
Okay,
to be
so
happy.
can you
is to
imagine
live
that rabbit in my backyard thinking that, and in about 15 minutes when the hawk comes down and goes whoosh, and that now your dinner, the rabbit's still happy?
What the fuck is that logic? That
Why
is
shouldn't
completely
bro?
moving on.
Why shouldn't we just smoke crack all day then?
Yeah, man.
Crack
Ecstasy
is
makes you happy.
being.
Hey, we're going. Everybody
Hold
meet
on,
at
Makes me
Indio's
happy.
house. Everybody meet at
Whoa.
Indio's tomorrow.
Being
Crack
non-sober
party at
is not
Indios.
being non-sober is
Bring
not
your own,
happy.
'cause I'm not
that
planning.
is a dopamine hit to your fucking head, bro. Smoking some meth is a dopamine hit. That's not true happiness.
True
If you're
happiness.
sober
What's
and
True
true
happiness.
happiness?
Now we're
No
looking for
meth.
true
No,
happiness.
crack is
What's true
different from
happiness?
meth.
I'm eager to know. I'm eager to know what it is.
True happiness is doing what you like and going through life and living life to the fullest experience on what your logic is, then yes. Now, if you
Selfishness.
believe in flat Earth, no, if you believe in flat Earth,
Didn't we
go
just do
ahead.
this yesterday,
But
Jedi?
I don't want you to waste your life on a belief. Now, a lot of
It's
people
not a
do
belief,
that.
it's a measurement.
Oh my god! Oh
Right,
my
dude,
god!
we have to point this out every single day, right? It's
No.
not a belief. It's like, dude, please stop. It's a measurement of the surface. We don't believe the measurement. We all just nod along and agree with the measurement. Like your height, right? We don't believe your height like you. You don't believe it. You know your height because you measured your height and you just agreed with the measurement. We're just agreeing with the measurement of the surface of the earth, dude. No need for belief. Just acknowledge the measurement.
What I'm saying is that
Going to be fucking irrelevant to what I just said.
why
I know.
think no, it's not. No, I just listened to what you said. Why take things so? Okay, listen. There could be a god. I actually don't believe
yeah,
this.
I told you it was going to be irrelevant.
But listen. I don't
Read
believe
it
there's
back
a
in now,
god.
sunshine. Make it relevant to what I said.
You interrupted me.
Well, I
don't
need you to
believe
make
there's
it
a god.
relevant, and you started speaking about God.
You haven't let me finish yet.
But don't bring God into it.
You are interrupting me.
Don't bring God into it. Answer the question.
I don't know. I theoretically don't know that there's not a god, but I don't think there's a god. So therefore, why don't you just
What the fuck does God have to do with measuring the earth?
Wait, you're not listening.
I swear I said measurement. An empirical standard to gain, I don't know, the distance.
Wait, guys, if you want to
No, but you're gonna need to stop. No, I'm in moderation mode now. You're gonna need to stop. What did Jedi say? Hold on. What did Jedi say? What did Jedi say?
Measurement.
I want you to repeat back to us what he said.
Yeah, nothing matters, bro. Nothing actually matters. What you do, nothing matters, and I hope you know
What did Jedi say, dude?
It's your height a measurement. It doesn't fucking matter, Cont. Nothing matters. I hope
he said more than is your height a measurement.
He is just pounding alcohol while he's on here. He's getting drunker and drunker.
I'm not. I'm listening to
Okay.
what you're saying.
What he says,
he
said, your height. You don't believe that, do you? You know it, right?
Yeah, I don't really care about anything in all honesty.
Are you missing the analogy?
Yeah, all I care about being rich and providing for my family. And
yeah, that's because you were just an animal that lives for self gratification.
Yeah, the definition of an animal can be like everything is subjection. You can believe humor is not funny. You can believe a word is bad. You can believe something is not. It doesn't matter. It's whatever.
Look, when you do what animals do and use their rationale for doing things, just your own pleasure is why you exist. You're an animal.
How can you define that as a person? How can you define that?
People do things. Humans do things because they're meaningful. Animals do things because they feel good.
No, you were completely wrong about that. Someone can feel good and
Okay.
still be meaningful.
Animals do things
You
for
know that.
meaning?
Why did you have kids? Let me
Because
ask you that. Because of what?
because you're a genetic dead end and I'm not.
Well, no.
Because he wanted to be
I
aggravated
mean,
for
you
20
wanted to be
years.
fucking smart, dude.
Yeah, he wanted to be
What?
aggravated like me for 20 years.
Why'd I have kids? I'll tell you exactly why.
Uh-huh.
You insert the penis into the vagina.
Okay. So
He won't
That's
understand
why.
that one for sure.
So you're
He never had that chat with his dad yet.
yeah, yous are all
Tell you
old and
about a story
incels. Like
about
the
the
way yous
birds and the
talk is
bees
weird.
and the flowers
I
in the
think
tree.
I think yous have a perception of life that yous worry about very little things. If flat Earth came out tomorrow, oh my god, the Earth is flat. It
We already
doesn't
know.
change
It
anything
doesn't
in your
need to
life.
come out.
No,
We
yeah, it
already
doesn't
know
mean anything to
now.
us.
But
Yeah,
I'm
we already
saying,
know.
but
It's
you
not
Oh yeah, you
surprising
agree with the
to us.
notion that looks flat?
but,
Yeah, it actually
but
is flat. You didn't
yeah,
believe it. You needed the confirmation from an outside source. I
but
don't
I'm
need
saying,
confirmation from
wait,
a
what I'm saying,
Benelli.
answer this.
Benelli. I don't need the news to tell me the Earth is flat to know it's
But
flat.
does anything change?
Well, if you're a globe believer, yes, it changes.
Okay, what has changed from? Okay.
Because
define this.
one cosmology, because one don't interrupt me.
I never would have used a pace.
Because
Don't
one
care.
cosmology
Mhm.
has a materialist atheist foundation,
Materialistic.
whereas the other
Oh my god.
whereas the other cosmology cannot support a materialist atheist foundation. It can support any type of creator narrative, whatever you can think of, but it can't support something from nothing, materialist, purely mechanical cosmology. Okay?
You do understand
That
everything
makes
you're
every
saying.
atheist on earth disappear.
It doesn't though. But you do
Intellectual.
understand.
Okay, how do you support? How can there be no creator for a flat Earth?
You do understand that everything you're saying
How
is
can there be
based
no
on.
creator for a flat Earth?
That's what I'm about to say.
You
do
said
understand.
nuh-uh. So how can there
You're
be no
interrupting me.
creator for a
I
flat
let you
Earth?
speak. I let you speak. You
Yeah,
don't
and you're going
understand
to answer the question.
I am answering it right now. Let me speak.
Okay, let's go.
Get to the point. You don't understand everything you're saying is based on matter. Like, oh my god, does it matter? Dude, it doesn't matter if you say the N-word, the F-slur. It doesn't matter if you say any of it. It only matters to your beliefs. Nothing
Okay,
matters.
what does that?
then,
How does that address what I said?
because you're like going into the logic of, oh my god, it matters if the Earth is flat or non-flat. That doesn't matter. Matter doesn't.
Repeat back to me what I said about the atheist worldview.
It
I
doesn't
even give you a
matter.
hint.
It's a theory.
You're not even listening, dude. You stopped listening 30 minutes ago.
I'm saying that nothing.
I don't care what you're saying
actually,
because you're not listening to me. I'm not going to listen to you.
Nothing
Brother,
affects your life at all. Nothing
brother.
changes your perception of
Okay,
life.
that's what
Nothing
you
does
think, but you're wrong. If you really believe that, you wouldn't be in here trying to gaslight us. It's so not important that you took time out of your day to come in here to tell us how unimportant it is.
Let me answer this question. What would change about your life if
I was answering that, and I did answer that, but you ignored it.
Okay, answer it now. So, okay. You get off track.
Okay, because one can't support a creatorless cosmology.
That doesn't count. I don't care about that shit.
It doesn't matter whether you care. It's not. This isn't a question of whether it's important to you personally. Okay, it's a question of: are you an atheist?
I don't care about anything, bro.
Are you an atheist?
You live and you die. No.
Are you an atheist?
Nope.
You must be if you think the only thing that matters is you live and you die.
I am agnostic. There could be a thing. There could be not a thing. It could be flat Earth. It could be not flat Earth. I don't care.
What the fuck?
Because it doesn't.
You're a spineless little worm that can just mold themselves to any situation. Is that what you're saying?
He gave up. Yeah, he said it can be anything possible now at this point because he does not want to suffer any more humiliation live on YouTube.
Oh, we'll just keep doing it anyway.
That
just
doesn't make sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense. I think it doesn't actually matter.
That's because you're dumb. That's why it doesn't make sense. Is because you're dumb.
If
Ever
you
think of
care
that?
about something so seriously that's so little,
Yeah,
then
I
you're a
think it's
No,
'cause
you
you're
care about it
dumb.
so
narcissistic
seriously
retard.
because this shtick, it's so serious that you have to ignore the responses to questions that you ask
That's
because you're
being afraid.
afraid to actually
Ignore the
think about them.
responses to questions that
No,
I ask.
like dude, you asked me questions, I gave you answers, you ignored
Boy,
the
your
answer
own son doesn't
because
give a.
don't
Boy,
interrupt
your
me because you're afraid of the answer. You're afraid to actually think about it.
your son
Afraid.
doesn't give a fuck about what you say. How
Yeah,
do
you
feel
are
about
afraid.
that?
You're scared.
Yeah,
You're
or
just
your son.
posturing that you don't care.
or
I
your
don't care,
son-
Mom. Take away my toys. And inside you're crying.
Daddy's a fucking psychotic retard, and I don't care about what
I'm
he's.
bored of this guy.
Inside you're crying, dude.
Wow.
Hey.
Daddy doesn't
Hi.
care about what.
Oh,
Hi.
I'll put him back on mute. Hi.
Hi. Can I ask
How
a
can we help?
question?
You may indeed.
No, it's kind of the one before, but I was just wondering if anyone else could give me an opinion on it because I'm curious.
Oh, it's the
What was
same
the question?
answer.
No, because the other Jedi said he couldn't answer it, and nobody has answered it. That's why I
What is
thought
the
it was
question?
bigger.
Please remind.
Yes. I just wanted to understand how you think like asteroids work, basically. The ones that go around Earth, ones that are like
They
kind
don't
of
go around
poke.
the Earth,
Hold
and
on,
those
dude.
work in your imagination.
Hold on. But let's get
Okay.
to the reality. What do you think an asteroid is in reality? Like if like you said, I said, hey,
What's an
show me an asteroid. What would you do? Where would you bring me?
An asteroid, like I mean, I
Yeah, I
don't
want you
really
to
have
show
a
me an
space
asteroid,
rock.
dude. In reality. Not a
Okay.
diagram, not a
That's an
concept, not a freaking paragraph that's written
I
down.
mean,
I want you to show
yeah.
me in reality where's the asteroid. Where do we go look?
I mean, I think the closest I could get you is probably, I mean, it's a space rock, right? You just need to kind of maybe see one where they landed. I don't know where asteroids are located
So you don't
on
know.
Earth.
You don't know if they. You can't give me
I could give you
anything
a
of how
rock.
they.
If I knew
You want
more
us to
about
explain how
rocks.
the story can exist on a flat Earth?
No. If I knew more about rocks, I could probably hand you one that was more
Okay.
likely to be an asteroid, but I don't
Okay,
know
that's.
more about rocks.
You understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? Is that you have no physical evidence of an asteroid. You came in here with a story that you were told as a child. Same me. I heard
No,
the same story, right? And you're asking us to
question.
explain your story on a flat Earth.
What? No, I'm asking how you guys think asteroids work on a flat
It's a
Earth.
Yeah,
story.
explain.
Do you
Let's
guys not
explain.
think
Fiction.
Wait,
Fiction.
okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, you guys don't think asteroids are real or exist.
No, that's not.
How do they
That's not what we're
exist? I
saying.
asked you, like, show me their existence, and you can't.
Sometimes there's a little bit of convolution of terms. People say
Yeah, I'm
asteroids
confused.
and just a second, and meteors and shooting stars and these types of things. We'll agree that we can see things in the sky, like shooting stars, for example. But an asteroid or a meteor is very specific, right? So, what a rock that you'd have to pick up on the floor, and we'd have to explain where it come from, for example, probably always been here. But we're not going to skip away and say these things in the sky that we observe don't exist. They obviously do in some form or another.
Yeah, and it's just because, like, I mean, technically there is meteors and like museums and stuff, like actual asteroids that have
Mhm.
fallen out of space. But I was just wondering, like, how you
Out in
think.
space. See, how did you just slip that part in?
What?
You,
Are
you
these
just
trigger
surreptitiously.
words?
Yes, there's asteroids. They exist, and they're out in outer space.
Space
No,
rocks,
dude.
remember?
So look, you look in the sky, you see a flash of light. Someone goes, "Oh, look, there's a shooting star. That was a meteor." That's all you see. That's all the information we have. You don't know if they're in space. You don't know if they're fucking 10 miles up, 30 miles up, 40 miles up. You don't know if it's a rock, if it's metal, if it's fucking paper mache. You don't know any of that shit.
The ones in the museums are asteroids, though.
Wow. Okay.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna put something in a museum, and I'm gonna call it a moon rock, and then they're gonna test it, and then it's gonna turn out to be petrified wood.
See, this isn't a story that Indio just made up. This has got some historical reliability to it. When the moon missions took place, the first ones, right? Astronauts went to the moon back in the 60s and the 70s.
Yeah.
They came back with rocks. Some governments
Mhm.
around the world asked for these rocks so they could scientifically, figure them out and whatnot.
Yeah.
Some of these rocks went to the Netherlands. The
Mhm.
Netherlands government processed the rocks, analysed the rocks, and found out that they were petrified wood. There were trees on the moon at some point. We're to
Oh.
presume them, right? So you can probably Google this story. But
Mhm.
yeah, moon rock analysed by the government of Netherlands found the rock to be petrified wood.
What, like,
That's interesting, right?
yeah, I
Petrified
want to
wood
see
from
those.
Australia, not just petrified wood from a specific place in
Oh.
Australia.
Yeah, and funny, it gets even funnier with that because they
Uh-huh.
said in the beginning that there was minerals, and they even named it tranquilite because Apollo landed at the Sea of Tranquility. They called it tranquilite, and they said this can only be found on the moon. And then
Mhm.
someone found it in Australia.
Interesting. I haven't heard of that
Maybe
one.
that's where the big giant meteor hit and blew the moon off, was part of Australia, and Australia
That's
is
how
really
it
the
got here.
moon.
That would explain why they didn't find Australia for even though they were sailing past it for 500 years.
Yeah, that explains it. It's been up in the sky the whole time. And at
And
night
maybe
it
that's
dips
why
down into
Aborigines
the
are so dark.
it
Think
dips
those are
down
like
into the
burns?
ocean. Yeah,
Those are
by the
burn marks.
Australia. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why.
that solves the
That explains
problem of
everything.
Australia. That explains the problem of Australia not existing. It didn't exist until it landed from the sky. Now it does exist because it's actually a fucking meteor. Awesome. Any other questions, Mina?
No, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You understand why we say the Earth is flat now, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to grasp like what's your guys' opinion, perspective, like.
Well, we measure the
think so.
surface of water to be
Yeah.
horizontal,
Yeah.
which is a problem for a curved surface. It shouldn't be
Mhm.
horizontal.
Interesting.
It's kind of one of those folklores, facts of life, old wives' tales, right? Water's horizontal on the surface. That's a problem for a sphere.
Mhm.
72%, so we're told, of the Earth is water, and if that water is horizontal on the surface like it is measured and practically used, then the Earth cannot be a sphere. The Earth is literally as we experience it, right? We're on the floor and we look up to the sky. The floor is flat and we detect no motion. The only motion we detect is the things in the sky. So we can quite clearly observe our reality around us. It's quite literally flat and stationary.
I see.
People have bled, people have marched, and it should never be easy for the government to say your vote doesn't count. And every single vote counts. I was in Shreveport on yesterday, you know, over 800 people packed in a room, probably more, protesting, and protesting.
Guardians plays a role in my story too. Type 2 diabetes.
Anybody in here? Nobody wants to talk? Hey, Flat Earth Batman, how are you today? Hey, Jesus, you're the only one besides Voter and me that's not muted.
Camera off, please, my friend. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys want to know something funny? I was in my TikTok adventures. There's these cool there's like a Glober and a flat earther, but they're just like they have their own TikTok channel and they just hang out and talk shop. And they made a WWE like create a player match, and they made the creative players into like famous TikTok Globers and famous TikTok flat earthers, and it looks exactly like them, bro. And they and they make them wrestle. It's so freaking funny. So I got uh I got them to make India's character, and it's in the works right now. But it's a funny little thing. I think they're making like the McToon wrestler. They're making fight the tight shirt. And they just do a computer simulated like 4v4. They just watch it. It's pretty funny. And it's funny, the logo in the middle of the ring is flat Earth. It's like all the logos, and the belt is like the flat Earth belt. That's too funny. I just got a funny one, bro. All right, so talking flat Earth Goldberg with this guy, and his whole objective was to shoehorn me into saying who lied and like what were they lying up, like who were the people lying, and I'm like, I don't know. And the guy's like, well, what do you mean you don't know? Like, yeah, like I don't know. So his whole objective was to like get me to like go off NASA was lying or someone else was lying, and he was just trying to make his point that way. And his whole point was, why would they lie? Who are the liars? Dude, does it really even matter? And he's like, well, your beliefs you don't even know who's behind it, so there's no flat Earth. I'm like, that's not even a point. Like, what the fuck? He kicks me. Oh my god, fucking TikTok.
Yeah, I spent a few hours last night learning TikTok Studio
Oh yeah,
on my laptop.
yeah, it's
It's
fun. It's
freaking
easy.
cool, man. It's really good. It's like OBS but way easier to use. And yeah, I got it pretty much set up. Even though I got less than 50 followers because I haven't got any content on there yet. It still says I can go live, but it says I have to do the 3 lots of 25-minute lives to get the like you said, to unlock some other function. But it did say I can go live even with this many.
Nice, and you can join people's lives, I think.
But yeah, it's really cool. I'll be able to use the studio to do all sorts of presentations and stuff like that, even on other platforms. It's a pretty cool tool. But what I was thinking, what I will do once I do start going live on there is I can set my microphone up so it's got like it's like an audio. Um, so it works like a basically so I can have we can talk to people on TikTok, and we can hear everything they say through my microphone. Like my microphone will act like a
It picks it up both
like
ends.
yeah, yeah. And then they'll be able to hear everything that we say, like so we can actually have conversations with groups of people on TikTok during TikTok lives from Discord from these servers. It could be kind of fun. So yeah,
2026 is gonna be fun, bro.
oh yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. And I've set it up like I'll be able to it's better than it'll be really easy to do presentations with it as well. Cuz you can just set up it's like OBS, you can set up all different sources so I can just switch between between YouTube browser and then presentations
Yeah, it's like I've
and
never used OBS
images.
before, but I used the TikTok one first, and I'm like, damn, this is easy as shit. I was like, just going, I was playing
It's
my game, I
really
was doing this.
it's
Uh,
awesome, man. And you can just click record and it just automatically records it as well.
yeah, it's cool. At the end of your recordings, you can it saves the whole live. You go back to it, and then you can make edits off of that, so you can like clip
Yeah.
stuff, and the clipping's really easy if you've ever done that.
Yeah, for sure. And what's the maximum time that you can put a video on for on TikTok?
I don't know. I think forever, dude. I've gone live for like 3 hours. Miggy's gone live for like
Yeah.
8 hours at a time.
I know you can go live for a long time, but if you want to upload or edit or something like that, like if you're actually uploading a
I'm not
video to
sure.
stay on your TikTok account, is it like 10 minutes or 20 minutes or something or
Not
longer?
sure. I haven't explored that far in
Yeah, I'll have to
TikTok. I've
check
just
that
gone to the
out.
live side, to be honest.
I guess you can upload stuff like part 1, part 2, part 3.
Yeah.
And what's the best way to find the flat earth live streams? Because
So
I
it's
went in and I hit live streams and then I typed flat earth in. Only a few
and
came
nothing
up
comes
and none
up.
of them were really flat earth
Yeah, I
related.
know. It's
Yeah.
broken. So essentially, it's like all algorithm based. So you just gotta luckily find one or follow somebody that finds one. And then if you follow somebody and they're in any live stream, it'll pop up on the list that they're in a live stream. Right. And then, hopefully they're in a flat Earth one or a globe one, and then you find it, and then you
Ah,
follow
yeah.
that one, and then your algorithm just like adapts to what you follow, and then eventually more start popping up. So just
Awesome.
follow as many globers and flat earthers
It's
as
going to be
possible.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Globe. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. It'd be hard hitting the follow button on some of these TikTok globers. Painful.
Yeah, dude, I have a cult following, dude. I have like 3 of them that just follow me to every room I go into. It's hilarious. There's one right now if you're interested. Indio got kicked from it yesterday, but it's pretty. There's no one in it right now, so it just started.
Is it a glober or a flat earther
It's a
that's running
glober.
it?
He's like flat Earth
Ooh,
or
something
like
like
flat hot air, no curve, NASA lies, can't feel it, wake up.
Oh, God.
Oh, this one's good. He's got like an image of like the flat Earth map, and it's like blown up.
What,
Like
the
someone
AE map?
Yeah, it's like it's like the disc in space, but it's like nuked.
That's freaking hilarious, man. I bet there's some seriously like low, because there's so many low level sort of flat earthers that are just pushing shitty arguments on TikTok. I guess all the globers kind of expect that to be the case, where you're gonna push ice walls and shit like that.
It's crazy. So like India said yesterday when or 2 days ago when the AI was smacking them, they said they've never heard of a flat earther doesn't claim the ice wall or the AE map, and that's happened to me too.
Dude, that's
Wild.
so crazy.
Like I said, it's a different multiverse.
Yeah. That's what I was saying the other day. It's like it seems like 99% of flat earthers kind of have the AE map model in their heads with the ice wall, and I guess thanks Dave Weiss.
Apparently, Shane.
But
apparently that's their savior.
Yep. Oh yeah.
That model in the sky.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh well, I'm going to be making content all year, and definitely some of the content will be attacking some of those shitty arguments.
Yeah. What's your have you followed her? I know I have you followed somewhere. I gotta tag you in these Globers ones so I can get you started. Follow me. Oh, there you are. You gotta update your privacy settings. I can't send you messages.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Shit, what do I do? All right, I'm in my account right now.
I don't know. I have no idea, dude. I just tried to send you it.
Hold on, I'll go to followers. Neil, follow back. Does it work now?
No.
Hmm.
Alright, I want you. Oh, there you go. Hey, reply.
Kilgore. How do I find Kilgore? Just type it into the search.
Yeah, he's one of the guys that just kicked me.
Oh.
Navigate TikTok's different. It's a little bit like Instagram, just buttons are different places.
Yep.
Send you another one. I'm just gonna send you all the Globers I found so far. That way you'll get a head start. It took me 2 days to get these Globers, so I mean, and I'm getting more daily, so it should be easier. There's a couple of good ones. Like there's a Tron. He's pretty decent. He's like an old guy. Wears like a tinfoil hat. He explains it really well. He's like, yeah, we don't know if there's an ice wall. We don't know like what's the land behind there. It's a pretty sane one.
He's angry. He says he doesn't let the flat earthers talk much because sometimes they'll say something anti-Semitic or anti-Masonic. What do you, anti-Masonic? How dare you say something bad about Freemasons?
Which one is that?
He's
Kilgore?
like, I don't. Yeah, I'm listening now. He just said that he doesn't entertain like the debates, the actual debates about the facts.
Yeah, this guy's a funny one. He kicked me for
So I guess
not
he
even
just
minutia. He kicked me for just like
so,
being a flat earther and not believing in who lied.
so what does he do? Just whines about flat earthers?
I guess it is. I just met him like 20 minutes ago.
Oh shit. He's pretty pasty looking. He's not going to get hired for any babysitting gigs, that's for sure.
Send you another one too. I'm just gonna keep sending them.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I just can't bring myself to hit the follow button on this clown.
I know it's unfortunate. Just hit the follow button so your algorithm gets up, and then like a week later unfollow. That's what I usually do.
Okay.
Like at one point I was following like 500 people, and then now I'm just following like 100.
Good idea. And what do you do if you want to join the conversation? What do you
The
click?
request button on the side. I don't think you can do it on the computer. I think you have to do it on your phone. I'm not 100% sure if that's true, but I don't think I've ever joined one on my computer. Because there's a request box on the side on my phone. It's an option.
Yeah, okay.
And unfortunately, like most of the lobbies, like it's just everyone talking at once. Like there's absolutely no moderation, so it's like very hard to. Like like I said, I don't know how Indio was fucking doing it. Like you heard him describe how it was. Like it was insane. Imagine like you're part. Imagine, you know this politics server. Imagine you're at the very top page in like the politics actual room, except it's for flat Earth. It's terrible.
Right. It's like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I get you.
It's like, why isn't everyone talking at once? Like, like why is everyone talking at once?
All right. It says, yes, you can join a TikTok live stream as a guest and use your microphone on a PC, provided you're using the desktop browser version or the TikTok Live Studio.
I have both of them, so let me check the TikTok browser. Let me mute my mic.
Ah, so there's a TikTok browser desktop app. All right, I'll have to download that. Wow, I hit A mode, AI mode, and now it says, no, you cannot typically join a TikTok live stream as a guest
Yeah,
with
just try it.
voice using the standard TikTok website on a PC. The multi-guest request button, which allows viewers to join and speak, is currently a mobile-only feature. However, there are specific setups and exceptions depending on your role.
Yeah, I literally just tried, and it had the button to click, but you couldn't even click on the join button. So yeah, just by phone, I guess, live. That's the tricky part. That now you got to set up your phone to you know, unless, hear me out. You go in the TikTok live studio, and there's an option where you to go live from your phone on the studio. I don't know. Plug it into the computer.
All right, so yeah, it says if you were the host or a frequent creator, TikTok Live Studio, if you were the host, you can use the TikTok Live Studio desktop application to manage guests. If you can invite up to 8 people from your chat to join your stream, they can participate via voice or video. Co-hosting. Streamers using Live Studio can co-host with other creators. Both participants can interact in voice and video while showing gameplay on their desktop.
Okay, so you can go live on the computer, but you can't join someone else's live.
Right. Which is fine because that's what I planned on doing anyway.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hello?
Not much, man. What about you?
Not much, man. Not much.
Welcome.
Thanks. Oh, what's up, old dude? It's good to see you again. I didn't see you in the chat. I don't think you're here. He's not even here. Hey, old dude, join up and debate me, man. Come on. Hey, can I get unbanned from the main Flat Earth Discord? Can somebody unban me? I would really appreciate that. That would be great of you guys. If any of the mods are listening.
What did you do?
So I was having a debate and I thought it was going well, and then they muted me because I don't know. I think they said I was over talking or something, which is what it is, you know. And then they started. Once some guy started threatening to ban me in the side chat, and I was like, "Do it then." I was like, "Do it," and he did. And I don't think I really done anything wrong other than tell him that he wouldn't do it. You know, he just got kind of mad about it. I didn't think it was very fair, man.
How long ago was it?
A couple of days ago, bro.
Okay, I'll have a look.
Jedi, you were in the channel at the time. We were talking. I mean, it got a bit heated.
Possibly,
You know,
mate. I think maybe I remember the time.
Yeah. I think I made some good points. You know, you made some good points. It
Well,
was good.
I can possibly alleviate the ban at some point. I can speak to someone. It's best I can do that.
That would be excellent. I would really appreciate that. That would be good.
No worries, dude. DJ India, you here? This is me having a conversation right now. Did you hear the previous conversation, dude? Do you know this guy? Has he been banned? Has he served time? Who banned him? Is it worth unbanning him from 24/7? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Hey
I have no
DJ, you
idea.
should do it for me, bro. That would be great. You know.
Yeah, I can't because I don't know who did it, and
I'm
I
like
can't
a
just go up and
savant with physics. You know, I'm like a savant.
Do you remember who banned you?
No, not really. It was a woman though. I remember that.
Ah, Ah, okay.
Or she
Yep,
at least
I'm
was
not
the
going to
one that
tread
was
on those
egging
toes.
on the
Sorry.
guy to ban me, you know?
I know who it was. I'll give him a message, see what can happen, dude. That's the best I can do. Generally, it's a kind of rule. No moderator is going to ban another previous moderator's ban without conversation. So yeah, I'll have a conversation with the person that I think it is and see if that person who banned you will unban you.
Yeah, good for you, bro. Thank you. That's good. Anyway, how is the world measured to be flat, Jedi?
How?
Yeah, what method is used? Tell me, and I just want, see,
Surveying.
just for the purposes of debate, can we agree from the beginning that you are going to list one method of measuring the Earth being flat, and we're going to debate on that method? And because I feel like sometimes when I debate you guys, we talk about one method and then you jump to another one, you know, and I don't like that because I'm not going to do that. You know, I'm going to stick to one line of conversation.
Okay, well, I would say surveying, and there's many types of surveying with different technologies that are used. We can use
Okay, explain some of
theodolite.
those. Just explain some
We
of
can
those
use,
technologies to me, as somebody
so
that's not heard about them.
okay, do you know what a theodolite is?
No.
Basically, it's a sight with a crosshair in it, and you align the crosshairs with a target at visible distance. You know the surveyors that go out with white hats and stuff with their yellow tripods? Those guys.
Did I get disconnected there?
I don't know, mate. So you know who a surveyor is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the practice of surveying uses such tools like theodolites, that line of sight. So you look through an optical device, a lens, which will have a target or a crosshair, to keep it simple, in it, and you will line that crosshair up with a station, which is at a measurable distance away from you. You can then gain a level, for example.
Okay, name the tool to me again. What was that you called that?
Theodolite.
Just so I can look it up.
Theodolite.
And how do you spell that?
Dude, just Google it, dude. And my spelling's not fantastic, also. Not off the top of my head,
Okay,
anyway.
I found it.
I usually just type things in it, it'll correct me along the way.
Yeah, it's a tool that measures angles, right?
Yeah, exactly that.
And so
yeah, it's a tool that measures angles. That's exactly what it does. Other tools that measure angles, you might have heard of a sextant. Do you know what a sextant is?
let's stick to theodolite then now.
And that's
I'm
fine.
trying
It's
to figure
just
out how.
because it's a similar type of device, dude, which measures angles. That's all.
Okay, so looking through this, so what kind of distance are they doing? Are they measuring with a theodolite from?
Short distances, like within a range of a few hundred meters, usually, to be super accurate.
Okay, and we can agree that the stated curvature of the Earth, you're not agreeing that it is, but the stated curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yep.
Okay, and
Approximately. Yeah.
what's the distance that they're measuring from?
Different theodolites have different ranges, but I'll keep it to a local scale of a few hundred meters.
And what should the curvature of an Earth of the Earth? And I think what's important
It's
as
very
well is
minimal
what's
over a
the
few hundred.
location?
Like seriously, if the calculation is 8 inches over a mile, well, I'm dealing with a few hundred meters. There's negligible curvature there, right? What we are doing is leveling ourselves with the Earth.
That doesn't make sense to me.
When we obtain a level, for example, for a floor or for a foundation, now it's going to
So a theodolite always aligns to local gravity,
want
right?
to be level with something. That will be the Earth. It's where we get level from, isn't it? So that's what we do in the practice of surveying. When we find a level, we measure angles for the gradient of, say, for a hill, some topographical features, but they will all be measured from an angle to gain level. Now, this whole practice requires a flat Earth, and that's what we utilize in the measuring, right?
If you're surveying from only a few hundred meters, right,
Mm.
then the curvature of the Earth is essentially too small to detect with a theodolite, right?
Over this short distance, but we can use longer distances, and like you said, we can measure angles to things. We can use the very simple premise of a right angled triangle. We can
So there's
measure
a
our
20.
distance.
So there's a 20 millimeter drop.
Oh God,
There's a 20 millimeter drop from 100 meters.
I'm glad you figured that out, dude. Yep.
It took me a minute to work out there, but yeah.
No, that's
So
fine.
there's so sorry. Over 500 meters, there's a 2 centimeter drop. Sorry, that's actually untrue.
Okay.
Over 100 meters, there's a 0.8 millimeters drop that you're expecting to measure with a sort of generic theodolite.
I mean, yeah. Okay, cool. That's very small. Is it measured?
Exceptionally small, almost unmeasurable.
Yeah, exceptionally small. Is it measured though? Is it measured though?
So, like, what kind of theodolite are we using? I think that's important.
Dude, there's many different types of theodolite. I'm just basically running through from the beginning. There is a conclusion at some point down the end. We will get there, but I'll answer your questions along the way.
So can
as long
the
as you
theodolite?
understand what we're doing, I'm fine with it. As long as you understand we're measuring. I can't get like a thought out, dude.
Right. Okay. Sorry. I apologize. I'm bad for that. Just tell me and I'll stop. Okay.
As long as you understand we're obtaining level for measuring angles, I'm happy with that. You can figure out like how much there should be and whatnot, but you understand that the device is measuring angles to obtain level.
Yeah. You're trying to measure the you're trying to figure out whether or not the Earth is level by using a theodolite, which measures angles, so the angle should technically be flat, right?
Well, we're going to want to level the Earth, aren't we, in some circumstances? So yeah.
Yeah, you could do that many ways. You could go on water, because water always keeps level. You could could.
And we understand that level is a straight line from left to right, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cool. So we
So
can
how are you
use
finding
water.
level by going up
So
the hill?
this is what I meant, right? When I'm talking about leveling, right? To be level with the world means to be parallel with the horizon. Now that's the horizon, the surface of the Earth, which is water. And to know that you're level with the world, you're going to be parallel with the world, the water. So the water's level, a straight line from left to right, and we gain level, a straight line from left to right, by being parallel with the surface of the Earth.
Can I respond to that quickly before you move on?
Yeah, I've finished.
So
Dude, yeah.
you think that water can I just clarify? Do you mean that water anywhere in the world is always going to be level with the horizon?
Yes. So, for example, if you've got a lake that's up a mountain, that water will be parallel to the surface water of the Earth below the mean sea level. Yeah.
Okay. So let me give you an example of like Antarctica, for example, where polar ice caps are melting at a rapid rate. Okay, so the water within that vicinity is going to take some time. I don't know the exact time. I'm sure we could work it out. It's going to take some time to disperse equally around the world, right? And those polar ice caps are always melting. That's a fact. So is there
Sometimes
more
they're
water
freezing.
in Antarctica,
No,
and does that change the level?
No. Sometimes they're freezing.
You're going to have a
That'll be in the-
horizontal
that'll
plane
be-
of reference on top of a wave or in the trough of a wave.
It's not a wave. I'm just
Well-
talking about areas in the world where there's a more quantity of water, so
Right.
naturally the level of sea is going to be higher, right?
Right. It's just the same as if you were to establish a horizontal plane of reference on top of a mountain or deep in the valley. Those planes of references are all parallel to each other at the local position as well as in the far distance, miles and miles, thousands of miles away. Everybody's horizontal reference plane is parallel to each other.
Not necessarily on a flat Earth, because a flat Earth isn't perfectly round, is it?
Their horizontal reference planes are all parallel to each other on a flat Earth.
Right, a round Earth, sorry, isn't, sorry, a round Earth
on a
isn't
round Earth,
perfectly round,
two
right?
observers that are at a distance of miles apart. On a flat Earth, their horizontal reference planes will be parallel to each other. The claim is on the globe, observer A and observer B's horizontal reference planes are not parallel with each other. They intersect at an angle. And that has a specific word. It's called drawing a blank, and I talk about this every day.
It's okay, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it's the
I get what you're talking
The
about. It's okay.
reciprocal zenith, it creates a reciprocal zenith angle to the center of the globe.
Mm. Yeah, it's a straight line from you to somebody else on the other side of the world, right?
Right. So our contention is all horizontal reference planes are parallel to each other all over the Earth.
Which means
Okay, so
consequently
I don't
all
understand what difference
vertical
that
lines
makes,
are parallel
unfortunately.
to.
I don't understand what difference that makes. I'm trying to. You need to explain that to me.
Well, on a globe, they won't be parallel. Right? An
Of course,
observer
yeah.
at the North Pole on a globe is going to have a horizontal reference plane. It's 90 degrees from an observer at the equator, establishing their horizontal reference plane.
Okay.
On a flat Earth, they're not 90 degrees to each other. They're 0 degrees to each other, parallel.
Mm-hmm. And you've measured that to be true.
Yes, actually, we have. Not at those distances,
and that's
but
using
everywhere
theodolite.
it's been attempted, it's been demonstrated to be true that all horizontal reference planes are parallel to each other.
So do you not think a more robust argument would be to disprove the opposite, like disprove that there isn't two horizontal axis points on a globe? Has that been done? That horizontal axis points don't exist in the way that they should on a globe?
Yeah, you wouldn't have one. You'd have a tangential plane.
Has that ever been proven though that doesn't exist?
What, the curvature?
Not necessarily the curvature, but the fact that you can't be on like two opposite ends of the planet.
Well, to get there, you can use a methodology of celestial navigation, I guess, which is going to be back to using angle measurements for things in the sky. Those angle measurements are going to be referenced to your position on the surface of the Earth, which is going to be one of your lines to make your angle with. The other one's going to be the imaginary line for your sex star. Now, all of the way, you can utilize a flat plane to get there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really see how that's a fully formed argument.
Well, why would you presuppose that when you're in the South Pole, you're antipodal to your first position in the North, when all you do is measure angles from a horizontal plane to things in the sky to navigate from one position to another? You're literally using a flat Earth to get there, so why would you presuppose you're now upside down?
Say that again.
If you're navigating from two positions, the North Pole and the South Pole, why would you presume that your second position at the South Pole is antipodal to your first position at the North, when how you navigated from one position to another was utilizing elevation angle measurements to things in the sky from a horizontal plane? So your measurement is of a horizontal plane to
It's
get
been
there.
observed, like the sphere, like the spherical shape of the Earth has been observed in science. That's why. That's how you know.
Okay, so observed in science, would these be
Yeah.
pictures from space?
And people who have really been up there. I mean, like you
So
could say,
people who
like
have
you
really...
could say anything. You could say, how do we know that atoms exist?
No,
And I
that's
could say
fine.
because they've been observed by
No.
scientists, right?
No. What I would say is then if the astronauts or the pictures show that the surface is curved, I would measure that, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Of course, I would measure it if that's what the picture shows. So to confirm whether that picture is true, we measure the surface of the Earth and it's curved, like in the picture.
You mean like real photos that NASA posts?
Right.
You've done this too.
You say real, I don't care what the picture says. If you give me a picture that the Earth is a sphere with a curved surface, consequently, just by that picture and claim to reality, I'll measure the curved surface of the Earth if I try to do so. What we measure
Just using
is
a
the
picture
surface
that's
of the
distorted
Earth.
by lenses and stuff.
What?
Just using a picture that's been distorted by lenses and CGI and all the rest of it.
I'm trying to confirm the picture by measuring the Earth to verify the image of the Earth to be
Yeah, but they
true
use
or false.
different. Yeah, but they use different lenses, and they use like photo
Yeah,
touch up
good,
and
awesome
like
stuff. So they
CGI
use
and stuff
different
to like make the
lenses.
photos
Like, dude, you like.
more.
I don't know where you're going with this. You should be listening to me. Yes, they use different lenses. Ones that will distort what is obvious in reality, like a straight horizon curve. The way that we would demonstrate whether the picture is true is by measuring the surface of the Earth to confirm what it actually is.
Then why haven't you done that?
What measured the surface? This is what we've been talking about for ages. Surveying, angle measurements.
Yeah,
We
but you
measure
can't
the
do that
surface
using a
of the
photo.
Earth
So
to
I don't
be
know what the photo's got
horizontal,
to do with it.
therefore disproving the pictures that you keep talking about.
Yeah, but I don't know what the
Whilst not
photo has to do
listening
with
to
it.
what's said to you. I understand why you were banned now.
Yeah, I don't. I already explained to you that atmospheric. So like, I don't even know where you're going with it because I tried to explain to you in the beginning that a theodolite cannot measure curvature at the distance that you were measuring from.
Yeah.
It would be so small.
I know, but then let's put it like this. So
Over
I remember
300
where I
meters, it
started.
would be a
Where
7
I
millimeter drop.
started is
The
just to
majority of
confirm we're not
theodolites
measuring
can't measure
curvature
a
here,
7
then.
millimeter curvature.
Okay, well, but we're not measuring curvature when we go from one, let's say, 500 meter position to the next 500 meter position to make a kilometer, and then after that kilometer, another 500 meters for the next one, right? Short distance measurements taken step by step, leapfrogging from one position to another, covering a larger distance.
Yeah, but how can you be sure that the
This is
level
the
of the
technology,
theodolite
dude. I was
hasn't
trying to
been?
point this out to you the other day.
How can you
This
be
is the
sure?
technology that was used when we surveyed across the English Channel, right?
How
When we
can you be
built the
sure that
channel,
the?
it's like,
Well, also,
why
you
you?
do know that.
I
Hold on, hold on. You do know that theodolites, uh, they always align to local gravity, right? So, like one area that's level
that would
is
be
only
welcome to flat
level.
Earth then.
Hmm?
If you understand that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal when you're literally using a leveling tool. To be level with the world in this instance is perpendicular to down. Thanks. Welcome to flat Earth.
Right, and there's a good argument too that each incremental
Why whenever I lie
distance that you
horizontal, do I not just
leapfrog is
float up into the
incapable
air
of
then?
measuring the incremental angle change that's required over the globe. In which case, I'd concede, great, so you can't use theodolites to do this job. Therefore, all the globers that come in here every day and tell us they can disagree with you, and we'd agree with them. It's why we have people who've instead done high precision laser transit methodologies, beaming lasers 40
No, we
kilometers
said we were going
from
to
target
stick
to
to just
target.
theodolites. That's what we
We've got
agreed
an
when we started this
observation and
debate.
measurement of a 40-kilometer
So can we just
distance with a
concede that I was
laser.
right about the theodolites, and then
With,
we can move on?
yeah, okay, so
No.
fine, you're right. You can't
Thank
measure a
you.
globe with the
Thank you.
theodolites.
Good
Great.
boy.
You can't
Yeah.
measure a globe with theodolites.
So we measure a flat Earth with theodolites. Thank you. Good.
Yep. Now we confirm it when we use other methodologies like lasers. I was going to tell you about a 40-kilometer laser test over Lake IJssel in the Netherlands that was done. It's just one of many examples. 40
No, I just wanted
kilometers
to have the one
requires
debate. Thank
a
you.
drop
I
over
just wanted to
distance of
have the one
90
debate.
meters.
And I'm happy that you
And the
conceded to
laser
that.
hit the
I
target
appreciate that.
from 1.5 meters high on one side to 1.5 meters on the other side, with about
I've won a debate
89
with Flat Earth.
meters of missing curvature over a
Stream's loving
frozen
this.
lake.
Well, it's not every day you win a debate with a Flat Earther, you know?
Yeah, you can't measure a globe. Listen, I've got about 30 citations I posted in our home server about all these
This is weird.
surveyors and civil engineers who tried to use a globe in order to conduct civil engineering projects, large scale infrastructure projects. And it was so inaccurate, they had to ditch the globe and actually use a flat Earth horizontal reference datum instead of a spherical one. They improved their accuracy by ditching the globe and using a flat Earth. A great case in point is the entire CERN facility, covering 27 kilometers square. They looked at using latitude and longitude via GPS, highly refined GPS, in order to conduct their site surveys and gain an accurate local reference datum. They discovered that a spherical coordinate reference system was producing inaccurate measurements based on comparing those results to reality using flat planar measurements instead. So they developed a local datum just for CERN a local CERN-only horizontal reference plane where every vertical point is perpendicular to the horizontal at every point over 27 kilometers squared. They bolted their facility down to a flat horizontal reference plane. No globe was measured.
So they actually used a global reference point for ellipsoid, and it's the same map used by national mapping agencies to make
No, they
maps.
didn't. They didn't use it.
Yeah, they did, and the accelerator
Oh,
ring is
really? I
designed
brought
to
the
be
paper. You want to
extremely
see the
precise.
paper?
And what did they do when it wasn't
Yeah.
accurate?
So if the CERN
What
built
did they do when it
the
wasn't accurate,
LHC on a
Frost?
flat plane over 27 kilometers,
How?
which is the size of it, it would be about 57 meters out of
That's
relative to Earth's curvature. In fact, it
that's
operated at sub-millimeter tolerances. Proves
Great. Read it
proves
in
that
Weep.
printer
I posted
was
my
accounted
backup
for.
in defense in the side chat, which means you're wrong.
You are confusing
This is
level at
from the
one
CERN
point with
website,
globally
bro.
flat.
This is
And
from CERN's own website.
send it in the side chat.
It's there. You can read it. In fact, maybe you should go on mute and Jedi could read it.
No, I would rather just read it myself. I want to make sure what you're telling me is right.
Yes, please do read it for yourself.
Direct quote.
Okay, quoted. I don't see the message. Oh, I see it now. Hold on.
Well, that's a long passage.
So for the audience listening, P0 was erected at their point of origin on a flat datum that they used. And P0 is a
Oh no,
vertical.
I'm sorry. I
Okay,
would
and the
rather.
vertical's
Oh
parallel
no,
to
you got
all
the
other
wrong.
verticals over the horizontal plane,
You got the
over
wrong.
27 kilometers. They did not use a globe.
So I can't actually verify what it is that you're saying because the web link has a user login thing. So I'm not making an account. So I'm not gonna, unless I can see your source, I'm not gonna take what you've typed, unfortunately.
Okay then.
And the source that I have right now is telling me that it was built. It was built and it operates at sub-millimeter tolerances, and it proves that the curvature of the Earth was accounted for.
Accounted for? Was it measured?
Are you trying to change the topic of debate?
No, because you'd account for something that you measure, right?
You're going to try and change this into how it's measured.
No, well, yeah, dude.
So
because you said accounted for, and I'm just going to say,
yeah, they
measured
served it.
then?
They surveyed it using geodetic control networks, and they're tied
Okay,
to.
and they measured
Earth
curvature, which they had to account for.
Yeah, the 8 inches by meter squared.
Where's it say that? Where's it say that?
8 inches per mile squared. Sorry.
So they measured that.
Yes.
Okay. Can you
Because
show me
they
that?
surveyed.
Cool. Can you show me that?
I'm sure I can.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
Calculator.
So CERN publishes its survey methods. So they described a surface geodetic control network, GPS reference stations, adjustments to global Earth ellipsoid, underground transfer of coordinates via vertical shafts, laser alignment systems in the inside tunnel. That is a measurement of Earth's geometry. You can't build a 27-kilometer ring with millimeter tolerances without a curvature-based coordinate system. That's my source. Ignoring the curvature of the Earth would cause meters of error.
Yeah, I hear you, dude. I hear you.
57 meters is the difference, you know?
I know, and I'm still waiting for you to show me that was measured.
So I'm actually going to give you a CERN document that you can actually get into, rather than one that's, you know, locked behind a paywall. So if you just give me a minute,
Yeah, but it's
I'll get that.
posted in the side chat from behind the paywall. You can read it. You're just going to say, "Well, I don't know. It's true." I mean, that just seems like an easy get out to me at this point, dude.
So I'm going to give you the link, and then I'm going to give you the quote, okay, just so that you can see it for
Okay,
yourself.
but you do understand what I just said, right? Why do people take so long to answer me? Honestly, weird. It's quite simple. Yes, I did, or no, I didn't.
So if you look at in this document at the yellow report, which is page 11, it says surveys and alignments of accelerators.
I'm
That
sorry.
goes into
Are you going to
geodetic.
address what I said?
Sorry,
Or
I'm
are you
trying to
just
get
going
my
to
source.
fucking
Sorry,
ignore me?
I'm just doing one thing at a time. If you don't
All
mind,
right, so
that's
at
where we
least
get
you
on.
could address me, right? Not fucking ignore me, because now it feels like that's what you're doing, because I addressed you and you've ignored me for about 3-4 minutes now. I've tried to again address this position and you've ignored me again.
Okay,
So
sorry.
I
Say your
don't want
position
to have
again.
to repeat myself for a third time. That's what I'm saying.
No, sorry. I apologize for that. I was just trying to get my source. I can't. I'm not good at multitasking, you know. So if you just tell me, quite happy to answer you. To be honest, bro. Hello. Oh, he's crashed out. It's fine. Does anyone else wanna take over?
No, I've not crashed out. It just takes me a few seconds.
Just to calm down a bit. I get it, bro. Just a
Yeah, I'm
couple
not
of minutes.
talking to you,
Calm
dude.
down.
Don't try and gaslight me. Fuck off.
I really wasn't. Okay, whatever. Thanks for the fake source, by the way. I don't know where you got that from.
See, this is what I mean.
Literally, I'm not trying to gaslight. The next sentence gaslights. What a coward.
Yeah, thank you for noticing that too, dude.
I'm sorry you guys feel that way, honestly.
Yeah, there must have been a reason you got banned.
Yeah, I just want to ban guys. You guys just don't like it when someone comes along and, you know, gives you a good debate, and I get that. You want retards, you know. But
Tell us what was so good about your debate and the points that you made. Go.
I mean, just the fact that I've been the only person that can provide solid data on the CERN Center is kind of my number one kind of thing.
The an alternate source has been posted for you in the side chat, which one that you can't get to because it's behind the paywall.
Yeah, I've never
even
heard of
though
that
it's-
website before, so yeah.
I've never fucking heard of you before, mate.
I don't want to keep
Guess the
on. If
conversation's
somebody
just
can,
fucking finished there, innit? My fucking god. Bye.
yeah, I don't know. I've never seen that website. It doesn't seem safe
Yeah,
to me.
fuck off, dude.
My antivirus is.
Is that his
I can't.
championship evidence? I haven't heard of a website, therefore I win. Like that's it. He said he's not a retard. Like what?
Fucking posturing does my head in.
You know what's crazy? Like the way he's talking, like if you weren't like acutely like listening to the conversation, like you would think that he's winning if you if you like just from the sidelines. But like, bro, literally winning the conversation off of tone, like that's just absolutely diabolical.
Flat Earth is an interesting psychological and sociological study. Heaven's Revealer has just joined us. What's up, Heaven's Revealer? I hope you are doing well and having a blessed day.
Just woke up, so nothing's blessed yet.
Okay, buddy. Well, how come you stumbled in here?
Well, I only just got my Discord working again, so it's like TV for me, I guess.
I get you. Yeah, it's definitely like TV. But why the Flat Earth room, dude? Have you been here before? Is it something you wanted to try again?
Well, interestingly, I'd found myself back on the fence as of last December, but then during last December, I saw something in the night sky which can't exist in a vacuum, so now I'm back on this team.
What do you mean? You saw something that can't exist in a vacuum?
Okay, so I mean heaven, and I mean there's no other way I could describe it but heaven, because it looks like what people say when they have a near-death experience. That's one thing you can say about what I saw. To describe it physically, it's a hollow mountain that you stare up through the base of. At the very top, there's a golden shining cloud, and the walls of the mountain are made of giant silvery angels. That can't exist in a vacuum. And it's sitting behind the Big Dipper, or like above the Big Dipper. It backlights the stars when you're able to pick it out with the naked eye. Sitting in the same place that they find Bird's galaxy. So that's my theory, that you can see the galaxies with your naked eye, and the technology, as in glass lenses, flattens the image, so you can't see the true dimensions of it.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me a second or two to process that, man. I can kind of grasp what you're talking about, maybe.
So like, what location can I go and see this? Like, where in like, do I have to be at a certain location on the ground, or like, does the sky move? Like, what's going? Where do I find this heaven angel?
Well, I mentioned Rogue Galaxy, right? And because I've been researching into what happened, I've found that there is an object in the rough location that I saw it, and that object is Bode's Galaxy. If you look at a picture of it, it looks like a flattened version of what I saw. That's how I came up with this theory that glass lenses
No.
flatten the
I know, but
image.
you're not answering my very simple question. Where is this location? Can I find it?
Well, I did answer your question in an interesting way, because I saw it where Bode's Galaxy is in December. You might be able to see it where Bode's Galaxy is visible to you right now, but I can't confirm that. The other way you'd have to do it is find the spot that Bode's Galaxy is in December in Queensland, Australia, and try to look there.
Okay, so you've just tested Australia in December, and that's where you found it, but it never showed up any other time. So theoretically, it could be moving in the sky.
Yeah, that's the basics of it. And also, there was an induction method that I carried out beforehand, and this was the experimental thing, which I'd never done before. And that's, according to principles of science, the only thing that was likely to have induced my ability to see that far. So I used the Pleiades constellation and absorbed as much as that of that light through my eyes as I could, and then looked straight away to where I indicated south of Big Dipper, and that's where it is.
Okay, I get it. But what does that have to do with the surface of the Earth being flat? I understand, like, you can't have gas without a container and all that stuff, but like, what does it have to do with the actual surface, though?
Well, I was responding to Jedi initially when he asked like where I'm at with things. This is where I'm at with things. It's confirmed to me that they've lied about everything that entails of space. So all of the observations you can carry out on the ground are flat-based observations. So there it is.
Oh, okay, so no correlation, just that's your experience you wanted to tell us. Okay. Jedi, have you digested that? Or oh, he's not here anymore. Never mind.
Hey, Kathos, are you there? I was just going to tell you that I watched this guy argue with, I think, Latz for about an hour yesterday, and he's just convinced that you need a ball for the GPS to work, even though he was shown for like an hour different ways that you can have like the Satelloons over a flat plane, but he just won't accept that that they have to be coming in on angles around the ball. Like, good luck there.
Satellite doesn't need a ball, nor a flat surface. It doesn't need any surface.
I don't know if this Rumham guy is even listening to the chat, but he's, yeah, on the same beat that he was on yesterday in the side chat.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I remember. I was there too. He's not in the voice chat right now.
I remember him saying a lot of they designed the GPS to work on a globe, therefore it wouldn't work if it wasn't a globe. That's like his strong point. I mean, that's like saying they designed a pogo stick because they learned about gravity, and a pogo stick wouldn't work without gravity. Well,
Hello,
it's just a spring.
Flatheart. Can you? I have a question.
Do you have any proof that the world's a bowl there, final boss?
Wait, I have a question. Can wait, are you Flatheart believer, Mr. Heaven reveal? No, fuck, Mr. Bombo. Do you have that? Or do you agree with 24/7 Flatheart?
Yeah, don't have any disagreements.
Okay. Can you show me? No, I just want to see how is Earth for you. Like, you know, if I search Earth, it's going to show me an image. What is the image of your Earth? I just want to know to see.
You're saying that I need to have an image in my brain of what I think
No,
the entire world looks like?
you don't need to. I just want to know if you guys, as this propaganda community, or do you guys have you guys made an image of your Earth? Like, I just want to know how different it is from, you know,
I
like
just
how
want to
is
know
yours?
why you think it, hold on. Why is it
Yes.
necessary?
What?
Why is it necessary?
No, it's not necessary. I'm just curious to know what it is. I'm not saying it's necessary. I'm not saying you need to. I just want to know. I mean, I'm curious. I wanted to know how it
Okay,
is.
so when things
Because you
aren't
guys don't believe
necessary,
in
personally,
satellites, so.
Look, I'm the only one talking to you right now, so I'm giving you the answer, yeah?
Speak.
Personally,
Go.
when things aren't necessary, I consider them frivolous, as in not worth engaging, which is how your argument sounds. Do you have any questions or proofs that the Earth is a ball?
What? Bro, I just come here just to see a fucking image. I'm not here to debate. I just want to know how is your. If you don't want to say, you say no and I leave.
Well, the problem is it's a dumb idea, and if you like, you can do a little bit of work and realize that yourself, that you don't need to know what the whole shape of the world is. That doesn't have an application.
But I don't want to know the shape of the world. I just want to see, in your perspective, in your mind, in your little brain, how do you see the world? Is there an image that you have in your computer that you can send in a side chat so I can observe it, so I can watch, so I can
Tell me,
identify?
first of all, tell me the last time you put that to practical use. Did you use it to find your way to the bathroom at night or go to the shops in the middle of the day?
I
When
don't
have you
fucking
went
care about
for
that.
a
I'm just
fly
fucking curious. I
knowing
just
the
want to
Earth is a
know.
ball?
I just want to see. I don't care. I'm if I go to the
And
bathroom,
I
I
just
just go.
want to know why you think it's important. Do you get me? Like asking
It
you
isn't
why you want to
important.
know.
It isn't important. It isn't important. I'm just curious. Curiosity is not important.
Okay, so
Okay.
then why is it such a major thing for everybody to have the picture in their brain? What's that for?
Because fuck you. I just want to know if you have it. If you just can say yes I have, or if you don't have, then I leave. It's the only thing I wanted to know. If you
I
don't
did
have,
tell you. I'm the only one willing to talk to you, though, and I'm asking you why you think having the image is important to begin with, because everybody's already got the ball in their brain. What's it
yes,
there to do?
because
It seems like it's motivated you to be a narcissistic prick and come here with this pointless question. If that's its
you
only goal, I'm glad I'm trying to destroy it.
I'm you need to go into
You,
space
you,
and you
you,
need
you
to, and then we're going to remove your oxygen and put you in the fucking with everyone, with the fucking rocks. You go to the moon with the fucking astronaut and we leave you there. That's what you need. You go to moon, you say hello, and then we say get out, and you stay there with only one Snickers bar, and then we get out. So then you stay there forever because you're a noob.
This is why your country's never winning a war. You can't even start a fight on the internet.
Okay, very good, bro, Mr. Noob. Fuck, look at your you are so branded. I wonder why every flutter is American. I wonder why. Because their country is shit. Okay, Mr. Bombo? So wake up. I'm number one, okay?
I'd like to wake up from this nightmare very, very much. But every time I do, I'm still in this crazy dream world where the picture in your head that's a dream of a ball matters to you enough to ask me if it matters to me to have a flat version. Your whole system of thinking is upside down and in the toilet.
You guys are fucking noob. Look at this, guys. He's saying, bro, I was here before. I asked him, hello, bro. Do you believe that the flattest Earth? He says yes. And then I tell him, what about the moon? And he tells me the moon is flat. Bro, what the fuck? So if I go to Asia, will I fall down? Of course no, because it exists gravity, right? I will go to America. So if I go to Asia and cross the border to China and go to Taiwan, and Taiwan I go in the water, and I go to America, it will work. Why? Because it's a it's a bowl. It's a bowl.
Like, can't you just work on your improv routine by writing actual jokes? You know, like you're pretending to be a thing that
Yes.
we look for, which are people who want to engage. But instead, you're just working on your stand up, and it's really, really bad.
Yes, I am number one stand-up professional. That's why I was attempting to talk to you, but unfortunately you use very complicating words to me, and my vocabulary is not like yours, so I cannot understand. Okay, Bombo?
I guess the flat Earth IQ dominates again.
No, the Flat Earth VC is the most brain dead, is the most brainwashed, is the most. I'm not going to say retard because it's too much. Most
Well,
noob.
you say that, but you are unwilling to provide a single proof that the Earth is a ball, or tell us why you believe it's important that I believe Earth is a ball, or that it's got a shape that's a big flat thing. It doesn't matter. But you got to deal with your side if you want me to deal with my side.
But what about the fucking guys that goes to the spaceship and they go up, they take a picture, they take a fucking picture of the Earth and they say, hey, this is
Have you
Earth,
ever seen a
and then they come
movie?
back.
Have you
Is
ever
it
seen a
fake?
movie that's been like bad movies from the 60s to good movies to the 2026s where they're always in space all the time? Okay, and it looks better than it does when you watch the NASA thing and they do about 3 special effects things. When you spend a whole year and you do like 60 special effects things all at once with different angles, it looks more credible than the crap that you're telling me is evidence that they're not faking things.
Then why don't you show me wait, can you provide the NASA fake image with the 3 special effects that they put in so I can compare to the movie one, you know? I'm going to see the difference. I don't care about anything else. I just want to
I can
see,
just
okay?
describe it to you. I can describe it to you. It's very easy. When you're
Okay, go for
watching a
it.
movie and say there's a person making a vlog, what's his name, Iron Man floating through space at the end of that stupid movie. Yeah? And he's right in front and he's like floating slightly, maybe he's in the lotus position. And then you look at the NASA footage and they always look like they're standing up. Their like pants are riding up on their crotch because they're hanging from wires. And they might do a few little things where they bob around or they do a slow somersault or something. But if you watch a movie, they'll go like they're swimming freely underwater. And it'll be filmed in the most interesting way for your brain to engage the concept. You don't ever get that from the billions and billions of dollars apparatus whose mission statement is the same as the movie, literally. And
Okay,
that's
one
my biggest
question
problem.
for you.
That for the history of going up there and doing things, they've again never done anything practical. If they needed to invent something by being up there to bring back to the earth, they would have done it. But to invent things to need up there, you do that on the earth. Yeah? So the only other reason to be up there is counting the stars and looking for big deadly rocks that have never hit the earth in the history of NASA. So you got to wake up and start to discern
I got
reality for yourself.
one question for you, Mr. Bombo. Do you believe that people went to moon? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I don't think it's very likely. If they did, that's not anything that they showed us.
Yeah, but why when they go? Well, I'm telling you. So there was some guys, you know, that when you go to the moon and you come back, it takes months, right? And when they came back, their fucking bones from the backbone, it's all when they came back, it's all broken because of the gravity and shit. So are you saying that they are faking injuries? Of course not, right?
Yeah, I mean, when's anybody ever faked an injury? I mean, that's just unheard of. By the way, I've got an insurance claim I'd like to sell you for the planet. It's called NASA.
What? planet is called NASA. What do you mean?
I mean, you do realize that, right? If I knocked on your door and I said, I've got an insurance plan for you to make sure a dragon doesn't eat you in your bed while you're asleep, give me $1 million a day. That's what NASA's saying, only the dragon is a deadly space rock. And you believe that if you pay this daily insurance through the tax of every person, we'll avoid getting smushed by a space rock that we couldn't stop if we wanted to. So you tell me what the freaking point of this industry is. We've got counting stars, not inventing things, and space rocks which aren't likely to kill us anyway. What's next? Movies.
But why are you always saying NASA, 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 NASA? Bro, we don't care about America, you know. They're not the only one. You have fucking Soviet Union. They went. You have China. They went. China National Space
Well, I think I
Administration, right?
said
You
more
have India. You
consistently
have
the
Japan. You
industry.
have EU. You have SpaceX, also from America. You have so many people that went. Why are you saying NASA, NASA? I know it's because they are from the
Why
government.
doesn't
Okay,
your
but who
brain
cares?
work? Like, did you finish high school? Did you learn how to think, the rubric of thinking?
No, I didn't. I'm retarded like you. Okay.
Well, then why are you trying to engage people on a metric of critical thinking if you don't even know what the rubric is? Like, your questions are just all
Sure,
over the place, bro.
sure. Tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. You're so smart, Mr. Professor. Tell me what it is. Go.
Okay, it's very simple. Claims
Okay.
need evidence. We can seek out that evidence in a number of different orders. The worst order evidence is third hand evidence, which can be faked. It's very simple. The best evidence is primary evidence of the senses. You confirm something by the senses engaging it, right? That's it. The only other one is claims that people can say, I went to space, I went to the moon, I went to fucking Narnia. That evidence can count, but it's easily discounted. And the third one's even worse because it's like that guy drawing a picture of what he said.
Why don't you or your little friends from Flat Earth, why one of them wants to go to the fucking moon and goes in the fucking Discord, opens his camera and says, "Hello guys, I'm going to the moon," and he's going to show all of you that I was right, okay? Because I live in the moon, okay? I'm number one. I have a
He
house there.
doesn't need a helmet to walk down the street like you do.
Yeah, but I don't have street. I'm in the moon, okay? I have internet here, and I'm around. I'm not flat like you. I'm a professional.
Bro, do people have to stop you from drowning in your breakfast cereal? Because it
Yes,
seems like you
sometimes.
just
Yeah.
assume that you can breathe Wheaties milk.
I don't have milk in here
Because
because
you
here
saw it
we
on a
don't have
TV
water.
show.
We
You
eat
saw on a
ourselves.
TV show this one cartoon character grab this other cartoon character by the back of the hair and slam his face down into the cereal bowl. And because it's a cartoon, he was still alive 5 minutes later. So because you've seen that from a credible source called TV, you think that you can try it every morning and someone's got to pull your face physically as you're using all your back muscles to force your face deeper into your bowl of cereal that they gave you to eat to numb your brain's ability to think beyond, I like sugar, please, in picture form.
Okay. That's a very great speech from you. Do you like yourself? I think yes. Let me see your YouTube channel real quick. I want to see what type of videos do you do. Oh hell no. Oh hell nah. What the fuck is this?
We can film a reenactment of what I just went through if you like. What's your favorite cereal?
I don't eat cereal, sorry, I don't. Unfortunately.
Well, the plan isn't for you to drink it, it's for you to breathe it.
Wait, what the fuck is this? Space? Wait. Revelation of Mark. Okay, let's see. What the fuck? Bro, you need to see a dentist. You're... Oh, never mind. What the fuck is this? How many birds do you have? 1 or 2?
They're not my birds. They're just recognized that I'm not like normal humans, so they don't mind being around me.
Yeah, you're a very strange guy. I can see here. Louis Edward Francis David Michael Mills. No way, this is your full name.
Well, that would mean every bird.
You literally pronounced all of that right, and most people don't ever pronounce that right. Say it again.
Louis Edward Francis David Michael
Oh
Mills.
no, wait, I was wrong. I was wrong. Sorry, I heard that wrong. It's Louis, but the rest you got right.
Yeah, but what the fuck is his giant name? Why your name is not just Michael? No, you need to have 10
What?
fucking
So
names.
only people making space industries can make like giant hyperbole on basic definitions. Sorry that I get to do that too.
Okay, bro, very good, bro. Wake up to the morning. When you wake up to the morning, you are in the moon. No, wake up. Okay, bro, how are you? Okay, I'm good. Okay, thank you. You didn't provide me what I wanted to see, but of course you don't have it. I wanted to see how is the image, the thing that you think, the the earth which is flat for you that you think it is, because you might have in your brain, you might, not 100%, might have a picture or idea of how the earth it is for you. And if you have, why
Why are
can't
you
you
cycling
provide
back?
it?
Why are you cycling back to the first premise that I challenged, which you didn't ever provide me any reason what the point of
No,
having one is?
no,
Why do you need one?
I don't need one. I told you in the first place, I don't need. I'm just curious to know how is all of these guys from the flat Earth VC that believe that the Earth is flat, how they image it. How do they image the Earth on their little brain? I just wanted to know.
404 file not found. Okay? It's that simple. It doesn't exist in the brain as a credible reference.
So there is no such thing. So is there or no a shape for the Earth, and have you seen it by
Let
yourself?
me ask you, right? What do you picture when you picture the dark side of the moon? Something that you've never seen.
When I
You see
think
how it
about the
doesn't
dark
have a
side of the
relative
moon,
use
I
for your
see
life?
nothing because it's shape of a croissant, right? So yeah.
It's shaped like a polyhedron with many flat sides.
Hello, Mr. Nia. Are you
Yo.
also from this flat Earth propaganda?
No, my flat Earth is a little bit different than theirs.
Okay, Mr. Bombo, do you have a image or no? Because I'm curious. I'm still trying to see if someone has a fucking image so I can see. I want to fucking see with my eyes. I'm curious.
I haven't like an AI generated image. If you want to see
Okay,
that.
show me AI. Show me. I believe AI 100%. AI is my best friend. Let's go.
I'll show
Let
you.
Okay. Let me show you. Okay.
So you
Okay,
see
it's
how
very
it's
good.
like a polyhedron, many flat sides, and one of the flat sides is a flat Earth.
Hexagon. No way.
Well, it doesn't have to be hexagon. So I don't know what shape each panel is and how many panels there are, but you know it's just a general idea. I think it's an AI
Wait, that's a
generated image.
fucking one, two, three. Yeah, pentagon. What the fuck? Why is there? What
It's
the
not a
fuck?
it's a hexagon. It's not a pentagon. Well, actually, the Earth part is a pentagon. I don't know why the Earth
Oh
part
no
is.
no, there is a one,
Oh
two,
yeah, no,
three, four, five.
it
Yeah,
has to be pentagons and
yeah,
a
there is a
hexagon.
pentagon
It
and a
has to be like
hexagon.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyways, that's not the point. It's just the AI. It's just to show you the idea. So like a ball with many flat sides. One of the flat sides is flat Earth.
Okay, that's a very good hurt, bro. Don't miss Don't misunderstand. What the fuck? Misunderstand. Nia is trolling you. He's no.
Well, yeah,
Nia
like I
is
said,
number one.
like my flat Earth is different than theirs. Theirs is different than mine.
Nia is
This
not
doesn't
trolling
represent
you.
everyone else's.
Nia is 100% known. I know Nia. Nia is a professional. He never trolls. He's a Baccarat 500 for 5040. Okay, enjoy you. So
Wait, do you know what background
is it a jet?
You're both idiots.
Is the
background 540 is?
Baccarat is a jet? No. Oh
No,
no!
no,
It's
it's
the famous perfume. I know it.
yeah, there you go.
It's the best perfume in the world. I heard it. It's from Paris, right? Or no, right? Or France? I mean, what is Baccarat from?
Get out of here, you trolls. Both trolls. Take a hike.
Mic check.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Appreciate it.
And Dave, you wrecked that guy. Broke him.
He has to see it with his eyes. I just caught the end of the flame out on YouTube. Which one of you monsters did that to him?
I'm just in one of those, not in a morning mood for this kind of attitude. So I just handed his attitude back inside out, I guess.
Roger that.
I have a quick question. Alright. Wait, what server are we in?
What?
Are we in politics right now? Or the home server?
Yep.
Oh.
Politics.
Okay.
How do you guys explain like this image? It seems like it devastates the flat Earth.
The sun vertically compressing into the horizon, and then the bottom of the left and the bottom of the right portion of the sun is missing, right? So you can see it squishing. And if you watch the time lapse of a sunset like that, you'll see the sun actually set and fade into the horizon above the horizon. This
With
is
the
what
solar
happens
filter?
when
Wait,
we
do you have a video with the solar
yeah,
filter though?
with a solar
I saw the
filter.
one with the solar filter and then measuring the pixels and then the pixels.
No, I'm not talking
Solar
about the
filter
sun
only.
shrinking.
Yeah, solar
I'm
filter only
talking
reduces the glare. It's not going to remove that effect that DJ's talking about.
exactly, yeah.
By the way, I love the wheelchair
glare.
emojis. Every time it's the wheelchair emojis. I've never
That
seen
is
those
the best
before. But
emoji.
wherever you guys got them, they're good. Wherever that norm came from.
It's up there.
Yeah,
Right.
like
So look, hold on a second.
okay.
Let me explain. Right. So
Okay.
sun's disappearing from the bottom to the top only happens cleanly when we have what's called a local horizon. So if you look up the technical definition of horizon, it's a lengthy definition. And when we have something blocking where the horizon, blocking the actual horizon, right? Like land, mountain ranges, big ocean swells, that kind of thing, right? That's called a local horizon, and that's the only time you'll see a sun appear to set nice and cleanly from the bottom to the top. If you have a look for footage of it where you can see the actual horizon, right, like over the surface of the water, and you don't have any waves blocking it, what happens is when you zoom in on the sun, you'll see that it actually starts to squish into the horizon, and the bottom will start to squish first, and it will kind of compress, and it will actually fade away and kind of disappear into the horizon above the horizon. And I spent a whole day scouring YouTube watching sunset videos once, and I couldn't find a single sunset that disappears bottom up, unless it was a local horizon. Any sunset was either a crazy miraging effect, or if you didn't have the crazy miraging effect, you would have the compression, bottom to top compression. I can show you some examples if you want.
Sure. Wait, Dive, are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Oh my! Wait, for how long?
Most of my rational life.
Holy shit! I go way back with this guy. We were like on the vegan server years ago.
Yeah, and then you banned me for having a picture of a dead Palestinian kid on your server. What the fuck was that about? But let's not talk about it, huh?
I didn't do that.
Oh, really? Sorry, I was
Oh.
confusing you with the guy who was running that server.
Oh, here, let me message him. I'll get you unbanned.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in going back. That's all good. Thanks, though.
Sure, no worries.
Hey, Reductio, how come the sun overlaps the water there? How come that's a black swan? How come the horizon's beyond the sun in your picture?
Okay, I got that video open, DJ. Wait, what was the question? The sun.
The last picture you posted is a black swan. The horizon appears beyond the sun.
I don't understand.
Look at your picture, bro. The horizon, the sun overlaps the horizon.
I think
The
that's just a light
horizon
flare.
is behind the sun.
I think that's just a light flare. And there also is like
What do you mean
usually
light
when the
flare?
sun
What do you
sets,
mean
there
light
is
flare?
distortion. Like I agree that there
What
is
do you
distortion
mean
when the
light
sun sets.
flare? Where's the flare?
It could be like a photon effect. It's really bright. Or
It's really bright.
distortion. Like you can see the sun's kind of like wavy towards the top, so I wouldn't. Anyway, DJ, I got the video open.
Okay, bro.
It doesn't. I'm watching
It's
this
called
and I'm like,
reflection. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Whatever.
because you know, you know when you see an optical illusion and then when you see the effect, you can't unsee it. Is it going to be like that?
You can just see screenshots of it that I put in the side chat there. It's what happens every time, pretty much every time we have a sunset, when we don't have a local horizon blocking your view of the actual horizon.
Yeah, there's like a symmetrical thing going on.
Yeah, it fades away. It fades away and disappears, before it even goes below the horizon. It fades into the horizon. Think of it
Okay, you're saying
like a horizontal, like a vanishing zone, because that's your perspective vanishing zone. Everything gets compressed into that tiny band, which is the limit, right, of your perspective, the vanishing point. That's what a horizon is. It's a vanishing point, vanishing line. And the normal over water is upward refraction as well. So, could maybe call it a bit of an inferior mirage as well. But this is what happens. We don't see the
If,
sun clearly set from bottom to top when we watch sunsets. And if it does
if you
appear to
could,
do it, usually it's accompanied by some crazy miraging effects. I
if
got a
you
whole
look at
folder
that
in.
second image with the extreme ellipting effect, at the far right, can you see how it looks like there's an actual circle there? It looks kind of like all of that ellipse is coming out of the far right. That's all.
I
In the
would
last image
expect
that
it.
I posted? Or?
The diameter would shrink though with a
Yeah.
solar filter. That's all I was saying, and you don't see that. Do you have anything like that?
No, yeah, it does. It does change a little bit with the solar filter, but that's probably due to the atmospheric conditions adding to the solar filter's power. So when something's already really far away from you, it doesn't change in angular size, right? Because you're only seeing it go down due to perspective, right? That's just due to the way your perspective works. It's already really far away from you. I can show you an example. So linear perspective, right? If something's really close to you, right? Let's say you had a tennis ball and you get down on the floor and you lay on the floor and you put the tennis ball in front of your eye. Okay, it looks giant in your perspective. It takes up a huge area of your perspective. Now, if you roll it 3 meters away from you, it's going to get really small as it rolls away from you. And that's like local perspective. Now, if you stand up and look at that ball and then you roll it, okay, so now the ball, as you've stood up, that ball's already reduced quite a lot in angular size. Now, if you roll that ball the same distance away from you, it doesn't change much at all in angular size. Okay, so if something's already far away from you and it moves down, just due to the way your perspective works, it's not going to change much in angular size, if at all. Especially when it's just a light that you're looking at. I can show you an example, like a small scale demonstration of it, if I can find it. So if the sun was like, just hypothetically, right? Let's say the sun was right in front of your eyes, really close to you, and then it moved away from you, right? Let's say it was 20 meters across, right? just a hypothetical sun. Okay, it was really close to you, then it would be giant. And as that sun moved away, in your local perspective, then it would get really small as it moved away. Right, but if you already move it away from you, and then it just appears to go down and set into the vanishing zone due to perspective, then it's not expected to reduce in angular size. It took me quite a long time to get wrap my head around that as well. But I'll show you an example.
Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna wrap my head around it. Like I can't promise that, but
Well, it's self-explanatory in the definition in the example, right? In super basic example, man, my freaking scroll button stopped working on my mouse. I didn't realize how much I relied on that thing. All right, so look. All right, so two equal sized balls. Okay, and because we're low to the floor, we're close to this ball that's close, right? And let's say that that ball in the distance is 2 meters away, right? It drastically reduces in angular size due to perspective because it's very local to the observer. Okay, now we have the same two balls, which are the same distance apart. What's the reason that they don't change very much in angular size now compared to the top picture? They're the
because it was
same
further
distance
away.
from, well, the second
It
ball's,
reduces like
it's
the decrease is relative, right? Because it's further away.
yeah, it was, so that ball, it's because it's already reduced in angular size because it's further away from you,
But if you're
right?
doing that though, then you can't do the Eratosthenes local sun response, right? Then you would be agreeing that the sun's further away. So then Eratosthenes experiment doesn't make
No,
sense on flat Earth.
no, it does. It makes perfect sense.
You can't say that the sun is
It's
far
the sun.
away.
Just because the sun isn't
First,
93 million, right? We don't know the distance to the sun. The source light of the sun, right? The sun could be a huge distance away. We don't know how big it is or how far away it is or what it is exactly. Okay, it's an apparent
you don't
light
think
in the
that
sky that you just see it relative to your perspective, right? To where you're standing, right? It's like you're standing in the middle of a dome above you. Okay, and if you change locations, that dome's just going to follow you around, and you're just always going to be in the center of that dome of perspective. That's the way that we see the world in the sky, right? You're going to have a horizon that's an equal distance around you, the azimuthal horizon, your azimuthal grid of vision, right? You can turn the same feature on in stellarium, turn on the azimuthal grid of vision. You can have you look east, the horizon's X distance away. You look west, south, any distance, any direction you face, you're going to see the horizon at the same distance. So you see in a circle, right? Same thing happens when you're looking at things in the sky, right? You see a plane coming from the horizon. It looks like it's going up, 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 right? And then it kind of flattens out, goes over the top of you, and then it does the same thing off in the distance. That's just purely a perspective effect. Right? It's not like the Earth's tiny, and in the 10 minutes or 5 minutes that plane takes to do a dome-shaped arc over your head, right? Then if that were to keep going, it would go the whole way around the Earth in 10 minutes, right? Obviously, it's just a perspective effect. So if something's already moved far away from you and it goes down due to the way that your perspective works, you wouldn't expect it to reduce much in angular size. Sometimes it appears to reduce in angular size. We have tons of videos of solar filters being used, and it's a bit smaller, a little bit smaller when it's closer to the horizon. I would argue personally that maybe that's just because you're also looking through more atmosphere, right? 40 times more atmosphere when you're looking horizontal than when you're looking straight up. So maybe that adds to the power of the solar filter. Solar filters don't necessarily let you see the true size of it either. It could look a lot smaller than what it really is because the solar filter's blocking out tons of light. Some solar filters block out too much light and it just looks like the tiniest little dot ever. But this demonstration here that I showed you in the side chat, right, shows the difference between, let's call it local perspective or terrestrial perspective and celestial perspective, right? Something's already far away from you. You're just seeing it, right? That like as it moves away from you, when you see something set, it's not that far away. The horizon's not that far away from you when you see things set. It's a lot further than the globe horizon would be, right? But it's not that far.
What do you think about, like, you could probably do a calculation on how much the diameter should change if you take something like the Aristophanes, like you presume a flat plane, then you do the calculation for how far the sun should be away over a flat plane to get the shadow differences. You take that, and then you could figure out how far away it would be. Then you would figure out the diameter it would reduce or should be reducing by,
How do you know how
and then
far
you
away
could
it
see
would be?
if that aligns with the expectation or not. You could like predict
Yeah,
that.
but I don't think you would be able to. You don't know what it is, right? You're just making. You have to make assumptions. That's the problem. You'd have to make assumptions of that it's a physical object that you're seeing, and that you're seeing it in its correct position, which I don't think is the case. You're seeing a
No.
projection of it.
I don't think you
You're
would
seeing it.
have to assume that. Couldn't you just
You
assume that
can't
whatever the effect is,
triangulate.
that's what you're tracking,
If you
whether it's
triangulate the
physical or not?
distance to the sun, you're going to come up with an altitude of something like, I think it's like 3,000 something miles or something like that. Right, but it's inaccurate because you have to make assumptions. Okay, so like Matthew, Matthew Learns, he's a math professor. He comes
But
in here as a
wait.
globe earther. He did
Wait,
it.
but if you assume it's physical or an effect or not, like you don't assume any of that, wouldn't the diameter change be expected on both of those?
Yeah, but you're not seeing it in its true position. You're seeing it in an apparent position due to the atmosphere and due to a whole bunch of, and then there's a whole bunch of unknowns, right, between you and that light. Like, what's the medium between you and the light? Is there some kind of barrier between you and the light of some kind? I don't know how the sky works. I don't know what the mechanism is that how it works up there, right? But the atmosphere kind of acts like a lens as well. For example, the sun does all sorts of crazy stuff, right? The position that you see the sun in isn't the actual sun that you're looking at, right? It's an apparent sun. Sometimes the sun looks like it's like, have you not seen? Surely we've shown you all of the trippy pictures of the sun where it looks like the sun is literally embedded within the clouds, even though it's not, right? You're seeing an
I've
apparent
seen
sun.
the
There's also
crepuscular rays thing, but the crepuscular rays are
no. I'm not talking about
they're
crepuscular
because aren't there
rays,
still
right?
parallel lines though? Like the crepuscular rays, they're parallel. They just appear
They're
that way because
unique.
they're expanding towards
They're
your vision.
unique to everyone sees their own like divergent sun rays.
Yeah, it's like
Right,
the
it's a
same thing as if you're
personal.
looking at railway tracks that they're parallel, but they look like they're converging. Same with
Well, it's
crepuscular rays.
well, not. I mean, it's debatable because I mean, if you go and have a look at some street lights in the fog, right? That's not perspective, is it? That's actually diverging. So it could be a combination, right? Obviously, we have to take perspective into account, but it can be other things. But I wasn't talking about crepuscular rays. I was talking about how the sun can sometimes appear in apparent locations and apparent sizes and do all sorts of crazy stuff. I can show you some examples if you want, but the sun is an apparent light. Right? David Weiss did a good test where he shows you, this is it's just an example. Like you see the sun projected into a specific place in the atmosphere due to the way that the atmosphere is working on that particular day in your location, and then also you see it in your own personal perspective field, right? So the angle that you see the sun is going to be dependent on your own personal location where you're standing on the earth. I don't think that if you're looking at the sun, right, just say you're looking at the sun and you point like a laser line, like a direct line, a hypothetical line from your eyes directly to where you can see the sun. And then I draw a line from my eyes, right? Like say I'm 1,000 miles away and I can see the sun too. Okay. And then I draw a line from my eyes to where the sun is. I don't think that our two lines are going to match up. They're not going to intersect at a point. I don't think we can see the same sun. There's lots of tests that show that this isn't the case when you add an atmosphere into the situation and add that separate perspective into the situation as well. We see an apparent light in the
You don't
sky
think the
due
tropics
to
are real
where
then?
the tropics are. What do you mean? How would that make the
Like
tropics
the
not be real?
like the. Do you think that the tropics are like a circle, or for what reason why you would think that or not? Because
What do you
isn't
mean,
it
like the equator? Is that what you mean?
well the equator? Yeah,
You mean
like
the
the sun
equator?
would be 90 degrees over the equator on the equinox, and then I guess on the solstice, isn't that like as far it goes like above the tropics?
Right, but it doesn't mean that every single person's going to see it in the exact same position at the same time, right? The sun does all sorts of trippy stuff depending on the atmospheric conditions, right? Even on the globe, right? Like if I'm looking at the sun, if you're looking at the sun, they tell you that that sun's not even there, right? You're just looking at it like a phantom sun because the sun set 10 minutes earlier, and you're just looking at a illusion of what looks exactly like the sun, in which you can feel the heat from. Okay, so you can see the sun and you can feel the heat coming from the sun and hitting your face, right? And those infrared rays don't have that, they're not subject to refraction in the same way that the visible light is, right? So as soon as that sun dips behind the horizon, right, you'd lose that heat on your face instantly. So if the sun
I
had
don't know if you
already
feel it
set
in the same
8,
way. I don't know. I don't know if
well,
I'd have to
I mean, look,
experience
this
it.
is the thing, man. I grew up at the beach surfing all the time. And when you get out of the water and you're freezing cold, right? Because you get out of the water because it's getting dark, right? The sun's about to set. You don't want to get eaten by a shark. So you jump out, you're getting cold, and you get that little bit of heat at the end of the day from the sun. As soon as that sun dips behind the horizon, instantly you get cold, right? Or if you're sunbaking out in the sun and it's not a very hot day, as soon as the sun dips behind a cloud, you instantly get cold, instantly, right? But they tell you that when you're seeing that sun on the horizon, it already set 8 minutes earlier and it's not really there.
On maybe
And
some
you're
days
just
though,
seeing
but
it
maybe
in
not the days you
measurements.
felt it. Like
But
I
they
don't
say,
know.
they say it, no, they say it happens every time consistently. Anytime that you're in the sun and the cloud goes in front of the sun, that sun, you instantly don't feel the heat from that sun anymore.
Hey,
It's coming directly
DJ,
at you from the sun.
a good test to
Yep.
confirm that is grab yourself a light meter and look at the intensity drop as soon as a cloud goes in front of the sun. Very simple to test for.
Oh yeah, yep. Good point. Yep.
Because do you believe the sun works in a circle, or I've heard other flat earthers say there might be two suns, or what is your belief?
No,
Or the
I don't know how the sun works, but it's just an apparent light in the sky. I only see one sun.
do you think its circuit is a circle, or do you not know?
I don't know exactly what the sun does. I've seen people, right? So I'm not saying that this is the flat Earth model, right? But I've seen people, and I'm not saying it's not the flat Earth model either. Okay, I'm saying I don't know what the flat Earth model is, but when people do set up like a dome, and then they have a light source above the dome, they're able to project the sun circling around the dome with the light source hardly moving at all. And if you were standing inside that dome, you would see that sun just the same as we see the sun in the sky, even though the light source is hardly moving at all. And it's just tracking around the dome due to the way that the reflection or the projection, the light's projected onto that dome. So there's and the atmosphere itself could act kind of like that. And David Weiss has a test called "Where Do You See the Sun?" And he sets up a sheet in his living room, and on the other side of the sheet he has a light source. Okay, we don't know how big that light source is. We don't know where that light source is. We can just see a projection of the light source on the sheet, right? So he's standing on one side of the sheet, and then the light source is on the other side of the sheet, right? So he can just see what looks like a sun projected onto that sheet, which is to act as, say, the atmosphere. Now his wife's standing on the other side of the room, Okay, and what they do is David Weiss is like, where do you see the sun, right? And he points on the sheet where he can see the sun, and then she points where she can see the sun on the sheet, and they don't see the sun anywhere near the same position as each other because of the way that the light's being projected onto the sheet. That's what I mean about the sun being an apparent light in the sky. We don't all see it in the same position. It doesn't act like a physical, like you're not looking at a physical object. It kind of behaves a little bit more like a reflection or a reflected light behaves. Right? Like when you see the sun lighting up the clouds, like if you're looking at the sunset and you can see the sun's lighting up the clouds like freaking crazy and it's like everything's red. Right? Are those clouds really lit up? No. It's like an illusion. It's only lit up. You can only see that lit up, right? Someone that's say 100 miles down the beach, right? So you got a giant 100-mile long beach. Someone else is 100 miles down the beach. If they were to zoom in on those clouds that you can see lit up, those clouds are not even going to be lit up. They'll see the sun in their own apparent position, and clouds local to them will be lit up. Right? They'll see their own crepuscular rays, and you'll see your own crepuscular rays. It's kind of like that reflection that you see that the sun puts on the water that goes directly to your feet. Okay, and in the moonlight, for example, just say the moon is out there and you can see all of the water lit up right to your feet from the moonlight, and you can even see like ducks or something like that floating on the water that you wouldn't even be able to see if it wasn't for that light. Is that light really there? Well, it's only there for you. Okay, someone standing 10 meters away from you can't see your light. They'll have their own light, and they won't be able to see those ducks lit up at all. Okay, because it's reflected light. It's completely different. And I think the sun kind of behaves more like a reflected light than an actual light. It's pretty interesting when you start to dig into it. Right, like I used to live on a giant lake, and when it was a full moon, and you could see the moon like between you and the lake, right? The lake was between you and the moon. The whole lake would light up like crazy on a full moon, and you could see people fishing and watch them catching fish, reeling fish in. And then you could just go down to the store, which wasn't far away. And as soon as you get down to the store, you look back at the lake and the whole lake's completely black. So it wasn't even lit up, right? It was just lit up from your perspective for you personally. As soon as you go down to the store, you look back and the whole lake's just black because the moon isn't between you and the lake anymore. As soon as you go back home again, now bam, the whole lake's lit up again. So I don't know, the sun's more like an apparent light in the sky, in my opinion. So there's a lot of mystery behind it, and
even the globers say it has an apparent position due to the speed of light, how long it takes light to reach you, and atmospheric refraction. It displaces its location, and in the heliocentric model, right, the sun doesn't move, right, except for its orbit around the galaxy, but respective to us, right, it's moving, but with respect to the sun and only considering the sun and their solar system, it's not moving, right? But its location is fixed, right?
I guess there's things like the sun on the equinox,
but we never see it in that fixed location.
Ecuador, having it like rise and then travel in a complete 90-degree angle over you the whole day. Like it doesn't arc or curve in any way. It's just straight. Like that, and the fact that the globe can just say, "Oh yeah, that's because
Really?
like the geometry," and it's cohesive and it makes sense. I mean, I can see the plausibility, DJ. Like, yeah, like maybe it just has some light effect that we don't fully understand. But like, it's the globe just like has the explanation and like ready for you. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of more compelling for me.
Yeah, but it doesn't though. You're saying it does, but it doesn't.
That on the equinox, if you're in Ecuador, you're directly facing the sun. You're at the closest point to the sun, so you see it rising at a 90-degree angle.
A 90-degree angle to east, like to north, 90 degrees to north.
Yeah, like the sun would travel directly overhead in a straight line. It wouldn't curve, but if on that same day you're anywhere else on the planet, you would still see it curving.
But the issue is, Debate Daddy, you've only ever seen that from the perspective of a human. So if you've been to Ecuador and you're watching this happen, you've only ever seen the sun over an exceptionally short distance. You haven't seen the entirety of its circuit to make that claim.
I guess sure, yeah, if like everyone who's in those locations is lying, if we want to go with that, then yeah, but that's just like less
No,
compelling to me if
stop.
we have
I
to
did
deny
not
that.
mention anything about people lying, so please don't pull that bullshit on me. That's unnecessary. I said you've
What
only
would
ever
it be
seen it
then?
over an exceptionally short distance, which everyone has. That's what we witness. I walk outside now. I'll see the sun come up. I don't see it coming all the way from the United States. I only see my perspective based on from what I can see where I am. And that's what you would see in Ecuador. You know that as well as I do. You'd see the sun come up and it's like, oh, that last little bit that I just saw, it appears to be going straight. You don't know the entirety of its circuit prior to that. How do you know it's not just swinging a massive arc and you can't see it because you're so small? You don't.
What degrees is Ecuador? What's its latitude?
Well, rather, even if it was swinging in a massive arc, that wouldn't be consistent with what people elsewhere see.
What? Wait a sec. What is Ecuador's latitude?
Like, it's also going to matter about the time of the year. Like, there's a lot of details here, but I think we can pretty much neglect that. He gave you the basic idea, right? In the northern hemisphere, the sun is going to appear to curve one way. Near the equator, it's going to not appear to curve nearly as much. And in the southern hemisphere, it's going to appear to curve the other way.
Why? Hang on.
How
That's what I'm
about we
asking.
just zip that one and let Debate Daddy answer his own questions? I don't think he needs someone to hold his hand.
I think it depends on like the
Debate Day?
epistemics
Am I
here.
coming through? Hey,
You're
am I coming
through.
through? Yeah, can you answer my question, please?
Sorry, he was coming in. What can you ask me the question?
What latitude is Ecuador?
Fuck, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I haven't memorized it.
Is it on the equator or not?
I think it's the closest. It's the closest city to the equator, but I don't know the exact latitude.
Okay. And is the Earth's equatorial plane equal and level with the sun's?
Equal and level? Like, do you just mean like it would be like angled? It would be the closest spot angled towards the sun.
Is the Earth's equatorial plane level, parallel with the sun's? The sol, the sol, it's equator plane.
On the equinox, yeah.
How? What happened to the tilt?
It's tilted towards it.
How?
What do you mean how?
How is it? How is the Earth's equatorial plane ever parallel with the sun's equatorial plane?
When you say parallel,
Earth
do
is
you mean
always
like
tilted.
Yeah.
All right, you've got the Earth spinning on its axis, right?
Yeah.
Right. The equator is perpendicular to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Is that equal, parallel with the sun's own its equatorial plane?
I don't know if parallel is the right word. Because it might
Can
be
you imagine that the
perpendicular.
sun has an equator? For fuck's sake.
Why do you do it to yourself?
Can you imagine that the sun has an equatorial plane?
Yes.
Right. Now compare that with regards to horizontal. Okay. Now keep the sun's equatorial plane horizontal. Now move out towards the Earth, right? And it's there. Now imagine its equatorial plane. Do they intersect? Do those planes intersect? Or are they
I don't know if they would
parallel?
be I actually don't know if they would be in line.
They wouldn't be because Earth is tilted on its axis with regards to its equatorial plane. So
Yeah, but
its equatorial plane is not going to be parallel with the sun's.
I don't know if that like gets at the point though, because I was just saying the point of Earth that's closest to the sun on the equinox is the equator. Like it doesn't matter if that sun is tilted backwards or what. Like there's still like a point which is closest, which is that, which produces the effects, and the globe explains that pretty well. You guys are saying, well, light works in mysterious ways. I can grant that and say, okay, just not as compelling personally. And then if we're going with even, well, have I personally experientially confirmed that? No, but I haven't been to Japan. Like I wouldn't know if Japan exists either.
No, we're not comparing you being to one country or another. You're making claims of the sun. You could make that same claim standing in your backyard, as I did. So please don't try to deflect.
I've never been to Ecuador though, so I don't know. Like,
so
I'm
why would you
taking
make
other
such a
people's words
claim
for this.
of what the sun does or does not do in Ecuador if you can't
Because this is
verify
like
that?
what everyone who's been
And
to
the
Ecuador
comparison was the limited distance you can see the sun. You can only see the sun as of an exceptionally small portion of its circuit. So you see the sun move from point A to point B. Point A to point B in the entirety of its circuit is nothing. And you seem to think that that represents an entire arc or whatever it's doing. You can't make a claim on what it's doing when you don't see enough of it. If you saw half of a complete circuit, I'd say, fair enough, have a good go at it. But when you're only seeing an exceptionally small portion, and then you're saying, oh, but the sun definitely does this, I can validate. No, you can't.
Are you saying
it's just
that
hopes and dreams,
I
kid?
can't make a claim if I haven't firsthand experienced it?
No, you can make all the claims you like, but I'm just going to call you a fucking clown show when you are, because you can't back it up.
Well, be consistent then if that's your standard. Have you ever been to Bangladesh?
Why do I have the necessity to go to Bangladesh? Please enlighten me on how this is analogous.
Well, you said if you
no,
haven't firsthand
we're
experienced
talking
it,
about
you
the
make a
sun.
claim, then you're a
We're talking about the sun and the portion of the sun you can see. Can I not do that in my backyard? So now I have no necessity. I have no necessity to go to Bangladesh, even though I'd like to.
Do you claim it exists?
What, Bangladesh?
Yeah.
Non-analogous.
Well, how's it not analogous? Well, you're dodging and you're okay. Well,
No, you're dodging. Can you see the sun in your backyard? Yes or no?
Yeah, but I've never seen the sun.
Excellent. So it's you that's dodging. So why do you have to go to fucking these other places? You're making claims over nothing. And this is you coping and running away because you've been cornered. You've finally clicked in your little brain that you've got nowhere else to go. This is your coping now. Please enjoy it.
No, what's the disanalogy, though? I don't understand.
We're talking about the sun, not the actual location you're standing. Don't you get that? You know the thing that's in the sky, where I normally say if you're looking at things in the sky to prove the ground, you've got a mental disorder?
You're talking about how you ground claims, and you're saying you have to first...
How the ground claims? The ground claims is flat, because when it's measured, that's what it results as.
Well, first off, the water's not measured level, because there's tides, right?
So go and show me the tides that are in the lakes that have been done. Show me the tide that's over a frozen lake.
Oh, so you guys only make claims about lakes, not oceans? So the oceans could be curved?
Well, why would I want to do a laser test where I've got a device that's sitting perfectly still with a 3-foot wave running in front of it every 5 seconds? Why would I want to do that? See, that's just spastic on your behalf. Like, seriously, kid, why do you come up with such stupid ideas? Wake up yourself.
That the oceans are not level because there's tides? What do you mean? That's just like basic common sense.
Oceans are... So, when it's at peak high tide and peak low tide, the water's not still? When there's no wind? Yes. Level, mean level.
Tides on Earth.
So it's horizontal. Tides have got nothing to do with it. Horizontal. At peak low tide, horizontal, peak high tide, horizontal, mean sea level, the average of the two. That's where that comes about. You're conflating one thing with another.
You realize there's
Try
two
again.
high tides and two low tides at any time on Earth, right? One for the moon, one for the sun.
That's
right?
Here we go. More shit that you just claim stack now, kid. Keep going. I'll sit back and let you stack them all day. Because that's what you're going to find. After a while, you are going to realise your whole ball belief is just claim stack after claim stack after claim stack.
Go look at any tidal clock. Literally
Look at any
tracks
tidal
with
clock.
the position of the moon and
Whoop-de-doo.
sun.
No, it doesn't.
It literally does.
It literally does. So why do we get more tides than moons?
Because we have a sun as well.
Go and look up tidal nodes and stuff, kids. Stop wasting our time. And anyways, that doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. So yet again, you're still hooked into the sky. You're still stuck. Like, hey, debate daddy. Hey, clown show. What I want you to do is I want you to go away for 2 days, right? I'm not going to ban you. I'm just going to ask you to go away for 2 days. I want you to come back with proof of curvature that's not pointing to the sky. Can you do that?
I do that. You guys
No, you
don't
don't.
want to look
Because at the
it.
moment you've referenced the sun, you've referenced the moon. So let me guess, the next one's going to be satellites, just following the chain of events.
You guys don't like the amateur rocket stuff. You don't like the measurements out of a
Pointing to the
plane
sky.
window. No, it's looking at the ground.
Up in the sky. See? All of your stuff is in the sky. You can't get out of the sky. Here's all the flat earth guys measuring the surface of the ground, and here's you up in the sky. Get back to the ground, kid. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're measuring. That's what we're confirming. You're confirming the sky.
You guys don't even like surveying. Like surveying doesn't even work for you guys.
Surveying
It's like,
doesn't
what
work.
would even work?
Surveying does work quite well, thank you very much. The issue is when you've got people like Jesse Path of Bullshit, who basically just flat out lies about his measurements and reconstructs his measurements to suit his needs. It's called cherry picking. That's what we don't like.
You think he was lying about the 27 feet of rise in one photo in one day versus a cold day?
Yeah, you're going to have to be a little more specific. Jesse lies about a lot of things. That's why he's called Jesse Path of Lies.
What has he lied about?
Most of his measurements. He
Are you
cherry
just
picks
accusing
data, mate.
him, or
He cherry picks data. Go and have a look at his measurements. He's got a device that when you look up any flight manual on how to use these things, maximum 2 miles. One of his tests is 105 miles long. So it's going to be somewhat inaccurate, and he's claiming that there's nothing wrong with that. When you call him out on it, he'll have a little bitch and go and run away. But that's still not you proving curvature.
I'd love to hear his bitching about it then. But he has a photo where it's side to side of, I think, like a barn or something, and on one day there's 27 or 30 feet of curvature. Like DJ's seen this photo, and on the other it's far lower, 27 feet lower.
Okay, so
Showing
that's
that
easy.
it's-
So let me just do the old-fashioned global reaction. Refraction.
It is. But it's
So you
but the
measure.
point
So
of
what
the
you're
image-
doing? This is where you can't think. All you've done is measured the refractive
missing-
change over a day. No. The point is quite simple. You set your theodolite up. You have a look. You take a photo. Hey, this is what I've got at 9 o'clock in the morning. You come back a couple of hours later. Oh my God, it's different. Check it out. That's refraction. What you seriously think the Earth breathes and gets bigger? You clown.
No, you're missing the point. The point of that photo is to show that the level of curvature that you observe is actually plausible.
There's no level of curvature.
The level of refraction that you see is plausible, meaning.
Okay,
when
so
you guys
let's
see
get this straight. 5 seconds ago, you were telling me that measurement is curvature. Now you're telling me it's refraction. So
No, sorry.
which one are you going to go with, son? It's refracted curve or it's curved refraction? What is it?
It's showing that the amount of refraction to bring the horizon up.
So
like that
not
is
curvature.
plausible. Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
level
excellent.
of
That's what I thought.
refraction for the black swans is plausible. That's what.
No, not even close to plausible. You have not even looked any of that shit up, have you? Go and look up refractive levels, son.
That's the argument he was
The
making.
orders of magnitude, the orders of magnitude of refraction you require in the black swan are like 120 times the highest ever recorded levels. You do know that, don't you? That's why we laugh at you clowns when you come in here and just blurt out refraction. Like, seriously, kid.
Well, the
7 over 6R, based on the formula, 7 over 6R will take it from 1.22 up to 1.34. The highest ever recorded refraction known in an open atmosphere or open air will take you up to about, I think it's about 1.9 something. So let's just go and have a look. Is the horizon at 1.9 miles? No, it's not. Like, seriously, you have no idea the levels of stupid. When you come in here and squawk refraction, and then you get morons like Jesse doing the same, you got no idea the levels of stupid we just sit and point at. It's like that fat kid off The Simpsons. Go and look this stuff up. Instead of you sitting there squawking the same dumb shit over and over and over again, go and look up maximum known cases of refraction. And you're going to sit back and go, well, this is the extreme. This doesn't happen all the time. Go back to your 7 over 6R, the average, or better still, why don't you go and ask Jesse Path of Bullshit, his 1.3 times whatever formula, and insert that into the Black Swan and see if you make it then.
So
that'd be the easiest way.
Okay, because I get that you're passionate against Jesse.
No.
I'm just trying.
This is not passionate against Jesse. Don't sidestep. This is you guys cherry picking data. I couldn't give a fuck if it's you that does it or someone else that does it. This is you guys cherry picking bullshit claims. You are claiming the Black Swan is the most extreme cases of refraction. Now, I'm going to put in side chat the Black Swan so people can have a look. I'm going to load this up. Have a look at this.
Load it up.
And I'll show you something else. So, loading.
So Jesse wasn't measuring the refraction? I don't think he has
Well, that's what he measured, and he's too stupid to realise it.
What he did measure was over, I think, 7 or 8 miles, it was around 30 feet of rise, meaning if the Earth were curved, you would only need, like, on that distance, I think, like 6 feet more than if it were flat, which is like, you're already at 30 feet of rise. Like, what's...
But he took two measurements. One was out and one was not out. So what, would he take an average? No. Jesse turns around and says it has to be a globe because one of them was close. Whereas a normal person would go, oh, fuck, these are both... One's out and one's a long way out. What do I do now?
No, they're the same distance.
That's the difference, and you don't see that. You've got your little blinkers on going, I must defend the globe. I must defend the globe. No, I'm understanding you quite clearly. You're just defending the globe. You're defending something you don't understand.
He was looking at the same barn.
I know, that's what I'm trying to fucking tell you. Are you not listening to your own words? He didn't move the theodolite, but yet the measurement changed. He measured refraction, nothing more. He measured the difference in light coming to the theodolite.
He did not measure refraction. You can't measure refraction with...
Did the measurement change, yes or no, on the two separate measurements?
The height changed.
Excellent. That's the refractive index change, you clown.
That's the effect of the refraction, not measuring the refraction itself. He measured the effect of the refraction.
So he measured the refraction. Basically, he hasn't measured a barn. The barn has changed. So which measurement is true? The bottom one or the top one when it moved?
We'd have to know the refraction to actually know. But
which measurement is true? The bottom one or the top one?
We don't know. We'd have to
Excellent. So you don't know. So any claims you put forward now that this one is the true globe measurement is a falsity because you don't know which one is true. You just did. You did a minute ago.
No, I didn't.
You fucking well did. Go and listen to the recording.
Go and pull up the recording, Jamie. But anyway,
anyways, side chat. 27 foot of rise. On which measurement? The top one or the bottom one? This is the problem, see? You're not getting it, son. Now, look at the second image. The first one, all you globetards say, oh my God, it's the most extreme case of refraction. Whinge. The second one, higher refraction. And have a look at that on a day where there's even higher refraction. Oh my God, the horizon. It moved again. So what is it? Does refraction make the horizon go further? Come closer? You wanted to talk about refraction. Let's see what you've got. Compare it to the original Black Swan, and let's have a look at that second image. And here we go.
Yeah,
We'll chuck a third one in, just for practice.
I think the inference that Jesse would make.
No, I'm not interested in Jesse. I've got you here, not Jesse.
Sure. The
yeah. So have a look at the third image. Have a look at the third image. Is that not a greater refraction than the original Black Swan? Yes or no?
I don't know. It looks
yes or no?
Wavy, yeah.
It looks pretty wavy, so it's of a greater refractive index than the original Black Swan. So next time you clowns come in here and go, oh, blah, 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 massive amounts of refraction, it's the highest we've ever seen, we must account for extreme refraction, I'm going to call bullshit. Because right here's a photo showing even more so than the original one, even to the point where it's miraging. So your claims of refraction now mean zero.
I don't know how that.
Do you understand? Follows. That's right, you don't want to know how it follows because it's like, oh my God, I've just realised I've been backed into a corner. You've realised your claims are bullshit.
I don't agree with that.
Well, debate your way out of it. Bring forth some proof. Put it on the table. You can disagree with it. I've got no problem with that. But you're going to have a reason to disagree with it other than you want to keep your globe.
Yeah, Jesse's saying over that distance, so there's 27 feet of
Jesse's
rise.
not here. We're talking about the Black Swan. Image 1, Image 2, Image 3. Jesse's not here to hold your hand. So you tell me where your refraction problem is.
I'm guessing over a longer period, might even be hundreds of feet of rise.
We're talking about the Black Swan image. You wanted the... Don't you sidestep it. Get back to the Black Swan.
Which one am I looking at here?
That just shows the levels of arrogance we deal with on a daily basis. He's too busy being hung up on something that's non-related. You guys claim the Black Swan's refraction levels are extreme. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Excellent. The second and third image shows a greater refraction. Yes or no?
I don't know. I'm agnostic on.
So you're gonna be agnostic. Coward. Yes or no? One of them's miraging. That might be a big hint.
Isn't I don't know a valid answer?
So one of them's miraging. That might be a big hint.
Yeah, it is. I would definitely lean in that direction, but I still don't.
So it's of a greater refraction. Have a look at the horizon.
Make a claim about it, but yeah,
have a look at the horizon.
Yeah.
Horizon is where? Right at the oil rigs. So here we have a greater refractive index, but yet the horizon is directly on top of the oil rigs. Oh my God. You guys have no idea what the Black Swan is about. While you're here stroking your egos about refraction, you have no idea what the actual argument's about.
Well, I mean, like Jesse's thing literally showed that it's plausible.
Jesse's thing literally what? That the refraction is plausible. Listen, debate clown. We don't disagree with refraction. Every single person on this panel knows what refraction is. This is the problem. You don't. You make claims of it happening all the time. But here we're showing you guys claiming in the original Black Swan, that's the cause of the horizon being so far away. So in image 2 and image 3, we inject more refraction and the horizon's close again. So obviously it's not the issue there, is it?
No, Jesse said it's plausible it could be luminous.
We're not talking to fucking Jesse. He's not here. Get him out of your head.
Because it's plausible this could have been looming, or it could have been, maybe it's not.
What? So how are you going to explain higher refraction but closer horizon? Because it's the horizon that's in contention.
We don't know the temperature beyond it between image 1 and image 2. We don't know that.
But you can see it clear as day. It's miraging. You've got a more extreme refractive index. Debate Daddy. You've got a more extreme index. You can see it is miraging.
You realize that it can be different at different points through the medium, right?
So now you're backpedaling. So now you're making excuses to keep your refraction. Refraction is an Earth curve, son. You do know that.
Saying you understand refraction.
Okay, let's just try this. Do you understand refraction is not Earth curve? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Excellent. So when Jesse, fuckwit Path of Light, is out there measuring the difference between a barn, yay for him, and it changes from one point of the day to another point of the day, you do understand that means fuck all.
No.
Well, there's nothing I can do for you.
But you see how easy it is for me to answer your questions and how you didn't answer mine.
You haven't asked a relevant question.
I said, do you understand that the refraction can differ between the medium you're looking through?
And what has that got to do? And I did answer that. My answer to that was that is you backpedaling. That is you trying to dodge and get out of it.
No.
And again, I've already told you, we know what refraction is. You don't. You're using it as a claim to Earth curve.
No, because the medium oil rig onwards is different from the medium.
When you say onwards, what, behind it or in front of it?
Yeah.
Onwards.
Yeah,
so the answer is yes. Okay, let's try again. When you say onwards, behind the oil rig or front of the oil rig?
You're talking about both separately, yeah. I'm bringing up both. I'm bringing both up.
So he says yes.
Yeah, and
I gave you a choice of one or the other, and your answer is yes. Do you like eating purple crayons because they taste like grapes? Yes.
Do you like doing false dichotomies, or do you want to actually hear my point?
There was no false dichotomy. I asked you in front of or behind, and your answer was yes.
My answer was the medium in front of it is different than the medium behind of it, and I was asking you,
how do you
understand
know
that? How do I know that the medium is different?
How do you know?
So you're asking a question to my question?
How do you know that is a claim that you can validate, verify, or prove?
Because the medium is literally not even the same place in geometric space.
And how do you know that it's a different consistency, temperature, thickness, whatever other ego things you're going to pull? How do you know it's different?
I didn't claim it was different. I was saying that it
yes,
could
you
be
did.
Different.
Oh, it could be. Well, fuck me. I could be Midas and touch everything and turn it to gold.
Well, that would explain the difference in the two pictures.
That would explain. So basically, you're all now to hypotheticals. There's no factualities. There's no measurements. There's no nothing. It's all hypothetical. And this is why you and Jesse just all believe the same shit. Because it could happen. But it's not
plausible.
That's the problem. It's not.
It's not plausible.
It's not what plausible.
It's not plausible.
I'm not debate daddy. I'm not interested in your hypotheticals. Go and get us a measurement.
You're gonna
No, I'm not interested in hypotheticals.
Okay.
This is not me dodging. I'm just not interested in hypotheticals. I want your measurements. I want your facts. At the moment, you're claiming Jesse Path of Light measured a barn that was 35 feet out of where it should have been because it is refraction. And therefore, that equals refraction exists. Okay, I've got no problem with that. But it's nothing to do with Earth curve.
You're just saying that the medium behind, it doesn't matter if it's different.
Oh, why is it every time you talk, you're always about 3 sentences behind?
It just is sidestepping, though.
Why every time you speak, you're always 3 sentences behind?
Because that's you sidestepping.
Because you can't keep up, or you don't want to.
You sidestepping, it's the end of it.
I haven't sidestepped a thing. I've smacked the fuck out of everything you've handed to me. Keep trying.
No, it means you're out of roads and you can't answer.
I'm out of roads. My
So you're
roads are
just
painted.
asking.
Mine are on the fucking screen, son. You've presented nothing. Just hollow words.
That doesn't like win you the
That
debate.
doesn't what? Well, people can see what I'm talking about.
You don't
What
have
you're
an answer.
provided is nothing. You've provided hollow words from a hollow little man who is known for lying. They've even made videos about it, Debate Daddy. You do know that.
You're screaming, but you can't answer. Like
You do know that, don't you?
You gotta calm
The
down.
person you are referring to is a known liar. You do
That's
understand
fine.
that.
You can add him.
Yes or no? Answer the question. It's close-ended.
You could ad hom him all you want. It's
Yes or no? Answer the question. It's close-ended.
I know that you guys claim that. I don't know.
Yes or no? You do
I don't
understand
know.
that. It's a close-ended
know.
question.
I don't know.
So
if he's
you
a liar.
don't know. So
I don't
why
know
would you
his
bring
claims that
up
well.
his bullshit claims of a barn being 35 feet out of whack? A barn, of all things. Yay.
He could have just tilted the camera down or up. Like, I agree that that's also possible.
So
But it's
now we've just got a
irrelevant.
whole heap of hypotheticals about
It's
Jesse doing whatever Jesse does,
Because
and this has got what to do with refraction on the Black Swan.
it's just not relevant to the question about what medium
Excellent.
A
We
or
understand
B.
it's not relevant.
It's not relevant whether he's a liar or not because my question was not.
Yeah, that's great.
relevant.
See what I mean about you're about 3 conversations behind?
No, I mean that's the
You are.
conversation that you're
You are
sidestepping.
so slow. Seriously, kid.
You're
Are you listening on
condescending.
YouTube or something? And you're that far behind.
Here.
So tell me
Okay,
again
well.
about how Jesse measuring a barn, which was 2 different readings of 35 feet difference, has any relevance at all to the Black Swan being able to see the horizon beyond 10
I'm
miles.
talking about the Black Swan. I'm talking
No,
about
you're
the
not.
medium A and B, medium in front and behind it. You refuse to answer whether those mediums could have different refractive indexes. You can't answer that because you know it destroys you.
We're
Which is
not talking.
obviously-
Look, listen. Obviously, you missed the first part earlier on. This is why you're stupid and you're not catching on. Your
I'm stupid
refractive
enough.
index,
Okay.
listen carefully, your refractive index, you don't have enough index to get that. Do you comprehend that bit? You don't have enough slider. The little bar can't go far enough to the right in order for you to make the Black Swan real in your globetard world. Do you comprehend that? There is not enough K for you. Does that mean anything?
It does.
You don't
it
get
actually
it.
does.
You don't get
It actually
it that
does.
the refractive index doesn't go high enough. Your claims of refraction in that are 10 times extreme refraction is what you require. Even, let's just give you your 7/6R. I'm going to be generous and say, yes, there's refraction there. Here's your 7/6R. So 1.34 times the square root of the observer's height in feet equals 1.34 miles. Where's the horizon in that image, son? Before, on top of, or behind the oil rigs?
The actual one or the apparent one depends on which image you're looking at, but it depends on
Where is
whether
the
there's
actual
looming-
horizon?
Depends on
In
whether
that
there's
image,
looming happening
in front of
behind
the
it.
oil rigs, level with the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
Well, in some of the images you posted, it's behind it. Some of it's
The first
not.
one, the first image. Where's the horizon in the first image?
Let me pull it up. I think in
Exactly.
the first one it was behind it, right? My memory.
So it's behind it. Where should the horizon be in the first image?
It depends if there's looming or not. Where it should be.
Refraction. Where is the horizon supposed to be in the first image based on Baltard mathematics?
Depends on the optics.
There's no depends. This is based on Baltard mathematics. I've allowed you 7/6R refraction. The formula, 1.32, or if you really want, 1.34 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So this is me giving you your refraction. You wanted it,
Sure.
I'm letting you have it. So where is the horizon supposed to be?
Well, is there looming or not? I can answer if you tell me.
I've allowed you refraction. I've given it to you. The formula
Allow me to read it
changes.
then.
Listen, I did. I have given it to you on a silver platter.
Okay, then it will be
Listen,
behind it.
stop.
Then
Let's
it will
go
be behind
back.
it.
Let's
There's
go
an answer.
back. No, let's
I
go
just
back and
answered.
try again. Listen
No,
carefully.
I answered. It's
One,
behind it. It would be
you're
behind it.
dodging now. The normal
No, I mean, I
formula
just answered. It
is
would be behind
one.
it.
Yeah, that's fucking shut up. The normal formula 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That would put the horizon at 1.225 miles. Now, I give you your refraction. We run it through 7/6R. That takes you up to 1.34. So the formula now is 1.34 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which takes you to 1.34 miles. So for the kids at the back of the bus, and it's only a one-seater special, where should the horizon be? That's you debate, Daddy.
Well, look, I don't know what refraction you're plugging or what. Like I've seen estimates of like
7/6R.
that are like I've seen.
Don't sidestep. 7/6R. I just did the calculation for you.
I don't have a calculator in front of me. I don't know.
I just did the calculation for you.
If it's that, then it would be.
Listen. How about I make it really easy?
It would be before the oil rig with
How about I make it really easy for you? 1.34 miles. Where should the horizon be?
It would be before the oil rig then.
Excellent. So inclusive of your refraction, including your refraction, you still don't have enough. Do you understand that now?
We don't know if that's the refraction though.
Well, the level I've given you is standard refraction that gets accounted for. Okay, let's take it to extreme refraction. 1.9.
You can make it work with extreme.
Highest ever recorded cases. 1.9. That takes your level out to 1.9 miles. Let's just cap it at 2 miles. So let's try again. Where's your horizon?
Okay. Well, with the number you plugged in, it's going to be before the oil rig.
Excellent. So you still don't have enough with extreme refraction. Oh my God, Debate Daddy, what are you doing to yourself?
We don't know what the refraction is on this day. We don't know.
I've given you the most extreme case of refraction. The highest levels ever recorded. Debate Daddy, I've plugged in the highest cases ever recorded. I've gone above that. And you still just sit there squawking, we don't know what it is. We don't know what it is. I've assumed the highest level. So naturally, it's going to be somewhere below that.
I wouldn't grant that.
Well, you're going to have to, unless you can find a level that's something like 1300 as opposed to 1.2.
The path of light works in mysterious ways, my friend.
And that's your cop-out mechanism. I need to hide now because I've realised I've got nothing. See, this is the problem with your refraction.
Every one of your questions.
You've made claims of refraction, and now you're backing away from it.
I'm saying we haven't actually measured it in this photo. That's one of my main critiques of you guys. Like,
No,
you should be doing.
We don't have to measure it. I'm assuming it's there. I'm giving it to you at the most extreme levels.
That's not going to compel me.
Well, so if you go and measure it and you find out that it's below moderate, so that means it's less than 7/6, what are you going to do then?
Well, because I show you. Well, then
What are you going to do if you measure it and you find out it's less than that?
I would concede then.
Excellent. So when I assume that it's equal to the greatest ever recorded refractive index and it's still not high enough, you're going to have to concede.
Oh no, those aren't the same thing. But like when I show you the
So let me get this straight. The greatest ever recorded refractive index is not high enough for you. Are you broken in the head?
No, I just want the measurements. But like You
The
guys were both
greatest, let's try that again.
Baron
Let's
because
try
he's
that
not
again.
measuring
The
refraction,
greatest,
right?
debate daddy, the greatest ever recorded refractive index, and I'm applying it to the black swan, and you're saying that's not enough. That's what you're saying.
No. What I'm saying is you guys were
Well,
reject
is it
Baron
enough or
Routledge's
not? Is the
measurement.
greatest ever recorded refractive index enough? Yes or no?
That's the one you guys are aware of. I don't know if there's like
Yes
a
or
highest one, to
no?
be clear. I don't know if that's actually the highest one, to be clear.
Go and look it up. Hey, that's a better idea. Instead of me telling you what it is, why don't you go and look up the greatest ever recorded, proven refractive index, right? And then you bring it back to us. And then we'll plug it into the Black Swan and we'll see what the numbers come out as. How about you do that?
No, look, like you guys.
Now
don't
who's
like
running
the
away?
survey.
Here
You
we
don't like
go.
the surveying
We're
that finds
being.
curves,
You're
right?
sitting there telling us. You're sitting there telling us you want to measure it. You want to prove it. I've given you the opportunity to do it, and now you're running away.
It's a point of consistency. Look, you guys.
Yeah, that's what
don't
we
like
want.
Baron.
We
Just let me
want
make the
you.
point.
Listen, no, your point is
Let me
moot
make the point.
because you're refusing to accept a simple challenge to prove
I've
me
answered all
wrong.
your questions. Well,
No, I didn't say you have. I mentioned nothing about you answering questions.
Yeah, and I want to just.
I'm telling you. Your point means nothing. I'm giving you the opportunity to prove this wrong, and you're backing down from it. Why are you backing down from such a simple task?
Because if you allowed me to speak, you would figure out why. So you guys don't like Baron Routledge's measurements because he doesn't record the refraction on the day, right? He's factors.
I never mentioned anything about Baron Routledge.
You guys
I've never mentioned false analogy. I never mentioned anything about Baron Routledge.
DJ.
I never mentioned anything about DJ either. False analogy.
I
want to know why. Listen, you're talking shit. You're talking shit. You're talking shit. Stop that. I want to know why you are not. Listen, go and get the most extreme refractive index that ever has been recorded. Go and do that, and then come back to us.
I don't know why that's the standard.
The standard is that, and listen, the reason that's the standard is because if that one is the most extreme recorded refractive index ever, why would you turn around and say, well, the Black Swan must be greater than that? Seriously. If you've got miraging and looming, that's a higher refractive index. Okay? There's no visible signs of those effects happening there.
Look, like if you guys just took
You're making claims to things that aren't there. So how about what you do is you look up the most extreme recorded value and then you go, what does that look like? And then you see a picture of shit that's upside down and you go, well, that's not what's happening there, so I can assume that's at maximum. And then you plug that into what we've got there and you'll still realise that you don't have enough. Your claims of refraction are nothing. You are so slow to grasp this concept. Even with the most extreme plugged in, which we've done for you, you still don't have enough. You are by magnitude out. And you can't comprehend that.
No, I do comprehend that. I was just saying, like, just if you do the measurements, it'll be compelling. If you don't do them, it's kind of less compelling. Just like Baron Routledge's measurements are less compelling because he doesn't do it.
I'm not interested in Baron Routledge. That's something you're bringing up. I've never heard of the...
Well, he does surveying and finds curve. So...
Well, he does surveying and finds curve. That's what you're going to present. Excellent. Present some of his data for us.
Oh, DJ's talked about it before.
Well, I haven't been on when DJ's done this. So I'm not going to speak on DJ's behalf, and I doubt you should either.
But
no, present it then.
He's not factoring.
Tell me something. Listen, debate daddy. I'll tell you something now. If he's provided curve, we would have every second fuckwit in here presenting his data day after day after day. So it can't really be that good.
Well, he factors in standard refraction. That's it. Everything else is correct. The measurements.
I factored in standard refraction. Hey, I factored in standard refraction. You chose not to accept it. You chose it's not enough. So I factored in extreme refraction. You chose it's not enough. So I factored in the most highest recorded refraction. You chose it's not enough. When is it going to be enough?
When you factor in the actual refraction.
So
Like,
if
how
the
is that?
actual
How
one,
is that
is the
absurd?
actual one going to be greater or lesser than the most extreme case recorded?
We don't know.
You're a fucking idiot, son. No wonder we boot you out of here.
Well, I mean, we know that we can get at least 27 feet of rise, right? In Jesse's observations, so it's certainly plausible.
So what were the conditions? See, this is the stuff that's not taking into consideration.
He took the temperature on the day. There was a cold morning.
So he took the temperature where? At the theodolite?
Yeah, one's clearly hotter. And you see the rise.
So he took the temperature at the theodolite. You need multiple readings over multiple levels. So ground level, 1 yard up, 2 yards up, 3 yards up, over multiple distances, multiple readings over the distance you're looking in order to factor this in. You don't just take one temperature reading at your theodolite and go, yay for me.
Yeah, if he wanted to try to estimate the refraction coefficient, then yeah, but he's not. He was just saying, like, look, this was in the cold morning. This was later in the day. 27 feet of rise.
Yay, refraction. So what?
They could be significant. That's the point.
Oh, so it could be, yet again, hypotheticals. I gave you the highest extreme. Listen, hey, fuck break. Listen, I've got to go to work, so I'm really over you. I have given you the most extreme recorded cases, and we've plugged it into the image. It still didn't get you near close enough.
I appreciate that.
500%. You need extra on top of your most extreme cases, and that gets you to the oil rig. It doesn't get you to the horizon.
Okay. I like the banter.
Hey, is any flat earther down for a question?
What's the question?
Well, now you're not a flat earther.
No.
You silly goose.
Yeah. All right, you got me.
Any of you? Any of the mods or whatever? Maybe not even the mods, just someone who comes in here. I guess not.
Why? What's wrong?
Was that meant for me?
Yeah.
No, I mean nothing's wrong. I was just gonna ask a question about flat Earth, or what's the word? Like the reasoning, some reasoning questions. Like if you're game.
Well, I want to know what the questions are.
I mean, it's probably nothing that you haven't heard before if you ever talked to anyone. Like I've asked a couple of times different like mods in here, like questions on like what their opinion is on like the reasoning why like the globe model was created and stuff like that. And I get like a different answer. I feel like every single time. So it's just interesting. I'm like collecting I guess you could say like a database of like what flat earthers think is like the motivation of why like globe Earth was invented or whatever.
I mean, you know what they're gonna say. They're just gonna say you don't know that over and over and over again.
You're speaking for me, thanks, mate. So is that the question?
Yeah, kind of like what do you think was like I guess the motivation you personally do you think was like the motivation for the whole like globe Earth being created? That idea.
Trying to understand the reality around them, physical reality, and what they're experiencing through a lens, philosophical lens.
Do you think that like maybe like today, I would assume you think that um, the people who are upholding this belief are doing it under like knowing it's a lie. At least somebody knows it's a lie, right? Because we have like NASA who is consistently faking going up to space and like that.
Whether or not what they claim to be doing is a lie or not is independent of a cosmological standpoint.
Okay, so like that would be the question: is like, what do you think is the like the motivation behind why they're continuing this like front to? I mean, obviously it's most people.
I don't know. Don't know why they're pretending to be able to do things that they really can't.
Do you have any like intuitions, or you just don't feel comfortable like speculating?
Everything is a culture achieves is compared to that of other cultures, like a level of sophistication, right? That's what seems to have like separated cultures over history. Is who had the better equipment and who could show more power, right, through that equipment. Who was better at doing things than others, right? Now you look at the exclusiveness, the what's the word I'm looking for? Where it's exclusive to just an elite, right? And you start seeing a model for a standard of power and influence, which can be exploited.
Okay, so you think that like, or your intuition is that it's some sort of like a group of people that are trying to gain power and like influence over everyone else.
Whether or not, right, it's true or not, that's the result, isn't it? what is the result of their claim of being able to do the things that they can do that lesser nations can't? Power and control.
Yeah, some kind of like influence over the mind, sure.
Yeah, and unique abilities, like through they claim that their communication abilities their superior communication abilities is due to having access to that region of space, right? Outer space.
Why do you think seemingly like juxtaposed nations will like collectively go together against or with this lie? For instance, like during the space race, you have the USSR and the communists, and then you have like America, and like on his face, we're like mortal enemies from one another, but we both seem to share this common lie that both nations are willing to like prop up. Like, why do you think or like would you think that say that the lie transcends these like perceptions we have of our enemies or perceived enemies?
Some people, sorry, some people might suggest there's even that the hierarchy doesn't stop there, right? It goes beyond that illusion that we're presented. Right? What better way to have ultimate power than for your subjects to not even realize that they're under your power? But that's a speculation for another day, because I would say that while that's possible, there's still underlying possibilities, and the short answer is I don't know. I lost my train of thought.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question?
Well, it's like if you take, yeah, 1 second, I got a cough. I'm like recovering from a sickness. I'm losing my voice. If you take the space race time where you had the communists, the USSR, and then
Right.
you had
Yes.
America.
Right. I got you. Thank you. Yeah. Well, it could be right that one set a standard and then the other claimed to have achieved that. Like to have matched or got close to matching, right? That standard, right? And if one knows that the other is not that standard is fake, right? Who's going to call the other one out and risk exposing that the standard is actually just fake and lose your position of power and your control?
I mean, but imagine like for the USSR as they're like collapsing, like the Communist Party's collapsing, they would have some level of like motivation to like bring down the capitalists with us. Let's expose them for their lies and whatnot, or at least like place doubt on the U.S. government from within by saying like, oh look, they're lying. Here's like our proof. They're lying to you guys. I don't know.
I think that something like that might, cause a maybe, agreement in falsehood is what's maintaining the structure of the machine.
Right, and so that's kind of like the people, like my original question is trying to point at is like, who do you think are these? Is this like people that is like transcending our like lower level conflicts? Like if communism versus capitalism is not even the top of the pyramid, it's like who is this group that is able to like transcend that?
I don't know, but no doubt, right? It's pretty obvious that these cultures have like scouted for the smartest ones, right, and the most talented ones, etc., and group them together with an agenda, right, to like achieve certain things and to understand like physical reality as we know it, because knowing more about it gives you more power, right? I'm not just talking about power over like a nefarious power, but like it advances your culture, right, as a whole.
But like,
Which in turn, the benefit of is being able to like protect that culture even better than another culture can, so that to the point where they tried to attack you, you could easily defend yourself, and or or the other way around, where if you had the intention to expand your culture's physical habitation region, you could just know that you just simply just march on and just take whatever you want, because you're more
it
powerful.
it
Like,
just
look,
seems like
the thing is, like, where I'm going with this is like I'm not in doubt that such cultures have discovered things about reality that the common person really doesn't understand, right? Whether they understand it fully or not, they know that they can manipulate reality in ways that other people can't to their advantage, right? And so it is possible that there is a system, a man-made system in the sky that functions for the purpose that they say it does, right? And we all benefit from it, like GPS and things like that. It's just not operating in the manner which they are presenting to the world, and that is called a trade secret, right?
it just
And they can't, if they want the system, the machine to keep running, they can't have people understanding how everything works, because then there'll be more and more people wanting to just achieve it for themselves, right? And then the machine won't work anymore, because each thing will be too divided up into too many machines that will conflict with one another.
all right. I hear you. It just seems like it seems like taking this route. Like if you have two routes, right? You have the route where you come up with this grand lie and you spread it amongst the world with like the intention to gain power and influence over all humans basically. And then you have another route where you just don't lie about something, so like something more like something that would be I guess somewhat easily verifiable, where like
Can
if
you go check to see if they're doing what they say they're doing?
well, I imagine like I'm thinking of
Can you?
like America, like my country, right? Like
Yeah.
how do they keep all
Can you go check?
I mean, I probably don't have the equipment or the knowledge,
Huh?
but I imagine like some people do.
Exactly. That's a good enough incentive right there. If I had that mindset, I would be looking for something that I knew that my subjects wouldn't be able to check, wouldn't be able to get the receipts for themselves. It totally and utterly depend on that
But
throne.
wouldn't it be super challenging to keep all of the educated people away from this truth, or like somehow making them submit to where like if you figure it out, you have to be quiet? Because like I don't hear, I'm not hearing, thousands of worldwide um, scientists of all professions, saying, oh, wait, guys, it's actually flat. Like I don't hear that. So like they're obviously keeping them quiet, right? Or they've
No,
gone along with it.
they just don't know. They think it is. They can't go check either.
So what do you think they're doing with like people who are like the recent launch they did? Like what was that? The
That was
moon thing.
It's supposed to be entertainment
So
and
like
a
those
show
were
of superiority.
okay. So like those people that were in there were actors, basically.
Yeah.
And so they
Yeah.
have to stay quiet, right?
Well, of course.
And like presumably there'd be like a full set that would have to like pull this off, and they have to be quiet. It just seems like a ton of work.
Relatively small handful of people.
I don't know. It just seems like a really like the overhaul, the work that would go into having to keep people from all different countries, independent actors, quiet.
How? To keep 4 people quiet? It's easy.
I imagine it's more than that. It would be probably thousands.
Believe them. If they, who's going to believe them? What are people going to believe? They're going to believe the astronaut. If an astronaut went rogue, broke the fourth wall, what would people think? But we wouldn't be surprised. We already know.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
So
You'd need
then,
a whole lot to just, you need a public official freaking announcement with no contest from anyone.
so then on your end, or like say this Discord or whatever's end, like why do you think whenever we look at history and there's different like lies that happen, it seems like typically the people who are perpetuating this lie will suppress it like through violence. But this one is like this is like the biggest lie in human history basically. But it seems like the people perpetuating the lie are totally fine with like you guys being in here and you guys having a YouTube channel and talking about it and blah 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 and proving people wrong, stuff like that. It seems like why do you think they're not like trying to shut you down?
Well, they probably are, and plus they think that they're just like well, nobody believes them anyway, right? Even though there's a few million, but it's relatively small percentage of the entire population. I think that they're really worried about it. Plus, they might still believe it themselves. You know what I mean? Like, they could be, like I said, it's independent of the Earth's geometry. Could they be advanced enough to be able to gain a perspective that gives them enough of a field of view to be able to determine, like, yes, it is a ball, or doesn't seem, we haven't witnessed it to be a ball yet, just still keeps like extending off into the distance like one giant big plane, and we don't know how far up we can actually go. It's like if there was an end to it or anything like that. Who knows what information they have, right? With all their current like secret and known technologies, right, about the Earth's form, right? Who knows? I don't know. I don't know how high up they can go. But I know one thing, right? For the most part, they're just using Earth as a plane anyway. All their calculations are based off an Earth plane, an Earth-centered fixed plane. That's where all their calculations begin. It's at the core and the heart of the foundation of every freaking astronomical observation and calculation ever freaking made, is that the observer is standing on a fixed point in infinite plane Earth. They have no other starting reference point. It's from there that everything else is built. And I don't know about their capabilities, like just how much they can do and know. I couldn't tell you with any definity. But if we down here are experiencing and observing, using the Earth as a motionless plane, then I'm going to go with that over a relatively small handful of strangers that say that that I should believe them because they're clever.
Okay, I might have to take a work call in a minute, but if I just like stop talking. But the I guess a follow-up question that's more playing on your personal intuitions. Uh, do you feel as if there's like a religious aspect at play here? Like personally?
Yeah, on both sides. Yeah, yeah. I think that for a lot of people, flat Earth is like it's deeply connected to like their spiritual beliefs, right?
Fuck, I'm getting that call right now.
Okay.
I'll come back. I'll ping you.
Both sides, right? Both sides. Yeah. Hopefully, my mic's not buzzing anymore. You're muted for thinking that you could represent the people who the question was directed at. So just for the audience sake, just to continue on there, so it's just not dead air. So isn't, the longing and desire to understand ourselves and the world around us, like at the core of every religion or field of study? I mean, it's just, yeah, it's gonna start with like basically what's at the core of every religion. So yeah, that's how that's independent of like our understanding of the world around us is going to come from that. It's going to be inspired by that and driven by that some way. So that's the profound point of reference is your consciousness and trying to understand why it's here, like, and seeking its identity and its purpose, right? And longing for that. So it's that's pretty deep for either side, right? And based on what you think you understand about yourself and the physical universe, that's
I have a question.
it'll shape the way you think and act. It'll help shape the way you think and act.
I have a question.
What's your question?
Who's the audience? Are you streaming?
Yeah, I was just continuing on from a question I was asked earlier when the guy had to leave for a phone call, just for the audience sake, and so there's
But
no
who's the
dead air.
audience? Are you streaming or is that somebody
By,
else?
by the way, Helio and Flat Lloyd, I think there's something going on over the other one. If you want to send one over there, in case this is just too dry, boring.
What?
I was just talking to someone else. It's all good. So what's your question, sorry?
Who's the audience? Are you streaming?
Yeah, this is being streamed live, yeah.
On Twitch?
YouTube, you'll see there's a couple of YouTube bots in this panel. Click on their profile, you'll see all their links. YouTube, Twitch, possibly links to our other locations where we stream from as well.
You get ad revenue from that?
No, it's totally voluntary and non-profit. Yeah. I mean, people are welcome to help out those streamers if they wish. I'm sure that if they reached out to them and said, "Hey, we're gonna send you a few bucks. I like what you're doing," they would
Well,
they'd accommodate them. But
you don't have ads?
they're not getting. Well, people would have ads, wouldn't they? Their ads would be imposed.
You have
But
to
I don't
enable them
actually.
on YouTube
Oh, okay. Well, they probably don't.
for
They
ad
probably
revenue.
don't have it. I think it's not. I don't think there's ads. Yeah. Not sure. I don't think that either of them have ads during the streams. Yeah, if it's fully controlled by the content maker, then I don't think those guys have ads activated.
Is flat Earth stuff like your job?
No.
So you just do it for fun or whatever?
Yeah. Or whatever. And or. People that are really interested in a topic generally flock together in wherever there's a venue for it to exist. Like, it's not unusual. It's culture. Like, yeah, if you want to call a cult, as being a group which has identified themselves by what they talk about, right, or are identified by others by what they focus on. And yeah, you could call just about everything a cult, right? Any group that shares an interest and meets regularly to engage in that topic.
Well, I didn't call it
verbally
a
or
cult, but you definitely shouldn't get in a cult.
and no, just in that way, it would be a cult. Like, it is a cult. Like, cult isn't a
Well,
bad
you
word.
don't. I mean, you don't. I mean,
Cult isn't a
you and
bad
I,
word.
we both don't want to be in a cult, right?
No, you can't help it, right? If you're going to share an interest with a group on a regular basis, right, and you will be defined, self-defined, or externally defined by what that group, what
Don't join.
the
Well,
interest of that
don't
group,
make it a cult.
the interest that they share. Bro, you can't help it. It is, right? It's not a dirty word. Cult is not a dirty word. It's just short for culture, really, right? It's like a culture.
What?
It's a culture. A cult is just simply a
Wait,
culture.
really? No.
Yes. Where do you think the word culture comes from? So that they both share the similar root word, right? It's not a bad word. It's been given, it's been painted over with shit, right? But the
No,
globe
they
is a
come from
cult.
two different words.
Heliocentrism,
Cult
heliocentrism
comes
is a
from the
cult.
Latin word cultus, and culture comes from the Latin word colere.
Well, they share a phonetic similarity in English, that's for sure. But yeah, it's not a bad thing. Like,
I mean, you're not in a cult, right?
a car meeting, like people
Surely
get
you're not
together
in a
on a
cult.
regular basis. Yeah, car enthusiasts get into cults, right? They become a cult. What do you think a cult following means? Like, it's movies have cult followings, right?
Oh yeah, but that's like tongue in cheek.
No, it's not really. And the globe is a cult too. The globe is a cult.
Well, I mean, but you're not in a cult.
Not in that sense, right? This is what I'm saying. It's not a dirty word, right? It's not in the sense that it has a this is a cult following. This has a cult following, just like a movie does, right? or crocheting, right?
Okay, but movies don't have literal cult followings. They have like figurative cult followings, right?
Yeah, same as this. So what we talk about though, the geometry, that's independent, right, of that, right? So that's independently investigated. The geometry of the surface of the Earth. It independently investigate that, and research that, study that, right? But then after you have information, right? You want to share that information. Well, you share it in a place generally where there's other people also in agreement with you and are also sharing that same information. So that when people come in who aren't aware of that information, or people that you can share that information with come in that aren't previously aware of it, they stand out more, right?
Yeah, like
They stand out more in in groups. The more there is of a group, saying something, the louder it's heard.
Yeah, but you obviously don't want to be in a cult, right?
No, if the shoe fits.
The birds should. Do you have crisp? Can you turn on crisp, or does that just not affect the birds?
It was already on standard. Yeah, am I still buzzing, by the way, or am I good?
I don't hear any buzzing.
He was buzzing earlier, but it's good now. You're good. Your mic's somewhat better. There is background noise, but it's not buzzing.
So I just joined. The topic seems to be cults. What's the?
Oh, I'm trying to. I'm so confused here. I'm saying you're obviously not in a cult, and he's saying, well, yeah, we are in a cult, and I'm like, no, come on. You you wouldn't join a cult on
Yeah,
purpose,
it's a cult.
and he's like, yes, you would.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
would choose to gather together in a crowd. Right? So a lot of people do anyway. Some people don't, right? But some people like
But just to be
to
clear,
choose to congregate with others who share the same interest.
there's the sociological definition of a cult, which is not necessarily pernicious, right? It's just kind of like
Right.
any sort of like
Exactly.
intensive group with a belief system. And then there's
Thank
the
you.
the definition of a cult as a organization with undue influence over its members.
There you go.
well, I mean, there's like a literal
I couldn't
cult, and then there's like
articulate.
a figurative cult, right?
Well
Like a
said, man,
literal
because I
cult
couldn't
is a cult,
articulate it
and
like
then a
that.
figurative cult is like a
Both of
cult
these
follower
are
for a movie.
correct senses of the word, and you just have to determine which version of the word you're actually using, because it's never going to change. There's always been cult as a pejorative and cult as like any religion. The Mediterranean used to be kind of full of a bunch of different religions, all called mystery cults, or within religions, even there are cults, like the Marian cult, like the worship of the Mother Mary within Catholicism is a cult within Catholicism, but it's not necessarily one that has undue influence, but it's a set of practices and beliefs around the Mother Mary. You know, and then there's organizations like Scientology or fucking Nexium or
Which is nothing like what
Heaven's
we're
Gate.
doing here. Right.
No,
Nothing
it
like
could
what we're
be. I
doing
don't know
here.
what you're doing here, so.
No, well, Toth already asked, about the YouTube bots. You guys get, is this your job? Do you get paid? Is the YouTube getting revenue? Yeah, no, it's not. We're all volunteers. It's not. Don't have
I mean, one of the
a
main things
leader.
cults do is extract labor. You don't have to have a leader to be a cult, again. And, the fact that you're volunteering is not necessarily a sign that you're not in a cult. Cults love to use
Right, but
volunteers of their members.
yeah, but it's not like we're not, we're not.
You're not cutting people open yet.
No, it's. I like to say that I'm in a cult. I'm the leader and the only member, and we're not taking applications.
This morning I can't tell if I'm nihilist or religious, or if there's even a difference. If God made the West Texas Highway, I guess there probably isn't. I'm gonna go feed some peas to ducks in a canal.
You what?
I have a bag of peas, and I'm gonna feed
Is
them
that
to ducklings.
is that bad for them?
No, it's better for them than bread. Bread is not good for ducks.
Okay, because I was just wasn't sure if you wanted to intentionally harm them
No, I'm not
with
doing.
something.
I'm not doing the poisoning pigeons in the park routine. It's just it's less common to feed ducks peas because people tend to think that bread's what you're supposed to feed them, but they're bad for them apparently. All my bird friends are like, "No, don't give birds bread. Yeah, they can't digest it."
So yeah, we can we like to help people realize that that they're in a cult already, and it's the type of cult that likes to but will ostracize you for not being in agreement.
Michel Foucault wrote about this in his seminal series of lectures, Power and Knowledge. Every system of knowledge is also a system of power. A gay, bald French man told me that.
Yeah, but the ultimate point is it's not about the people, right? So it's about the information. whether or not it's worth absorbing and worth investigating. And it really doesn't matter on their what sort of like presence that they have in society either. I mean, whether or not they're, deemed by another individual or group of individuals as having some sort of like expertise or authority in a certain matter, right? That doesn't matter either. Someone like that can still give you information that is utterly useless. Or when after you've absorbed the information and investigated it, turns out to be false.
Wish it was a higher level so I could stream. What do you gotta do? Do you just idle in chats? Or do you have to type in text chat or what?
What? What are you talking about?
To, stream in the Discord.
Yeah. What about it?
Do you just have to be in voice chat or does it have to you have to type? Because I feel like I've been here for years.
I don't know how it works, man. But they stream it to YouTube somehow and other platforms.
No, in the Discord.
Oh, if you want to stream, like yourself,
Yeah, like if you wanted to share something.
where's the option for that?
Nah, you gotta be like a higher level or something.
You don't have it? You don't have that option?
No, I thought I had been here long enough. I joined years ago and was here for like a year or two, and then I left and rejoined. It always confused me.
I don't know, because we have lots of people come in here and share their screen or go on camera. Share your screen. So at the top of my options, I've got activities and then share your screen, and then I've got voice settings. Then I've got noise suppression. Then on voice settings tab, I've got leave activity, share activity logs, and show activity debug overlay. That's when I swipe up on the bottom bar. I'm not sure what sort of device you're on. I'm on Android, and I've got a bar at the bottom of the panel that shows all the voice channel members. It's got the camera off, on switch, microphone on off switch. It's got the chat bubble. It's got the soundboard icon, and it's got the hang up, the red hang up button, leave call. But if I swipe up on that bar, shows me a menu. Activities at the top, share your screen a second. You don't have that?
No. It says you can't stream into this channel.
Right, so it sounds like a permission thing. Well, what did you want to share your screen for?
Oh, I'm just curious. It's nothing important.
So, yeah, what do you think about the information anyway that we relay?
I don't know. Usually when I come in here, people just say over and over again, "Oh, you don't know that. Oh, you don't know that. Oh, you don't know that."
Or what about the information that we're like relaying about observations and measurements?
What do you mean?
So you haven't seen any of the observations, like, or laser tests, distance to horizon observations, long
I
distance
mean, I've never done them
observations?
myself.
Have you ever seen any though? Like, have you looked into it?
Like with my own eyes. I know I've never with my own
No.
eyes.
Have you seen the information that we've relayed about it?
Again, I've never done it, or I've never seen it with my own eyes. I just hear stories
No,
about
and
it.
I'm not asking you with your own eyes. Have you looked at any of the information we've shared?
About the Earth being flat?
Videos, documents, that sort of thing. Yeah, yeah. Have you absorbed any of the information of why we're saying it's flat? I mean, you can absorb information about a thing without accepting it as being true, right? Like, that's how we read novels, right? We suspend our disbelief, right, and absorb the information, knowing that it's not real, it's not true, right? So you can do that with any topic. You can absorb the information without being an advocate for that information or being a proponent of that information, right? Can you hypothetically entertain things and then critically think about it?
One second. Like I've said, like I mean, like I've seen people try to prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
What
well,
are they doing to
once Yeah, so what do you think of the information that has been shared? Have you looked at it? Have you analyzed it? Did you absorb it? Did you consider it? Did you critique it?
Well, I don't think it's
And in
true.
what form? Yeah, yeah, I'm asking for more than that. Bro, do you know how to like break things down and say, well, I looked at this one thing and it was saying this and they demonstrated that. I think based on that, like during the process, like have some critique about the information beyond. I don't think it's true.
Well, I've never done it with my own two eyes, so like I've never
Yeah.
personally.
Okay. Yeah, like so. Okay. Why don't you think it's true? There.
Think what's true?
The information that you absorbed and critiqued, whatever it was. What was it in the form of? Long distance observation, laser test, distance to horizon observation. What was it you saw? What was the information? And why don't you think it's true?
I mean, it's mostly just people who say the Earth is flat, and if you ask them to prove it, they say, "Well, you can't prove it's not."
Has anybody shown you any long distance? Have you seen any long distance observations or laser tests or distance to horizon measurements? And do you understand the premises involved and the theories compared to what's being practiced? I'm going to take that as a no. Okay, would you like to see any?
Right now,
Yeah, why not?
you have lasers
That's
to
why
do
we're
it.
here. That's why we're here. And we can show you demonstrations
But do you have
of
the
these things.
lasers? You can't. Can you actually like? Did you do it?
No, I've never performed a laser test.
Why not?
I've never documented any of my observations either on camera.
Well, why not?
It's all in my head. It's all in my experience. I can only share anecdotal evidence, but we have other evidences in the forms of video documentation and text. I've never done an exhaustive, comprehensive laser test, right, and documented it on film or anything. But some people have. Now, I'm not asking you to just watch one and just accept it to be true, right, off the bat. I'm asking you if you've ever watched anything like that, saw any video documentation of something like that, absorbed the information, considered the implications, and critiqued the form and the conclusion based on the information previously held and newly held due to the video documentation. What is it you haven't done yourself yet that you saw somebody else do?
I never went and got a laser and then like shined it across like a really really long spot before.
Right, and what do you think
Isn't that
about
the
the
point?
implications? What do you think about the implications of the results that others claim they've had?
I don't know.
Well, that's what
I
the
saw one
geometry.
person did
Understand?
it and they shined it across water, but then I saw a different person do it and they shined it across the salt flat, and it gave
Do
two
you?
different
Right.
results. And one person was talking about how there was like reflection off the water or something.
Right. And do you understand the geometry that's claimed to exist, right, versus the results that people get using the lasers? Do you understand the comparison between the two? Like what it implies when somebody shines a laser over a long distance of water and hits a target? What implications it has about the claimed geometry of the surface? So that's previously held information, right? You've got previously held information. The Earth's surface, the geometry of that surface is I'm told, is of this form, right? And then you say, that means that if I extend a line above that surface horizontally and stretching out horizontally above that surface, that the distance between that line and the surface would either increase in some form or have a change, right, over distance, or would remain constant. You understand the theory there, right? That's the like we're in school now, right? We're in theory. They're teaching you the theory of the application. In the next lesson, it's going to be practical, right? So right at this moment, we're just talking about the theory. Do you understand the theory? This is an investigation of the surface. It's geometry, right? Holding certain premises to be true. Why have you gone silent? I don't understand.
I'm focused on something, sorry.
Oh, okay. So I'm wasting my time talking to you? That's
I
pretty
hope
rude.
not.
This is the thing, Toth.
Yeah.
We're here to share information, right? We're here.
Okay.
We congregate here, right, because we share an interest, and that's exclusive to whether you're a glober or a flat earther, right? Like, for example, we have Jesse, Path of Light, who comes in, and he's a glober, and he shares that interest of like theory and practical that we're talking about. And he likes to share his information with us regarding that topic, right? Which would be the investigation of the geometry of the surface that we live on. Now, he has a differing, right, conclusion. And he likes to pitch that against ours, and we like to pitch ours against his and talk about it together, right? Despite our differences. Why don't you want to do that? Why aren't you here to do that?
Me? I am.
Then why did you not continue to talk with me about it when I asked questions?
I don't know what to say.
You could say, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, a response would have been nice. I mean, I was asking you directly about whether or not you understand the theory, the geometrical theory
Well, yeah, they
behind
think
what
it's
is being
flat.
claimed to be applied. I passed out the understanding, the hypothetical understanding, right, of a straight line tangent plane to a curved surface, and how that changes, the distance between those two things change with distance, right? And how that relates to what a laser test. I was just simply asking if you understood the theory behind why they're even bothering to do that, to shine a light across a body of water. Did you even do you understand why they're doing that?
Because if they shine a light at the horizon and they're some number of feet above the ground, then on a curved surface far away, that straight laser should be further above the ground.
Right, exactly. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So when they hit their target over distance, right, what do you think about the implications of that result? Do you understand the implications? What's it indicating then? Based on what you just said, right? Your understanding of the theory behind the practice, what do you think of the result that they claim to get? Do you think they're lying? Do you think they made a mistake? Do you think there's something else happening? What is your critique of the result that is being claimed?
Which result?
Of shining a laser across a large body of water
Well, I've never
over
done
distance. I know, but this guy, man. I can't.
Yeah, okay, but somebody
Can't.
could do that and then lie to me and say that the Earth's one thing.
That's what I'm asking. Like about what you've seen. So the information that you've absorbed regarding this, right? That someone's claimed to have done that.
Well, I've seen it done
Did you
multiple
see?
different times.
Right. Okay. So I'm asking you what you think about the implications of when it hits the target over distance, and what it
Well, I've seen it
implies,
done
right?
once where they came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat, and then I saw it again where they came to the conclusion that the Earth was not flat. So, I mean, somebody must have done it wrong.
Okay. Did you critique their methodology?
Well, I've never done what? I've never tried to do it myself.
No, I'm not saying did you try and do it yourself. Did you critique their methodology? Did you look into it and see if, like, step by step, where they may have gone wrong?
Who was the guy who shot a laser and it proved the Earth was curved? Go ahead and give me that. I'm going to search that up.
I guarantee it was the Netflix mockumentary.
I want to hear who it is. I want to hear who it is.
I don't know them personally.
Well, I want to hear who shot a laser and it went
Oh,
off
it was
into
a
the
while
air.
ago. It's not in my search results anymore. I can't just like go to like
Oh, so it's
Control H on
something you
Chrome.
heard. It's just something you heard then.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Right. Just something you heard. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not real.
That's what I said. Yeah.
So you said,
So
right,
we're in
that
agreement.
the theory behind it is like, okay, laser, straight, Earth surface curve, increased distance, increased length between the two over distance, right? You understand the theory. So when someone shows you a laser that over distance didn't do that and it hits its target, and there's no apparent deviation between the straight line and the surface that it's traveling over. Okay, what is the implication from that?
I mean, they're testing if the Earth's flat or if it's not.
Right. So what's the implication?
That the Earth is either flat or not flat.
So when the laser doesn't deviate and it just goes straight across, what's the implications of that?
Is this a rhetorical question? I think we're on the same page here.
Say it. I want to hear you
just
say
did
it.
twice.
I want to hear you say that it means the Earth is flat. Say that means the Earth is flat.
Listen, buddy, have you done this experiment?
Yes.
Okay. Let's
So
see.
He can't
say
even
that.
entertain it
Say,
Turn on your cam
hypothetically.
and show us the experiment.
you want me to turn my cam on?
I want you to show it to us so we can see it with our own two eyes.
Why do I have to show you something now?
You're telling me that you've done it. You're telling
I
me you can
have
do
done
it.
it. Didn't mean
So
I
show
recorded
us.
it.
I don't understand the issue here.
Why
Said he
is
did
it?
it,
Do
not that
I
he's
have
gonna
to
do
have
it.
done it? Why do I have to have done it now when I didn't even record it when I did it? Because I already knew the Earth is flat. I was just doing something else. I was playing with my laser at that point.
Cognitive avoidance.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything that, like, from what you've seen, right? Tests that you've seen, Toth, right? If you've actually seen any, right? Was there
Well, I've
anything in
never
it that you
seen
would have
them.
done?
I've never done the
Okay,
test myself. That's what I'm
have
trying
you?
to tell you.
Yeah, but I'm asking you about what you saw. If you just shut up and let me finish.
I've not seen
What?
it with my own two eyes. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh my god! What would you do different? Is there anything you'd do differently if you went to do it yourself?
I mean, I'd do it myself if I had
Yeah.
a laser.
Would you do it any differently?
You mean like with a
what would
different
you?
kind of laser or something?
Anything? Yeah. What would be your setup?
I think it's kind of self-explanatory. I'd go to some big flat area.
No,
and
you're
point a
avoiding.
laser.
You're avoiding psychological discomfort.
Like the ninth time you said self-explanatory, but can't explain it.
So are you at the position where you're like, yeah, I understand the theory, and if this person has actually got the result that they claim they did,
Hypothesis. But
right?
carry on. Sorry.
Okay, that means it's flat, right? But I don't know if it's true until I do it myself. Are you at that point?
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Do you have intentions to do it?
Well, I mean, I don't know where I'd get a laser. There's a salt flat nearby. I could do it there.
Amazon.
Doesn't it need to be like gigawatts or something?
No, that's pretend.
How big does it have to be?
My 7-watt laser goes pretty far.
7 watt? You got a 7-watt laser?
Yes.
That's pretty
You
fucking
buy 'em
cool,
on
actually.
and buy them on
Did
the
you build it?
Amazon. Don't play with it
No.
though. If you don't know what you're doing,
Wait, wait,
then
wait, wait,
don't.
wait,
I
wait,
would
wait,
I
wait, 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 wait,
suggest
wait, wait.
not
Wait,
getting
wait, wait,
one.
wait. Amazon 7-watt laser? That's
Yes.
You went from
wait,
gigawatt
wait, hold on. I
capacity
see.
by
Wait,
7 watts. Like you went from
I don't see it.
knowing
I don't see
nothing
it. I want
to
to
having
buy
a
one.
demonstration.
Wait. This is 7-watt laser.
So retarded, are dude.
What do you mean? I've got Amazon open in front of me. I just typed in 7-watt laser.
Yeah, I know, but you just went from I don't know anything by saying gigawatt to now you are fascinated. Now you know the specs of lasers that they sell on Amazon. And what is the
I'm at my computer. I have Amazon open in front of me. I
bad
can't.
now, dude?
I think you can get 10 watts now.
What? Wait, link it. I want to buy one.
Why were you
Go ahead and look
why
up
were you
cutting lasers
surprised?
or CNC cutting lasers. There you
Oh,
go.
it's like taking apart. Oh, yeah, okay, I see it. So the laser
No,
engraving,
I
you
didn't
took
take
it apart.
apart anything. I actually build or design things, I should say. The people over there down on the shop floor, they'll build the shit for me when I come up with the idea.
Wait, what? Wait, I'm confused. Can I buy a 7-watt laser?
Okay, dude, are you gonna pretend like this is something fascinating?
Yes, it's a fucking 7-watt laser. That's cool as fuck.
I think I've had it for 5 years now.
Can I buy one?
For you, I suggest you don't get one unless it comes with safety glasses and a manual and how to
Well,
turn it
yeah.
on and what
I'm obviously not
tells
gonna
you
point
do
it in
not
my
look at the
eyes.
laser. Yeah, don't look at it because if you fuck around and you're in standby mode, you're gonna think the laser is on until you actually turn it on and burn a hole through your hand.
I
It's in
don't think you can.
standby mode so you can see where the light's gonna go. So when you actually turn it on, you know where it's gonna hit.
I don't think you can buy a 7-watt laser on Amazon. How big of a laser do you even need? Oh shit, you're right. I see one. 12-volt, 450 nanometer wavelength, 7-watt laser module for wood, ceramics, acrylic engraving.
There you go.
That's pretty cool. There's no way that's legal. Aren't they dangerous as fuck?
That's why I said you don't get one because you don't even know what they do. So you don't get
Okay.
one. You don't know. You
Okay,
don't know
okay.
what
I won't buy
standby
one.
mode is.
I
You
promise
do
not to
not
buy
know what
one.
standby mode is. You don't know what cutting mode is or the high powered modes. You don't know any of that. You don't know pulsing. You're just gonna burn it up. You won't know what to do anyway.
Okay, I promise not to buy a laser and hurt myself. That would be dangerous.
Okay, I did my public service for the day now. I don't give a shit if you go buy one and
Thanks,
do
Professional
whatever you
Triangle.
want. Just make sure that you video it for us, whatever you do, even if you burn your eyes.
Aye, Captain.
You could just buy a door mirror and use the sun.
Yeah, exactly. There's alternatives.
You could buy an emergency signal mirror if you have a problem aiming the other mirror. You just look through the hole toward the person you want to see the reflection, and it reflects the light right at them.
Sure.
I mean, in one observation that a guy did, there's like streetlights on the shore, just above the shore. That he could have easily just used as a reference. I mean, they're supposed to be like 80 meters below the curve, something like that.
Are you near the Bonneville Saltflats?
Yeah, I'm near Utah. I'm in Utah.
So they went there.
Who?
Some people. I don't know their names. Sydney or something, some
I
girl.
don't know them either, so
I'm just gonna tell you what they did.
okay.
Who they are is unimportant. Their personality okay, their personality traits don't have anything to do with the experiment. Okay, so they did 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, 25 miles, and 30 miles. And then 2 days later, someone went back and did 37 miles across the Bonneville Salt Flat. And they also drove a car across the Salt Flat at night and could see the laser in the car that was something like 20 miles away. So all this has been done before, dude. You're reinventing the wheel. Now, one
Yeah,
of the
I've
things
never
you can
personally
do,
done it.
well, one of the things you can do, you can go on, what is it, I-90? Go on the other side of I-90 from, what is it, East Wendover or something like that? Go on the other side, 30 miles away, and you'll see the streetlights. Those streetlights should be 400 plus feet under the curve of the earth. A football field. More than a football field. So you don't even need equipment. You just need a car, a camera, or your
I have a
eyeballs.
car.
I mean,
I don't have a
well,
camera
and there you
though.
go.
My phone
Well,
camera good
you got
enough?
your eyeballs, right? What's the tallest building in Wendover, Utah? It's got to be 30 stories. Understand? The
I've
shortest
never been to
building you should be able to
Wendover.
see would be the shortest building you should be able to see
Wait,
would be 40 stories.
Wendover's a 2-hour drive away. I could do it. The I-80, you said?
I think that's the highway, I-80.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So you visited the salt flats when it's like got the water on it?
No. I haven't been there that long. I haven't been here in Utah that long. I moved here. I heard the salt flats are really bad for your car. When you drive across them, it like sprays salt up inside the car and it like destroys your car engine and stuff.
No, then every car in Cleveland, Ohio, or in Ohio, period, would just always be dead on the road.
The salt
Since
is
they put salt down 6 months of the year on our roads here, and we drive through salt all the time.
I mean, there's a difference between salting the roads to melt the ice versus an entire road made out of salt.
Versus the dry roads full of salt, and when you're driving through them, the dust goes everywhere. Here, versus that, because we get that.
How much salt is on a salt flat?
Dude, people driving on that salt atomizes it. It's literally like talcum powder. If you inhale, you'll freaking choke.
Oh, I
I'm looking it
bet.
up. I'm looking it up. Wait.
Yeah, I live in the Northeast, dude. They salt the shit out of the roads, dude. If you're,
So
man,
this
if you breathe that shit in, dude, you're gonna be choking.
The crust is made up of sodium chloride and gypsum. But what's
Yeah,
the percent?
drywall, the shit that goes on in your walls in your house. It's made out of that.
Bonneville salt flats are composed of approximately 90% sodium chloride. I mean, because like obviously, like there's a difference between that and like a little bit of salt.
Okay, so that doesn't make the earth a ball, that's for sure. Because when you dry out salt and water, it's
Well, I
say
mean,
you
I
got
didn't say this is gonna. I didn't say this
perfectly
was gonna
flat.
prove the or. I'm just saying.
Oh,
I heard.
it does. It's another flat Earth proof.
All I said was
Just the
I
fact that you
heard.
can, just the fact
Wait,
that it's flat enough
I
to
gotta
make a
for a
mirror
second.
image
I
when you
gotta
take a
finish my
photograph
sentence.
from
Let me
it
turn you
way
down.
after
You're
it
really
rains
loud.
is proof enough that
Listen,
the
I
Earth
didn't
is
say
flat.
this proves the Earth is a globe. All I said was that I heard driving on the salt
I
flats was really
said,
bad
I
for your
know you're
car.
trying to change the subject about how bad salt is for
You're trying
cars.
to change the subject. I said I heard
No.
that driving on the salt flats were bad for your car, and you're claiming that that is somehow proof of the Earth being a globe?
No, proof of the Earth being flat that you can drive on
Yes.
salt flats.
Are you saying if it wasn't bad for your car, then it wouldn't?
Dude, you need help, bro.
It
You
would
have
be called the
comprehension
salt
issues.
curves.
Okay, wait.
It
Walk
wouldn't be
me through
called
this.
the salt
All I said
flat.
was
It would be
if you
called the
drive
salt
on a
curve.
salt flat, it's bad for your car.
But if you drive
He's
on
saying
it,
that
if
the
you have
fact that salt flats exist at all prove the Earth is flat.
yeah, he knows. He's
I know he
just
knows.
being a little retard. That's all.
So I'm gonna post a couple screenshots in the salt flat. Wendell, Utah. See the green dot? That little green dot in the picture? That's a laser that's 30 miles away.
Okay.
Yeah, if the Earth was a ball, they wouldn't see that laser.
Yeah, you can't see that if that was just above the ground and somebody shines a laser. They didn't put the laser 500 feet in the air and shoot it. Guess that means the Earth is flat too.
Did I do that?
The tallest building in the entire state of Utah is 450 feet. Based on
temple?
available information, the tallest structure is only a few stories high.
Astra Tower? I heard that the tallest building in Salt Lake City was the church building.
Yeah, maybe. Who cares? Because we're talking about Wendover. Wendover.
What?
Dude, this is across the salt flats from one side to a city that's at the beginning of that. So I-80.
I live in Salt Lake City. I'm right here. I can see that building, like it's outside.
Yeah, we're not talking. Dude, you have attention or something's wrong with you. What is wrong with you? Are you
You
listening?
just said that the tallest building in Salt Lake City was 450 feet.
No, what
That's
I said
Astra
was
Tower.
I said we're not talking about that. I said the tallest building in all of Utah
Yeah,
is
Astra
450
Tower.
feet. Yeah, great, dude. That's irrelevant. It's not in fucking East Wendover.
Correct. Why are you bringing
Correct.
it
That's
up?
right. So how do they see the fucking buildings 30 miles away? Because you would need to be on that fucking building. You understand when I say 450 feet under the curve of the earth? You have to be on a 450-foot building to see the light from 30 miles away. And since that
I don't think the
450-foot
Salt
building
Lake
you
Basin
just
is
confirmed
perfectly
is in
flat.
Salt Lake City
It's a
and not
valley.
fucking Wendover, Utah, then the earth is flat.
But wait, what?
Tell the
That's why
truth.
he
Do you have
moved there.
ADHD or are you
Why
on
he
meds?
moved to Utah.
No, never mind. Don't tell me that. I don't want to know your medical information. I'd have to start doing HIPAA shit.
It's a valley.
The, the salt flats are a valley?
Yeah.
This kid just said salt flats are a valley.
The Salt Lake Basin.
Where's clip cord, dude? You got to clip that shit, bro.
The Great Salt Lake Basin.
Okay, that doesn't make the salt flat
The
a
salt flats are
valley.
in the Salt Lake Basin.
Okay.
Wait, let me ask, because I like this question. Is the salt flat or not?
Well, it follows the geodesic of the Earth.
So it
Wait,
is the
wait, wait,
salt
wait,
flat.
wait. I
Is
don't
the
want to
salt
get
flat
distracted. I'll get back to you in just a second, Cyclone. The entirety of the Great Salt Lake Basin, there's a mountain region on two sides, on both sides, and the Salt Lake Basin is in between the two mountains. It's a valley.
What
Okay,
is the
cool.
elevation
So
variation on the Great Salt Flats?
Bonneville?
What's the
I don't know.
maximum variation of elevation on the salt flats?
I don't know.
It's 8 feet.
I was going to say 3.
Now there's a little frickin' hump at the end. So it's 8 feet. It's not a valley.
so the salt flat's flat.
The Great Salt Lake Basin.
Yeah, basin is a
Yes.
geological term.
Yes.
Yeah, a geological term, not a topographical term. This is called a word context fallacy. You're using the word in the wrong context.
My
We're
friend,
talking about topology,
the
not geography.
The Great Salt Lake Basin is a big basin, and the salt flats are inside of the basin.
And are they flat?
You're really gonna make me get a topo map, dude. Really?
Yes, please do.
Well, why would they be called salt flats if they're not flat?
Dude went to concave Earth, bro.
I don't know. He's just not giving me an answer. Come on, Toff. Is the salt flat? Flat.
Like perfectly flat?
Well, nothing's perfectly flat.
Well, there's your answer.
So you're saying it's not perfectly flat, but it is what, generally flat?
Plus or minus 8 feet. Yes, it's perfectly flat.
You agreeing to that, Toff?
I mean, I could go measure it.
Well, what do you think?
You're going to have to understand how triangles work in order to go measure. So let's not jump ahead.
Come on, Toff. It's not a trick question. You're saying it's generally flat, not perfectly flat? Or it's not flat? What are you saying?
One second.
Going to ask AI.
Are you asking AI, Toff? Do I
Oh,
think the
here.
salt flats are
Here, I
flat?
found a really great picture. Someone was curious about this.
About what?
About the region. Here, check it out.
Well,
There's
what about my
mountains.
question, though?
There's mountains on both sides.
Is there a reason you can't answer the question?
My hands are full. Give me a second.
So
Haven't
what he's
seen that yet.
describing to us, folks, is there's mountains that contain the water. So when it rains, it makes this mirror image out there. Because if the mountains weren't on the side, the water would just keep spreading out flatter and flatter. So congratulations and welcome to Flat Earth.
What?
Yeah, no one here is debating the existence of hills and valleys, so I'm not quite sure why you keep
Good,
bringing that up.
okay. Good place to start.
Yeah, but the salt flat, that's flat. Or do you disagree?
I mean, I don't know how flat they are.
I just posted an image of a topographical map.
Well, how flat would you think they are, being called a salt flat?
Am I supposed to go there now and check? I don't know.
No, you're supposed to tell me what you think. I don't know why that's so hard for you. You clearly have an opinion, but for some reason, you can't voice it.
I already told you I'm in Utah,
Right.
but I'm not
I,
at the
I looked
salt
over
flats
your
right
I looked
now with a
over
measuring
your
tool.
map, and yep, it's flat. So if I can tell you in that quick of amount of
Wait, one
time, he
second.
should have been able to
One
look too.
second. 1 second.
Thank you, Cyclone. Yeah, you're pointing out the exact experience I had. I mean, you're more likely to get blood out of a stone at this rate.
Well, I think that's a teaching moment in itself. Why is it that you're unable to have a straightforward conversation about your belief in the globe? It's because, well, you obviously have some doubt about the globe.
Yeah, people that are really confident that, globers, they'll just talk and talk and talk.
Well, it's like you're trying to avoid just having a straightforward conversation, answering a straightforward question
Okay,
because
I'm
you're
back. Sorry about
anticipating.
that. I had to get somebody at the door.
Well, okay, fair enough. We're just talking about the psychological phenomena of globe believers being unable to discuss the globe or the earth sometimes. Like, well, I don't understand why the question is so difficult for you to answer. To think a salt flat is flat.
Does the thought of flat Earth scare you?
Yeah, it's like a defense mechanism to not address a direct question that you obviously realize has
You said
some
it was
impact.
flat within 8 feet, right? I think
I
it's
said
even flatter than that, actually.
plus or minus 8 feet. What's the total area
No, wait.
in square
If you
miles?
try looking it up, I think it's even flatter than that.
Fine. What's the total area in square miles?
You want me to look that up too?
Yeah.
Okay. $30,000 acres.
I guess that's pretty flat.
What?
30,000 flat acres.
Yeah,
Yeah,
30,000
it's a salt
acres.
flat.
Yeah, so it means
So
it's
what's
flat. It's not called the salt curve, is it?
Yeah, you couldn't have a flat patch that size on the globe that they're telling us we live on.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so there you go. That's how we know it's not a globe.
What? You just said...
Well, because you can't have a flat patch like that on a globe the size they tell us that it is.
You
So it
totally
can't be a
can.
globe.
Now
No,
he
you just
says you
said you
can.
can't. No, you can't. Who told you that? Who told you that?
It's not that big.
Well, what's the
How big
radius
is that?
claimed
How
of
big
the
is
globe?
30,000 acres?
It's 46 square miles.
Okay, now how much curvature from point A to point B over 46 miles does the globe model
Well,
fantasy
46 square miles.
necessitate?
So it's probably around 6 or 7 miles in diameter, right?
Well, go point to point from the longest
Okay.
stretch over the lake.
North-south, the longest point.
Okay, so what's the distance from the
I'll
longest
check.
point over it?
Of the Bonneville Salt Flats?
Whichever one you were talking about.
All right.
Whatever one you
I'll get
set
it out.
speed records on.
The Bonneville Salt Flats, yeah, okay. Aha, so it's about 12 miles.
12 miles flat. Give or take 8 feet.
It's more than 12 miles, dude.
No.
Dude.
He's
I
just
just
trying to
posted from
make
Google
up
Earth a
numbers.
measurement that says 33 miles, dude.
That's not the Salt Flats. That's a road. Only part of that road goes over the Bonneville Salt Flats.
Really?
Well, that's still 96 feet of missing curvature from the distance that, or the measurement that you just gave it.
Well, he
So
put
now
the
you've got a bigger
elevation
problem.
profile in there also. I mean, you can see what Indio highlighted.
Well, now you've got an even bigger problem.
Indio, I can help you out here.
Oh man.
So I
don't
can't
need
link
your
a
help.
picture, but you could link it for me. So
So
there's
look
the
at
actual.
this. See that road? It goes from one side of the salt flat to the other.
No, so you see the white part on the left there? That's the salt flat. The rest of it is just some other geographic feature in the basin.
It's not a basin, dude. Didn't you just see what I posted? The elevation profile? It's not a basin. I posted that to show you. It's not a basin.
Indigo, the salt flats are the white part on the left. That's what
Okay.
Bonneville is.
Okay. Look, bro. The entire thing is salt flats. Do you know why they're salt flats? Because they're made of sodium fucking chloride
Not the
in their.
entire thing is Bonneville salt flat. The Bonneville salt
No one
flats
said
are the part
Bonneville.
that is
You're
white.
bringing up Bonneville. Nobody said Bonneville.
We've been asking about the Bonneville salt flats for the
Dude,
past
nobody
like
but
15
you
minutes,
said
dude.
Bonneville.
You asked how big the salt flats are. The Bonneville salt
Salt
flats are
flats,
46
not
square
Bonneville salt
miles.
flats. That's a subsection where they do races.
Correct.
Yeah, and we're talking about the salt flats, the greater salt flats. The topographical fucking part.
The whole
Dude, you have a problem
dude.
with
The
word
whole
context
thing.
fallacies. Words mean things in the context that they're spoken in.
Well, that's
It's
all
hard
right.
for
We
me to
can just
even
use.
believe that like you have this level of discernment.
I
Well, I
don't
think he's
think the
trying
rest
to.
of that is
Well, I think he's trying to do a little trick here, but that's okay. We can just use Indio's one, since regardless of whether that's specifically just Bonneville or the larger salt flats, that's the line that was plus or minus 8
that's the
feet
Great
elevation.
Salt Lake Basin.
Right. So over
Does it
that
look like a
distance.
basin?
Are you asking if the Great Salt Lake Basin is a basin or not?
Basin is a geological feature, not a topographical one. Do you know what the difference is? One is a theory about formation. The other is a geometric description of its form. Basin is a geological description. How was the Great Salt Lake formed? There was a lake there. They're surrounded by higher elevation. The water drained out and it made a basin.
Let's not lose the point though, because that's what I think he's trying to do. Trying to get out of the fact that we're putting some numbers on the table now.
India, I just
What
sent
do you
you.
want? What do you want,
I
Tosh?
just sent
You
you a
want the
picture
12
of what
miles,
you're
or do you want
confused
the 30?
about.
Do you want the 12
Chill.
flat miles or the
He's just
33
mixed
flat
up two
miles?
different things. There's the
Dude, stop trying
Great
to
Salt Lake
obfuscate. Stop
Basin,
trying to
and then
obfuscate. Dude,
I'm
stop
not
trying
trying
to
to
obfuscate.
obfuscate anything. I'm
You
trying to help
are.
you
You are.
clarify.
Do you want to go with the 12 miles
Here, can you see
flat
the
or the
image I put in the
33
chat?
miles flat? Which one do you want to do? The 12 or the 33?
Can you chill one step at
Look,
a time?
bro,
Can you
the only one trying to obfuscate. Hold on one second,
chill.
Cyclone.
I gotta
Is you.
get you. I gotta
Okay, listen,
stop you
brother.
for a
I'm gonna
second here.
expose you
So
as a
I'm not sure if you can
dishonest.
see the image in
Shut
chat or
up.
not.
Shut up. Or I'm gonna
He's
mute you.
spiraling now.
Yeah.
He's
Listen,
spiraling.
listen, dude. I'm gonna expose you as a dishonest scumbag. Who brought up basin? Who brought up it was a basin in that it wasn't flat and that it was concave? Me or you?
What?
So yeah, what? Who brought up that it was a concave basin. Who brought that up? Me or you?
It is.
Okay, so you knew that I was talking about the salt flat in its totality and not Bonneville. You're a dishonest fuck. Yeah, you're exposed, dude.
Bonneville salt flat.
Absolutely exposed as a dishonest fuck. So
Bonneville
how
salt
did
flat
you
is
not
a
know what I was
small part
talking
of the
about,
Great
even though
Salt
you
Lake
addressed
Basin.
it specifically?
The Great Salt Lake Basin is a
Yeah,
larger
don't
thing.
listen.
The Bonneville
Address what I
salt
just
flats are
said.
inside of.
Address
Not
what
the
I
whole.
said,
The
dude.
whole thing isn't entirely a salt flat.
So why did
There's a
you
lake in there.
reference the basin?
There's
Then
hills
why
on
did
the
you reference
edges.
the basin? Yeah, why did you reference the basin, dude?
There's a whole city inside of it.
Why did you reference the basin, dude, if I was talking about Bonneville? Yeah, you're a dishonest fuck.
Can you see the image I put in chat?
No, you're a dishonest fuck. Just shut up. Go on mute, bro.
Yeah, Toth, you're just avoiding dealing with the actual numbers that you know are coming next.
Chill.
You're
Cyclone,
obfuscating.
is the image
No,
visible
Toth,
or not?
you're the one who needs to chill.
Fuck
You need
No, it's
to
not
actually
visible.
get
Is there a
on
way for me to post an
point.
image that you can see? I could put it on Imgur for you, or I could just directly message it to you.
Dude, there's no point in posting your image because your whole argument of that we were talking
Cyclone, I'll
about
help you.
Bonneville
Look,
is
chill.
cooked by your own words.
Could you relax for a
No,
second?
you
I
can
can't
shut
hear
the fuck
Cyclone,
up,
man.
dude. No, you can be
Cyclone, I
quiet.
sent you the picture.
No, you're
He's
dishonest.
confused because the greater
No,
Salt
Toth,
Lake
you're
Basin.
pussying out. You're pussying out, Toth. Toth, you're
I'm
pussying
trying
out.
to talk
Stop
to
doing it.
you. Bro.
Tough,
No,
tough,
do you want the 12
tough.
miles?
Who brought up basin? Me or you? Why would you bring up basin if you thought I was talking about Bonneville Salt Flats? Why would you bring up the
Indio,
entire basin and say it was
you are
concave?
posting
Or
pictures of things that are not the Bonneville
answer my
Salt
question,
Flats, and you're
Toth.
calling them the Bonneville Salt
Answer
Flats.
my question.
Indio,
Answer
I am answering
my
your question.
question. Answer my question.
You are posting pictures of things that are not the Bonneville Salt Flats, and you're calling them
Okay,
the
and
Bonneville
why?
Salt Flats.
Look. Then why? Look, I know they're not the
The
Bonneville Salt
picture that
Flats.
you posted with the
Toth,
yellow
Toth.
line
Did I
is
ever?
larger. It includes the Bonneville Salt Flats.
Why are you trying to
That's
gaslight him,
fine,
dude?
dude.
You didn't
I
say the
never
Bonneville Salt
talked about the
Flats.
Bonneville Salt Flats.
The
You
first pictures you
knew.
posted.
Shut up. Shut up. You
Which
knew I
first
wasn't.
picture? He has
Oh,
like
shut
40
up,
pictures
dude.
in here.
Shut up, or I'm gonna mute you.
What a crazy
Listen
talk.
closely. Listen very closely. You
I'm
knew I
listening.
wasn't talking about. Why are you talking? You knew I wasn't talking about the Bonneville Salt Flats because you brought up basin. You knew that shit that I wasn't talking about that, and I was talking about the Salt Flats as a whole. Because before the
Okay.
word Bonneville was ever uttered, you brought up basin. You're a fucking lying snake.
No.
Well,
Yeah, then
showing
why'd you
his
bring up
true
basin?
colors.
Duff, why'd you bring up basin? What was in context of what? Why did you bring that up? Yeah, no answer, because you know you're a fucking lying snake. You're busted with your fake ass
Yeah,
bullshit you've been peddling for the last 40 minutes.
40
I've been mostly listening, yeah, and 100% no one here brought up Bonneville Salt Flats, and no one here brought up a basin. They brought up these salt flats. It was yourself that then brought in the Bonneville Salt Flats and the basin.
Because
so
I
you
live in Salt
obviously
Lake
know.
City. I'm right over there. I could drive over there.
I don't give a fuck where you live. You obviously know that we're talking about the salt flat, or Indio is talking about the salt flats in their entirety for
We're on the
you
same
to bring
page.
up a basin.
Hold on, you've made a slight mistake, AJ. So again, the entire Salt Lake Basin is not one massive salt flat. The basin is really big. It's got a lake in it, it's got a city in it, it's got hills in it. Part of the Salt Lake Basin is the Bonneville Salt Flats.
Yeah, great. So what? That doesn't explain why you brought up basin if you thought I was talking about Bonneville. You're a liar. You're a snake. You're caught.
The city's a valley. I mean, the
You're
basin
caught.
itself it's between two mountain ranges.
You can't recover,
At
dude.
the end
All
of the
this is
day, dude,
recorded. You can't recover. Sorry.
we have salt flats here where I am as well, yeah? Of course the land is going to to be lower for the water to then pool. Yeah. So at the end of the day, the base of that valley is going to be flat.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is what Cyclone was asking you earlier. Okay, we have a basin. Now, what's happening with the floor of that basin?
That's when he said you can have flat spots all over the place. You can have giant flat spots now. The flying spinning earth ball has giant flat spots to make it out of balance.
There'd be slopes then.
See, this guy's helping.
Yeah, so we're not
the,
on a ball
the guy
anymore.
named Dog420, he knows what he's talking about.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
Look, dude. Oh, so he can explain to us why you brought up basin if you thought I was talking about Salt or Bonneville?
Yeah, the Bonneville salt flats
Yeah,
are
why'd you bring up
inside of the Bonneville
why did you
basin.
say it's a basin if you thought I was talking about Bonneville? Is Bonneville salt flats a basin?
I will say,
yeah, that's right,
Toth.
Toth. You're a
Toth, I think
fucking
you were
lying
caught
weasel, dude.
red-handed. I'm gonna be honest.
Calm down, nigga.
But
Calm
also, real quick, I wasn't
What
aware
did you
of
say?
how
Say that again.
complex.
Oh, hold on. All right. What did you say? Say that again.
Oh, I think Toth was caught red-handed. I'm gonna be honest. I think you were being
Thank you.
quite dubious there.
No,
But
he's
real quick, looking up the salt flats for the first time, I didn't know it had this many fucking layers. A Great Basin, and then there's the Bonneville Basin.
Now he's going
and
to talk
part of
about
that.
different layers of salt and how they corrode your car and how good they are or bad they are for tires.
Shit's convoluted.
Well, all I said was that when you drive over the Bonneville salt flats, it's bad for your car. The salt is corrosive. I'm not. This isn't some like grand, like
had a license
massive
for like
point.
3
This is
days,
like a
dude.
little tidbit of information.
But who cares, dude? Who gives a fuck? We're not
You
talking
don't
about
have to care about it.
cars.
It's not that big of a deal. It's fine. You don't have to. I mean, you don't have to worry about that. You're not going to go drive over there, are you?
No, but I drive on salt flats every fucking day. Who cares? We're not talking about cars rusting. We're talking about the.
Wait,
no, we're
Andrew,
not.
you've
We're
driven on
talking
salt flats
about
before?
whether the surface is flat.
Okay, wait. We'll get back to that in just a second. AJ, you've driven on salt flats before?
Dude, I've driven
What's it
on a
like?
million fucking salt flats. I've driven on fucking.
See the weirdo shit he's
beaches.
gonna do
I've
now.
driven
Now he wants to know what it's like.
this
is
is-
it
wait,
bumpy?
this is just a-
Did it taste like salt? Did you guys picnic? What did you have to drink? Did your
Yes,
wife?
that's exactly what I'm doing. And small
Did she
talk.
pack sandwiches?
I'm curious about
Did
it.
you
I
have a
might
wicker
go over there and
basket
take a
when
look
you
around,
sat
but it's a
down,
2-hour
or were you
drive.
on a picnic blanket?
It's a 2-hour drive on the I-80, and I've pitched it a couple times. I think it would be a fun excursion to go over there.
You sound like a fruitcake.
He is. You know, I haven't heard Cyclone in a long time, and I'm sorry you had to come back to this fucking debacle. This guy, I don't know how long you've been listening, but he's been doing this shit for a while. If you want to do a reset with him and start over, you're more than welcome.
No, it's good to hear you, bro. But I'm away to go in listen mode for a bit. So
Okay,
next time.
I don't know, because I know you haven't been in a while. I'll give you a chance to freaking, you know, talk some
Nah,
sense
it's all
into him.
good. He's doing the Glober tricks. Someone needs to post a meme with Lenny saying these Glober tricks 0. He's just avoiding it, but that's fine. You should keep pressing him on it and just say, okay, we're talking about.
Well, he went from, man, you must need a gigawatt laser. Then Radwin's like, I got a 7-watt laser. He's like, oh my God, now he's a laser expert. He went from has no idea what lasers are to laser expert in one sentence.
Yeah, it's nuts. Anyway, I do have to jump off, but it was good to hear you, boys. I'll catch you soon.
Yeah, it's good to hear you too, man. I'm glad you're still grinding. So, Toth, you're on mute. You don't even deserve the honor of talking to Cyclone.
Who's Cyclone?
Yeah, the person you were talking to. He'll actually try to
Yeah,
talk
but
sense into
what? I
you.
mean, you know what I mean.
Cyclone's his name, his username.
Yeah, but like, what do you mean by what you said?
Because he'll actually talk to you and try to talk sense into you.
Well, that's nice of him.
Whereas
Whereas
I
you
know
won't.
you're full of shit, and
I'm not
I
full of
don't
shit.
care what you think.
Also, who you calling a fruitcake? That's not nice.
Me, I called you that. Yeah. Why
Well,
not?
come on. That's not nice of you at all.
Like your cake with dried fruit in it that lasts 6 months.
Do you know what a fruitcake? Are you aware of what a fruitcake is, dude?
Yeah,
You probably took it some other way.
I did.
Yeah, of course you did.
Did you mean
Because
it
when you
in
throw
that
a
way,
rock
or
into
did
a
you mean
pack
it
of
in a
dogs,
different way?
the one that yelps is the one you hit.
Ooh, that's a good saying. I like
So, nice way
If
of
I
saying if
threw
the
a
shoe
rock at
fits.
my dogs, they'd all just stare at me like, "What the fuck was that for?"
A fruitcake is what you send your mate into prison. It's so hard that they can use it as a file.
You can send that year after year as a Christmas present from one house to the next.
Forever and ever, man. Dude, a community fruitcake.
My wife
That's interesting. It's
will eat
derived from an
fruitcake.
idiom, nutty as a fruitcake.
Yeah, it's got nuts and all kinds of weird shit in it. My
I've
wife will
never
eat
heard that idiom
fruitcake.
before.
She will
Nutty
eat
as a
it.
fruitcake.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
Don't they have them with
Comes
good
from
old
the
like green menthol
1930s.
square jelly things or something?
Yeah, they're green jelly. There's I don't eat it. My wife, like I said, my wife will eat it. She'll
I know I
buy
tried it
them.
when I was a kid. I was like, man, that looks good. And it did not taste good.
I think she gets one every year just because you're supposed to get one. There's some people in our house that'll eat that during Christmas. So we have now been told that somebody else is going to have Christmas from now on, one of the kids. And I was just like, oh, finally. Now we just have to go somewhere for 2 hours.
So, Toss, I suggest on your next day off, drive down to I-90 at night.
Today's my next day off.
Okay, then what are you doing? Why are you still here?
I thought I needed a laser.
Do you need gas money?
What do you need a laser for? Isn't it dark yet?
He needs gas money.
Oh, no, it's getting dark though, right? Oh, you need gas money? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
seems like it.
$5 a gallon now.
I wanted to do the
Yeah,
laser experiment.
he ain't. How are you going to do it by yourself? And what are you going to use for a camera?
You
Where you
can't just
set
put
the
the laser
laser and
down and
drive to
then
the
walk
other
to the
end?
other side.
I mean, you can do it
30
without a
miles?
camera. You can do it without a camera. You don't need shit. Just see if you can see
Well,
the
I mean, you
light.
could put the laser down and then drive to the other side, couldn't you?
Yeah, do that. Put the laser down. Let me see how long you can do that for. Like I said, do
Me?
not buy one. Yeah, do
Well, I
not
don't.
buy one because you don't know what you're doing and you're going to hurt
Okay, I
somebody
promise not to
else.
buy a laser.
And
You've
then you're
told
going to
me
go to
before. I
jail and you're
promise
going to
not to
say,
hurt
we
myself. I
told you to do
appreciate
it.
that you
And
care
I'm
about my
telling you
well-being.
not to do it. Thank
That's
you
very kind
for
of you.
over talking me.
It is nice of you to care so much about safety, because it's true you can blind yourself.
He's not worried about you.
No, not with the 7-watt. You can cut right through yourself.
What? No, you can't. Can you?
Oh, I guess go get one and see what happens. Put your hand up to it. See if this one. What? Tell me what the
I don't
smoke
have
part.
one.
Tell
I don't
me
know
what
why
the
you keep
smoke part is coming
Bob,
off
you
your
know I don't
skin.
have a laser.
When you
I don't
do
think
it,
you
tell
can
me
cut
what the
yourself with a
smoke. Why
7-watt
the smoke
laser.
is being created when it's hitting your skin. Like if I hold just a rag up in front of it, it'll be like poof. That's how quick it burns. I can light paper from like 8 feet away.
I'm looking it up.
Dude, I do things that it's not intended to do with mine. Besides, I have CNC machines and that's what it's for. But I also take it and mount it on a tripod and made a controller for it that's separate. An
That's pretty cool,
ESP32
actually.
controller. Yeah, well, I know what to do so that I don't kill other people or burn their face off or anything or animals or I don't care if it shoots airplanes out of the sky. That
That's
would be
actually pretty
fine.
cool. You ever watch Styropyron?
No. Now you want to talk about cooking next? What's your favorite pizza?
Oh man.
Almond.
No. I just said oh man because I used to work at a pizza place. I made a lot of pizzas.
I bet you did.
Yeah, it was a local place in the city. I was the guy that threw the pizza dough up in the air. You ever done that? Like spinning the pizza dough? It's pretty fun.
No, I had to actually do technical shit since I was little.
Uh-huh. I like pizza with chicken and hot sauce on it, and I like parsley, and I like garlic. I like a thin slice, light sauce, light cheese. I like Parmesan too. You ever had pizza with garlic on it? Shit's good.
I'm Italian. Everything has garlic on it.
You're in Italy?
No, may as well be though. That's all we eat.
Wait, what?
That's all my wife will cook normally. She might make German stuff once in a while. Depends.
Oh, Professor Triangle left. Bummer. He's cool. Damn, VC's dying. Everybody's leaving. Hello.